Chapter 1. Seeking Blessings from the Treasures. In the beginning, when Pangu opened the heavens and split the chaos, the clear and the turbid separated, revealing the world. As the universe emerged from the primordial void, dragons and phoenixes roamed the vast wilderness, followed by Hong Jun imparting the teachings to the 3,000 disciples. In the wilderness, there lies a divine mountain known as Kunlun Mountain, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, adorned with 3 majestic peaks. Upon each peak stand a magnificent palace. The central peak bears the plaque inscribed with the 3 large characters Taiching Palace. The left peak's temple is marked with Yuqing Palace, and the right peak's temple displays Shanqing Palace. At this moment, within a side hall on the edge of Shanqing Palace, a youth with a naive demeanor is busily jotting down notes in a small booklet. The youth's name is Bai Jin, a celestial white crane who has attained enlightenment. In his past life, he was an exceedingly ordinary person, but upon awakening, he found himself inexplicably transported to the primordial wilderness without any rather humane transition. Initially resistant to this fate, his heart swelled with joy upon learning he could achieve immortality and become a celestial being. However, his elation turned to dismay upon discovering that his master was the infamous Tongtian Jiaozhu, a renowned figure whose life was marked by solitude and tragic loss. Was his own future not destined to be shrouded in darkness? Most troubling of all, he was merely an outer disciple. Upon realizing his status as a disciple of Tongtian Jiaozhu, Bai Jin understood that he could not rely on his master. For years, he had secretly devised plans for his own salvation, and although the War of the Gods was still a distant affair, he already felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger. As he set down his brush, mysterious symbols appeared on the blank page, known as Fuzi, or talismans, the written language for communication among immortals and deities. Bai Jin gazed at the symbols and recited, "Guide to self-salvation in the wilderness. Step 1. The most crucial step is to curry favor with the 2 esteemed uncles. The first uncle, whose virtue flows like water, should be approached with an air of nonchalance. The second uncle, who values rituals and morality, must be treated with utmost decorum." Clenching his fists, he declared, "Bai Jin, you can't do this." He carefully tucked away the booklet and made his way outside, creaking open the grand hall's door. A few steps later, he encountered an elegant lady descending the mountain path. Bai Jin promptly performed a respectful bow and said, "Greetings, Sister Wudong." With a sigh, Wudong replied, "Junior brother, why do you leave the door ajar again?" Standing upright, Bai Jin scratched his head and replied with a naive smile, "Eldest sister, I believe that a gentleman has nothing to hide, especially since we are all family here. It's quite all right." Wudong, exasperated, admonished, "You may be a gentleman, but others may not be. Master will soon be taking in more disciples. This behavior is not advisable." With a wave of her hand, the door slammed shut. Bai Jin nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, sister." Wudong then inquired, "Where are you off to, junior brother?" Bai Jin replied, "I intend to pay my respects to the 2 esteemed uncles." Wudong smiled and nodded, "Very well, go ahead." "Certainly, I shall bring back good news for you." "Thank you, junior brother." Bai Jin dashed down the mountain. Wudong continued her path, arriving at a picturesque location where a thunderous waterfall cascaded down, creating swirling snowflakes in the cold pool below. Beside the waterfall sat a robust young man, eyes closed in deep contemplation. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes, a fierce light flashing within, and with a thunderous sound, the waterfall was cleaved in 2. Wudong smiled and said, "Brother Duobao, your sword intent has become even more refined." Duobao replied, "Such is the path of cultivation. Only through vigorous advancement can one step onto the path of the great Tao. Sister, do not be negligent." Wudong respectfully returned the gesture, saying, "Thank you for your teachings, brother." Duobao hesitated and asked, "Did that Bai Jin run out again?" Wudong replied, "He went to pay his respects to the 2 esteemed uncles." Duobao's expression darkened. Is he a disciple of master or of the 2 uncles? If he is so eager to please, why not directly join their ranks? Wudong settled onto a nearby stone and said, "He will not neglect master's respects either." Duobao retorted, "Absurd. We have been honored by our master and accepted as disciples. We should diligently cultivate ourselves to serve our master in the future. Yet, he is constantly running to the master and the uncles for greetings. How can he focus on his training? With such a mindset, he will inevitably fall into the path of demonic cultivation. Wudong frowned slightly. Brother, you are being too harsh. Duo Bao took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Very well. I shall not concern myself with him after all. He is merely an outer disciple. Let him be as he wishes. Sister, let us engage in a discussion of the Tao. Wudong nodded. Indeed, an ethereal aura of Tao permeated their surroundings. A beam of azure light descended before the Taiching Palace on the central peak, transforming into Bai Jin's figure. Bai Jin adjusted his attire, bowed deeply, and said, Disciple Bai Jin pays respects to the esteemed uncle. A voice imbued with ancient wisdom resonated from within the hall. Enter. Thank you, esteemed uncle. The palace door creaked open, and Bai Jin stepped inside, finding an elderly Taoist seated in quiet meditation. Approaching the futon, Bai Jin knelt and performed 3 profound bows, saying, Disciple pays respects to the esteemed uncle, wishing you an early realization of the sacred Tao. The elder, with a gentle demeanor, inquired, What does it take to achieve the sacred Tao? Bai Jin replied calmly, I do not know, but I can see it reflected in you, esteemed uncle. The elder smiled. Pray, elaborate. Bai Jin solemnly stated, The way of heaven benefits without causing harm. The way of the sage acts without contention. The elder paused, contemplating for a moment, and then smiled. Well said. You speak the truth. Typically, this exchange would conclude the formalities, and Bai Jin would take his leave, but today he remained kneeling on the futon, fidgeting. The elder asked, Bai Jin, do you have further matters to discuss? Bai Jin hurriedly replied, Esteemed uncle, I intend to venture outside. You are aware that the witch demon war rages fiercely. I fear being captured by the witch clan and turned into their dinner. So I wish to request a protective treasure. The elder acknowledged, Indeed, venturing out now is fraught with peril. With a wave of his hand, a Taiji diagram that hung on the wall flew down, hovering before Bai Jin. This shall serve as your protection. The Taiji diagram? Bai Jin's heart raced with excitement as he bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed uncle. Go. Bai Jin rose, clutching the Taiji diagram, a broad smile on his face as he made his way outside. Indeed, cultivating a good rapport with his uncles was a pathway to self-preservation. Upon exiting the palace, Bai Jin transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring across the mountain range until he landed before Yuqing Palace. He bent at a 90-degree angle and said, Disciple pays respects to the second uncle. Enter. A commanding voice echoed, and the palace door creaked open. Once inside, Bai Jin adopted a serious demeanor and knelt before the futon, adhering to decorum as he performed 3 bows, stating, Disciple Bai Jin pays respects to the esteemed uncle, wishing you an early realization of the sacred Tao. The original Tianzuan, seated in the main position, nodded slightly and asked, What is the sacred? Bai Jin replied with a grave expression, The way of heaven is orderly in its clarity and turbidity. The sage's way follows the heavenly mandate. A flicker of satisfaction crossed the original Tianzan's eyes as he remarked, Very good. Yet, he lamented, What a pity, what a pity. Bai Jin inquired, Esteemed uncle, what do you lament? Alas, it is a pity that you are but a white crane. Your future achievements are bound to be limited. Bai Jin responded respectfully, Disciple seeks neither fame across the wilderness nor the power to destroy heaven and earth. I only wish to serve alongside Master and the 2 esteemed uncles, and that alone would suffice. Chapter 2. The Journey Beyond the Mountain. The original Tianzuan nodded with a smile. Your intentions are commendable. You may leave now. Bai Jin rose, hesitating as he said, Second uncle, I plan to venture outside. You know the witch demon war rages fiercely. I fear being captured by the witch clan and turned into their dinner. So I wish to request a protective offensive treasure. The original Tianzuan queried, Has Tong Tian not bestowed upon you a treasure for protection and enlightenment? Bai Jin quickly responded, Master has granted me 4 azure swords, Qing Tian, Qing Ming, Qing Yao, and Qing Yan. The original Tianzuan nodded in satisfaction. Those four swords are excellent, ranking among the highest grade innate spiritual treasures. Even Tong Tian possesses few that surpass them. Bai Jin expressed his gratitude. Master's kindness overwhelms me, however. My abilities are still lacking, preventing me from unleashing their full potential. Thus, I seek a protective treasure from you, esteemed uncle. The original Tianzuan acknowledged, the outside world is indeed chaotic, and it is perilous for you. This shall serve as your protection. With a wave of his hand, a small banner flew forth, hovering before Bai Jin. Bai Jin's heart raced, sensing a profound significance, and he promptly inquired, esteemed uncle, what is this? The original Tianzuan declared proudly, the Panga banner, the foremost weapon of offense in the wilderness. Bai Jin's eyes sparkled with joy as he swiftly stowed the Panga banner away, bowing deeply and exclaiming, thank you, second uncle. Go now. Bai Jin respectfully bowed, retreating from the palace, transforming into a streak of azure light as he departed. Within the palace, the original Tianzuan smiled to himself, murmuring, this young fellow certainly exhibits more decorum than Tongshan's other two disciples. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Perhaps he should also take on a few disciples? Given how well the White Crane clan understands decorum, why not find a White Crane to serve as a young acolyte? After a circuitous journey, Bai Jin once again arrived before the Shanqing Palace. Casually stepping forward, he knocked on the door with a series of sharp raps, calling out loudly, Master, I have come to pay my respects. With a resounding boom, the grand doors of the palace swung open, revealing a youthful figure with striking eyebrows and piercing eyes seated upon the main throne, surrounded by several meditation cushions below. Bai Jin approached one of the cushions and knelt, bowing his head as he proclaimed, Disciple wishes Master eternal blessings and boundless longevity. How does one attain sanctity? The Tongtian sect leader opened his eyes, gazing intently at Bai Jin. A flicker of doubt stirred within Bai Jin. Could it be that his master and the two elders had conspired together? Why did they all pose the same question? Straightening his posture, he solemnly replied, with a 3-foot green peak in hand, shedding blood and passion, I shall delve into the azure depths and seek enlightenment in the celestial realms. The Tongtian sect leader suddenly chuckled, saying, such words are easy to utter, but if the heavens do not respond to your inquiries, what then? If heaven does not answer, I shall sever the heavens. If earth does not respond, I shall shatter the earth. With the sword in my hand, I will carve a path to the divine. Ha ha! The Tongtian sect leader erupted in laughter, delightedly declaring, the one who understands me best is none other than you, my disciple. Rise. Certainly. Bai Jin sprang to his feet and seated himself on the cushion. Such audacious words must not be spoken outside these walls. Bai Jin nodded repeatedly, a sheepish grin on his face as he replied, I was merely speaking fancifully in front of Master. The Tongtian sect leader inquired, where have your two elders gone? Bai Jin nodded, they have departed. The Tongtian sect leader chuckled, it seems you have indeed become the most sensible one among them. Bai Jin quickly smiled, saying, my senior brothers and sisters are all engrossed in their cultivation, my talents are lacking. So I came to familiarize myself before Master and the elders. You possess keen insight. Bai Jin's smile faltered, Master. While this may be true, your candidness stings. The Tongtian sect leader waved his hand, saying go. A cultivator must prioritize their training. Disciple understands. Bai Jin rose from the cushion, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile as he rubbed his hands together, saying, Master, I intend to venture out for some experience. Perhaps I may stumble upon a fortuitous opportunity. Might you grant me a few protective talismans? The outside world is rife with chaos from the battles between the witch and the demon. The Tongtian sect leader raised an eyebrow, speaking sternly, with the Taiji diagram and the Panga banner in your possession, where in the vast primordial realm can you not go? What more do you desire? Bai Jin, taken aback, exclaimed, Master, you know? Then hesitantly added, did you eavesdrop on my conversation with the two elders? The Tongtian sect leader retorted, can I not discern the aura of the Taiji diagram and the Panga banner entwined around you? Bai Jin felt a wave of relief wash over him, awkwardly chuckling, Master, Your perception is truly remarkable. The Tongtian sect leader, with a hint of annoyance, said, "Get lost. Master, you are my true mentor. Both elders have bestowed precious treasures upon me. Will you not grant me anything?" Bai Jin exclaimed urgently. "What do you wish for?" Bai Jin smiled ingratiatingly. "Master, I have heard that your Juxian sword array is the most fearsome killing formation in the primordial realm. Get lost." The Tongtian sect leader waved his hand dismissively. "Ah!" Bai Jin cried out in shock, instantly bolting out and soaring through the sky, crashing into a lake with a thunderous splash, sending waves surging. "You reckless brat! Can you even control the malevolent energy absorbed by the Juxian sword array?" The Tongtian sect leader muttered with displeasure, then suddenly broke into a smile, saying, "If heaven does not respond, sever the heavens. If earth does not respond, shatter the earth. With the sword in hand, carve a path to the divine." "Ha! Your skills may be modest, but your arrogance is considerable." Splash! A figure erupted from the pond, Bai Jin suspended in midair, droplets of water cascading off him like rain, plummeting back into the lake. Bai Jin floated to the edge of the pond, muttering, "My master is truly stingy." Suddenly, his body froze. His primordial spirit plunged into a realm of chaos, where a brilliant trajectory sliced through the void. The tumultuous chaos was cleaved as light ascended and murk descended, the trajectory in his mind growing clearer and brighter, ultimately transforming into an unparalleled sword aura, filling his consciousness. With a thunderous boom, the sword energy erupted, and Bai Jin suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. The profound realization surged within him. That sword was the sword of creation, kneeling towards the direction of the Upper Clarity Palace. Bai Jin bowed deeply and spoke earnestly. "I am truly grateful for Master S' teachings." After 3 respectful bows, he finally rose to his feet. A light chuckle resonated from beside him. "Congratulations, junior brother." Bai Jin turned with a smile, replying, "Thank you, senior sister, for your protection." The unmatched Holy Mother remarked, "There is no need for such courtesy. It is my duty as a senior sister." Curiously, she inquired, "What enlightenment have you attained?" Bai Jin scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. "It is nothing much, merely a sword technique bestowed by Master." The unmatched Holy Mother, with a hint of envy, said, "I did not expect you to be the one favored most by Master." Bai Jin hurriedly shook his head, insisting, No, it is merely that my aptitude is lacking. Master finds me a disappointment, thus imparting a single sword technique that in truth, I greatly admire senior brother and senior sister, who do not require Master-esque concern." The unmatched Holy Mother playfully chided, "Why are you so tense? Are you afraid that I might envy you? Come, let us take a walk." "All right," Bai Jin replied eagerly. Chapter 3. An unexpected encounter with the Earth Mother. Bai Jin followed the unmatched Holy Mother into the heart of the mountains, and as they walked, they arrived at the edge of a cliff. Gazing down at the rolling sea of clouds below, Bai Jin respectfully asked, "Senior sister, do you have any instructions for me?" The unmatched Holy Mother patted Shang Jin's shoulder, playfully scolding, "We are all fellow disciples. There is no need for such formality. If you continue this way, I may become upset." Bai Jin scratched his head, chuckling, "Understood." The unmatched Holy Mother sat cross-legged on a slab of green stone, saying, "I remember your former home was akin to this." Traversing through the sea of clouds, Bai Jin blinked, pondering, "That was the past of the azure sky, white crane. What relevance does it hold for me, Bai Jin?" Sitting beside her, Bai Jin curiously asked, "Senior sister, why do you think Master chose me as his disciple? My aptitude is not remarkable. I am worlds apart from my 2 senior brothers and sisters. I find it strange that Master would accept me at all." The unmatched Holy Mother regarded Bai Jin with a peculiar expression, saying, "You do not know?" Bai Jin shook his head. The unmatched Holy Mother, suppressing a laugh, replied, "Master S' initial intention was to have you as a mount." Bai Jin was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? A mount?" The unmatched Holy Mother nodded. "That was the plan, but later, Master remarked that the azure crane was neither composed nor imposing enough." Bai Jin quickly inquired, "Senior sister, does Master still hold that intention?" The unmatched Holy Mother chuckled, "That I cannot say. Bai Jin immediately sprang to his feet, soaring outward. The unmatched Holy Mother called after him. Junior brother, where are you going? To find him out for master, Bai Jin's voice echoed back. Being a mere named disciple was already humiliating enough. If he were to become a mount as well, would he not lose all dignity as a transmigrator? It was decided. This outing must entail finding a mount for master. And not just for him, but also for the two senior uncles. What if one of them fancied him as well? A striking azure crane like himself was a rarity in the primordial world. In the vastness of the world, amidst the sprawling wilderness, there existed the 9 heavens demon court above and the witch clan dominating below, with demons governing the heavens and witches ruling the earth. Engaged in an endless war, Bai Jin, clad in azure garments, traversed the boundless realm, where trees flourished and exotic beasts roamed. With a swift motion, he swatted a mosquito the size of a sparrow, glancing around with a bewildered expression. Before leaving, Bai Jin had meticulously planned. While many innate spiritual treasures were already claimed, he recalled a location where one such treasure lay hidden, the Luobao money of Wui Mountain, which would shine brilliantly during the Fengshan War. With the Luobao money in hand, he need not fear a future devoid of treasures. This excursion was primarily aimed at securing the Luobao money, while also locating the mother tree of the Hong Pao from Wui Mountain to showcase his tea-making skills to master and the senior uncles. Although the second senior uncle might be indifferent, the first senior uncle would surely appreciate it. When the Fengshan War arrived, the first senior uncle would likely show mercy, and the depth of this scheme was truly breathtaking. 2 goals achieved with 1 effort. A perfect plan that filled him with delight. However, after departing from Kunlun Mountain and wandering through the vastness of the world, Bai Jin soon realized a pressing issue. He seemed to be lost. Within the forest, confusion filled his mind. Where exactly was Wui Mountain? His plans had quickly unraveled. Even the potential for an encounter with the witch clan was now overshadowed by his inability to ascertain his direction. He could only continue forward along a singular path, soaring over mountains and rivers, chasing clouds and the moon. A month passed with this journey, and time in the primordial realm differed vastly from his previous life. A single day stretched to 4,380 hours, equating 1 month to 30 years that in this realm. All life was inherently sacred, and thus there was nothing amiss that in the darkness. Bai Jin stood atop a mountain peak, observing the flickering lights within the valleys below, exclaiming in delight, "There is fire! Could there be living beings?" He immediately dove downward, hoping to encounter a benevolent, powerful being who could guide him. As for minor demons, they were far less than the rice he had consumed at BYA riverbank. A roaring bonfire blazed, with a beast's leg roasting above it. Beside the fire sat a woman clad in a yellow, celestial robe, exuding elegance and grace. Bai Jin descended from the sky, his robe fluttering, and with an impressive demeanor, he bowed and said, "I am Bai Jin from Kunlun Mountain. Honored to meet you, fellow Taoist." The woman glanced at Bai Jin, smiling warmly. "If I recall correctly, Kunlun Mountain is the abode of the 3 pure ones. What is your relation to them?" Bai Jin's heart leaped with joy, knowing she was aware of his master. Making things easier, he promptly replied, "My master is known as Tong Tian." The woman smiled. "Ah, so you are his disciple. Please come and sit." "Thank you, esteemed elder." Bai Jin walked over and sat across from her, asking, "May I inquire your esteemed name?" The woman regarded Bai Jin and replied, "I am He Tibin." Bai Jin suddenly stood up, his eyes widening in shock. Huto? Was his luck extraordinarily good or terribly bad? He quickly bowed, excitedly exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the compassionate and benevolent Hutu Nyang Nyang." Huta's eyes sparkled with surprise as she chuckled. "Compassionate and benevolent. You are the first to bestow such a title upon me. Should not the world remember me as the warlike ancestor which Hutu?" Bai Jin respectfully said, "The ancestor which Hutu possesses unmatched strength in the primordial realm, yet is your benevolent heart that truly earns my admiration." Hutu revealed a playful smile. "An interesting little fellow. Have a seat." Bai Jin complied, sitting obediently across from Hutu. After a moment of silence, Bai Jin curiously asked, "Esteemed Hunyang Yang, is this where the witch clan resides?" "No, then. How is it that you are here?" Hutu smiled gently and replied, "This world was created by the Father God. I wish to take a good look at it. Her expression shifted. Little one, what do you think of this world? Bai Jin couldn't help but tease. I see it with my eyes. Hutu paused for a moment, then laughed heartily. An amusing little imp. She picked up a twig and poked at the fire, saying, the world created by the Father God is vast oceans and beautiful mountains. I have traversed nearly half of it and feel a subtle stirring in my heart. Everything seems perfect, yet something feels off, though I cannot quite articulate what it is. Have you already sensed the world's imperfections? Bai Jin opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He was still a minor character. He could navigate along the current. But if he prematurely revealed the cycle of reincarnation, causing significant changes, it would be beyond what he could endure. Chapter 4. The Dahong Pao of Wui Mountain. Huda chuckled. Why am I discussing this with you? Bai Jin replied, if you are feeling something, it must be that the Pangu great deity has entrusted you with a mission. Huda momentarily lost herself in thought, furrowing her brow as she murmured, a mission, perhaps. After a brief pause, Bai Jin couldn't help but say, esteemed Yang Yang, I have come down the mountain for training, but now I find myself lost. I would like to ask for your guidance on my direction. Where do you wish to go? Wui Mountain. Suddenly, the earth pulsated with a rhythm, and in an instant, a whirlwind of chaos ensued. Bai Jin exclaimed in shock as the scene before her transformed into a yellow corridor. Surrounded by a fleeting golden light. Despite her struggles, escape proved futile. The tumultuous heavens and earth abruptly cleared, leaving Bai Jin disoriented as she stood amidst the mountains and forests, shaking her head vigorously. She surveyed her surroundings. The sun rose high, illuminating the vast expanse, revealing a dramatically altered environment. She was no longer in the forest but atop a majestic peak, encircled by undulating mountains, shrouded in mist. With the harmonious calls of birds and beasts filling the air, Bai Jin instinctively uttered the name of the mountain range. Wui Mountain. The famed rivers and great valleys all had their true names, and she would never mistake them. A smile of delight spread across her face as she bowed in gratitude to the four corners, exclaiming, thank you, benevolent lady of the earth. A flash of light enveloped her, and with a cry, a majestic white crane soared into the sky from the brilliance, its ethereal form weaving through the clouds, circling around the towering peaks. After a while, the celestial crane approached a mountain peak when suddenly, a beam of blood-red light shot forth from the summit, piercing through the air like an arrow aimed directly at the crane. In a flash, the crane transformed into a human figure, grasping the crimson light in hand, revealing a spear that vibrated with a menacing aura. With a swift turn, Bai Jin hurled the spear, and a tremendous crashing sound echoed from the mountaintop as a figure was sent hurtling away, crashing into a distant peak like a meteor, sending rocks tumbling down. With a thunderous roar, a figure emerged from the rubble, wielding a spear with the swiftness of lightning, launching a fierce attack towards Bai Jin. In response, she summoned a pale blue longsword, sweeping it with precision. A sharp wave of sword energy surged forth, cracking the air with a resounding snap. Blood splattered as both man and spear were cleaved in two, plummeting into the depths of the valley below. Such ruthlessness! A spectral voice echoed. 6 figures appeared atop a distant peak, each exuding a profound aura. Shrouded in an inescapable bloodthirst, Bai Jin's gaze fell upon the elder in the center, who spoke with disdain. Is it not you who are ruthless? You strike without warning before we have even met. A glimmer of light sparkled in his eyes, and he almost drooled in anticipation. The innate spiritual treasures are exceedingly rare across all factions, and even though he is the prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, he possesses not a single innate spiritual treasure for his protection. It is only when he ascends to the position of Dragon King that he may receive one. However, becoming a Dragon King is no simple feat, for that old fellow is remarkably tenacious. Bai Jin flicked the Qingming sword with his finger, sending it soaring towards the mother tree of the Crimson Robe, tracing a luminous arc through the air. A resounding clang echoed in the space, as the mother tree of the Crimson Robe became enveloped in a radiant shield, within which a rain of copper coins cascaded down, while the Qingming sword found itself firmly lodged against the shield. Unable to penetrate further, Guang, filled with exuberance, exclaimed, an innate spiritual treasure. and hastily flew forward, enraptured by the sight of the falling coins within the shield. Bai Jin's eyes gleamed with joy. This was it. The falling treasure coins had indeed reached fruition. This was the primary objective of his journey to Wui Mountain. From the very first day after his transmigration, Bai Jin had resolved to claim this innate treasure that could drop others' magical artifacts. As Bai Jin approached the shield, he gestured with his hand, causing the Qing Ming sword to spin rapidly in midair and shrink into a streak of light that darted into his sleeve. A.O. Guang, cradling the shield, murmured in excitement, "Treasure, my precious treasure, come to me." Bai Jin playfully tapped A.O. Guang on the forehead. "Ouch!" A.O. Guang cried out, hastily covering his head and turning to Bai Jin with a look of reproach. Bai Jin looked at him and declared, "Mine." A.O. Guang pouted, ready to argue, but then noticed the cold glimmer emanating from Bai Jin's sleeve. A wave of excitement turned to chill as he pitifully retreated step by step, tears welling up as he gazed longingly at the treasure that should rightfully belong to him. This scene, rather than instilling confidence in Bai Jin, made him feel somewhat guilty, as if he were bullying someone. Standing with his arms crossed, Bai Jin remarked, "Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. If you can name it and break its innate defenses, I will grant you an opportunity to claim it." A torrent of weapon names spilled from his lips: swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, forks, seals, zither, tripods, flags, pearls, papers, brushes, sickles, hammers, and more, each more elaborate than the last. In an instant, a catalog of weaponry was recited, and A.O. Guang eagerly gazed at the shield. Bai Jin looked at A.O. Guang in surprise. This fellow was quite prepared. A.O. Guang scratched his head in disappointment, lamenting, "Why is none of it correct?" He instinctively glanced at Bai Jin. With a smile, Bai Jin replied, "Falling treasure coins. The innate defenses is shattered with a resounding crash, and the multitude of falling coins vanished, leaving only a single coin with wings suspended above the mother tree of the crimson robe." A.O. Guang, now ecstatic, shouted, "I remember. Falling treasure coins, yes, that's it. That's what I meant to say." Bai Jin looked at A.O. Guang in disbelief and said, "You are the dragon lineage, not a loathsome snake. Have some dignity, will you? I'll just change my name to Loathsome Snake." A.O. Guang exclaimed joyfully, rushing toward the falling treasure coins. Bai Jin reached out and grabbed the nape of A.O. Guang's neck. Regardless of how much he flailed or kicked, his body remained firmly in place. Bai Jin flung him backward, and with a thunderous crash, A.O. Guang collided with the stone wall, his eyes rolling back. Bai Jin advanced towards the falling treasure coins, grasping it with his hand, that in his mind, the image of a winged coin surfaced, accompanied by a question. "Why a coin?" Bai Jin contemplated. "For trade. Coins serve as the medium for transactions between beings. Now, there are no coins, but in the future, the world will be awash with them, and a radiant light erupted from the falling treasure coins in Bai Jin's hand, merging into his being, and the various functions of the coins unfolded in his mind. After a moment of daze, Bai Jin regained his composure, his expression growing grave. The initial joy of acquiring the innate treasure had diminished significantly, leaving him with a bittersweet taste, as if the coin was both a blessing and a burden. Coins facilitate trade, and the falling treasure coins dropping others' artifacts essentially represents a process of buying and selling. He expends his fortune and merits to acquire the artifacts of others. No wonder that after Xiao Sheng used the falling treasure coins to obtain Zhao Goming's sea calming pearl during the War of the Gods, he subsequently fell. It was a consequence of expended fortune. Once the falling treasure coins fell into the hands of Ran Deng, he never used them, likely aware of the costs associated with their usage, and thus refraining from doing so. In the 6th chapter, a visit to Kunlun Mountain from the west commenced. A.O. Guang flew over, his demeanor filled with deep resentment as he gazed at Bai Jin, resembling a scorned husband whose wife had been taken away. Bai Jin patted A.O. Guang on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. "What is meant to be yours will eventually come to you. What is not yours cannot be forced if it is destined for you. It will not evade you. If it is not, no amount of pursuit will bring it." A.O. Guang mumbled, "I believe this innate treasure should be mine." Bai Jin cast a sidelong glance at him, chuckling softly. "How shameless. Do your parents know?" Without thinking, A.O. Guang retorted, "That old fellow is even more shameless than I." Bai Jin was speechless. What a character! He mused, this is hardly a dragon, but rather a nest of loathsome snakes. With a hint of irritation, Bai Jin remarked, do you want to go out or not? A.O. Guang nodded vigorously. Eager, yes. Yes, let us go out right now. With a wave of his hand, the distant mother tree of the crimson robe vanished, leaving a large hole in the ground, and a ripple swept through the space, causing the two to disappear from the primordial indestructible realm. To the foot of Wui Mountain, two figures materialize. A.O. Guang stretched his arms towards the sky, exclaiming in excitement, ah, the sky, ah. The C.I.A.O. Guang have returned. Bai Jin swiftly smacked the top of A.O. Guang's head, instructing, keep your voice down. Ouch! A.O. Guang yelped, clutching his head, his eyes wide as he glared at Bai Jin, defiantly stating, you dare hit me? I am the prince of the Dragon Clan. Bai Jin huffed, raising his fist threateningly, casting a menacing look his way. A.O. Guang swallowed hard, feigning toughness. I am wealthy in the East Sea, commanding myriad aquatic beings. With a chuckle, Bai Jin revealed 4 shimmering celestial swords from his sleeve, radiating cold light. Instantly, A.O. Guang was all too eager, bowing deeply and flatteringly exclaimed, my lord, please, after you. Bai Jin soared eastward, while A.O. Guang straightened up, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, hastily following suit. Atop Kunlun Mountain, the grand gates of a palace creaked open with a thunderous sound, and a figure emerged, exuding an imposing presence. Dignified yet unyielding, it was Duobao, Taoist, the foremost disciple of Tongta. As Duobao, a Taoist, focused his mind, he immediately sensed unfamiliar auras newly manifesting upon the mountain point. 2 elegantly adorned women approached him. The Holy Mother of Wudong greeted with a bow. Smiling, congratulations, senior brother, on your emergence from seclusion. Duobao Taoist returned the gesture, replying, it hardly counts as seclusion. What is there to emerge from? Why have unfamiliar auras suddenly appeared on the mountain? I would appreciate your clarification. Junior sister, with a smile playing on her lips, the Holy Mother of Wudong replied, they are all new disciples accepted by our master. She gestured towards the other woman. This is junior sister Jinling, Master's newly accepted direct disciple. The Holy Mother Jinling performed a courteous bow, her voice sweet. I greet you, senior brother. Duobao Taoist returned the greeting, smiling. Greetings, junior sister. The Holy Mother of Wudong continued. The others are all outer disciples accepted by Master. I will have them come to pay their respects shortly. Duobao Taoist replied nonchalantly. Since they are merely outer disciples, there is no need for that. The Holy Mother of Wudong advised. After all, they are fellow disciples. Duobao Taoist shook his head and replied, junior sister, since our master has designated them as outer disciples, it signifies their inadequacies, rendering them unfit to embark on the path of the Great Way. They are destined not to walk alongside us, so it would be prudent for you to limit your interactions with them to avoid future entanglements. Ding, 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 the sound of 3 chimes resonated over the Kunlun Mountains. Duobao Taoist, puzzled, exclaimed, why is the Sanqing bell ringing? Sisters, let us head to the main peak. The Holy Mother of Wudong and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit nodded in agreement. The 3 of them soared on clouds towards the central Taqing Peak. Moments later, a gathering of over 10 individuals convened before the Taqing Hall, engaged in hushed discussions, with Duobao and the other 2 standing before them. The great doors of the hall creaked open, and the murmurs abruptly ceased. The 3 venerables, Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tongtian, emerged from within the hall. The assembled disciples bowed in unison, exclaiming, we pay our respects to our master and to the 2 esteemed uncles. A flicker of displeasure crossed Yuanshi's eyes. Tongtian chuckled, raising his hand and saying, no need for formalities. Thank you, master, the disciples replied in chorus. Taishang, his expression inscrutable, spoke slowly. Duobao. Duobao Taoist stepped forward and respectfully replied, disciple is here. Taishang continued, the Western visitors, the Taoist of guidance and the Taoist of preparation, will be bringing their disciples to visit. It is our duty to host them warmly. Duobao Taoist answered with respect, yes. Yuanshi, casting a stern glance over the crowd, admonished, do not let decorum slip. The disciples echoed, yes. Tongtian shot a glance at Yuanshi and remarked, but do not lose your enthusiasm either. Yuanshi frowned and replied, junior brother, They are guests. How can we be confrontational and lose our composure? Tongtong laughed and said, Brother, if guests seek to overshadow the host, they must be met with resistance. Taishang interjected, They have arrived. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian immediately ceased their bickering. While disputes may happen at home, it is essential to present a harmonious front in the presence of outsiders. A golden cloud descended from the western skies, upon which stood several figures, led by the grim-faced Taoist of guidance and the smiling Taoist of preparation, flanked by their disciples. The cloud dissipated upon reaching the summit of Kunlun Mountain. Taishang, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian approached, with Duo Bao and the other disciples trailing behind. Chapter 7. Disciples discussed the Tao. The Taoist of guidance and the Taoist of preparation bowed in unison, saying, We greet the three elder brothers. Taishang, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian returned the gesture, saying, We greet our junior brothers. The five of them straightened up, exchanging smiles, and the atmosphere felt particularly harmonious. Taishang gazed at the five disciples behind the Taoist of guidance and the Taoist of preparation, asking, Are they your esteemed disciples? The Taoist of preparation chuckled. They cannot be considered esteemed. The West is modest compared to the East's abundance of talent. Here, they might be noteworthy, but in the East, they would merely be ordinary. The five disciples, standing behind the Taoist of preparation, bowed their heads in silence, appearing exceedingly humble. Yuan Shi remarked, If they have caught the discerning eyes of my two junior brothers, how could they possibly be ordinary? Duo Bao, you are to take charge of hosting these junior brothers from the West, ensuring that no courtesy is overlooked. Duo Bao Taoist respectfully replied, Yes. The Taoist of preparation added, You all may proceed. Seek guidance from your elder brothers and learn diligently. The three disciples following the Taoist of preparation responded with humble acknowledgement. Yes, they followed Duo Bao and the others towards the back mountain. Taishang smiled and said, Since my two junior brothers have come all this way, would you care to join me in appreciating the splendid scenery of Kunlun? The Taoist of guidance revealed a hint of a smile and replied, It is better to obey than to refuse. A light laugh echoed in the air, a melodious sound resonating above Kunlun Mountain. Why was I not informed of the gathering of brothers? Taishang, the Taoist of guidance, and others turned their gaze skyward, witnessing ripples in the air as a stunningly exquisite woman descended gracefully from the shimmering waves. The Taoist of preparation bowed respectfully and said, It was merely a whim, and I decided to visit my three elder brothers, acting on impulse without daring to disturb my senior sister. Taishang smiled and said, Since our junior sister is also here, let us hold a pill appreciation gathering today. The old Taoist has recently refined a batch of immortal pills, and I invite my junior sister and junior brothers to partake in their evaluation. The goddess Niwa landed before them, chuckling lightly. I thank my elder brother for this, in an instant, they vanished from before the hall, reappearing beneath a grand tree on the back mountain, surrounding a stone table amidst the fluttering leaves, creating a serene atmosphere. Shortly after, the Holy Mother of Wudong and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit arrived, presenting celestial fruits and exquisite brews before retreating. The back mountain featured a picturesque waterfall with streams of mountain spring water and vibrant flowers, making it a truly beautiful locale. Duo Bao and the others hosted the visiting disciples from the West in this enchanting setting. Duo Bao smiled and inquired, How should I address you, esteemed junior brothers? I am known as Yao Shi, I am Dizong, I am Dashi Ji, I am Riguang, I am Yueguang. The five of them bowed respectfully. Duo Bao nodded. Please take your seats. Yueguang looked around in confusion, asking, Where shall we sit? Duo Bao replied, The Tao follows nature. Thus we shall sit upon the ground. He gracefully perched himself upon a stone, observing them. The other 10 or so named disciples also seated themselves on the ground, some even chuckling, their gazes directed at Yao Shi and the others. Yao Shi smiled, saying, It seems we have been presumptuous. He adjusted his garments and sat down. The group engaged in casual conversations about ancient and contemporary matters, but as the discussions turned towards the Tao, differences began to surface and the laughter gradually diminished. Suddenly, a flurry of wings was heard. A wounded, beautiful little bird descended from the sky, closely pursued by a golden eagle that sought to capture it. Yao Shi waved his hand. releasing a beam of golden light to intercept the eagle. A young man with large ears attempted to lighten the tense atmosphere and jested, "What luck! A meal has come to us. Once I catch it and roast it, we could treat our brothers from the West." Yaosher shook his head. "I appreciate your good intentions, but in our West, acts of slaughter are not permitted." He then turned to Duo Bao Daoist and inquired, "Brother, this is your domain. How should we handle this situation?" Duo Bao Daoist replied calmly, "The law of nature dictates that the weak are preyed upon by the strong. We may simply release it back into the wild." Yaosher shook his head. "If we return it to nature, this beautiful forest spirit will surely perish. Can you truly bear to do so?" Duo Bao Daoist furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Yaosher. "What would you do?" Yaosher rose, cradling the injured little bird in his hands. He gently brushed his hand over the bird's wounded wing, and a golden light enveloped it, instantly healing its injuries. The bird chirped joyfully and took flight, disappearing into the clouds. The young man with large ears felt his pride wounded and sneered. "You saved the little bird. But what of the injustice to the eagle?" Yaosher chuckled lightly and addressed the eagle. "I've taken a piece of meat from you. How about I return it now?" The eagle raised its head to look at Yaosher. Yaosher lifted his garment, using his hand as a knife, and a large, bloody piece of breast meat fell to the ground. The eagle lowered its head, grasped the meat, and soared into the sky, vanishing into the clouds. Everyone stared at Yaosher, astonished by his actions. While he would not die from it, the pain was undeniably real. Yaosher adjusted his attire and turned to the young man with large ears, smiling. "Thus, both can live." The young man's expression darkened, rendered speechless. Duo Bao Daoist regarded Yaosher with a solemn demeanor, sensing that he had come prepared. The appearance of the eagle and the bird was indeed suspicious. Was this the Tao of the West? Yaosher sat cross-legged upon a blue stone. Dizong rose and moved to sit beside a female disciple on the other side under the tree. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit whispered, "What does he intend to do?" The Holy Mother of Wudong shook her head. "I do not know." The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit replied coldly, "I suspect they have come seeking trouble." Dizong, sitting next to the female disciple, frowned and said, "This humble one, Shurji, has met you, elder brother. Are you not seated in the wrong place?" Dizong shook his head in silence. "Please, elder brother, would you mind changing your seat?" Dizong continued to shake his head. Remaining silent, Shurji's eyes flickered with irritation as she formed a seal with her hands. Duo Bao Daoist suddenly interjected, "No hostility towards guests is permitted." With a decisive gesture, Shurji summoned a tempest that surged toward Dizong, enveloping him in a whirlwind of flying sand and dust. Yet, Dizong remained seated, impervious to the chaotic elements raging around him. Observing the futility of the storm, Shurji altered his stance, causing the very earth to tremble as if it were rippling water. Yet still, Dizong did not budge. Bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Dizong's form, but he remained unmoved. The violent winds, torrential rains, hail, and thunder could not compel Dizong to stir, as though he were an indelible part of the ground itself. Suddenly, Shurji stood, his face a mask of fury as he exclaimed, "Well, a commendable Western companion indeed." With a flourish of his sleeve, he strode away. Dizong opened his eyes, smiling as he inquired, "Dear friend, do you understand why your spells and powers are unable to surpass me?" Shurji halted, retorting with sarcasm, "Because you are utterly shameless." Dizong shook his head, responding, "You have grasped one truth. I embody the concept of Wu, nothingness. You possess spells which are existence, that is limited, finite, quantifiable, and confined, whereas I, lacking spells, embody Wu, which is infinite, boundless, immeasurable, and unconfined. The relationship between Wu and you is such that by remaining unchanged, I can counter all changes. My constancy allows me to triumph over your myriad transformations." Shurji turned abruptly to face Dizong, asking, "What are you trying to convey?" Dizong replied with a smile, "Wu represents a mindset of tolerance, a state of composure that you need to cultivate." Shurji's expression shifted multiple times before he turned and walked away. Duo Bao Daoist murmured to himself, "What a profound notion of Wu. This Western doctrine possesses a certain intrigue that I in the pavilion." Tong Tian chuckled with displeasure, remarking, The disciples of my two junior brothers truly possess remarkable skills. Yuan Shi, harboring a hint of discontent, added, "Are my two junior brothers here seeking trouble?" Jing, with a pained expression, clarified, "My esteemed brothers have misunderstood. The communication among disciples follows its own course. Independent of our influence, we have come today solely to inquire about the Tao." Taishang spoke calmly. Jane's words bear merit. Let them resolve their matters amongst themselves, for should they falter in their discourse, it reflects their own inadequacies and poses no harm to them. Tong Tian snorted coldly. Remaining silent, Yuan Shi asked, inquiring about what Tao. Zhuanti responded solemnly, "The way of the sage. Our master has bestowed upon us the primordial purple energy, stating that we may attain sagehood through it. However, over the years, my brother and I have secluded ourselves in contemplation, yet we have gleaned nothing. Hence our visit to consult with you three." Taishang shook his head, saying, "The way of the sage is profound and elusive. We too are ignorant." Enhua chuckled lightly. "Why must the brothers speak in veils? Very well. Since my junior sister has spoken, I shall share a thought." Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances with Taishang, harboring unease. Could he truly have comprehended something? Their previous remarks were no mere pleasantries, for they had delved into the Western Pure Land for centuries without any insight into sagehood. Taishang smiled gently, stating, "The way of heaven benefits without causing harm. The way of the sage acts without contention." Yuan Shi remarked, "The way of heaven is orderly amidst chaos. The way of the sage aligns with the heavenly mandate." Tong Tian proclaimed proudly, with a 3-foot green peak in hand, "I question the heavens and earth, wielding my sword to carve the path." Jin, Zhuanti, and Enhua momentarily lost themselves in thought, as the three paths became clear in their minds. Taishang's doctrine of moderation, Yuan Shi's doctrine of conformity to heaven, and Tong Tian's doctrine of defiance against heaven. Jane shook his head, exclaiming, "The three esteemed brothers have comprehended the paths. The day of their attainment is nigh. We are left in their wake." Taishang, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian exchanged glances, the image of a small figure surfacing in their minds, and they effortlessly turned their heads away. On a small island in the eastern sea, Kuei Nio lay atop a hill, with Bai Jin reclining beside him, her upper body resting on his belly. "Achoo, achoo," Bai Jin sneezed twice in succession, rubbing her nose as she mused aloud. "Who could be thinking of me? My master or my senior sister? Perhaps it's my two esteemed uncles?" She playfully patted Kuei Nio's large belly, producing a booming sound, and said, "Hey there, old bull. Have you made your decision? Once this opportunity passes, it may never return. Being a mount for a sage, could it possibly tarnish your identity? Do you know what a sage is?" Kuei Nio replied with a voice like rolling thunder, "I know. Hongjun Daozu is a sage, the teacher of the world." "Indeed. How esteemed a sage is. Just imagine, as you stroll leisurely through the primordial realms, suddenly a few fierce and terrifying beings surround you. What would you do?" Kuei Nio answered, "I would fight them. And if you cannot win, then I would run. And if you cannot escape..." Kuei Nio fell silent. "Then you would have to wait for death, wouldn't you? But if you were a sage's mount, it would be entirely different. You could simply look disdainfully at the fierce beings around you and proudly declare, 'I am the mount of the sage.' They would surely scatter in fear. And where in the vast primordial world could you not go? Why hide away on this small island?" Kuei Nio's breath grew heavier. Bai Jin continued to entice him. "If you were the mount of Hongjun sage, you would be welcomed in the heavenly court, with the demon emperor greeting you, and among the Wu clan, the 12 ancestral witches accompanying you. Wherever you go, all would show respect. With a single command, all beings would heed you. Tell me, is that not majestic?" Kuei Nio nodded eagerly. "Majestic, dominant, isn't it? Dominant. Do you desire it?" "I do." Bai Jin patted Kuei Nio's belly and declared, "Then come with me." "But you mentioned Tongtian Daoist, who is not Hongjun Daozu." Bai Jin sprang to her feet, asserting, "Hongjun Daoist is a sage. My master will become a sage in the future as well. What difference does it make if they are both sages?" Kuei Nio stood up, humming, "It seems there is none." "Precisely. When the dragon clan of the Eastern Sea learned that I was seeking a mount, they all flocked to me. Even a dragon maiden offered her services as a bedfellow, all eager to become the mount of my future sage master. But who am I? I am the disciple of a future sage. How could I be swayed by such trifles? I sternly reprimanded them, leaving them abashed, and thus chose from among the myriad beings of the Eastern Sea, vowing to offer all creatures a fair chance. Kuei Nyo nodded solemnly. You are a good person. The Eastern Sea Dragon Clan is too despicable. Bai Jin lamented. It's not that the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan is despicable. The identity of a sage's mount is simply too precious. I chose you because I saw potential. Had you refused, I would have had no choice but to select from the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan. How regrettable that my true form is unsuitable for being a mount. Otherwise, how could such an opportunity have fallen to you? I envy you, those primordial aberrations. Kuei Nyo's eyes flickered with pride as he muttered. Fine, I will go with you. Just don't choose that group of dragons from the Eastern Sea. They are all too wicked, daring to tempt you and ruin our opportunity. Bai Jin's eyes sparkled with joy. It was no easy feat to win over her master's mount, and thus the fate of her own mount came to an end. Bai Jin gracefully mounted Kuei Nyo's back, patting his neck as she instructed. From now on, as a sage's mount, your identity is of great significance. Your words and actions will attract attention from all sides. Therefore, you must be mindful of your conduct, even if you harbor ill feelings toward the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan. You must not voice them. We must be aware of our identity. Kuei Nyo straightened his posture, declaring, I understand. I am now a mount of distinction. Bai Jin cheered. Let us depart. We shall return to Kunlun Mountain. Do you know the way to Kunlun Mountain? I know. I have traversed the vast primordial lands. Kuei Nyo bore Bai Jin across the surging sea, swiftly making their way toward the continent that a sudden thought flashed in Bai Jin's mind. And she promptly asked, by the way, does your bull clan have any other aberrations? Perhaps formidable beings like the Azure Bull or the five-color Divine Bull. Kuei Nyo replied, I, Kuei Nyo, am a primordial aberration. Not of the bull clan. I have no connection to such inferior races. How many hooves do you have? 2. Scientifically classified. You belong to the order Artiodactyla, family Bovidae, which is all the same. What is science? Science is a discipline that elucidates phenomena. You wouldn't understand even if I told you that I understand. It must be the way of the sage. Chapter 9. The demon clan pressures the dragon clan as the conversation unfolded. The skies suddenly darkened, with ominous clouds gathering and thunder crashing down, enveloping thousands of miles of ocean. Kuei Nyo abruptly lifted his head and let out a resounding bovine roar that shook the heavens. His eyes transformed into a brilliant silver as the surrounding thunderbolts surged into his mouth like rivers merging into the sea, absorbed by him. The remaining thunderbolts plummeted into the ocean, creating colossal water columns that erupted and transformed into a torrential downpour. Bai Jin immediately urged, quickly, take refuge beneath the water. Without hesitation, Kuei Nyo dove beneath the surface with Bai Jin in tow. Roars of fury echoed as celestial dragons burst forth from the depths of the sea, raising towering columns of water that crashed back down into the ocean, while several divine dragons soared above the waves. Above, the clouds churned with a host of demons, thousands of them materializing and emitting eerie howls. Leading them was a youth crowned with flames, clad in crimson armor, resembling a deity of fire. The divine dragons shimmered with light, transforming into half-dragon, half-human beings. The elderly dragon king, adorned in dragon robes, coldly addressed. Bai Fong, the demon god, do not overstep your bounds. The red-armored Bai Fong let out a chilling laugh and replied, Old Dragon King, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. It is an honor for you to offer the 9-dragon chariot to the demon emperor. Should you refuse to present it, the dragon clan shall find no sanctuary in the primordial lands henceforth. The dragon king retorted furiously, that is out of the question. We can always retreat to the eastern Azure Dragon realm. Beneath the surface, Bai Jin quietly inquired, have you heard of the 9-dragon chariot? Kuei Nyo shook his head. Bai Fong, adjusting the flames on his head, declared, if you head to the eastern Azure Dragon realm, you will abandon the 4 seas. Are you willing to do so? I shall grant you 3 days' time. Respond then with either the 9-dragon chariot or prepare for war. Thousands of demon soldiers erupted into cheers, shouting, war, war, war. Bai Fong turned around, and the demon troops parted to create a passageway for him as he walked through, while the soldiers regrouped, commanding the demon clouds to ascend into the sky. Beneath the surface, Kuei Nyo fumed. Senior brother, they just attacked us? Bai Jin nodded. I am well aware, but can you contend with them? There are 365 demon gods at the pinnacle of power. Kuei Nyo fell silent. Then eventually said, but you are here, senior brother. Bai Jin rolled his eyes. I am no better than you. Kuei Nyo, perplexed, asked, Senior brother, did you not say that the disciples of saints are quite formidable? Why do we seem so powerless? Rest assured, once Master attains sainthood, we shall be remarkable, replied Bai Jin. Oh, Kuei Nyo murmured softly. The Dragon King turned his gaze toward the western sea, stating, which esteemed friend is present? Please reveal yourself, Kuei Nyo whispered. Senior brother, it seems we have been discovered, Bai Jin responded. Then let us go out. Kuei Nyo carried Bai Jin upward from the ocean's depths toward the Dragon Clan. Guang's eyes widened in shock as he pointed at Bai Jin, exclaiming, Father, it is him. He is the one I spoke of, the Dragon King, realizing, smiled and said, Thank you, young friend, for saving my son. Bai Jin humbly replied, Even without my intervention, he was not in peril. The Dragon King chuckled. Yet he would have faced some hardship. He gestured. If you have no pressing matters, would you care to visit the Dragon Palace for a discussion? Bai Jin, recalling their earlier mention of the 9-dragon chariot, nodded. Then it would be my honor to comply. The group parted the waters, descending to the seabed, and entering the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. In the Grand Hall, they took their respective seats, with Kuei Nyo resting behind Bai Jin. While mermaids served exquisite wine and delicacies, the Dragon King smiled, saying, I have heard that you have recently acquired a piece of innate spiritual treasure. How delightful. Bai Jin's expression shifted as he asked, Does your majesty wish to obtain this innate spiritual treasure? The Dragon King laughed heartily. Young friend, you misunderstand. Treasures of the world rightfully belong to those deserving of them. Since you have obtained this innate spiritual treasure, it is clearly destined for you. I would never resort to unscrupulous means. Moreover, my Dragon Clan possesses vast riches. A mere innate spiritual treasure is hardly worthy of my attention. Guang scoffed. You're just boasting again. If you can produce a second innate spiritual treasure, I'll concede defeat. Bai Jin's expression grew peculiar. Had he not witnessed Guang's greedy demeanor towards innate spiritual treasures, he might have believed the Dragon King's words. The Dragon King, apologetically, said, Due to my clan's issues, you have been drawn into conflict. I express my sincere apologies. Bai Jin quickly responded, There is no blame to be placed on the Dragon King. The Demon Clan has indeed grown excessively arrogant. The Dragon King sighed. In the 33 heavens lies the supreme demon court, governed by the laws of Hong Jun, granting them the power to act with such impunity. Bai Jin, puzzled, asked, Your Majesty, you seem remarkably calm, even finding the leisure to entertain me. The Dragon King shook his head, lamenting, What good is haste? The situation is beyond our control. I've already resolved to lead my kin to the Azure Dragon realm. Bai Jin, intrigued, inquired, What exactly is this 9-dragon chariot? The Dragon King replied, In ancient times, our clan's ancestral dragons subdued the world, and the scales and armor of myriad beings forged a 9-dragon Agrawud chariot as the ancestral dragon's chariot, which became a symbol of his identity. Later, during the Dragon Han calamity, the ancestral dragon perished, and the 9-dragon Agrawud chariot was stored in the treasury that I know not how the Demon Emperor learned of its existence. But he demands that we present it as a sign of submission. Guang cursed, The despicable Demon Clan. Bai Jin's heart leaped with joy. Indeed, it was the 9-dragon Agrawud chariot, in myth and legend. It was the chariot of the primordial supreme being. However, its origins were shrouded in mystery. Some claimed it was forged by the primordial supreme being himself, while others said it was crafted by Hong Jun. And yet others insisted it was seized from the Dragon Clan. Now Bai Jin understood that the 9-dragon Agrawud chariot had once been the ancestral dragon's chariot. This was unacceptable. He must acquire it. Master Uncle had the great red robe, and Master had Kuei Nyo as a steed. If second Master Uncle received no gift, would he not make life difficult for me? Gifts must not be given lightly. They must be cherished by the recipient, the present. Nothing could be more suitable than the 9-dragon Agrawud chariot. Fuming, Bai Jin declared, "The demon clan is simply intolerable. Old Dragon King, we cannot suffer this indignity. Let us fight them." The Dragon King awkwardly chuckled. "We cannot win." With a loud bang, Bai Jin slammed his palm on the table, startling the Dragon King, while Koei Nyo leaped up, wide-eyed. Bai Jin shouted, "Even if we cannot win, we must fight. Shall we allow those demons to ride upon us, defiling us?" The Dragon King's eyelids twitched. Why did he appear more agitated than I? Ao Guang looked at Bai Jin suspiciously, pondering what scheme he was concocting. "And who are we in this scenario? You seize my innate spiritual treasure, and from now on, we shall sever ties. You are you, and we are we." Bai Jin suddenly stood, exclaiming in fury, "Old Dragon King, I will lead the charge. We shall ascend to the heavens, slay the demons, and vanquish the demon emperor, demonstrating our Dragon Clan's valor. As the saying goes, the emperor takes turns. This year, it is my turn. Today, we shall topple the demon court and restore our Dragon Clan to its rightful prominence in the celestial realm." Chapter 10. Acquiring the 9-dragon Agarwood chariot, the Dragon King's whiskers twitched as he instinctively glanced at the wine and food on the table before Bai Jin. How much has he consumed? Is he already drunk? He quickly rose to persuade. "Young friend, it need not come to that." Bai Jin pointed at himself, his face flushed with rage. "Ao Guang, and I share a bond forged through life and death. He is my brother, and so are you, Dragon Clan. Your humiliation is my humiliation. There is no need for further pleasantries. I shall confront them for a fight to the death. I will not allow our Dragon Clan's treasure to fall into the hands of the Demon Clan." He turned and strode toward the exit. The Dragon King swiftly glided down from his throne, grasping Bai Jin's arm. "Touched, I have felt the depth of your friendship. From now on, you shall be considered kin to our Dragon Clan. However, it is not worth risking lives over a mere 9-dragon chariot." Bai Jin immediately turned and embraced the Dragon King, exclaiming, "Kin, the 9-dragon chariot is our Dragon Clan's treasure." The Dragon King patted Bai Jin's back. "Equally moved, indeed, but the 9-dragon chariot is not truly a treasure. It is not worth risking lives." Bai Jin suddenly pushed the Dragon King away, frowning. "Not a treasure?" The Dragon King nodded earnestly. "Indeed, the 9-dragon chariot is merely a symbolic vehicle. It holds no other significance. Then it can be given to the Demon Clan." The old Dragon King immediately shook his head and proclaimed, "Absolutely not. The symbolic significance of the 9-dragon chariot lies in the subjugation of the Dragon Clan. If the Demon Emperor obtains the 9-dragon chariot, he could use this symbolism to coerce our clan, rendering us extremely passive. Are not the demon tribes already pressuring you?" The old Dragon King chuckled with satisfaction, adding, "Currently, they exert their strength without justification. With the Azure Dragon Saint present, they dare not overstep their bounds. However, should the 9-dragon chariot fall into the hands of the demon tribe, the Demon Emperor would possess the authority to exert unrestrained pressure upon us dragons. The 9-dragon chariot is indeed of utmost importance," he continued. "While one could argue its significance, it must not fall into the hands of the demon tribe." Bai Jin contemplated for a moment, a resolute glimmer flashing in his eyes as he earnestly gazed at the old Dragon King. "Dear Elder, do you trust me?" The old Dragon King nodded, moved, and replied, "You are our kin, our friend. I certainly trust you." Bai Jin embraced the old Dragon King, emotionally stating, "Beloved Elder, for the sake of our Dragon Clan, entrust the 9-dragon chariot to me. I shall take it to a safe location where the demon tribe will never find it." The old Dragon King, touched, exclaimed, "Oh dear, if the demon tribe discovers this, you shall be in great danger." "What of that? For the safety of our Dragon Clan, I would not hesitate to sacrifice myself." The old Dragon King was profoundly moved, uncertain how to repay such immense kindness. "For my own safety, and to better protect the 9-dragon chariot, might I borrow a few innate spiritual treasures from your majesty?" The old Dragon King pushed Bai Jin away, cleared his throat, and nonchalantly said, "Come, I shall take you to retrieve the 9-dragon chariot." The two companions ventured deeper into the Dragon Palace. Kuei Nyo hurriedly followed, his mind muddled, and his eyes filled with confusion. How had his senior brother become kin with the Dragon Clan? Hadn't it been said that the Dragon Clan were all malevolent dragons? In the great hall of the Dragon Palace, Ao Guang sat alone, perplexed. What was this? Why did it feel like he could not keep up with their pace? How had the villain who had stolen his innate spiritual treasures become kin? Why was the nine-dragon chariot being given to him? The nine-dragon chariot? Ao Guang's eyes widened in disbelief, and he rushed outside. Had his father truly been fooled? That wretched little thief! The door to a treasure vault suddenly swung open with a resounding crash, and auspicious energy surged forth from within. Bai Jin and the old Dragon King stepped into the vault. Greeted by the auspicious aura, inside the vault lay a magnificent chariot, shimmering with golden light and surrounded by auspicious clouds, adorned with various dragon patterns. Its four wheels resembled blossoming lotus flowers, and 9 brass divine dragons lay prostrate before the chariot. Exuding majesty and grandeur, the old Dragon King sighed. This is the 9-dragon chariot. Bai Jin, puzzled, remarked, but they are bronze dragons? I had thought they were real dragons. The old Dragon King explained, these 9 divine dragons are crafted from the gold of the heavenly river, imbued with the souls of 9 ancient dragons. Without their acknowledgement, one cannot control the 9-dragon chariot. Bai Jin marveled, truly befitting the ancestral dragon's chariot. It is indeed awe-inspiring. The old Dragon King stated, according to the Azure Dragon Saint. Once the 9-dragon chariot was successfully forged, the Dragonhan cataclysm ensued. In truth, the ancestral dragon never once controlled it. Bai Jin rejoiced. It is in pristine condition. That is even better. If I were to present my uncle with a second-hand item, he might truly take offense. The old Dragon King turned to Bai Jin, asking in confusion, "What do you mean?" Bai Jin quickly clarified, "I simply meant that I truly wish to see the ancestral dragon commanding the 9-dragon chariot. It would surely be a magnificent sight." The old Dragon King lamented, "That sight shall never be witnessed again." He then turned to Bai Jin with a serious expression, saying, "The 9-dragon chariot is now entrusted to your protection. The lifeblood of our dragon clan rests in your hands." Bai Jin solemnly replied, "Rest assured, your majesty. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure that the 9-dragon chariot remains unscathed, and I shall never allow my kin to be threatened by the demon tribe." The old Dragon King, moved, said, "Good brother, you must protect yourself, and take the 9-dragon chariot away quietly. Do not allow the demon tribe to discover it." Understood. Bai Jin stepped forward, placed his hand upon the 9-dragon chariot, and in an instant, it vanished. After a heartfelt farewell, the two turned away, tears in their eyes, as if they were parting beloved brothers. Ao Guang rushed in from outside, gazing at the empty vault in disbelief. "Old man, you truly gave the 9-dragon chariot to him? This is the greatest treasure of our dragon clan." The old Dragon King nodded, saying calmly, "Indeed, I have given it to him. Our dragon clan no longer requires the 9-dragon chariot." "We should not linger in past glories." Ao Guang muttered. "This is disastrous. The old man has truly been deceived." He looked at the old Dragon King suspiciously and said, "I find it strange how you became such good brothers. Did you truly believe his words? You actually gave him the 9-dragon chariot. Do you think that once he surfaces, he won't dismantle it and forge it into a treasure?" The old Dragon King stated, "If the 9-dragon chariot incites calamity while in our possession, it is better to relinquish it. Moreover, giving it to this young friend is also the intent of the Azure Dragon Saint." Ao Guang's eyes widened in disbelief. "The Azure Dragon Saint?" He quickly asked, "But what will we do if the demon tribe comes again?" The old Dragon King revealed a sly smile, saying, "We shall send a message to the demon tribe, claiming that our 9-dragon chariot was stolen by a little thief riding ACOW. Ao Guang scratched his head, troubled. "What are you all plotting? First, you give the 9-dragon chariot to Bai Jin, and now you intend to inform the demon tribe that it was stolen by him. Is it not certain they will hunt him down? Will our 9-dragon chariot not be exposed?" Chapter 11. Battle against the demon tribe. The old Dragon King chuckled with delight once this message spreads. The ensuing battle will be between the demon tribe and him, allowing our dragon clan to withdraw. Ao Guang anxiously interjected, "But what if the 9-dragon chariot truly falls into the hands of the demon tribe?" The old Dragon King patted Ao Guang's shoulder, stating, "Once something is stolen, how could we, the dragon clan, ever acknowledge it? It was not obtained from us. We shall simply assert that the 9-dragon chariot is a counterfeit. Furthermore, this young friend is no ordinary individual. The demon tribe will find it difficult to seize it." "Counterfeit?" A.O. Guang's mouth twitched as he remarked, "Old man, do your parents know how devious you are? Your grandparents perished long ago during the calamity." The old Dragon King replied with pride, "This is not malice. It is wisdom. Young one, you are still far from becoming a Dragon King. Study diligently." Bai Jin rode Kuan Yin through the depths of the sea. Urging, "Hurry! Hurry!" Kuan Yin joyfully exclaimed, "Senior brother, you managed to acquire the 9-dragon chariot of the Dragon Clan. You are amazing." Bai Jin scoffed with a cold laugh, saying, "The EC Dragon King is but an old fox." Intending to divert disaster, he willingly gave the 9-dragon chariot to me. That old fellow has no good intentions. Kuan Yin murmured, "I think he seems quite nice. Do you believe he has not already informed the demon tribe that the 9-dragon chariot is in my possession?" "Surely not. He does not appear to be that kind of person. That aren't you both kin?" A.O. Guang's earlier words rang true. The old Dragon King was indeed a cunning old coot. Suddenly, a fiery divine sword fell from the sky like a divine punishment, stirring up massive waves in the East Sea. The steam evaporated, forming a dense fog over the surface of the water. Bai Jin was propelled from the seabed, shooting forth like a cannonball, stabilizing himself in midair. Standing atop the swirling demonic clouds were the armored demon god, Bai Fong, and thousands of powerful demon warriors. Bai Fong extended his hand, summoning a flaming divine sword from the depths of the sea. Tearing through the steam enveloping the surface, Bai Fong's gaze fell upon Bai Jin, riding Kuan Yin, and a glimmer of delight flickered in his eyes that it was indeed the primordial beast Kuan Yin. With proper nurturing, the demon court could soon gain another demon G. As for Bai Jin, he was dismissed entirely. Merely a golden, immortal-level white crane demon, with ordinary aptitude and limited potential, Bai Fong coldly declared. "Who is this little thief? How dare you steal what belongs to the demon court?" Bai Jin quietly remarked, "Do you see? I told you so." Kuan Yin nodded fervently. "Senior brother is wise," Bai Fong barked. "I asked you a question. Did you not hear me?" Bai Jin looked up with a foolish grin, saying, "We are reclusive cultivators from the East Sea, intending to visit relatives in the primordial continent." "Nonsense. Hand over the 9-dragon chariot and submit to the demon court, or I shall spare you not," Bai Fong reprimanded. Bai Jin feigned innocence, saying, "I truly know nothing of the 9-dragon chariot. We are but 2 ordinary cultivators." Kuan Yin nodded in agreement, conceding defeat. "The East Sea Dragon King has already spoken. You dare to argue?" Bai Fong sneered, saying, "Chu Yang, apprehend them." "Yes," a wolf demon clad in armor shouted. "Follow me." Dozens of demon clans, following the wolf demon, howled with excitement as they lunged towards Bai Jin and his companion, Bai Fong observed coldly from the sidelines, a vague sense of anticipation rising within him, eagerly awaiting Kuan Yin's performance. Kuan Yin, somewhat flustered, inquired, "Senior brother, what should we do now?" Bai Jin's previously innocent smile vanished, replaced by a tone of resignation as he replied, "I truly do not wish to engage in combat." A glimmer of cold light flickered in his hand, revealing a celestial sword inscribed with the characters Qing Yun on its hilt. Gripping the Qing Yun sword, Bai Jin soared into the air, his gaze fixed upon the throng of advancing demons, while recalling a path of swordsmanship within his mind. He traced the air with his sword, unleashing a strike known as Kaitian Yijian. A brilliant beam of light swept through the air, and with a series of splattering sounds, the demons were instantly drenched in blood, including the wolf demon Chu Yang, who perished without exception, their flesh scattered. The demons in the clouds were taken aback, instinctively retreating a step. After all, Chu Yang was a formidable demon at the late golden immortal stage. Yet he could not withstand even a single strike. Bai Jin staggered slightly, his entire being momentarily drained of magical energy, before alighting gracefully upon Kuan Yin's shoulders. Kuan Yin's eyes reflected shock as he internally exclaimed, "Senior brother, you're incredible." Bai Jin tightened his grip on the celestial sword, a hint of regret surfacing in his heart. It seemed he could only unleash the power of a single blow if he could strike repeatedly. Even a Tai golden immortal would not be beyond his reach. Bai Fong's pupils constricted sharply, fear evident in his gaze as he sensed an inkling of danger from Bai Jin's swordplay. Bai Jin lifted his head to meet Bai Fong's gaze, casually brushing his hair back as he said, "Well then, since the Dragon King of the East Sea has already revealed his hand. I have nothing further to conceal. The 9 Dragons incense burner is indeed in my possession, but I cannot part with it. I intend to present it to my master uncle. I kindly ask for your understanding. Demon God, by the way. I hail from Kunlun Mountain. A flicker of astonishment crossed by Fong's eyes. A disciple of the 3 Pure Ones? Greed soon filled his expression as he thought, the 9 Dragons incense burner. A congenital spiritual treasure, and that sword technique. If I can handle this cleanly, they shall all be mine. What do the 3 Pure Ones matter? Would they really descend upon the heavenly realm for a mere disciple? Bai Fong spoke in a deep voice. Since you are a disciple of the 3 Pure Ones, I shall grant you this favor. Bai Jin smiled and bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, demon god. However, as Bai Jin lowered his head, a glint of cold light flashed in Bai Fong's eyes. He suddenly lunged toward Bai Jin, unleashing a torrent of Bai Fong's divine fire that coalesced into a massive bird claw of flames. Measuring 1,000 meters, reaching for Bai Jin and Quinyu, the claw had already locked onto a space before it even descended, leaving no escape. Bai Jin swiftly raised his hand, causing a Taiji diagram to manifest above him. When the flaming bird claw landed upon the diagram, it instantly disintegrated into flames, flowing into the yang eye of the Taiji diagram like rivers converging into the sea. Bai Jin lifted his head and remarked, "A sneak attack is unbecoming of your identity as a demon god. One must reciprocate. Allow me to offer you a strike in return." With a reversal of his gesture, a flaming divine sword shot forth from the yin eye of the Taiji diagram. Hurtling towards Bai Fong with the speed of light, a resounding explosion echoed, and an inferno spread across the heavens. Emerging from the firestorm, a blood-soaked Bai Fong divine bird soared upward in panic. Bai Jin lowered his hand, and the Taiji diagram faded away. Quinyu, filled with excitement, inquired, "Senior brother, what sort of technique is this? It's incredible. Can you teach me?" Bai Jin replied, "This is known as Qian Keng. You may ask Master for guidance in the future. I cannot teach you." Quinyu nodded fervently, mentally noting the name Qian Keng. Bai Jin sighed in relief, grateful he had prepared the Taiji diagram from his master uncle. The primordial world was indeed treacherous. Everyone was like old silver coins. Even a great Luo golden immortal had to exert full force to contend with a mere golden immortal. It seemed that a pure little rabbit like himself should remain sheltered beneath the wings of powerful figures. Watching the tumultuous world unfold, Bai Jin patted Quinyu's neck and said, "Let us return to Kunlun." Quinyu summoned thunderclouds and soared towards the vast primordial continent. Amidst the surging sea, 2 figures quietly ascended. They were the old Dragon King of the East Sea and Ao Guang. The old Dragon King sighed, "See, I told you he wouldn't be easy to handle. His origins must be incredibly impressive." Ao Guang casually responded, "Indeed, so many demons have perished, including several powerful golden immortals. These are resources we must collect." Chapter 12. On treasures by the waterfall at the back of Kunlun Mountain, the atmosphere was tense. Yaoshi and others were engaged in fervent discussions. The embryonic form of the Buddhist path had emerged, starkly contrasting with the Taoist teachings. The disciples of Qingyun Peak wore ashen expressions, unable to refute what they had never heard before. Duo Bao sat cross-legged on a green stone, absorbing the teachings of the West as thoughts surged in his mind, resonating with his own understanding, awakening feelings of enlightenment. Suddenly, Wudong Shengmu smiled and interjected, "The lofty discourse of our Western friends has enlightened us. Yet too much may lead to imbalance. Shall we pause our discussions on the Tao for the moment and instead deliberate on treasures?" Yaoshi, Dizong, and the others exchanged knowing glances, a hint of amusement in their eyes. As I had anticipated this, Dizong nodded with a smile. "Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest, sister." Shiji abruptly stood, casting a dark glance at Dizong. "I shall go first," with a wave of his hand. A white cloth materialized before him as he proclaimed, "This is the Bagui Yun Guangpa, adorned with the treasures of Kan, Li, Zhen, and Ui, encompassing all wonders, capable of summoning the deities of the 8 directions for protection. It ranks as a low-grade congenital spiritual treasure." Dizong slowly rose, producing a luminous pearl, and smiled. "I possess a pearl that can illuminate the heart's purity, though it is merely a mundane item and does not qualify as congenital. Thus, my dear sister wins this round. Shi waved his hand, stowing the Bagua Yun Guang Pa, and returned to his seat with an air of pride that a young man with large ears stood up. Looking coldly at Yao Shi, I am the long-eared Dingguang immortal. Please enlighten me. Yao Shi rose, bowing respectfully as he replied with a smile. Greetings, long-eared Dingguang immortal, junior brother. The long-eared Dingguang immortal waved his hand, revealing a celestial sword before him. This is the Fun Guang Ding Ing sword, a low-grade congenital spiritual treasure. Yao Shi produced a medicinal talisman, smiling as he stated, this is a Liuli medicinal talisman, a mundane item. So my junior brother wins this round. The long-eared Dingguang immortal returned the Fun Guang Ding Ing sword to its place. 2 more disciples presented their treasures, with the sunlight and moonlight respectively revealing a bowl and a string of pearls. The outcome was predictable. Both sunlight and moonlight faced defeat. The disciples of Qingyun Peak smiled, their expressions relaxing as they continued to observe their Western counterparts. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother quietly mused. Sister, is the West truly this impoverished? Not a single congenital spiritual treasure. Wudong Shengmu replied calmly. They're doing this intentionally. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother, perplexed, asked intentionally, why? Wudong Shengmu shook her head. I do not know, but they are undoubtedly well prepared. I will test them. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother stood, addressing Dashiji. Senior brother, please. Dashiji rose, smiling serenely as he said, our Western realm is humble. I apologize for any amusement caused to my junior sister. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother narrowed her eyes. Humble or not, I cannot say, for I have never been there. However, your brother's thoughts are quite extravagant. Overthinking is detrimental to cultivation. Dashiji nodded. What you say is true. He smiled. It is indeed better to maintain simplicity. Only through simplicity can one attain tranquility, and through tranquility can one achieve supreme bliss. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother manifested a floating dust in her hand, stating, this clear heart floating dust is crafted from a wisp of pure breeze, sweeping away the world's dust, and barely qualifies as a postnatal spiritual treasure. Dashiji produced a staff made of withered wood. Smiling, a common wooden staff, lacking any special properties. My junior sister wins again. What if I do this? The Golden Spirit Holy Mother shattered the floating dust with a snap, dispersing it into a wisp of breeze. Dashiji was taken aback, conceding, now I find myself slightly at a disadvantage. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother chuckled, I thought you might also destroy the wooden staff. Dashiji tenderly touched the staff, saying, this staff was given to me by my revered teacher, who personally broke it from a Bodhi tree for my journey of inquiry. I would never dare to damage it. Duo Bao surveyed Dizong and the others, a thought forming in his mind. A counterattack was imminent. Wudong Shengmu also furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous feeling arise. Dizong, holding the pearl, stood up and cheerfully asked, Sister Shiji, may I inquire about the origin of your Bagua Yun Guang Pa? Shiji replied, it was naturally bestowed upon me by my master. Dizong continued, and where did your master acquire it? From the Fun Bao, Cliff Dake Itagarba raised the luminous pearl in his hand and remarked, in the West, I am bereft of any innate spiritual treasures. This pearl was personally sought by my master from the depths of the Western Sea and meticulously refined by his own hand. Although its material is ordinary and pales in comparison to the preciousness of innate spiritual treasures, the affection embodied in this gift from my esteemed teacher is invaluable to me, far surpassing the worth of a myriad of such treasures. The medicine master slowly rose, cradling the medicinal talisman in his hands, and smiled, saying, my master devoted considerable effort to concoct this talisman. He journeyed beyond the 33 heavens to procure the primordial stardust and extracted the source of pure water from the profound depths of the ocean. A process that spanned 33 years. Though it may not be innate, it carries the fervent hopes of my master, which I, as his disciple, would never dare to disappoint. The long-eared enlightenment, immortal, sat silently on the ground, his expression contemplative, as the radiant sword of light momentarily lost its allure. The Sunlight Master held a bowl and stated earnestly, this bowl, humbly named the Golden Bowl, was crafted by my master himself, who inscribed the profound script of the Tao within it. The Moonlight Master rose, holding a string of prayer beads, and said, "Each bead in this string was hand-carved by my master, with every single one imbued with a unique divine power, bestowed upon me for my protection." The Great Compassionate One surveyed the many disciples of the Upper Clarity Peak and remarked, "Although our treasures may not be as precious as those of our junior brothers and sisters, they are all creations of our Master's own hands, infused with a sentiment that transcends any measurable value." K. Itagarba and the others glanced at one another, observing the solemn demeanor of all the disciples from Upper Clarity. While innate spiritual treasures are indeed precious, the bonds of affection they represent are of a different magnitude. All the disciples instinctively turned their gazes toward the multiple treasures Taoist, for if anyone were to possess a treasure crafted by the Master himself, it would undoubtedly be the direct disciple of the Grand Master. The multiple treasures Taoist remained unfazed and remarked, "One concerns the value of the treasure, the other the depth of sentiment. Indeed, it is a difficult comparison. Let us leave it at that." The Great Compassionate One bowed slightly and smiled, saying, "What my elder brother says is indeed true." The Golden Spirit Mother suddenly sat down, her voice low and filled with indignation. Those detestable disciples from the West, the other disciples from Upper Clarity, exhibited equally grave expressions. Although they spoke of resolving matters amicably, everyone was acutely aware of the pressure they felt, having been bested by the outsiders from the West in both discourse and treasures. The disciples of Upper Clarity were collectively stifled by a simmering anger. Chapter 13. The Return of Baijin Beneath the Flourishing Tree. Tong Tian sneered, "Your disciples are indeed eloquent, dear brothers." Zhuan Ti, flushed with enthusiasm, replied, "Elder brother, you overpraise them. They are still young and may have inadvertently offended you in their words that I hope you can be forgiving." Yuanshi squinted, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Young? I see they possess quite a boldness." Taishang spoke languidly. "Enough. Let the younger generation handle their own affairs. We shall merely observe." Suddenly, Tong Tian turned his head toward the outside, exclaiming, "Ah, he has returned." Yuanshi and Taishang also turned to face the east, a glimmer of amusement flashing in their eyes. They had grown somewhat accustomed to the absence of this young one seeking their greetings. Niwa glanced eastward, her gaze piercing through layers of space, spotting a simple young man leading a Kuei bull through the clouds, his demeanor slightly lost as he glanced at the three Pure Ones. The attention of the three Pure Ones was drawn to this seemingly unremarkable disciple, hinting that he was far from ordinary, and a smile graced her lips as she wondered what amusing events his arrival would bring. Tong Tian called out, "Baijin, go to the Yuquan waterfall." Baijin paused in midair. Bewildered, the Yuquan waterfall? Isn't that the domain of the elder brother? What business do I have there? He nodded respectfully, understood, and straightened, patting the Kuei bull. "Please bear with me for a moment." The Kuei bull nodded, its form suddenly shrinking into a pale beam of light, entering Baijin's sleeve. Zhuan Ti cast a sidelong glance at Tong Tian and then regarded Baijin with interest. This young one, favored by the three Pure Ones, must possess exceptional qualities. Yet, he held unwavering confidence in his own disciples. Having prepared for this discourse for a century, at the waterfall, the disciples from the West wore smiles, while those from Upper Clarity bore expressions of discontent. A heavy, silent atmosphere enveloping the area. Elder brother, elder sister, it has been quite some time. Why has it become so lively?" Baijin's laughter echoed as he descended upon white clouds. The Wudong Holy Mother suddenly rose, her face alight with joy. "My junior brother has returned." The other disciples from Upper Clarity, along with the Great Compassionate One and K. Itagarba, turned their gazes toward the slowly descending Baijin. Among the disciples of Upper Clarity, some harbored curiosity. Is this truly the legendary third disciple of the Master? He appears quite unremarkable. Others maintained an indifferent attitude. For instance, the long-eared Enlightenment Immortal regarded Baijin with disdain, thinking him merely a newcomer. What achievements could a mere mortal achieve? The Wudong Holy Mother smiled and asked, "Junior brother, was your journey smooth?" Baijin nodded, responding with a smile. "It went even better than I had anticipated." He looked around, puzzled. "Who are these people?" The Wudong Holy Mother replied, "Allow me to introduce them to you." She gestured to the nearby Golden Spirit Mother, saying, "This is our master's newly accepted direct disciple, named Jinling." Bai Jin's heart stirred. Golden Spirit Mother? He immediately bowed. "I pay my respects to Sister Jinling." Jinling returned the bow, saying, "I pay my respects to brother." Suddenly, the multiple treasures Taoist interjected. "Bai Jin, Sister Jinling is a direct disciple. You are merely an outer disciple. Regardless of your time of entry, you must respectfully address her as sister." Bai Jin paused, glancing at multiple treasures, and smiled. "That indeed was my oversight." He bowed once more. "I pay my respects to sister." Jinling felt momentarily flustered, sensing a subtle tension between multiple treasures and Bai Jin. The Wudong Holy Mother promptly led Bai Jin to stand before a female disciple. Introducing her, "This is Sister Shi Ji." "Greetings, Sister Shi Ji," Bai Jin said. Shi Ji quickly floated up, bowing. "I pay my respects to brother." "This is Sister Gu Liang. This is Brother Long-Eared Enlightenment Immortal. This is Sister Qing Yu." Bai Jin greeted each one, and when he addressed the Long-Eared Enlightenment Immortal, he could distinctly sense the disdain emanating from him, casting a few extra glances at the first rebel of the Jie sect. Finally, the Wudong Holy Mother gestured toward the group from the west, introducing, "These are the Great Compassionate One, K. Itagarba, the Medicine Master, the Sunlight Master, and the Moonlight Master, disciples of our two esteemed uncles from the west." Bai Jin scrutinized them, recognizing the names that echoed like thunder in his past life. The Great Compassionate Bodhisattva, the K. Itagarba King Bodhisattva, the Medicine Master Lili Buddha, the Sunlight Bodhisattva, and the Moonlight Bodhisattva. The Great Compassionate One smiled. "Brother, is there something amiss?" Bai Jin bowed, smiling. "I am Bai Jin, here to greet my fellow Taoists, the Great Compassionate One, K. Itagarba." And the others also bowed, saying, "We greet you, brother." After the formalities, everyone resumed their seats, the atmosphere still heavy with tension. Bai Jin discreetly asked, "Sister, what has transpired? This atmosphere feels rather off." The Wudong Holy Mother conveyed through thought. "The disciples from the West are here to stir trouble." With a flicker of thought, she relayed the previous events to Bai Jin, and all the occurrences unfolded in his mind. Bai Jin understood, glancing at the Great Compassionate One and the others. Realizing that the disciples of the Buddha were indeed adept at rhetoric, from their discussions, it was clear that the Buddhist sect was beginning to take shape. The Great Compassionate One, K. Itagarba, and the others exchanged subtle smiles with Bai Jin, mentally preparing themselves for whatever he might propose. Bai Jin suddenly rose, looking skyward with reverence. "Our revered elders, along with several uncles, are unparalleled powers of the primordial chaos, destined to attain sainthood. The discourse of saints is indeed a grand spectacle. Might we, as their disciples, be allowed to witness it?" The other disciples were similarly stirred. To hear even a fragment of the discourse of such great beings would be an honor, yet only Bai Jin dared to extend the invitation. Even multiple treasures and the Great Compassionate One felt a surge of anticipation. In the distant mountains, the three pure ones instinctively glanced at Jin and Juan-Ti, while remaining in the shadows could be construed as ignorance. Stepping forward would expose any disciple who faltered, leading to great embarrassment. Juan-Ti smiled, addressing Tong Tian, "Your disciple has made an invitation. How shall we proceed?" Tong Tian replied, "Let us go." In an instant, the fabric of time and space shifted, and beside the waterfall, a great tree materialized, beneath which a table appeared, with the three pure ones, Jin, Juan-Ti, and Yuhua seated around it. Everyone immediately rose, respectfully bowing and exclaiming, "We pay our respects to our master." "Elder uncle and uncles," Taishang spoke plainly, "there is no need for formality. You may continue." His gaze lingered on Bai Jin for a moment. "Understood." The disciples rose and resumed their seated positions on the ground. Bai Jin quickly approached, smiling. How could a discourse be complete without fine tea? He reached the table and bowed, saying, "Elder uncle, during my travels, I brought back a gift for you. I hope you will take a look." "A gift?" Taishang's interest piqued, and he nodded with a smile. "What gift is this?" Chapter 14. The gift Bai Jin gracefully gestured to the side, and instantly, a magnificent tree materialized in the adjacent clearing. Its roots delved deep into the earth as if it had always belonged there. The tea leaves emanated wisps of mist, releasing a fragrant aroma, reminiscent of the mother tree of Dahong Pao, obtained from Wui Mountain. Bai Jin soared into the air, circling the tea tree, and a cascade of tender buds fluttered down, dancing in tow with Bai Jin. Light as a feather, Bai Jin alighted on the ground, radiating warmth. Slowly raising both hands, he commenced a Tai Chi sequence as the tender tea buds coalesced into a sinuous form, akin to a divine dragon, swirling around him. His hands gently manipulated the leaves, and the tea dragon weaved between his palms, gradually forming a Tai Chi diagram, which transitioned from a vibrant green to a withered yellow under the heat. Tao Shang's eyes sparkled with intrigue, though the mysteries of the leaves eluded him. He recognized the profound unity of this martial art, harmonizing yin and yang, resonating deeply with his own path. A satisfied smile graced his features as he stroked his beard, thinking, this young one is indeed teachable. Moments later, Bai Jin exhaled, gathering his energy, and with one hand raised, an orbiting brown Tai Chi diagram hovered above his palm. In his other hand, a jade vial appeared, into which the Tai Chi tea leaves flowed like a gentle stream. All entering the vial, Bai Jin approached the table, bowing respectfully as he presented the jade vial, saying, Master Uncle, this is the gift of tea I bring for you. Tong Tian, curious, inquired, what is the purpose of this tea? It is a beverage, came Bai Jin's response. Tong Tian retorted impatiently, if it is a beverage, then why not brew it? Bai Jin chuckled awkwardly. Brewing tea requires fine water and good fire, both of which I lack. A bottle materialized in Yuan Shi's hand, which he tossed aside, saying, here is the 3 light divine water. Take it and use it. Bai Jin, surprised by his generosity, quickly accepted the bottle, bowing deeply. Thank you, second master uncle. For the water, Yuan Shi raised an eyebrow, thinking, water? When did I say it was a gift? He pondered that if his words were interpreted as a gift, it was not entirely incorrect. With pride, Yuan Shi remained aloof, unwilling to retract his statement, though inwardly he felt a twinge of regret for his precious 3 light divine water. Tao Shang extended his hand, a flickering flame appearing between his fingers. This flame of true samadhi is also bestowed upon you. Bai Jin promptly bowed again, joyfully exclaiming, thank you, master uncle. Tong Tian, still irritable, urged, why aren't you brewing the tea already? Yes, I shall do so at once. Bai Jin collected the 3 light divine water and the true samadhi fire, dashing away as fire dragons danced atop the mountain, steam rising like clouds of dreams. Moments later, Bai Jin returned, balancing a tray adorned with 6 jade cups and a jade pot. He approached the table, carefully placing each jade cup before the 6 future saints while pouring hot water from the jade pot into the cups. The brown, withered tea leaves met the heat. They unfurled, releasing ethereal wisps of mist. Within the petite cups, starlight sparkled, and the verdant tea leaves floated gracefully, akin to towering trees amidst the starry sky. Bai Jin remarked, while wandering the mountains, I heard of a tea tree from Wui Mountain, a precious gem of the world, nurtured by the heavens. Hence, my first journey upon descending the mountain was to Wui, where I faced countless trials to locate the Dahong Pao and bring it back as a tribute from Master Uncle. Tao Shang lifted a cup and took a sip. A rich, aromatic essence blossomed upon his palate, evoking the vastness of the starry sky and the beauty of the mountains. Excellent tea. Your thoughtfulness is commendable, he praised. Yuan Shi nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is splendid tea. Jian opened his eyes, exclaiming, a cup of tea embodies the essence of heaven and earth, as life feels like a fleeting dream. The way of tea rivals that of wine. Tao Shang nodded, savoring another sip. Bai Jin, basking in the praise, noticed a flicker of pride in Tong Tian's eyes. Yet he rebuked, you spend your days neglecting cultivation for the sake of these indulgences. What achievements can you hope for in the future? Bai Jin quickly lowered his head. Master, I accept your reprimand. I shall diligently cultivate from now on. From a distance, observing Bai Jin's obsequiousness before the 3 pure ones. Taoist Duo Bao's eyes betrayed a hint of discontent. Such mediocre talent, devoid of a true path, merely a sycophant, he mused. The other disciples of Shanqing Peak regarded Bai Jin with newfound respect, realizing that he was no ordinary outer disciple. Dizong transmitted, Yao Shi, what is he up to? Yao Shi replied calmly, let us wait and see. Bai Jin turned to Yuan Shi, smiling, second master uncle, during my journey, I also visited the East China Sea, befriending the Dragon Clan. And I have brought back a treasure as a gift for you. That a glint of satisfaction crossed Yuan Shi's eyes. He had a gift as well, and the earlier annoyance over the three light, divine water dissipated. Regardless of the offering, the intent behind it was what mattered, and he felt a flicker of anticipation as he asked, what treasure is it? Bai Jin gestured to the side, and with a thud, the nine-dragon Agarwood chariot appeared next to the tea tree, radiating an aura of grandeur and magnificence. Yuan Shi's eyes brightened. The sight of this chariot stirred his heart, and he felt immense satisfaction. How could he not be pleased? This was, after all, his destined vehicle. Bai Jin respectfully stated, Master Uncle, this is the nine-dragon Agarwood chariot, originally crafted by the myriad clans for the ancestor dragon. However, upon its completion, the great calamity of the Dragon Han erupted, leading to the ancestor dragon's demise. Thus, while this chariot bears the name of the ancestor dragon, no one has yet ridden it. When I first beheld this chariot, a surge of excitement welled within me. In all of heaven and earth, only you, second master uncle, are worthy of such a chariot. Hence, I took the risk to seize it. Yuan Shi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the word risk. Bai Jin continued at that time. The Demon Clan was pressuring the Dragon Clan for this chariot, but the Dragon King entrusted it to me first. When I departed with the chariot, I was pursued by demon gods. Had it not been for the protective treasures bestowed by the two master uncles, I might never have returned, thus forging a connection with the Demon Clan. Yuan Shi's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, the Demon Clan? I will accept this gift, and I will also take on this connection. Bai Jin expressed his gratitude. Thank you, second master uncle. As Yuan Shi gazed at the nine-dragon Agarwood chariot, his satisfaction grew, and his fondness for Bai Jin intensified. He resolved to take on a disciple from the Bai clan. While their talent may be lacking, their filial piety was commendable. Even if he could not become a disciple, serving as a young acolyte would suffice. Chapter 15. Bai Jin discusses the Tao in the West. Bai Jin turned to Tong Tian with a smile. Master, I have prepared a gift for you as well. What is this gift? Tong Tian inquired. Tao Shang and Yuan Shi also turned their attention to Bai Jin, curious about the gift he had prepared for his master. With a flourish of his sleeve, Bai Jin announced, Come forth. A pale light shot from his sleeve, landing on the ground and transforming into a Kuan Nyo, radiant and regal, with bolts of lightning coursing over its surface. Exuding an air of majesty, Tong Tian's eyes lit up with realization. This was a steed. Bai Jin promptly explained, I have observed the arduous journey you undertake. Master, traversing the clouds, it pains me to see you toil so. I have heard of the Kuan Nyo from the East China Sea, a primordial beast capable of riding clouds and commanding thunder, and I sought it out to present as your mount. The Kuan Nyo knelt on one knee, respectfully declaring, I pay my respects to my lord. Tong Tian appraised the Kuan Nyo with satisfaction, a smile breaking across his face as he said, You do show some filial piety. I shall accept this gift. Tao Shang stroked his beard, chuckling. The Kuan Nyo embodies the heft of a bull and the valor of thunder, merging strength and gentleness. Perfect as your steed, it seems Bai Jin has indeed put forth great effort. Yuan Shi nodded. The identity of a primordial beast is indeed precious. It is sufficient as your mount, far superior to any you might have chosen yourself. Bai Jin wore a peculiar expression, wondering if Yuan Shi was referencing him. Nu Hua, standing nearby, chuckled, Congratulations to the three senior brothers. You've inspired me to consider taking on a disciple myself. Tong Tian laughed heartily before asking, What prompted you to suddenly think of bestowing gifts upon us? Bai Jin knelt before them, bowing 3 times, and spoke earnestly, Since I became your disciple, Master and both master uncles have shown me great kindness. Master has bestowed upon me treasures and guided me on the path of the Tao, while both master uncles have offered me countless insights for my cultivation. Such grace is akin to the rebirth of a parent. I am not the sort of disciple who only knows how to take and revel in self-satisfaction. A truly good disciple understands the importance of reciprocation. The favor of my master in imparting the Tao is as profound as the unmoving divine mountain. If I were to demand that my master traverse heaven and earth seeking treasures to forge artifacts for me, What kind of disciple would I be? The wolves are no more than this. Thus, the disciple has ventured forth from the mountain, enduring countless hardships to procure these three gifts from master and uncle. Though seemingly light, these gifts embody the disciple's profound gratitude, and I humbly request that master and the two uncles do not disdain them, that I, in the distance. The expressions of Deshurji, Dizong, Yaoshi, and others grew stiff. As the treasured artifacts they typically took pride in suddenly felt unbearably hot in their hands. Point one is a treasure crafted and bestowed by the master, while the other is a gift from master and uncle. How can one play the emotional card in such circumstances? The disparity is glaring. Tong Tian Jiao master laughed heartily and said, "Excellent, excellent. I am truly pleased by your heartfelt intentions." Standing tall, he gazed down at Jean and Junyi, declaring, "My disciple, what say you?" Junyi, filled with envy, replied, "Such a disciple is indeed enviable." Tong Tian's laughter echoed again, laced with a sense of pride. Yuanchi smiled and said, "Everyone, please rise." "Thank you, uncle." Bai Jin and Kuan Yo stood up from the ground. The more Yuanchi looked at Bai Jin, the more he felt pleased, yet a tinge of regret surged within him. Why could such a disciple not be his? What a pity! Beneath a distant tree, the Golden Spirit Mother expressed her emotions, saying, "Brother, this is truly wonderful. You shall be my example from now on." The Wudong Mother also smiled. I knew he could do it. The remaining disciples of Shangqing Peak instantly perked up, casting sly glances at Deshurji, Dizong, and others, mocking the bear-like disciples who only knew how to take. Deshurji, feeling uncomfortable under their gaze, quickly stood and respectfully bowed to Bai Jin, saying, "Thank you, brother, for your guidance. I have learned much." Dizong, Yaoshi, Riguang, and Yueguang also rose to bow, respectfully stating, "I have learned." Bai Jin looked at them in astonishment. Had they really swallowed their pride? Truly, they are figures destined to become Buddhas and ancestors, each possessing profound thoughts. Deshurji respectfully said, "Recently, I have encountered some perplexities in my cultivation and wish to discuss the Tao with you. Brother, I kindly request your teachings." Yuanchi instinctively frowned, a hint of wariness rising within him. Ever since the Tao ancestor shared his teachings, the Western Tao has transformed entirely, rendering them unaware of the other. In such circumstances, discussing the Tao seems to offer little chance of victory, akin to how Duo Bao and the others were completely dominated by their opponent. Yuanchi spoke, "Let us conclude our discussions for today. Do sample the tea brought by Bai Jin. It has a unique flavor." Junyi smiled and said, "Brother, since the Shurji wishes to seek counsel, why must you forcibly obstruct him? Would it not discourage the younger generation's desire for the Tao? Are you truly concerned that the teachings of the three pure ones may be disseminated?" Yuanshi's face darkened as he replied, "Junior brother, discussing the Tao under such circumstances seems rather unfair, does it not?" Before Junyi could respond, Bai Jin had already bowed and said, "Uncle, I am willing to engage in discussion." Tongtian, displeased, remarked, "Do you not know that the Western Great Tao is entirely different from ours?" Bai Jin nodded and replied, "Master, you once told me that there are 3,000 paths and 800 sidetracks. All things in the world reside within the Tao, since they exist within the Tao. I have something to say. Yuanchi cautioned, Bai Jin, do not be overly ambitious. It is not as simple as you think. You believe your enlightenment surpasses that of Duo Bao and Wudong." Duo Bao, speechless, thought to himself, "I am merely sitting quietly. Why am I being dragged into this?" Taishang smiled and said, "Let him be." Yuanchi hurriedly replied, "But, Master," Taishang kindly said, "there is no need for pressure. Just do your best." Bai Jin expressed his gratitude with a bow, saying, "Thank you, uncle." Tongtian added, "Since Big Brother has spoken, you may proceed. Just do your best." Yuanchi took a deep breath and said, "Go on. If you bring shame, do not weep." Bai Jin, feeling moved, replied, "Thank you, Master and uncle. I will never bring shame upon you." By the waterfall, Duo Bao Taoist felt a pang of bitterness, reflecting, when have Master and uncle ever been so kind to me? I'm the true direct disciple. After all, those insufferable flatterers. Bai Jin approached Deshurji and the others, bowing respectfully, which brother shall offer guidance first. Yue Guang stepped forward, returning a bow, and said, "Mind, body, and all beings, each is empty. The true nature of phenomena is emptiness. In O awakening, no confusion, no saint, no mundane, no giving, no receiving. This is my understanding. I humbly request your teachings, brother. The disciples of Shangqing Peak furrowed their brows deeply. Duo Bao pondered for a moment, helplessly shaking his head. This ideology was indeed mature and difficult to refute. Chapter 16. The Tao of Two Slaps. Under the great tree, Tong Tian scoffed. Is this truly his understanding? Zhuni smiled and said, I merely provided a hint. Do not assume that junior brother has cheated. Observing the silent Baijin, Yuanshi felt a surge of irritation. What is he trying to prove? Is a completely unfamiliar path so easy to discuss? A flicker of pride flashed in Yueguang's eyes as he proclaimed, I kindly request your teachings. Brother, Baijin raised his right hand, blew on it twice, and suddenly waved, producing a sharp sound that echoed, ah! Yueguang shrieked, instantly propelled backward, crashing into the waterfall with a thunderous splash. The Wudong mother widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Baijin. Why did junior brother strike? Duo Bao was taken aback, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Indeed, he is merely a flatterer. Unable to argue the Tao, he resorts to violence. What a disgrace! The other disciples of Shangqing Peak erupted in commotion, exclaiming in disbelief, how dare the brother act in such a manner? To lose composure after losing a debate? De Shurji displeased said, Brother, what is the meaning of this? With a splash, Yueguang burst forth from the waterfall. His face flushed with anger as he bellowed, if I lose a discussion, I must resort to violence. Very well. Today, I have gained knowledge. I shall share the moon's difficulty in rounding. All is empty. Baijin taunted, why such a temper? Yueguang stood dumbfounded, neglecting his swollen face. Tong Tian laughed heartily. Your disciple's cultivation is lacking. Yuanshi shook his head, a hint of amusement in his eyes, yet spoke with displeasure. Third brother. The guest is here. Baijin's actions have indeed exceeded the bounds. He requires proper discipline. Tong Tian nodded repeatedly, smiling as he said, what brother says is true. I shall ensure proper discipline afterward. Meanwhile, Jane's expression grew increasingly bitter, and Juni's face twitched. They had not anticipated such a disruption, as if that slap struck their own faces, and, while watched with great interest, intrigued by this young fellow that on the grass beside the waterfall. The disciples of Shangqing Peak erupted in laughter. Their previous gloom dissipated. Baijin surveyed the remaining four, stating, Who shall be next? Riguang stepped forward, respectfully bowing. Junior brother wishes to discuss Pure Land and Samsara with you. Brother, Baijin inquired, what is Pure Land? Pure Land is our Western Holy Land, accessible only to those of great merit, great virtue, and profound tranquility. And what is Samsara? Samsara denotes regret. The outer world is Samsara, filled with love, hate and vengeance, slaughter and resentment. Tong Tian interjected, Junior brother, we all live in the world of Samsara. Jane slowly spoke, brother is naturally not included, but all other beings are. Baijin chuckled, according to your reasoning. We all exist within Samsara. Riguang respectfully said, if brother is willing, he may visit the Pure Land. Baijin quickly replied, no need. I do not possess such fortune. He gestured, you speak first. Thank you, brother. Riguang surveyed the crowd, brimming with ambition, and proclaimed, love and separation, resentment and enmity. All beings lack inherent goodness and evil. Goodness and evil reside within the heart. All paths require clarity of mind. All actions require purity of heart. Refrain from all evil. Engage in all good. Purify one's intentions and guard one's heart. The nature of a person's goodness or evil resides within their heart. The good shall enjoy supreme bliss, while the evil shall sink into samsara. Riguang elaborated passionately for half an hour before finally turning to Baijin, asking, I humbly request your teachings, brother. Baijin suddenly awakened, yawning, and replied in confusion. What did you say? Riguang's expression stiffened, anger flickering in his eyes. I was expounding on a Western grade Tao, and you fell asleep? Baijin abruptly waved his hand, producing another crisp sound, sending Riguang flying against the mountain wall with a resounding thud. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The disciples of Shangqing Peak could not help but cheer silently. Brother is impressive, though they did not vocalize their admiration. Their Their faces glowed with excitement. Jin's face twitched twice. Could it be that he would act again? The Shurji and the others exchanged glances, their gazes flickering, feeling the sting of embarrassment on their faces. Riguang soared from a wall, furious as he charged at Bai Jin, shouting, "You are going too far." He threw a punch at Bai Jin. Golden light shimmering, the Shurji stepped forward, blocking Bai Jin with a calm demeanor, stating, "Stop." The sunlight lingered in mid-air, its countenance contorted with fury as it exclaimed, "Senior brother." Bai Jin pointed at the sunlight and erupted into laughter. All eyes turned towards Bai Jin. With unabashed mirth, Bai Jin declared, "I confess, I did not comprehend the lofty discourse just uttered, but behold, is he not ensnared in the whirlpool of the mundane world?" His words echoed like thunder in the mind of the sunlight. Whirlpool ensnared, its gaze momentarily vacuous. After a brief pause, the frenzied expression on the sunlight's face gradually faded, clarity returning to its eyes as it performed a respectful bow. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, "I am grateful for your guidance, senior brother. I indeed remain entangled in the whirlpool of the mundane world." Bai Jin nodded with satisfaction, stating, "Now you have reached the Pure Land." With a gentle smile, the sunlight settled upon the grass, and in a fleeting moment, its essence seemed to undergo a metamorphosis, radiating tranquility and harmony. Yet, the turmoil within remained a mystery to all that eye in the distance. Beneath a grand tree, the original one coughed lightly and remarked, "You have struck again. Such a habit is most unseemly." Tong Tian, brimming with vitality, retorted, "Is that to be called striking? That is merely guidance," pointing him towards the path of the Great Way. "Did you not witness the significant change in that young disciple?" Taishang, with a smile, added, "Bai Jin possesses remarkable insight. With just a single slap, he elucidated the Great Way spoken by the sunlight, rendering it even clearer. Such is indeed a rarity. Junior brother Jin, would you not agree?" Jin, with a pained expression, nodded in affirmation. "What my senior brother says is true." On the grass, Bai Jin regarded the three, Dutch, Dizong, and Yaoshi, with a bemused smile, saying, "Which of you shall step forth?" He raised his right hand to his mouth and repeatedly blew a breath. Instantly, the three felt a sharp pain in their cheeks, their faces involuntarily twitching. Yaoshi bent in a respectful bow, saying, "Senior brother, discourse requires reciprocity. It is now your turn to speak. Should I speak?" Yaoshi nodded earnestly. "I beseech you for guidance, senior brother." With a mere gesture, a cup appeared out of thin air and floated before Yaoshi. Vigilantly, Yaoshi watched Bai Jin, fearing another slap might come his way. In Bai Jin's other hand, a water jug materialized, pouring water into the cup, which filled in the blink of an eye, overflowing continuously. Yaoshi furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Senior brother, it is already full." Bai Jin set down the jug, chuckling, "Junior brother, you are akin to this cup, filled to the brim with your own thoughts. Unless you pour out the water within, how might I converse with you?" This struck Yaoshi with incredulity, gazing at Bai Jin in disbelief. Is this the way of the West? In this matter, he glimpsed the shadow of the Western way. Chapter 17, the discourse concludes that in the distance. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother's eyes twinkled as she whispered, "Senior sister, was it not thus that those masters from the West interacted with us?" The Wudong Holy Mother nodded, a smile gracing her lips as she regarded Bai Jin. This is what one might call returning the favor with the same means. Under the tree, Zhuan Ti's eyes sparkled with interest as he remarked, "What keen insight! Is your disciple for sale?" "Senior brother, I offer 3 innate spiritual treasures." The 3 pure ones cast dubious glances at Zhuan Ti. Jin quickly interjected, "My junior brother enjoys jesting. Let us not take offense, esteemed brothers." Zhuan Ti laughed in agreement. "Indeed, merely jesting." On the grass, Yaoshi performed a bow, stating, "What my senior brother says is true. My heart is filled with so many thoughts that I cannot accept your teachings. Senior brother." He promptly sat cross-legged upon the ground. Were this in another place, Yaoshi might not have been so easily subdued. At worst, he could engage in a war of words, a practice for which the West is particularly adept. However, in the presence of their esteemed masters, none dared exhibit such cleverness, much like the disciples of Shanqing Peak before. Defeat is defeat, and no one would dare to quibble. Bai Jin turned to Daji and Dazong, asking, "Which of you will come forth?" The two exchanged glances and simultaneously bowed, declaring, "Senior brother's mastery of the way is profound. We willingly concede." Bai Jin, taken aback, exclaimed, "Concede?" Daji straightened up, explaining, "As you have said, our hearts can no longer accept your great way, and thus we can only concede." Bai Jin smirked, thinking the excuse rather clever. Was it not merely fear of being struck? "Ha!" Laughter erupted amongst the disciples of Shanqing Peak. Daji and Dizong sat cross-legged, feigning ignorance. Bai Jin surveyed the crowd and inquired, "Today's discourse, what have my brothers gained?" The laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by an expectant silence. What could they possibly have gained? Bai Jin felt a twinge of awkwardness. For no one responded, and not a single person offered jest. How discourteous! He suddenly thought of A.O. Guang, wishing he were present. The Wudong Holy Mother spoke up with a smile. "The way of the West has diverged entirely from ours. Though the paths differ, they are imbued with great wisdom." Bai Jin felt a wave of relief wash over him and promptly stated, "The two esteemed uncles of the West, with their unparalleled wisdom, have forged a path that is distinctly their own. No, it should not even be termed a path. I shall name it Zen." Under the tree, Zhuan Ti's expression shifted, murmuring, Zen. Dizong could not contain his curiosity, asking, "What then is Zen?" Zen is the wisdom of serene stillness, perceiving the vast world with a tranquil heart, awakening to the profound power within. Daji, Dizong, and the others pondered, their eyes sparkling with a newfound understanding. Indeed, it was Zen. Bai Jin looked down at Dizong, stating, "Since you have conceded, I shall give you a poem. Heed my words." Dizong lifted his gaze to Bai Jin. Bai Jin recited, "The body is the Bodhi tree. The heart a mirror bright. Constantly polish it, lest dust alight." Dizong stood transfixed, the words echoing in his mind. "Constantly polish it, lest dust alight." Bai Jin then turned to Daji, saying, "I shall also present you with a poem." Daji promptly replied, "Thank you, senior brother." After a moment of contemplation, Bai Jin recited, "The Bodhi tree is not a tree. The bright mirror is not a stand. Originally, there is nothing at all. Where then can dust alight?" Under the tree, Zhuan Ti's eyes gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Excellent!" His gaze towards Bai Jin grew increasingly fervent. Jane gazed deeply at Bai Jin, a hint of regret in his eyes, wishing he could take him as a disciple. "Alas, what a pity!" Daji murmured, "Originally, there is nothing at all. Where then can dust alight?" He promptly rose, bowing deeply. "Thank you, senior brother." Dizong, regaining his composure, hurriedly ascended and asked, "Senior brother, why are our poems so distinctly different?" Bai Jin feigned profundity, "Because your levels of Zen realization differ." Dizong nodded in understanding and immediately knelt on the ground, bowing his head. "Thank you for the poem, Master." Daji mirrored his gesture. "Thank you for the poem, Master." The crowd erupted in astonishment, gazing incredulously at the kneeling Daji and Dizong. Was this the right of half a master? The Daobao Taoist's eyes widened in shock. How could this be? Yaoshi, Sunlight, and Moonlight all stood abruptly, bewildered, glancing between Daji and Dizong, then turning to Jin and Zhuan Ti. Bai Jin quickly bent to assist the two in rising, feeling a sudden unease in his heart, and forced a smile. "What are you two doing?" Daji and Dizong rose in unison. Daji respectfully stated, "Your poem has imparted profound insights upon us, deserving of the grace of a half-master." Dizong nodded vigorously. "Indeed, we thank you for your half-master's grace." Bai Jin hastily demurred, "It is not so." "Not at all." Tong Tian regarded Zhuan Ti with suspicion. "Junior brother, what are you attempting?" Zhuan Ti smiled. Bai Jin has bestowed upon them the grace of guiding them along the great way. Tong Tian's expression darkened, and he suddenly declared, "Since the two junior brothers wish to depart, we shall not see you off." Jane and Zhuan Ti were taken aback, but soon rose. Zhuan Ti, unperturbed, chuckled, "Senior brother, do not trouble yourself. We shall gather again another time." In a flash, he appeared before Bai Jin, patting him on the shoulder with delight. "You are excellent. Should you encounter any difficulties, seek out your two uncles in the West. They shall advocate for you." Under the tree, Tantian's expression grew even more grim. A golden cloud ascended, bearing Jin, Zhuan-Ti, and their 5 disciples towards the west. Bai Jin watched the departing cloud, a sense of panic swelling within. Could Zhuan-Ti be seeking a bond with me? Does he harbor lustful intentions? An involuntary chill coursed through him. Nuar rose, chuckling lightly. 3 esteemed brothers. I too shall take my leave. Taishang, Puru, and Tantian all stood, bidding her farewell. Nuwa glanced back at Bai Jin with a light-hearted smile before soaring into the sky upon the cloud. The many disciples of Shanqing Peak rose respectfully, saying, "We pay our respects to our master and esteemed uncles." Tantian surveyed the gathered disciples and proclaimed, "From this day forth, Bai Jin shall be the foremost disciple of the outer sect, holding a status equal to that of an inner disciple." Bai Jin's eyes widened in shock. "Me, the foremost disciple of the outer sect, with calamity approaching, does this not mean I shall be the first to face it? No, absolutely not. One must find a way to free oneself from this identity." The multitude of outer disciples promptly turned to Bai Jin, offering a respectful bow, proclaiming, "Greetings, senior brother." Bai Jin suddenly snapped back to reality, hastily returning the bow and stammering, "I pay my respects to all my junior brothers." Daobao Daoist opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. Tantian ordered, "Bai Jin, take the Koan Nyo and follow me." "Yes," Bai Jin responded eagerly, promptly leading the Koan Nyo to follow. Yuanshi stored away the 9 Dragons Agarwood sedan and turned to leave. With a wave of his hand, the grand red-robed mother tree vanished in an instant. He had a particular fondness for this tea tree. Chapter 18. The Grand Hall Q, once the 3 purities departed. The disciples immediately began to chatter. The legendary senior brother Bai Jin is indeed formidable. With a single move, he shattered the ranks of those Western brothers. You take pride in the treasures bestowed by our master. While I have already presented my gifts to him, the expressions on the faces of the likes of Daji were truly dismal. Aha! Have you noticed that, although they are outer disciples, our master and 2 uncles treat senior brother Bai Jin with a distinctly different attitude? Achieving the status of senior brother as an outer disciple is hardly inferior to that of an inner disciple, is it? In fact, it is not inferior at all. Senior brother is the foremost among outer disciples, holding a status equivalent to that of inner disciples. Daobao Daoist furrowed his brow in displeasure, stating, "What a ruckus! Silence, all of you! Return to your quarters." The noisy outer disciples fell silent in an instant, each departing quietly. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit smiled and said, "Senior sister, I am not very familiar with Kunshin. Would you be so kind as to show me around?" "Of course," the Holy Mother of No Thought replied with a smile, linking her arm with the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit as they exited together. Daobao turned his gaze toward the Shanqing Hall, hesitated for a moment, and then floated away. Within the Shanqing Hall, Tantian sat at the head position, while Bai Jin lounged carelessly on the steps below. Tantian snorted, saying, "Were you quite pleased with yourself just now?" Bai Jin grinned, replying, "It's all thanks to the excellent teachings from Master." "I did not recall instructing you on the nature of Zen," Tantian retorted. "The myriad paths of the Tao converge towards the same destination. They are in essence one and the same." Bai Jin lifted his gaze to Tantian, smiling as he added, "Master, having brought you such honor today, do I not deserve a reward? Did you not say that those who ask for gifts from their master are merely bear-like disciples?" Tantian lowered his gaze upon Bai Jin. Bai Jin hastily replied, "Master, I was merely speaking in jest. Please do not take it to heart." Tantian could not help but reveal a hint of a smile before his expression returned to seriousness, stating, "Do you know why, in the end, Daji and Dizong performed the half-master ceremony for you?" Bai Jin, puzzled, asked, "Is it not because I guided them?" In the discourse of the Tao, each gained something. It hardly qualifies as guidance. That half-master ceremony was instigated by Zhuan-Ti. Tantian elaborated. "Why?" Bai Jin's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart racing. Zhuan-Ti declared that you were fated to connect with the West, which alarmed the celestial beings. Your prior performance aligned too well with their Tao. Thus, Zhuan-Ti instructed Daji and Dizong to perform the half-master ceremony for you, thereby establishing a master-disciple bond and seeking to draw you towards the West. "What?" Bai Jin's eyes bulged in shock, exclaiming, Tong Tian regarded Bai Jin with suspicion, wondering at his exaggerated reaction. Bai Jin quickly feigned remorse, stating, "It is all my fault. My performance was too outstanding, affecting master and uncle's relationship. Master, I am guilty. It is all my mistake. Please punish me. Strip me of my status as the foremost outer disciple." Tong Tian glanced at Bai Jin with disdain, retorting, "Enough of your pretense. Do not think to shirk your responsibilities. The title of foremost outer disciple rightfully belongs to you." Bai Jin appeared despondent. Tong Tian, in a rather irritable tone, instructed, "Leave. Go visit your two uncles. You shall benefit from it." Bai Jin nodded listlessly, replying yes. He rose and made his way outside. As he reached the entrance of the grand hall, Bai Jin turned to Tong Tian, saying, "Master, your disciple is so outstanding that others envy his prowess yet cannot attain it. Do you not feel proud? Get out." Understood. Bai Jin promptly turned and scampered out of the grand hall. Inside the Shangqing Grand Hall, Tong Tian chuckled heartily before quieting, saying, "Come in." Dao Daoist entered from outside, approached a cushion, and knelt 3 times. Respectfully stating, "Greetings, Master." Tong Tian nodded, saying, "Rise." Yes, Dao Daoist stood beside him. Tong Tian, with a stern countenance, stated, "Today, I am quite dissatisfied with you." Dao Daoist replied respectfully, "Disciple has disappointed Master. Why did you accomplish nothing today?" Dao Daoist replied, "Firstly, guests are to be treated with courtesy. I fear to cause a situation where the host would be overshadowed, affecting the relationship between master and uncle, and I also worried about displeasing second uncle. Secondly, the disciples from the West are unfamiliar to me, making it difficult to comprehend them in a short time. Thirdly, I wish to understand the Tao of the West better to verify my OWN. You allowed those disciples from the West to suppress your fellow brothers?" Dao Daoist respectfully said, "Disciple only harbors the Tao in his heart, nothing else. Momentary splendor counts for little. There is still much time ahead, and the path of the Tao will eventually reveal victories and defeats." Tong Tian responded, "Dao, I am pleased to see your yearning for the Tao, but your path is not one of mere comprehension. It requires practice." Dao Daoist pondered, murmuring, "Practice. Go observe the ancients and compare with the present. You will understand." Dao Daoist regained his composure, standing still to bow, saying, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Disciple has more to say. Speak. Why did you allow Bai Jin to be the foremost disciple among the outer disciples? You know his qualifications are mediocre. How will he command respect in the future?" Tong Tian chuckled, saying, "If his qualifications are lacking, I can provide him with resources as long as I am willing. Even a pig can be cultivated into a great Luo golden immortal." Dao Daoist twitched at the corners of his mouth. "Master, your eldest disciple is not even close to the realm of great Luo golden immortal." Tong Tian continued, "Outer disciples are of varying quality and can easily cause chaos. A person who is versatile is needed to manage them, and Bai Jin is quite suitable." Dao Daoist respectfully replied, "Master, I understand. Then go." "Yes." Dao Daoist turned and walked outside on the other side, atop Yuqing Peak. Bai Jin adjusted his robes and entered Yuqing Palace, kneeling before a cushion with his hands holding the Panga banner, respectfully stating, "Disciple Bai Jin pays respects to uncle. Thank you for the treasures bestowed." The figure at the head position, Yuan Shi, opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the Panga banner flew out and hung on the adjacent wall. He smiled, saying, "Although you were a bit reckless just now, your performance was commendable." Bai Jin replied earnestly, "It is all thanks to the excellent teachings from master and uncle." Yuan Shi laughed heartily. "I did not teach you to strike others, but I must admit those 2 slaps were quite splendid." Bai Jin looked up in surprise at Yuan Shi. If such words came from master, he would not be astonished, but hearing them from his uncle, who valued decorum, was unexpected. Yuan Shi then composed his expression, stating with displeasure, "However, your master's other disciples seem rather incompetent. They were utterly suppressed by the West, thereby tarnishing the dignity of the 3 purities." Bai Jin hurriedly said, "Uncle, please do not be angry. They have only recently taken on disciples, and the West came prepared. It is indeed not entirely their fault. Recently, Dao took on disciples even before you did. Came prepared. Did you not defeat them with their own Tao?" Bai Jin lifted his head, smiling as he replied, Uncle, I believe that there are not many in the Hong Huang as outstanding as I. Yuanshi paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, saying, I have just discovered that your face is remarkably thick. Bai Jin smiled sheepishly. Yuanshi then reined his laughter, saying, Come to me in 3 days to hear the Tao. Bai Jin quickly bowed, expressing gratitude. Thank you, uncle. Yuanshi nodded with a smile, saying, Go. Bai Jin rose and walked outside. After leaving the Yuqing Hall, he immediately hurried towards the Taching Hall. Being an excellent disciple is truly exhausting. Chapter 19. The transformation of fist techniques into divine powers before the Taching Palace. Bai Jin knocked on the grand hall door with a series of knocks, calling out, Uncle. The hall door creaked open, and Bai Jin poked his head inside to take a glance, then broke into a wide grin and stepped inside. Within the hall, Taishang was seated before a table, where 2 cups of tea were placed, wafting ethereal mist. Bai Jin bent down, preparing to bow, but Taishang raised a hand, smiling. No need for excessive formalities. Come and sit. Bai Jin was immediately unable to bow, so he walked over and sat opposite Taishang. Taishang said, Taste the tea I brewed. Bai Jin lifted the teacup and took a sip, exclaiming, Excellent tea. Uncle's brewing is truly remarkable. Far surpassing my own. The Supreme Elder chuckled and remarked, Indeed, this tea is exceptional. I truly appreciate the tea plant you have gifted me. Bai Jin promptly responded, It is an honor for the tea plant to be favored by Master Uncle. The Supreme Elder inquired further, Does this tea plant have a name? Bai Jin shook his head and replied, No. Today, having witnessed the set of movements you performed, which embody the essence of Tai Chi, let us henceforth call this tea Tai Chi tea. Bai Jin exclaimed, The name bestowed by Master Uncle is splendid. Indeed, most fitting. The Supreme Elder smiled softly, took a sip from his teacup, and then set it down, saying, Now, perform that set of movements once more. Yes. Bai Jin quickly rose and moved to the center of the hall, gracefully beginning his Tai Chi practice that he stepped forward, slowly raising his hands in the initial posture. Not quite. The Supreme Elder flicked his finger, producing a sharp sound. Instantly, Bai Jin felt a jolt of pain in his shoulder, involuntarily crying out, and his posture shifted as he turned to gaze at the Supreme Elder in confusion. The Supreme Elder smiled and encouraged, Continue. Yes, Bai Jin acknowledged, albeit perplexed, and resumed his practice. Not quite. Tai Chi is a harmonious blend of softness and strength. You have yet to grasp the essence. The Supreme Elder's fingers continued to flick. And with each strike, a series of sharp sounds reverberated from Bai Jin's body. Bai Jin's fists and feet adapted, alternating between fierce and rapid movements, and then transitioning to slow and gentle gestures, causing ripples to emanate through the surrounding space as he performed the Tai Chi diagram. After completing a round of Tai Chi, Bai Jin leaned on his knees, bending over and gasping for breath, drenched in sweat and aching all over. The Supreme Elder queried, Shall we continue? Bai Jin lifted his gaze towards the Supreme Elder, speechless. Master Uncle, is my Tai Chi really so lacking? Is everything incorrect? The Supreme Elder replied calmly. Your technique has captured a hint of Tai Chi's essence. It is indeed rare for you to have such an insight while in my presence. However, to claim you have entered the realm of Tai Chi would be an exaggeration. Bai Jin straightened his posture, took a deep breath, and said, I appreciate your guidance, Master Uncle. Let us proceed. The Supreme Elder nodded, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, and declared, Excellent, with a flick of his finger. There was a sharp sound, and a dent appeared in Bai Jin's attire. Gada. Bai Jin instinctively cried out in pain, raising his hand, causing ripples to disturb the air around him as the sounds of strikes diminished. Bai Jin's movements became increasingly fluid, harmonizing motion and stillness, strength and softness, causing the space around him to warp. That a month later, a Tai Chi diagram unfolded within the Taching Hall in the center of the diagram. Bai Jin stood with closed eyes, tranquil and serene, in harmony with the universe. The Supreme Elder beamed with satisfaction, extending his hand to summon a scroll from Bai Jin, which landed upon the table. Bai Jin abruptly opened his eyes, and the Tai Chi diagram surrounding him contracted and integrated into his being. For a fleeting moment, Bai Jin felt disoriented, then bowed respectfully to the Supreme Elder and exclaimed, Thank you, Master Uncle, for imparting your wisdom. The Supreme Elder responded with a smile, This set of movements has transformed into a divine skill. Ponder it well, for it will safeguard you in the future." "Yes," Bai Jin replied with reverence. The Supreme Elder waved his hand, saying, "You may go now." "Your disciple takes his leave," Bai Jin said, bowing respectfully before turning to depart. Bai Jin stepped beyond the great hall's threshold. He gazed at the distant, vast mountain range, exhaling deeply. "Finally, I am free." A slight movement sent a wave of soreness through his body, and he grimaced, "Master Uncle truly is relentless." Bai Jin calculated the time and suddenly stiffened. A month had passed. Cursed be it. He had stood up his second Master Uncle, who was due to impart teachings in 3 days, a commitment now rendered moot. Bai Jin hastily flew towards Yuqing Peak, landing atop it and jogging towards the Grand Hall, knocking thrice on the door. The door creaked open, revealing a small boy adorned in fine garb peering out with suspicion. "Whom do you seek?" he inquired. Bai Jin asked, "And who might you be?" The young boy proudly declared, "I am Bai He, a disciple under the master." A chill ran through Bai Jin's heart. It was over. His second Master Uncle had already found a replacement. Bai furrowed his brow and pressed, "Hey, who are you looking for?" Bai Jin quickly donned a radiant smile. "I seek my second Master Uncle." "Is he present?" "My master." Bai Jin nodded. Bai He glanced up at him and replied, "My master is in seclusion, meditating on the Tao, and is not seeing visitors." He was about to close the door. Bai Jin raised a hand, revealing a delicate sword that appeared in his palm. Extending it towards Bai He with a smile, "Ah, your master is in seclusion. As this is our first meeting, I have nothing of worth to offer, so please accept this celestial sword as a gift." Bai He's eyes lit up, then hesitated, saying, "Isn't that unsuitable?" "What is unsuitable? It is essential for brothers to be harmonious and amicable. Accept it without delay." "Thank you, senior brother," Bai He exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the celestial sword. Bai Jin smiled. "Junior brother, when my second Master Uncle emerges from seclusion, kindly inform me. I shall be at Shangqing Peak." Bai nodded repeatedly. "Certainly." Bai Jin performed a respectful bow. "Then I shall rely on you." "Junior brother." Bai He hurriedly bowed in return, saying, "Senior brother is too kind." Bai Jin rose with a smile. "Junior brother, do visit Shangqing Peak when you have time. There are many disciples there, and it is quite lively." Bai He's eyes brightened. "May I really?" Since being taken in as a disciple under the master and arriving at Kunlun Mountain, he had found himself utterly alone at Yuqing Peak, especially after his master entered seclusion. Bai Jin warmly remarked, "Have you heard the saying, red flowers, white lotus, and green lotus leaves? The 3 pure ones are originally one family." Bai shook his head. "I have not." Bai Jin chuckled. "Now you have. Since we are one family, let's not be too distant. Whenever you find yourself with idle time, do come to Shangqing Peak, that I shall introduce you to the brothers and sisters there." Bai nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, thank you, senior brother. You are truly a good person. Be good. I am off now. Do come and play when you can. Remember to inform me when Master Uncle emerges from seclusion." "All right," Bai He affirmed. Chapter 20. The rules of the outer sect. Bai Jin turned and departed, stepping onto a cloud as he soared towards Shangqing Peak. Bai He, clutching the celestial sword, joyously made his way back to the palace. As the door to Yuqing Palace creaked shut, within Yuqing Palace, the original slowly opened his eyes, murmuring, "Red flowers, white lotus, and green lotus leaves. The 3 pure ones are originally one family." He turned to glance at the Sanbao Yurui beside him. "This indeed represents the red flowers that in the Taiqing Palace." The Supreme Elder observed the hanging yoke nearby, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Red flowers, white lotus, and green lotus leaves. The 3 pure ones are originally one family. Does this little fellow wish for 2 more masters?" In the Shangqing Palace, Tong Tian held the Qing Ping sword, gently caressing the scabbard, his eyes sparkling with delight as he looked towards Taiqing Peak. "How fares my disciple among you 2 elder brothers?" During this casual exchange, Bai Jin inadvertently enhanced his favorability with the 3 pure ones, all while remaining entirely unnoticeable. Bai Jin arrived at Shangqing Peak, landing on the stone path and ascending towards the summit. Along the way, he encountered several disciples of Shangqing Peak, all greeting him with cheerful exclamations, "Greetings, senior brother! Greetings, senior brother!" Bai Jin returned each greeting, keenly observing as he walked. Laughter and camaraderie filled the air, with some engaged in friendly sparring, while others roasted meat, transforming the once tranquil Shangqing Peak into a lively hub of activity. Upon returning to his palace, Baijin did not emerge again. Soon, darkness enveloped the world, the lengthy night of the primordial realm stretching for a full 2,190 hours. At dawn the following day, the palace doors creaked open, and Baijin stepped outside to find the world still shrouded in a gray haze, the stars twinkling above that a clear voice rang out. "Senior brother!" Baijin turned to see a young woman in a black celestial gown standing beneath a nearby tree, smiling warmly at him. "Good morning, Shurji's sister," Baijin greeted cheerfully. "Good morning, senior brother," Shurji replied promptly. Baijin continued, "I would appreciate it if you could gather all the outer sect disciples at the Mirror Lake below." Shurji paused, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Was her senior brother about to assert his authority? She quickly bowed and replied, "Understood." Baijin glided gracefully down the mountain, since his master had not rescinded his title as the outer sect's foremost disciple. He must devise his own plans. The saying "a tall tree catches the wind" was not mere rhetoric. When the myriad immortals come to pay their respects, he would undoubtedly find himself at the center of attention, making him susceptible to schemes from various powerful beings. If mishandled, he might not survive until the fateful battle to become a deity, his delicate bloom extinguished by the onslaught of storms. No, this simply could not be allowed. It is indeed perilous to the halfway point of Qingfeng Mountain. There lies a pond where lotus flowers bloom in abundance, remaining ever vibrant throughout the year. This pond, bestowed with the name Mirror Lake by Tongtian, is the very same body of water where the previous incident occurred, when Baijin was sent flying by a mere wave of Tongtian's hand, standing at the edge of the lake. Baijin gazes across the ethereal mist rising from the water, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Moments later, silhouettes descend from the fog-laden mountains and gather at the pond's edge, bowing respectfully and exclaiming, "Greetings, senior brother." Baijin turns to them with a smile and replies, "Good morning, my junior brothers and sisters." The outer disciples of Qingfeng Mountain are momentarily taken aback, quickly mimicking, "Good morning, senior brother." Baijin, with a solemn demeanor, declares, "My master has appointed me as the chief disciple of the outer sect, and I must shoulder the responsibilities that come with this title, lest I disappoint his expectations." The onlookers regard Baijin with curiosity, wondering what he intends to do. Establish dominance. Baijin continues, "Today, I shall set forth the first regulation for the outer sect." A palpable tension fills the air, the prospect of a new regulation from Baijin, who appears rather formidable and somewhat overbearing, sends a shiver through the crowd. After all, would he dare to slap the faces of the Western disciples in front of our esteemed elders if he were not sufficiently assertive? All present respond with respect. "We shall heed your teachings, senior brother." As the saying goes, the planning of the year lies in spring, and the planning of the day lies in the morning, the early morning. With the sun rising brings forth the best opportunity for cultivation, as the auspicious purple aura descends from the east. Thus, I decree that from today onward, every outer sect disciple, save for those in seclusion, must gather here for morning lessons to recite scriptures. Only reciting scriptures? How fortunate! A wave of relief washes over the disciples, who respond respectfully, "Understood." Baijin then turns and sits cross-legged facing Mirror Lake. The other disciples follow suit, sitting behind him. In this gathering, there exists either immortals or Taoists, engaged in the tranquil discourse of the Huangting scripture. The morning lesson revolves around the Huangting Sutra. Above is the Huangting. Below is the Guanyuan, with the Yin Xiao in front and the Ming Men behind. Inhale and exhale from outside the hut, entering and exiting the Dantian. The essence of the teachings resides in their profound permanence. As those within the Huangting don crimson robes, with the gates robustly secured, and the Yin Xiao standing tall and imposing. Within the Dantian, the vital essence is subtle, while the jade pool, filled with pure water, nurtures vitality. With firm determination and unwavering resolve, the participants recite in unison, their voices echoing throughout the entire Qingfeng mountain range, creating a celestial ambience. Within the Qingshan Palace, Tongtian nods with a smile that I in the Yuqing Palace. Yuanshir opens his eyes, snorting softly. Now, this resembles the cultivation of Tao in the Taching Palace. Taishang also nods approvingly, saying, well done. 3 figures appear at a cliff's edge, observing the multitude meditating by the pond. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother, with a cheerful demeanor, remarks, Senior Brother has gathered them together for scripture recitation. How lively! Should we not join them? Daobao Daoist, with a stoic expression, replies, merely seeking attention. It serves no purpose in enlightenment. The Wudong Holy Mother smiles. Reciting scriptures can calm the mind and clarify one's nature, pacifying the restless hearts of the outer disciples to prevent them from causing trouble. Daobao glances at the Wudong Holy Mother, furrowing his brow. Junior sister, you seem overly kind to Baijin that we are all fellow disciples. He is merely an outer disciple. His status, though equivalent to that of a personal disciple, is still just that, an outer disciple. As our master has said, taking a deep breath, Daobao feels a wave of frustration, casting his gaze downwards at the figures below. Cursed flattery. Now even my junior sister is being swayed by him. Turning away, he vanishes in a flash. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother whispers, Sister, is there some conflict between Daobao and Baijin? The Wudong Holy Mother chuckles. Not at all. They share a camaraderie. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother looks at her in disbelief. Camaraderie? Sister, do you take me for a fool? Baijin is far too clever. As the sun rises, the recitation ceases, and the disciples inhale the auspicious aura emerging from the east. Moments later, they open their eyes. Feeling invigorated, Baijin rises, smiling. From now on, let us gather here each morning for scripture recitation and breath regulation, cultivating our minds and spirits. All disciples stand, bowing respectfully. Understood. Baijin surveys the group and continues. I am unaware of your origins and have no intention of prying. Now that you have entered our master's sect, we are all fellow brothers and sisters. Remember, do not harm one another, nor defy our elders. His gaze rests on the long-eared celestial. Everyone quickly responds in unison. We dare not. Chapter 21. Factional alliances. Baijin shifts his gaze away from the long-eared celestial, who looks back with a hint of anger in his eyes. Silently questioning, what do you mean by that? Do you take me for a disciple who betrays his master? Baijin continues, my master has always favored his disciples, exhibiting great leniency. However, let me make myself clear, do not mistake my master's kindness as a license for reckless behavior. Even if my master does not punish you, as your senior brother, I will not show you mercy. Before joining the sect, you live a life of freedom and indulgence, unrestrained by anyone. However, once you become a disciple, certain habits must be shed. If I discover any of you engaging in barbaric practices, foul language, or acts of violence, I will immediately report you to our master for expulsion. All disciples of Qingfeng Peak stand resolutely, respectfully affirming, thank you, senior brother, we shall not transgress. Baijin smiles in satisfaction and bows. Very well, you are dismissed. The outer disciples reciprocate the bow and then disperse in small groups. A faint smile plays at the corners of Baijin's lips. Are these outer disciples not known for their wildness and love of freedom? Now that I have imposed various rules upon them, it is certain to incite discontent when a few rebellious spirits inevitably arise. I shall impose severe penalties, eliciting widespread resentment. To that point, my title as the chief disciple of the outer sect will surely be stripped away by my master Ta. How astutely clever I am. Now, to pay my respects to my master and elders, Baijin turns and soars towards Taching Peak. To the rear mountain's tranquil waterfall, the thundering sound of cascading water echoes as Daobao Daoist sits cross-legged beneath the waterfall. One palm raised before his chest, radiating the celestial light of Qingfeng, a beam of pure light descends from the heavens, landing on a nearby rock beside the waterfall, transforming into a young man with long ears. The long-eared celestial respectfully bows. Greetings, senior brother. Daobao Daoist's eyes snap open, a commanding aura emanating from him. The long-eared celestial feels his heart tremble. This senior brother appears far more intimidating than Baijin. Prompting him to bow even deeper, Daobao Daoist lowers his hand and, with displeasure, inquires long-eared celestial, what brings you here? The long-eared celestial hastily replies, "Senior brother, I have come to seek your support." Dao Bao Daoist regards him, stating, "Seeking my support? I do not require it. Bai Jin is the chief disciple of the outer sect." The long-eared celestial responds earnestly, "You are our true senior brother. Bai Jin is merely the chief disciple of the outer sect. Since his return, he has imposed a series of regulations upon us. With our spirits constrained, how can we pursue the path of cultivation? Senior brother, we need you to advocate for us." Several other figures in azure light descend, kneeling on the ground, and respectfully plead, "We implore you, senior brother, to advocate for us." Seeing the kneeling figures by the lake, Dao Bao feels a tremor in his heart. The long-dormant spirit of Dao within him stirs, surprising even himself. After a moment of contemplation, he declares, "Let us convene here tomorrow morning to discuss the Dao." The long-eared celestial and the others rejoice. "Thank you, senior brother." From the onset, the long-eared celestial has held Bai Jin in disdain, believing him merely fortunate to have gained a master in recent days as a unique being from the primordial chaos. He considers himself equal to the personal disciples and would not willingly submit to someone of Bai Jin's ordinary aptitude. However, this senior brother possesses exceptional talent and the potential to achieve profound enlightenment. Such a figure is worthy of his allegiance. The following dawn, Bai Jin arrives early at Mirror Lake, waiting patiently. Moments later, the outer disciples of Qing Feng Peak begin to gather. Bai Jin surveys the crowd and feels a surge of delight as he notices that the number is significantly reduced. He directly inquires, "Where are the long-eared celestial and the others?" Shiji replies respectfully, "Senior brother Long-eared and his companions have gone to the rear mountain to discuss the Tao with the senior brother." Senior brother, Bai Jin understands and nods with a smile, leading the remaining disciples to sit cross-legged before Mirror Lake to recite scriptures. The sound of their recitation soon fills the air. Before long, the sun rises after concluding their recitation and breath regulation. Bai Jin stands and bows to his junior brothers, saying, "The morning lesson is over. Please feel free to proceed with your tasks." He then gracefully ascends and heads towards the rear mountain. The remaining disciples murmur quietly among themselves, "Is the senior brother heading to the rear mountain?" Surely not. The long-eared celestial is with Dao Bao's senior brother. I sense trouble brewing. The senior brother is ruthless, daring to strike the face of the Western disciples even before our elders. "Come, let us see." The crowd quietly followed behind. The secluded waterfall in the back mountain. Duo Bao sat upon a slab of bluestone, beside which stood a table laden with remnants of uneaten food, while wisps of smoke rose from the extinguished campfire. Chang'er and the others lay sprawled on the ground, squinting their eyes in a tipsy stupor. Chang'er let out a hearty belch and remarked, "Elder brother, what do you believe our purpose in cultivating the Tao is?" Duo Bao replied calmly, "To enlighten the mind and refine one's nature, striving for the pinnacle." Chang'er laughed heartily, "Elder brother, we cannot compare to you. You are the mighty Kunpeng of the 9 heavens, while we are merely sparrows of the forest. The thought of reaching the pinnacle is beyond our wildest dreams. What we seek is simply to follow our hearts, living freely." The other junior brothers echoed in agreement. "Indeed, you, elder brother, are destined to become a renowned figure in the wilderness, while we shall merely run errands for you." "Precisely. As long as elder brother guides us a little, we can frolic freely in the wilderness. When you ascend to the heavens, we shall cheer and shout for you." They continued to shower him with flattery. A faint smile graced Duo Bao's face, as if he could suddenly sense his master's delight, although the obsequious Bai Jin served little purpose. Having such a person around was rather pleasant. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. The group fell silent and turned to see Bai Jin, cloaked in white mist, approaching with the dawn. Arriving at the waterfall, Bai Jin bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, elder brother." Duo Bao smiled. "Bai Jin, what brings you here?" Bai Jin straightened and replied, "Yesterday I established the external sect's rules. Except for those in seclusion, all disciples must recite scriptures by the Mirror Lake at dawn. Today, upon hearing that Chang'er and the others came to listen to your teachings, I came to take a look, surveying the remnants of the meal." He mockingly inquired, "Elder brother, what profound teachings did you impart to them?" Indeed, Bai Jin had come to stir trouble. The greater the chaos, the better for him to shed his identity as the chief disciple of the outer sect. Duo Bao remained silent, Bai Jin turned to Chang'e, the enlightened light immortal, and asked, Chang'e, do tell what elder brother taught you. Chang'e rose and bowed, saying, reporting to elder brother, the elder brother taught us the way of combat. Chapter 22. The confrontation between Duo Bao and Bai Jin relentlessly pressed. What way of combat? Duo Bao suddenly opened his eyes wide, rising in displeasure. Junior brother, are you questioning your elder brother? Bai Jin, calm and composed, replied, I dare not. Yet, just after establishing the rules, someone has already broken them. How can I manage the outer sect in the future? If there is no resolution, I shall have to seek Master S judgment. The other external disciples sprang to their feet, a flicker of fear crossing their faces. They were certain that the two elder brothers would be fine, but they were unsure about themselves. Duo Bao remarked, I was indeed imparting teachings to them. What teachings? Bai Jin asked. Duo Bao smiled. Junior brother might as well experience it firsthand. With a serious expression, Duo Bao positioned one hand before his chest and slowly thrust it forward, declaring, this is a new palm technique I have comprehended. Please, junior brother, offer your guidance. A massive azure hand materialized, akin to a mountain wall, advancing towards Bai Jin. Bai Jin's expression changed. This technique seemed eerily familiar. Was it not the Taoist version of the great sun Tathagata palm? Without a moment to ponder, Bai Jin swiftly spun his hands before him, summoning an enormous Taiji diagram that rotated, dwarfing the giant palm imprint. However, size alone does not equate to strength. The palm struck the Taiji diagram, producing a sound akin to thunder, momentarily halting the diagram's rotation. The colossal azure hand relentlessly pushed against the Taiji diagram. Bai Jin, pushing against the Taiji diagram, found himself retreating, his countenance growing increasingly grim. The disparity in realms was insurmountable by any single technique. It was utterly uncontainable. Suddenly, Bai Jin's thoughts shifted. To resist? But why should I? Is it not my intention to escape this identity as the chief disciple of the outer sect? This situation is fortuitous. The Taiji diagram shimmered and abruptly vanished. The immense azure palm burst forth, crashing against Bai Jin with a resounding thud, sending him hurtling backward. Duo Bao's expression shifted. The gigantic palm instantaneously redirected skyward, piercing through the clouds, leaving a monumental imprint in the sky. Bai Jin was flung 1,000 meters away, crashing through a cluster of trees, appearing quite disheveled. He struggled to his feet, his clothes tattered, and raised a finger, declaring, Elder brother, your divine power is formidable. I have learned much. Duo Bao's expression darkened, and he shouted, Bai Jin, what scheme are you plotting? Why did you suddenly hold back? Bai Jin adjusted his clothing and shook his head, saying, I did not hold back. I simply lacked the skill. That Duo Bao's face was grim as he retorted, do you think I cannot see through that? What is your true intent? Bai Jin turned to leave, his voice echoing back, since you wish to personally teach them, I shall not interfere further. I hope you will not lead them astray. Exiting the valley, Bai Jin spotted a group of junior brothers and sisters waiting outside, nodding with a smile before continuing on his way, showing no signs of defeat or despondency. The external disciples exchanged glances, some finding a spark of hope. Perhaps this elder brother was not as formidable as he seemed. He could not even withstand a single move from Duo Bao. Once in a secluded area, Bai Jin hurriedly shook his hands, grinning widely. The elder brother's palm technique was truly overwhelming, even with the Taiji technique to absorb force. His arms still tingled from the impact. Bai Jin paid his respects to his grandmaster and second grandmaster, casually exchanging pleasantries with the grandmaster. The original second master had yet to emerge from seclusion, and Bai Jin presented 2 gifts to the white crane boy, who delightedly called him elder brother repeatedly. Finally, Bai Jin entered the Shanqing Palace, kneeling on the mat to bow. Disciple pays respects to master, wishing master a prosperous transmission of the Tao, with countless immortals coming to pay homage and harmony among disciples. Tongtian laughed heartily. What you offer is not a greeting, but a grievance. Bai Jin rose, sitting cross-legged on the mat, looking disheveled and aggrieved. Master, look at how badly I was beaten by my elder brother. You must quickly relieve me of my position as the chief disciple of the outer sect. It has only been a day, and I've nearly been beaten to death. If this continues, I may lose my life. Tongtian regarded Bai Jin with a knowing smirk. Was it truly Duo Bao who struck you? Bai Jin nodded vigorously. Yes, Master, you did not see. That palm was as large as a small mountain. It came down directly upon my face. Had I not been fortunate, I might never have seen you again. Tontian inquired, why did you not use the 5 elements Great Escape? Why not the opening heaven sword? Why did the Taiji diagram suddenly collapse? Bai Jin froze, his eyes darting around, and quickly replied, I have yet to master the 5 elements Great Escape, fearing I might become stuck underground. The situation arose so suddenly that I forgot the opening heaven sword. The Taiji diagram crumbled because Elder Brother's strike was too fierce. Master, you must stand up for me. I truly cannot bear the title of chief disciple any longer. Silence, Tontian bellowed. Bai Jin immediately fell silent, looking pitifully at Tontian. Tontian, half laughing, half serious, said, I appoint you as the chief disciple of the outer sect, and yet you feel wronged? Bai Jin instinctively nodded, then quickly shook his head, muttering, Master, you know me. I possess a bit of cleverness, but my aptitude is lacking for significant duties that I have no grand ambitions to become renowned across the wilderness or strike fear throughout the cosmos. I merely wish to serve you forever. Tontian's gaze softened, and he replied, Look at your aspirations. The position of chief disciple is one you must assume, whether you want it or not. Bai Jin, dejectedly sitting on the mat, felt his meticulously planned abdication crumble. Indeed, I am simply too exceptional. Bai Jin looked up at Tontian and said, Very well, I shall accept this role as chief disciple. But what is the matter with Elder Brother? Tontian replied flatly, No need to concern yourself. Bai Jin, at a loss for words, said, Master, you make me the chief disciple, and yet do not allow me to interfere. Is this not favoritism? Focus on your own matters and diligently cultivate. The rest is not for you to manage. Each has their own destiny. Bai Jin lowered his head, resigned, understood. I shall accept this identity for now, but I will not give in. One day, I shall step aside for someone else. Perhaps Elder Brother is quite suitable. In the Shangqing Palace, Tontian mused, The path of supremacy belongs solely to me. Duobao, let me see how far you can go. With a faint glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, Chapter 23, The Arrival of Tai from the East. Historically, those who have ascended the path of supreme dominance have been formidable rulers of the vast primordial realm, such as the Beast King, the Ancestral Dragon, and the Demon Emperor. In comparison, Duobao appears as tender as an infant, not only in terms of strength, but also in the depth of his understanding and cultivation. The Ancestral Dragon and the Demon Emperor's exalted nature involves commanding immortals and governing all beings, while Duobao has yet to step beyond the foundational stage of solitary pride, entirely unacquainted with the grand path. However, as he interacts with these external disciples of authority, a transformation is surely on the horizon for Duobao. In the following 2 days, the external disciples seemingly divided into 2 factions. One faction, led by Bai Jin, espouses a path of austere cultivation, while the other, rallying around Duobao, embraces a more liberated ideology. After several days, only a handful, merely 3 or 5, remained with Bai Jin's faction. Under the dim, overcast sky, Bai Jin reclined at the edge of a precipice, listening to the melodious chanting carried by the wind. While idly humming a tune, with my left hand, I execute the Tai Chi fist. With my right, I thrust a sword before me. This sweeping leg technique is called clearing snow to break the lightness of the flying swallow. My extraordinary veins break through the heavens. With righteous vigor, I sweep through the world to eliminate evil and assist the good is my wish. Farewell, Master, farewell, Master, farewell, farewell. His singing was quite delightful, yet one could imagine how his master might react with irritation upon hearing it. A light laugh broke the silence, and a figure gradually approached from the side. Bai Jin immediately ceased his singing, hurriedly sitting up, exclaiming in surprise. Senior Sister Rudong, Shengmu, settled beside Bai Jin, inquiring, Junior brother, what were you just singing? Bai Jin, feeling a bit bashful, replied, Just a few casual hums. What brings you here, Senior Sister? I came to see how you are faring, Wudong Shengmu asked. How is your injury? Bai Jin smiled foolishly. It's nothing now. Senior brother was merciful. Wudong Shengmu observed the figures below by the lakeside, chanting scriptures, and smiled. You're doing well. Thank you for your praise, Senior Sister. It is what I ought to do. The two sat in quietude for a moment, and Bai Jin hesitantly spoke. Senior sister, why does the senior brother target me? I have no conflict with him usually. Wudong Shimu hesitated before responding. I cannot say for certain. It might relate to the path of the senior brother, or perhaps other factors. Bai Jin, curious, asked. What factors? Wudong Shimu delicately replied. Before you arrived. The senior brother was the most favored disciple of our master. Are you implying I have stolen the senior brother's limelight? Surely he is not that petty. Bai Jin retorted, somewhat speechless. Wudong Shimu chuckled. That I cannot ascertain. Bai Jin reclined on the rocky ground, gazing up at the misty sky, sighing. Being human is so difficult. Being an immortal is even more challenging. Am I destined to engage in palace intrigue and cultivate my path by vying for the master's favor? Moments later, as the sun rose in the east, a ray of morning light cascaded upon Bai Jin and Wudong Shimu, bestowing upon them a gilded aura. Bai Jin sat up, observing the rising sun, resolutely stating, Senior sister, I do not wish to contend with the senior brother over anything. Yet if he deliberately targets me, I will not retreat. Wudong Shimu smiled. Junior brother, the path of the Grand Way is inherently one of valor, where every inch must be fiercely contested. She then added, however, do not act impulsively. You are not a match for the senior brother. Bai Jin nodded. I understand, so if the senior brother bullies me again, I will bravely report it to the master. Wudong Shimu was momentarily taken aback. Report to the master. Is this your notion of not backing down? A sense of absurdity welled within her, akin to a multitude of divine beasts trampling through her thoughts. With a chuckle, Wudong Shimu burst into laughter, placing her hand on Bai Jin's shoulder, teasingly saying, Junior brother, you are truly amusing. Bai Jin, left speechless, replied, Senior sister, is it truly so funny? I am being earnest. Confront knowing one is outmatched is the act of a brute, not of a wise person. Wudong Shimu, with a radiant smile, remarked, Is it not the wise who seek to report to the master? This is merely leveraging strength against the senior brother. Wudong Shimu recalled how Duobao had just bullied Bai Jin, and how Bai Jin would soon run to the master in tears, leaving Duobao bewildered and helpless, which struck her as hilariously amusing. Her days ahead seemed they would be full of intrigue. Bai Jin patted Wudong Shimu's arm, urging, Senior sister, stop laughing. Do you not see how the sun is growing larger? The sun? Wudong Shimu looked up toward the east, only to see the fiery orb rapidly expanding, its scorching aura bearing down upon them. Suddenly, Wudong Shimu sprang to her feet, frowning as she exclaimed, What esteemed guest approaches Kunlun Mountain? All the disciples of Qingping Peak soared into the air. Gazing toward the east, the blazing sun grew ever closer, transforming into a magnificent palanquin, drawn by 9 serpentine dragons, the entire carriage ablaze with crimson flames, adorned with opulent gold and jewels, flanked by 2 ranks of formidable demon guards. The palanquin halted in the sky above Kunlun Mountain, and the drapes were drawn back to reveal a young man seated within, clad in a dark gold robe, standing tall with a handsome and resolute demeanor. A divine sun emblem gracing his forehead, exuding an extraordinary presence, akin to a godly king judging all beings from the heavens. The young man stepped out of the palanquin, offering a formal bow, and proclaimed, Tai, the Eastern Emperor, seeks an audience with the 3 esteemed brothers. His resounding voice echoed across the expanse of Kunlun Mountain. It is Tai, the Eastern Emperor. Why has the Demon Emperor come here? The disciples erupted into a flurry of whispers on the precipice. Bai Jin instinctively shrank back, his heart racing with unease. Is the Demon Emperor here to settle a score? The second master once mentioned taking on this karma. I wonder if that still holds? It seems the second master has yet to emerge from seclusion. The gates of Taiqing Palace, Yuqing Palace, and Shangqing Palace swung open simultaneously, and 3 figures emerged. Tong Tian spoke. Tai, the Eastern Emperor, what brings you to Kunlun Mountain with such grandeur? Tai rose, smiling gently. Some time ago, a young man wielding the Tai Chi diagram in the East Sea injured the Bifong demon god and seized my palanquin of the 9-dragon Aggerwood. I wonder if the 3 esteemed brothers are aware of this. The disciples of Qingping Peak exchanged strange glances. The nine-dragon Agarwood palanquin was precisely the one gifted to the second master by the senior brother. On the cliff, Wudong Xingmu remarked. Is he referring to you? Bai Jin nodded. Wudong Xingmu reassured him. Do not worry. This is Kunlun Mountain. With our master and our uncles present, he cannot act with impunity here. Bai Jin replied. I know, but it seems I have caused trouble for the master and our uncles. Atop the Yuqing Peak, Yuan Shi stood with arms crossed, gazing intently at Tai, declaring with authority, Have you come to accuse us? Tai stated, I would not dare. I merely wish to reclaim the nine-dragon Agarwood palanquin. Yuan Shi responded, As far as I know, the nine-dragon Agarwood palanquin does not belong to your demon court. It was a gift from the dragon clan to my junior nephew, and has nothing to do with your demon court. Come seeking it is utterly unreasonable. Tai smiled. The nine-dragon Agarwood palanquin is just a mode of transport, of no great consequence that I can offer two innate spiritual treasures in exchange. I hope the esteemed brother will consider this. Yuan Shi shook his head. I lack for innate spiritual treasures. The nine-dragon Agarwood palanquin is a heartfelt gift from my junior nephew and will not be traded. Chapter 24. The wager. Tai pondered for a moment and said, Since the esteemed brother values this nine-dragon Agarwood palanquin so highly, I cannot bring myself to seize what you cherish. However, it indeed holds great value for my demon court. How about this? The esteemed brother temporarily lends it to me, and I shall return it within a millennium. Yuan Shi, Tianzuan shook his head. Tai, you may as well return. I will not lend the nine-dragon Agarwood palanquin. The azure dragon guards the easternmost edge of the heavens, and the merit gained is sufficient to protect the dragon clan. Do not stir up unnecessary trouble. Tai, with a serious demeanor, replied, Esteemed brother, do you truly not extend even this small favor? Yuan Shi nodded in affirmation. Tai narrowed his eyes, stating, In the East Sea, someone has seized what I sought and wounded my demon god. How shall we account for this karma? Yuan Shi gestured, and a purple banner flew from Yuqing Palace. Landing in his hand, he declared, I will take this karma upon myself. A brief encounter in the chaos will suffice. Tai chuckled lightly. There is no need for such hostility, esteemed brother. How about we make a wager? A wager. On what? Above the East Sea, the disciples of our brothers have triumphed over the demon gods with extraordinary grace, captivating all. Today, I propose a wager with the esteemed brother. If your disciples can defeat my demon court as prodigies of the same realm, this karma shall be settled. Should my demon court as prodigies prevail over your disciples, then the nine-dragon Agarwood palanquin shall be lent to me for a millennium, and the karma shall likewise be resolved. Yuan Shi remained silent, contemplating. It appears you have come well prepared. Within Yuqing Palace, Bai Tongzi's heart raced wildly, internally shouting, Do not agree. Master, please do not agree. We cannot win. Atop Qingping Peak, Tong Tian chuckled heartily. How intriguing. I accept this wager. Tai laughed heartily. It is delightful to have you. Brother Tong Tian, what say you, brother Yuan Shi? The original figure cast a glance at Tong Tian and remarked, I concur as well. Splendid. The wager is set. The three senior brothers may first dispatch their disciples to battle. Dongwang Tai gracefully retreated, resuming his place within the imperial carriage. I shall go. Taoist Duobao stepped forward, treading upon the void, and declared with an air of arrogance, I am Duobao, a Tai golden immortal. I humbly seek your guidance. A youth clad in a white robe soared forth, halting 1,000 meters away from Duobao, bowing respectfully as he proclaimed, I am Bayu, a Tai golden immortal. I beseech your teachings. Perched upon the precipice, Bai Jin inquired curiously, Sister, do you think the senior brother can prevail? Wudong Xingmu smiled reassuringly, saying, Fear not. Our senior brother cultivates the supreme path. Within the same realm, he is invincible. Bai Jin couldn't help but click her tongue in admiration. The supreme path, invincible. How impressive our senior brother is. Duo Bao moved swiftly, his figure leaving a long, illusionary trail as he unleashed a punch, the force akin to the torrential cascade of the Milky Way, causing the earth to tremble. Bayu hastily clasped his hands together, striking his fists against them, and a ripple emanated forth that, in an instant, Bai Yu was propelled backward like a cannonball, tracing a lengthy white arc through the air, his movements appearing quite disheveled. Duo Bao furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "So weak," as he strode towards Bai Yu. Below, the disciples of the long-eared Jingguang immortal cheered excitedly. "Invincible! Our senior brother is invincible! Senior brother, deliver another punch! Senior brother, vanquish him!" The cheers echoed continuously. The young man steadied himself, and a jade box suddenly appeared in his hand. As the box opened, 7 flying daggers, each 3 inches long and gleaming with a fierce cold light, emerged. Bai Yu sneered, declaring, "Treasure, please turn around." One dagger leapt into the air, its hilt revealing eyes that shot forth 2 beams of white light towards Taoist Duo Bao. Caught off guard, Duo Bao felt a sudden disorientation in his spirit, standing dumbfounded. The 3-inch dagger transformed into a streak of white light and shot forth. Duo Bao sensed a sharp pain in his soul, instinctively turning his body. The white light grazed him, leaving a bloody mark upon his arm, the sting jolting him free from its binding on the distant cliff. Bai Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth? An immortal slaying dagger. The dagger spun in the air before abruptly darting towards Duo Bao. Glancing at the wound on his arm, Duo Bao summoned a long sword that materialized in his hand. With a swift slash, he deflected the flying dagger with a resounding clang. With a cold smirk, Duo Bao remarked, "Hidden weapons are mere trifles." He stood poised in the air, his sword piercing through the cold stars, the clangs of metal ringing out as sparks erupted, repelling the dagger's relentless assault. With a decisive swing, Duo Bao sent the flying dagger soaring away, then struck forth with his palm, conjuring a massive hand of celestial light that surged towards Bai Yu. Instinctively alarmed, Bai Yu retreated a few steps and shouted, "Treasure, please turn completely around." The remaining 6 flying daggers erupted from the jade box, each adorned with eyes, transforming into 6 streaks of white light aimed at Duo Bao. Simultaneously, the 6 immortal slaying daggers pierced through the colossal hand, leaving 6 transparent holes before the massive palm disintegrated. The 7 flying daggers danced around Duo Bao, moving with the swiftness of light. Duo Bao wielded his celestial sword, leaping and maneuvering amidst the flurry of sounds, as if multiple reflections of himself flickered in the air, igniting a cascade of sparks. The disciples of the Shangqing Peak watched in tense anticipation. Prolonged defense would surely lead to defeat. Tong Tian, with a sharp gaze, addressed Dong Wang Tai, "Junior brother, employing a magical artifact to seek victory is rather lacking in decorum, is it not?" Dong Huang Tai chuckled. "Senior brother, Bai Yu is a disciple of the demon sage Beis. This immortal slaying dagger was forged by Beis using the essence of 7 great witches, refined with the essence of separation fire. That it possesses the ability to seize the light of the sun and moon, overturning the powers of the 5 elements. Thus it rightfully belongs to Bai Yu for his protection." Tong Tian scoffed. "Junior brother, such a blatant falsehood escapes your lips?" Dong Huang Tai merely smiled in silence, confident that even if the 3 purities recognized the deception, they would not intervene. It was a matter of pride for them. In the skies above, 2 splashes of blood erupted as Duo Bao sustained 2 more wounds. His heart racing with urgency, he possessed celestial artifacts, even several innate spiritual treasures, yet the speed of the immortal slaying daggers was astonishingly swift. Completely focused on countering the daggers, he found himself unable to divert attention to control his artifacts, and his treasures could not match the dagger's pace. That on the cliff, Wudong Xingmu felt a deep concern, beads of sweat forming on her brow as she anxiously observed Duo Bao surrounded by the flying daggers. Bai Jin suddenly asked, "Doesn't our senior brother possess any defensive artifacts for protection?" Wudong Xingmu replied, "Our senior brother upholds our master's teachings, believing that the best defense is a strong offense." Bai Jin fell silent, reflecting on the audacity of the 2 masters. However, they seemed to be at an impasse now. She quickly said, "Sister, I do possess an artifact that could subdue those daggers." Wudong Xingmu turned in surprise. "Is that true?" Bai Jin nodded, albeit reluctantly. "But wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to intervene now?" Chapter 25. The might of the falling treasure money. Wudong Xingmu asserted, "If you trust your sister, Then relinquish the artifact to our senior brother, and I shall retrieve it later. Bai Jin immediately nodded. Of course I trust you, sister. You are like an elder sister to me. A flash of her hand revealed a copper coin, round on the outside and square on the inside, adorned with wings, which she handed to Wudong Shengmu. Wudong Shengmu's eyes softened as she gazed at Bai Jin. For cultivators, artifacts were of utmost importance, and the fact that her junior brother willingly offered one at her behest spoke volumes of his trust. Just as he had said. Without further ado, Wudong Shengmu took to the skies, standing amidst the clouds, and called out, "Senior brother, Bai Jin has expressed gratitude for your care and presents you with this artifact." A stream of light shot forth from her hand, traversing the area swarming with flying daggers, landing before Taoist Duobao. With a bow, Duobao grasped the white light, sensing a small winged object in his palm, and swiftly swung his celestial sword, deflecting 2 daggers with a resounding clash. Dong Huang Tai interjected with a smile, "Isn't it a bit underhanded for the disciples to so openly interfere in battle?" Tong Tian replied calmly, "Bai Yu and Bei share a profound master-disciple bond. Duobao and Bai Jin share a deep brotherly affection." "What is wrong with that?" Dong Huang Tai nodded, choosing not to press further, recognizing that both sides had now invoked a magical artifact. Rendering the encounter fair, Duobao could not help but glance back at Bai Jin, who smiled and nodded encouragingly. Yet, Duobao perceived her grin as mocking. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed, and he quickly raised his sword in defense. Clang! The 2 daggers struck against his sword, sending sparks flying and forcing Duobao to stagger backward. The remaining 5 daggers swiftly converged for the kill. Duobao soared into the sky, evading the 5 streaks of white light. Resolutely deciding to trust in this moment, that a surge of immense magical energy flowed into the falling treasure money, and with a wave of his hand, it fluttered into the air, flapping its wings. The 7 flying daggers abruptly halted, revealing their true forms, their eyes now closed, silently hovering in the in the distance. Bai Yu and others exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible?" He urgently called out, "Treasure, please turn around. Treasure, please fully return." Yet the 7 daggers remained motionless, as if entirely deaf to his commands. Bai Yu felt a wave of panic and fury, shouting, "You scoundrel, move!" Duobao stood aloft, gasping for breath as he gazed at the 7 immortal-slaying daggers. An absurd thought flickered in his mind, as if he could command them with his will. Tentatively, he called out, "Treasure, return!" The falling treasure money expanded in size, and one by one, the 7 immortal-slaying daggers passed through the square hole in its center, landing in Duobao's hands, while the falling treasure money shrank back down, flying in his grasp. Duobao's eyes gleamed with ecstasy. He had truly acquired them. Gripping the falling treasure money tightly, he marveled at its worth. Below, the disciples of Shangqing Peak were in an uproar, astonished that Bai Jin's gift allowed Duobao to reclaim the 7 daggers. Wudong Shengmu alighted on the precipice, turning to Bai Jin in disbelief. "Does your artifact truly possess the ability to collect others' treasures?" Bai Jin nodded matter-of-factly. "Indeed, can it only collect hidden weapons and daggers, or can it gather all treasures? Can it take mine as well?" "It can gather any artifact of a lower grade than the falling treasure money," she emphasized, "for the falling treasure money is a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure." The sense of incredulity welled up within Wudong Shengmu. How could such a treasure exist in the world? With this artifact in hand, could it not mean that the majority of treasures could be freely claimed? Immediately recognizing the preciousness of this magical artifact, Bai Jin felt an even deeper sense of emotion within her heart. With a sigh of admiration, she said, "Senior sister, now you understand the rarity of my falling treasure money, do you not? You must help me retrieve it later. I fear that the senior brother may covet my treasure." Wudong Shengmu replied earnestly, "Junior brother, rest assured, no matter the cost, I will assist you in reclaiming this artifact, even if it means confronting our master." The other 3 Qing disciples were momentarily taken aback, gazing at the falling treasure money in Duobao's hands with astonishment. What kind of artifact is this? It has even absorbed all 7 of the immortal-slaying flying swords. Dong Huang Tai's expression grew serious. This match was slipping away in the air. Duobao Taoist, holding the celestial sword, charged straight towards Baiyu. Baiyu's face changed dramatically as he retreated, exclaiming, "I concede," in the next instant. A glimmering celestial sword appeared, poised menacingly at Baiyu's throat, remaining perfectly still. The chilling aura sent shivers through Baiyu, causing his hairs to stand on end and his pupils to constrict. Duo Bao Daoist coldly commanded, "Hand over the box." Baiyu nodded repeatedly, waving his hand as the box shot away at an angle, while he hastily distanced himself. Duo Bao Daoist's expression shifted. Disregarding Baiyu, he swiftly pursued the box. For this treasure that could harm him, Duo Bao was determined to possess it. Even though it paled in value compared to the newly acquired winged artifact, it was still a rare, protective divine weapon. Baiyu promptly turned and soared towards Dongwang Tai's chariot. Treasures could be refined anew, but one's life was singular. Meanwhile, Duo Bao Daoist chased like the wind, swiftly reaching the box, seizing it with a look of joy, success. Suddenly, chaotic formation patterns emerged on the box, causing Duo Bao Daoist's expression to change as he hastily retreated. The box erupted with a violent explosion, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that sent Duo Bao Daoist flying. He coughed up blood, tumbling through the air. Baiyu turned towards the explosive sky, blinking his innocent large eyes in confusion, wondering, why did it explode? Dongwang Tai nodded at Baiyu, approvingly stating, "Well done, Baiyu." Still puzzled, thought, how did it explode? I didn't do anything. Dongwang Tai admonished loudly, "Young disciple, one must not be greedy in the path of cultivation." Regaining his balance, Duo Bao Daoist's face turned pale as he clutched his chest and coughed a couple of times. Stating, "Thank you, Uncle Master, for your guidance. I will remember your words." He then turned and flew downwards. As Duo Bao soared through the air, his injured body suddenly experienced a surge of chaotic energy, and with a horrified scream, he plummeted downwards, crashing into the mountain path and creating a large crater. Bai Jin covered her face with her sleeve, unable to bear the sight of Duo Bao's plight, her heart filled with trepidation. Is this the consequence of trading luck? It looks so tragic. The senior brother, Shi Xiong, Chang Er, and Ding Guangxian hurriedly flew down to lift Duo Bao from the rocky pit. Tong Tian laughed heartily, saying, "Junior brother, I have won this round." Dongwang Tai nodded, smiling. "Your disciples are indeed talented, but with outsiders intervening, this round should not count." Yuansha replied sternly, "Tai, are you trying to be unreasonable?" Stepping forward, he declared, "Let us have a match in the chaos instead." Dongwang Tai smiled and said, "All right, best 2 out of 3, and we shall count it as one victory for you, senior brother." Tong Tian nodded in agreement. Dongwang Tai continued, "Now it is my turn to send someone." At the cliff's edge, Wudong Xingmu cautioned, "Junior brother, if it is a golden immortal, you shall engage. If it is a Tai golden immortal, I shall step in." Bai Jin, astonished, pointed at herself, saying me. With a grimace, she added, "Senior sister, why not let Jinling go? She is also a golden immortal, and you know my aptitude is lacking. Among golden immortals, I am rather weak. Jinling, I do not trust her, she lacks combat experience, and it would be unfortunate if she were harmed." Wudong Xingmu explained. Bai Jin, speechless, looked at Wudong Xingmu, feeling a pang of sadness. If Jinling were to be injured, it would be a problem, but if I were hurt, it would be of little consequence. Wudong Xingmu further clarified, "I have more faith in you. While your strength may not be invincible among your peers, you possess numerous skills." Bai Jin blinked, interpreting this as a compliment. Dongwang Tai pondered for a moment, then smiled radiantly, looking exceptionally handsome, and said, "Chi Hu, you go to a robust man," froze momentarily before breaking into a wide grin. Responding, "Yes," he shot into the sky, standing atop a white cloud, exuding a fierce blood aura that turned the surrounding clouds into dark, ominous formations as crimson lightning flashed within the dark clouds, accompanied by a low, thunderous roar of a tiger. Chi Hu proclaimed loudly, "Chi Hu, a Xianxian cultivator, please offer your guidance." Wudong Xingmu frowned slightly. A Xianxian? Neither she nor her junior brother could engage, and the newly recruited outer disciples were still too inexperienced. After a brief silence, a graceful figure soared from the upper clear peak, hovering opposite Chi Hu, and sweetly declared, "Shi Ji, a Xianxian cultivator, please offer your guidance." Chihu grinned widely and suddenly charged at Shurji, the swirling dark clouds morphing into a ferocious tiger's head. Shurji gracefully retreated, producing a square scarf, the Bagua Cloud Light Scarf, casually tossing it. The scarf spun and enlarged, transforming into a grand Bagua formation, with Shurji standing atop it. The pitch-black tiger's head lunged towards Shurji. The 8 corners of the Bagua formation ignited with brilliance. And from each corner emerged a majestic divine general, each bearing a character on their armor. Qian, Kun, Zhen, Jin, Likan, Dy, Sun. The 8 divine generals shouted in unison and charged towards the tiger's head. However, as they drew near, the tiger's head exploded, sending crimson claw shadows sweeping through, causing the 8 divine generals to be hurled back simultaneously to Qi, who stood firm, his hands adorned with pitch-black iron claws, crimson veins coursing along them. Atop the cliff, Wudong Shengmu lamented, Shurji has been defeated. The conflict of artifacts and lack of combat experience rendered her no match for him. The 2 figures clashed violently in the sky, and Shurji soon found herself at a disadvantage. Below, Bai Jin's expression grew increasingly grave. With a sickening sound, a pristine white arm was severed and flew away, prompting Shurji to scream in agony as she staggered back to evade. Bai Jin instinctively stepped forward, her pupils contracting. Shurji was one of the few who willingly followed her, and she could not let anything happen to her. Suddenly, Bai Jin stepped forth and shouted, "We concede." Dong Wang Tai chuckled. "Chihu, cease your assault." Just then, a claw pierced Shurji's abdomen and was yanked away, sending her plummeting helplessly downwards. Bai Jin hurriedly flew to catch Shurji mid-air, turning furiously to glare at Chihu. Chihu's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light as he grinned, saying, "I didn't hear you." "Very well. You are quite something," Bai Jin retorted, cradling Shurji as she descended rapidly. 2 female disciples rushed forward to receive Shurji. The smile faded from Dong Huang Tai's face as he coldly addressed Chihu. "Did you not hear my words?" Chihu trembled, hastily flying down a kneel before the chariot, desperately explaining, "Your Majesty, I got a bit too excited." Dong Huang Tai waved his hand, and with a swoosh, an arm flew off, causing Chihu to grunt in pain, his complexion turning ashen. Dong Huang Tai turned to Tong Tian and apologized. "Senior brother, my subordinate has been disobedient. I hope this does not amuse you. To prevent such occurrences in the future, I must request that you lend me the 9-dragon incense cart for a while." Tong Tian looked down at Bai Jin, his expression unreadable as he stated, "Bai Jin, the 9-dragon incense cart was obtained by you." "What do you say?" Bai Jin turned to Dong Huang Tai, her expression solemn, her robe billowing as she declared, "I, Bai Jin, possess but a single sword, capable of moving mountains, parting seas, subduing demons, sealing evil, commanding deities, plucking stars, cutting rivers, toppling cities, and opening the heavens. Who will come forth to offer guidance? On Upper Clear Peak." Tong Tian's eyes brightened. He has comprehended his path. He seeks to pursue the sword path. What a remarkable youth. Dong Huang Tai's expression turned serious as he perceived in her words a swordsman dedicated solely to the sword, one who could achieve greatness through purity of purpose. Such individuals are undoubtedly formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Dong Huang Tai stated, "Ying Lian, you go. Be cautious of her sword." A young man respectfully responded, "Yes." He shot into the sky, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon Bai Jin. Bai Jin ascended step by step onto the clouds, and as they faced each other, the atmosphere around them thickened with a murderous intent, causing the disciples of Upper Clear Peak below to instinctively hold their breath. Bai Jin tilted her gaze towards the heavens at a 45-degree angle, her robe billowing as she spoke softly, "I possess a single sword, and I shall only strike once. Are you prepared?" Ying Lian's expression grew grave. This opponent was a master of the sword, capable of breaking through myriad techniques, exceedingly difficult to contend with. Yet, he was unafraid and boldly proclaimed, "Please offer your guidance." Bai Jin materialized a long sword in her hand, bowing respectfully with it as she introduced herself. "I am Bai Jin, a golden immortal." Slowly rising, she fixed her gaze upon Ying Lian. Without suspicion, Ying Lian conjured a short blade, bowing deeply as he proclaimed, "I am Ying Lian, a golden immortal. Please offer your guidance." Bai Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement at the opportunity. With a sudden sweep of his sword, he unleashed a strike of celestial might, a brilliant beam of sword light slicing through the air. In that moment, Ing Lien, who was bowing in deference, was struck with terror. He quickly raised his head, only to see the sword light rushing toward him. Instinctively lifting his blade to defend himself, the blade of light swept past, resonating with a thunderous clang. Leaving Ing Lien frozen in place, his eyes wide with shock, he uttered, word by word, in a voice laced with fury, "You are deceiving me with your swordsmanship." Bai Jin, with his long sword now resting against his back, was graced by a gust of wind that sent his long hair billowing elegantly. With a smile, he replied, "This is indeed my swordsmanship." Ing Lien looked at Bai Jin with a mixture of grief and rage, a deep slash appearing on his chest and back, sending a tremor through his body as blood surged forth, staining him crimson on the summit of Shanqing Peak. Tong Tian's face darkened. As expected, he thought Bai Jin had truly comprehended the way of the sword. Yet it turned out to be mere trickery. Sitting nearby, the Taoist Duo Bao scoffed, curling his lip in disdain at the shameless charlatan. He thought, unworthy of association. Yet he couldn't help but feel exhilarated by the spectacle. The venerable Taishang chuckled, to act in accordance with one's heart, untroubled by the myriad affairs of the world. Very well, Tai Chi, you may depart. Dong Huang Tai Chi rose from the throne, stepping forth and stating, having been defeated, "I have no further words. The karmic ties are severed. May we meet again." He performed a respectful bow and returned to his throne, the curtains drawing shut automatically. Immediately, a figure soared forward, escorting Ing Lien back to the ranks as the throne transformed into a blazing sun. Ascending toward the heavens, Taishang, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian turned and entered the palace, the grand doors booming shut behind them. Chapter 27. Within the Shangqing Palace, Bai Jin turned and soared downward, landing gracefully in front of Shiji. The latter struggled to sit up, weakly calling out, "Senior brother." Bai Jin supported her and inquired with concern, "Shiji, how do you feel now?" Shiji forced a smile, replying, "I'm fine now. It's merely a flesh wound, not affecting my essence. I shall recover swiftly." Bai Jin glanced at the nearby young woman and said, "Junior sister, would you kindly escort Shiji back to rest?" The girl with a bun nodded vigorously, responding, "Of course, senior brother." With a wave of her hands, a flow of ethereal energy enveloped Shiji, guiding her away. Shiji turned back to Bai Jin, smiling weakly. "Senior brother, your words were truly admirable just now." Bai Jin grinned. "Were you not stunned by my display? Though, I must admit, my tactics may have been a touch unscrupulous." His smile faltered slightly. Shiji chuckled softly, urging her companion to hasten their departure. Bai Jin replied, somewhat exasperated, "You've grown quite bold, daring to jest with your senior brother." The Holy Mother Wudong descended beside Bai Jin, remarking, "You seemed quite angry just now." Bai Jin retorted, "He injured my junior sister. As her senior brother, how could I not be furious?" "Is that so? I recall you were not particularly angry when your senior brother was injured. In fact, you seemed somewhat pleased," she countered. Bai Jin immediately protested. "Sister, that's a grave misrepresentation. When my senior brother was hurt, it pierced my heart like a knife. It felt as though I was the one being cut. Otherwise, I would not have lent him my treasured item." In the distance, Duo Bao Taoist leaned against the mountainside, observing Bai Jin with a gradually softening gaze. "Perhaps I should extend more understanding toward my junior brother. His burdens are not light." Suddenly, a massive rock trembled on the mountainside, crashing down with a thunderous roar, burying Duo Bao beneath it. Bai Jin and the Holy Mother Wudong turned in alarm to see the boulder that had fallen onto the path. Wudong questioned, "How could there be falling rocks on Kunlun Mountain? Is it so strange to have falling rocks on a mountain?" Bai Jin responded. Wudong rolled her eyes, "But this is Kunlun Mountain." Bai Jin suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, where's my senior brother? He still hasn't returned my treasured item." Without hesitation, Wudong urged, "Let us go. I shall accompany you to search for him." The two ascended the mountain gracefully. Moments later, the fallen boulder was violently lifted, and Duo Bao Taoist emerged, his face ashen. "Damn it, how could a mere rock strike me? Someone must be plotting against me. Who could it be?" Duo Bao scanned his surroundings suspiciously, casting an invisibility spell upon himself and cautiously making his way up the mountain. His journey was fraught with misfortune, calamities striking him from all sides and leaving him in a pitiful state. After enduring for half a day, Duobao could no longer persevere. His injuries had not only failed to heal, but had worsened considerably. He hurriedly made his way toward the Shanqing Palace. With a loud thud, Duobao stumbled into the Shanqing Palace. Collapsing onto a mat, dirt-streaked and disheveled, he bowed and lamented, "Disciple pays respects to the master. I implore you to take action on my behalf. I have been ambushed." Tontian commanded. "By Jin, come forth." A beam of light descended from afar, transforming into Bai Jin's figure, pristine and handsome, contrasting sharply with the disheveled Duobao. Bai Jin strode into the hall, kneeling before a mat and bowing. Disciple pays respects to the master. He then looked up with a playful grin. "Master, what business do you have with me?" Tong Tian replied tersely. "What business could I possibly have with you? Just look at your senior brother." Bai Jin turned to glance, startled, exclaiming, "Senior brother, what has happened to you?" Duobao straightened his posture, nonchalantly stating, "It's nothing, merely a few minor schemes from lowly individuals. I handled them with ease." Bai Jin's lips twitched in disbelief. His senior brother was quite the actor. From the higher seats, Tong Tian's voice rang out, "Duobao, produce the treasure Bai Jin lent you." Duobao extended his hand, revealing a coin that was round on the outside and square on the inside. With wings sprouting from its side, he respectfully stated, "Master, the treasure my junior brother gifted me is this. I used it to collect 7 flying daggers. But after the dagger box exploded, the daggers returned to their essence and vanished into the cosmos, that I must express my gratitude to my junior brother for this gift." Bai Jin immediately turned, wide-eyed and admonished, "Senior brother, it was not a gift. It was a loan." Duobao remained unfazed, calmly asserting, "I have expressed my thanks here." Bai Jin, exasperated, retorted, "Senior brother, must you not possess a shred of dignity? With such behavior, who would dare assist you in the future?" Duobao ignored Bai Jin, thinking that once it was in his possession, it was his to keep. After all, if Bai Jin were to use this treasure against him in the future, no amount of treasures would suffice. Bai Jin looked toward Tong Tian, pleading, "Master, please observe my senior brother. I helped him defeat his opponent, and now he seeks to covet my treasure. I ask this how a senior brother ought to behave." Tong Tian waved his hand, and the coin flew from Duobao's grasp into his own. Holding it, Tong Tian remarked, "Use it a few more times, and you'll be nearing your downfall." Duobao trembled, a flash of realization striking him. To become a disciple of Tong Tian required intelligence. However, a series of misfortunes had clouded his heart. Now, with Tong Tian's words, a cascade of memories flooded back. His injuries, the falling rocks, the calamities that had beset him, all began with the explosion of the dagger box. And what had he done prior? He had used this treasure to gather 7 flying daggers. Duobao turned abruptly to Bai Jin, all his pent-up frustration surging forth, and he shouted, "Bai Jin, did you betray me?" In a fit of rage, he added, "I once considered you a good brother, yet you secretly conspired against me." Bai Jin, irritated, replied, "Senior brother, I was helping you. Had I not lent you the coin, you would still be getting stabbed by those daggers. And who covets the treasures of a brother?" Tong Tian's voice turned stern. "Duobao, your fortunes are disordered. Has your heart become chaotic as well?" His tone resonated like thunder in Duobao's mind. Taking a deep breath, Duobao bowed his head, acknowledging, "Disciple recognizes my error." Tong Tian's gaze fell upon the two below. Bai Jin's fortune radiated like a tricolored lotus, resplendent and flourishing, a manifestation of the blessings of the 3 pure ones. In stark contrast, Duobao's fortune, once like a divine wheel, now appeared diminished and chaotic, wandering aimlessly, leading to a tarnished heart, as if heaven and earth had forsaken him. Tong Tian gestured in the air, and Duobao's chaotic fortune swiftly coalesced into a divine wheel, 1/2 meter in diameter, hovering behind his head. Duobao felt clarity wash over him, a sense of tranquility replacing the ominous dread that had plagued him. He promptly bowed, saying, "Thank you, Master." Chapter 28. Seeking elixirs, Tong Tian inquired, "Bai Jin, what is the name of this treasure?" Bai Jin promptly replied, "Master, this treasure is called the Falling Treasure Coin. I stumbled upon it while searching for tea trees at Wui Mountain." Tong Tian chuckled heartily. Your selfless intention has indeed brought about your own fortune. There is indeed no doubt regarding this assertion. The innate spiritual treasures are destined for those fated to possess them, and prior to their emergence, no one could discern their whereabouts. Naturally, Baijin could not embark on a quest to seek them out. Baijin humbly remarked, "It is all thanks to the blessings of my master and uncle. The treasure known as the falling treasure money is rather intriguing. It can siphon away one's fortune to forcibly acquire another's magical artifact. However, utilizing it even once results in a significant depletion of fortune, leaving the remaining fortune in utter disarray. Such a treasure is best left untouched. For it offers no benefit to you." Tong Tian's tone bore a hint of disdain. "Why master intends to confiscate my magical artifact? How could that be?" Baijin hastily defended the falling treasure money, saying, "Master, this predicament arises because the immortal slaying flying blade is exceedingly precious. Forged from the essence of 7 great shamans, its lethality surpassing that of most innate spiritual treasures at a greater cost is thus understandable. Furthermore, my senior brother is not the true master of the falling treasure money, so its greediness is somewhat excusable. If I were to wield it, I would likely require only 1/3 of the fortune." Tong Tian, with a smirk, replied, "A third? Are you certain?" Baijin awkwardly chuckled, "Half, at most a small half. And it will not result in any chaotic fortune." Gazing eagerly at his master, he implored, "Master, please return the falling treasure money to me." Tong Tian jovially responded, "Since you are confident in your ability to control it, I shall grant you the falling treasure money. However, it must be used wisely. If employed well, it will benefit you. If misused, it may bring harm." Surprised that his master did not confiscate the artifact, Baijin eagerly nodded. Exclaiming, "Yes," with a flick of his hand, Tong Tian sent the falling treasure money soaring forth, a radiant arc as it hovered before Baijin. Overjoyed, Baijin grasped the falling treasure money and turned to Duo Bao, inquiring, "Senior brother, do you still wish for this?" Duo Bao replied nonchalantly, "Since it belongs to you, junior brother, I would not covet another's possession." Baijin stored the falling treasure money away. He thought to himself, "What do you mean by not coveting? You simply lack the courage to claim it." A cowardly little fatty, Tong Tian's voice rang out. "I must contemplate the sacred path. You both may return." Baijin and Duo Bao simultaneously rose, bowed respectfully, and said, "Disciple takes leave." The two exited the Shangqing Palace, exchanged a glance, and simultaneously snorted before soaring off in opposite directions. Baijin flew towards Taqing Peak. Landing before the Taqing Palace, he knocked thrice upon the door and called out, "Disciple Baijin seeks an audience with my esteemed uncle. Enter." An aged voice resonated, and the palace door creaked open. Baijin stepped into the grand hall, knelt upon the mat, and respectfully proclaimed, "Disciple Baijin pays respects to my esteemed uncle." At the main seat above, Taishang smiled warmly. "Rise." "Thank you, esteemed uncle." Baijin stood and seated himself cross-legged upon the mat. Taishang continued, "In the future, refrain from ambush tactics. If one's actions are improper, the self becomes improper, and an improper self leads to an impure heart." Baijin respectfully acknowledged, "Thank you for your teachings, esteemed uncle. I shall remember them." Taishang nodded and then inquired, "During the contest, I sensed your murderous intent. Why did you hold back at the crucial moment?" Baijin replied earnestly, "The path of immortality values life and seeks to ferry countless beings. I did not wish to be swayed by anger, hence I chose to withdraw." Taishang smiled with satisfaction. "Very good." Baijin felt a sense of relief. It was not easy to gain his uncle's approval. "What brings you here today?" he continued. "Junior Sister Shichi, in order to uphold the dignity of our master and uncle. Despite knowing she could not win, still chose to battle, resulting in severe injuries. Thus, I have come to request a healing elixir." Taishang laughed heartily. "You clever little rascal, feigning injury for the sake of our master and uncle's reputation. If I do not bestow upon you an elixir, I would be in the wrong." Baijin sheepishly chuckled. "Indeed, you have seen through me once more." Taishang, still amused, pointed at Baijin and then waved his hand. A jade vial and an exquisite wooden box flew forth. Hovering before Baijin, "My elixirs are not given freely." Take this vial of elixirs and deliver this box of tea to Nuwa. Baijin exclaimed in surprise. Lady Nuwa, Taishang nodded. Nuwa mentioned her fondness for tea. I have freshly picked some for her. You shall deliver it to Buzhou Mountain. Baijin grimaced. Esteemed uncle, where is Buzhou Mountain? I am unfamiliar with the way. Taishang replied sternly. Buzhou Mountain is the center of the primordial world, the pillar of heaven and earth. You need only silently chant its name in your heart, and you shall sense its location. Baijin nodded, understood, and reached out to take the jade vial and wooden box. Taishang urged, hurry along now. Baijin stood, respectfully bowed, and said, disciple takes leave, before turning to depart. In a palace upon Taqing Peak, Shichi was seated upon her bed, healing her wounds, surrounded by a blue-green celestial light. Knock, 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 that a series of knocks echoed. Shichi retracted her celestial light, opened her eyes, and frowned. Who is it? Junior sister Shichi. It is I, came Baijin's voice from outside. The Shichi's expression turned to one of surprise. Senior brother? She quickly rose and floated to the door, opening it to find Baijin standing outside. She hurriedly bowed. Greetings, senior brother. Baijin raised his hand to support her arms, saying, Junior sister, you are injured. There is no need for such formalities. She then stepped aside, saying, Senior brother, please come in to speak. Baijin smiled. No need for that. Extending his left hand, he revealed a jade vial, saying, This is the healing elixir bestowed by my esteemed uncle. Take it and recover well. Shichi accepted the elixir, deeply bowing towards Taqing Peak in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed uncle. In the Taqing Hall, Taishang smiled and nodded. Baijin advised, Junior sister, focus on your recovery. There is no need to attend the morning lessons for now. I have matters to attend to outside for a few days that if you require anything, seek out Sister Wudong, or even our master. Though our master may appear stern, he is, in truth, warm-hearted and cares deeply for us. Shichi nodded, touched. I understand. Our master is like a father to you, in the Shangqing Palace. Tong Tian observed with keen interest, gazing down through layers of space, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Baijin. Growing quite audacious. Are we daring to speak of the master behind his back? Baijin felt a chill run down his spine, promptly silencing himself. Feeling an uncomfortable sensation wash over him, he chuckled awkwardly. Well then, junior sister, take good care of your injuries. I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Shichi's reply, he turned and strode out, as if a proud dragon was poised to unleash its might behind him. Senior brother, a call rang out from behind. Baijin halted mid-step, turning to look at Shichi, puzzled. Junior sister, is there something else? She raised the jade vial in her hand, beaming. Thank you, senior brother. Baijin smiled. This junior sister seems quite clever. I should keep my distance from her in the future. I prefer the kind of simple-mindedness my senior brother possesses. Just as Baijin returned to his room, Duo Bao sneezed several times, rubbing his nose, feeling as though he had been offended, remembering his previous dismal experience. He cursed under his breath. Flattery is the most shameless of acts. Baijin waved his hand and turned to soar into the sky, heading directly from Kunlun Mountain towards Buzhou Mountain, guided by an inner sense. The primordial world sprawled infinitely, teeming with life, where ferocious beasts roamed the wilderness and the mighty Wu clan dominated the mountains. Whenever Baijin encountered such circumstances, he would employ the 5 elements escape technique to keep his distance. Not out of fear, but rather a desire to avoid unnecessary conflict. Entanglement often led to escalating consequences, where small skirmishes could provoke larger foes, resulting in a relentless cycle of violence. With Baijin's golden immortal cultivation, it took him several years to journey from Kunlun Mountain to Buzhou Mountain, a testament to the vastness of the primordial realm. Upon reaching the foot of Buzhou Mountain, Baijin gazed upward at the seemingly endless heights. Where the midsection was shrouded in mist, standing at the base, he felt a profound sense of insignificance in the face of the mountain's grandeur, an ancient and overwhelming aura that even the celestial beings could not resist venerating. After a considerable time, Baijin emerged from his awe of Buzhou Mountain, his form radiating light as he transformed into a celestial white crane, soaring into the heavens. The crane emitted a clear and melodious cry that echoed across Buzhou Mountain. It ascended along the mountain's face, weaving through the clouds, when suddenly, an unseen guiding force beckoned him, as if illuminating a path. The celestial crane promptly altered its course, following the sensation through dense cloud cover. Moments later, as it broke through a layer of clouds, a radiant vista unfolded before him. A verdant valley nestled within the mountainside, abundant with spiritual flowers and exotic herbs, where ethereal butterflies danced and golden hares frolicked. Two grand palaces stood regally within, accompanied by the delicate strains of a chime drifting from the valley. Guided by the enchanting music, the celestial crane descended beside a brook, where it beheld a middle-aged man playing the chime. His eyes closed, and a serene smile gracing his countenance, exuding an aura of elegance and tranquility. The depth of his cultivation was inscrutable, a testament to the multitude of great beings in the primordial realm. Yet Baijin had surmised his identity. The crane swooped down, transforming back into human form with a flash of light. The music ceased abruptly as the middle-aged man opened his eyes, turning to Baijin and inquiring, "From whence do you come, young friend?" Baijin quickly bowed in respect, replying, "I am Baijin, a humble disciple from Kunlun Mountain, here to deliver a box of tea leaves to Lady Nuwa on behalf of my esteemed master. I sensed a guiding presence and followed it here. If I have trespassed in any way, I beg your forgiveness." The middle-aged man chuckled heartily. "Ah, so you are Baijin. My younger sister has spoken of you, praising your intelligence and exceptional understanding. Tea is rare for her to commend anyone in such a manner." Baijin's suspicions were confirmed. This was indeed Fushi, and the younger sister referred to as Lady Nuwa. Yet, feigning ignorance, he asked, "May I inquire who you are, esteemed elder?" "I am Fushi," he replied with a smile, "and my sister is the Lady Nuwa you seek. That it was she who guided you here." Baijin promptly bowed again, saying, "I am honored to meet you. Uncle Fushi, I have long heard of your virtuous nature and extraordinary abilities. To see you in person is to witness your renowned reputation." Fushi gently placed a hand on Baijin's shoulder. Laughing, "I did not expect my name to reach Kunlun Mountain. Rise, rise. No need for excessive formalities." Baijin stood upright, inquiring, "Uncle, may I ask where Lady Nuwa is? My master has entrusted me with some local specialties for her." "Not to worry. My sister is currently in contemplation. Follow me." Fushi gestured, stowing away his chine as he walked along the stream. Baijin kept pace behind him, and after a brief while, they arrived at a modest pavilion perched on the edge of a cliff. The structure, supported by 4 wooden pillars and thatched with straw, contained oddly shaped stone tables and chairs, presenting an appearance far from befitting a primordial deity's leisure. As they settled into the pavilion, a breeze swept through, revealing a tumultuous sea of clouds before them, expanding their horizons. Baijin surveyed the pavilion, a peculiar expression emerging in his eyes. Despite the apparent lack of refinement, it was evident that the creator had taken great care in its construction. Albeit the outcome left much to be desired. Fushi smiled. "Do you find it hard to believe?" Baijin quickly replied, "I think it is wonderful, returning to simplicity and embracing the natural order." Fushi laughed heartily. "Ah, so Nuwa imbues such profound meaning into her work? I had no inkling. I merely thought her craftsmanship was lacking. This pavilion was crafted by my younger sister herself. The 4 pillars are made from the wood of the creation tree. The thatch is from the nightshade of the northern sea, and the tables and chairs are forged from Tai gold. I had intended to make it myself, but she insisted on trying her hand, resulting in this peculiar design." Baijin's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly exclaiming in astonishment. This was the audacity of a true master. Just a hint of Tai gold could forge remarkable postnatal treasures. Yet here it had been fashioned into such an unseemly table. As he scrutinized the pavilion further, he noted it shimmered with golden light. The creation tree, nightshade, Tai gold, each was a treasure in its own right, and the temptation to borrow them crossed his mind. Fushi waved a hand over the table, and a tea set materialized, smiling as he said, "Please, bring out the tea leaves." Baijin regained his composure, extending his hand to reveal a purple box adorned with a Tai Chi symbol, its packaging exuding elegance. Rising, he presented it with both hands. "Uncle, this is the tea my master asked me to deliver." Fushi accepted the box and opened it, releasing an inviting aroma of tea that a smile instinctively appeared on his face as he pinched a bit of tea leaves and placed it in the teapot. Moments later, he poured 2 cups, offering one to Bai Jin. I do not have the 3 light divine water here, so I shall use the heavenly dew from the cold pool. Pray, taste its flavor. Bai Jin sipped, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, "It is exquisite, rivaling the 3 light divine water, with a unique flavor of its own." Fushi also took a sip, savoring it as he said, "Good tea deserves good music. Would you care to listen as I play a tune?" Bai Jin promptly set his cup down, sitting upright with a serious demeanor. "It would be my utmost honor." Fushi waved his hand over the table, and a wooden chain appeared. As he plucked the strings, a clear, ringing melody filled the air, causing the sea of clouds to surge. Bai Jin, entranced by the music, felt as if he were adrift in the cosmos, his thoughts dissolving into nothingness, his spirits soaring with the wind and moon, chasing lightning and thunder, embracing the vastness of existence within his heart. Chapter 30. Nuwa's contemplation. Fushi observed Bai Jin, who had slipped into a state of enlightenment, chuckling softly. The young man's understanding was commendable. He quickened the tempo of his playing, the melody soaring to new heights. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when the music finally ceased, Bai Jin jolted awake. Momentarily dazed, he rose and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, uncle, for your teachings." Fushi accepted the bow with an air of anticipation. Inquiring, "What have you comprehended?" Bai Jin replied excitedly, "The path of speed, riding the winds and traversing the clouds, soaring beyond the heavens." Fushi nodded, smiling. Indeed, speed could be a vital skill for survival. Rising, he declared, "Come, I shall take you to meet Nuwa." She should be concluding her contemplation now. Fushi led the way, with Bai Jin following closely. Bai Jin asked, "Has Lady Nuwa been in contemplation this entire time?" Fushi affirmed, "Yes, she used to love exploring Buzhou Mountain, but now she seldom ventures out." Bai Jin understood, "My master and grandmaster are much the same, sequestered within their palaces, pondering the great principles, yet achieving little. Sometimes I worry for them, fearing they might become too reclusive." Fushi laughed heartily. Beneath the sages, all are but ants. Such profound truths are not easily grasped. The two arrived at a garden behind the palaces, where Lady Nuwa sat despondently on a swing, swaying gently in the breeze. As Fushi entered the garden, the small creatures scattered in a flurry. Bai Jin's eyes widened in astonishment at the bizarre sights before him. Sheep with wolf heads, 4-legged chickens and ducks, dogs with bird bodies, 4-horned snakes, and wild boars the size of mice. Among other oddities, the plants were equally extraordinary, with banana trees sprouting from apple trunks, dogtail grass blooming amongst starry flowers, and goldfish swimming within lotus blossoms. While trees bore piglets, Bai Jin felt a chill run down his spine. This was akin to the madcap experiments of those deranged scientists from his past life, only more outrageous. It was unfathomable that Lady Nuwa had truly succeeded in her creations. The piglets on the trees, squealing merrily. Fushi approached, asking, "Sister, have you yet found clarity?" Lady Nuwa, roused from her thoughts, furrowed her brow and replied, "I feel so close, just a step away from success. What is it that the path of creation still lacks?" Bai Jin rose to his feet and cast his gaze upon the chaotic assortment of creatures nearby, realizing that these were the experimental subjects of Nuwa, the goddess who had comprehended the path of creation. Now, having perfected the evolution of life, it seemed that should she grasp the transformation from death to life, she could attain sainthood. This appeared to be an excellent opportunity to seize. Bai Jin performed a respectful bow and said, "Master Uncle, during my journey, I encountered a peculiar creature that I do not recognize. Might I trouble you to enlighten me?" Nuwa exhaled deeply, momentarily setting aside her lingering obsession, but a flicker of regret crossed her mind. It appeared that the time had not yet come. Turning to Bai Jin, she smiled gently and replied, "There are countless primordial races. It is only natural that you do not recognize it. Please, reveal it to me." "Thank you, Master Uncle." Bai Jin reached into a flower bed and grasped a handful of earth, which he held in his palm. Nuwa regarded him with a look of curiosity, thinking that she could simply simulate it with her powers. What was he attempting to do? Bai Jin kneaded the soil in his hand, and after a moment, a bizarre and ferocious beast materialized. A wolf's head adorned with 4 horns, its body covered in thick fur, with protruding fangs jutting out. With a respectful tone, Baijin presented the clay beast and said, "I humbly request your guidance, Master Uncle." Niwa smiled and said, "This is a horned wolf, a fierce creature known for its taste for blood, living in packs and delighting in the hunt of mountain spirits." Baijin exclaimed in realization. So, it is a horned wolf. How amusing it looks in this smaller form. If only it were alive. It would be delightful, though alas, it is but clay. Suddenly, Baijin's words resonated like thunder in Yuwa's mind, leaving her momentarily stunned, echoing repeatedly. If only it were alive. If only it were alive. If only it were alive. Fushi noticed Yuwa's unusual demeanor and quickly inquired, "Sister, what troubles you?" Yuwa regained her senses and joyfully proclaimed, "I have achieved my path." Instantly, she soared into the sky. Baijin, perplexed, wondered what has come over the goddess. Fushi, too, wore a delighted smile. Realizing that his sister was on the cusp of attaining sainthood, he looked at the clay sculpture in Baijin's hand and expressed his gratitude, saying, "I am thankful for your enlightening guidance. My sister's path to sanctity is now fulfilled." Baijin hurriedly waved his hands, saying, "Master Uncle, you overstate my contribution. I have done nothing." Fushi laughed heartily and said, "Nephew, whether intentional or not, we owe you our gratitude, and we shall repay it in due time." In a flash, he appeared beside Baijin, grasping his arm and declaring, "Let us go." In an instant, they traversed the space and descended from Mount Bujo. Landing upon a smaller hill, in the valley below, Niwa sat in meditation, a great cauldron before her, within which a mass of clay spun. Fushi introduced, "This is the Qian Kuan cauldron and the Shirang." Baijin nodded in understanding. Fushi settled onto the mountaintop and said, "Nephew, sit and wait. Comprehending the Tao is not a matter of haste." Baijin followed suit and sat beside him, both silently observing the stillness of the goddess in the valley. Days passed swiftly, and after 3 days of silence, Niwa suddenly reached into the Qian Kuan cauldron, extracting a handful of clay. Kneading it, a twisted little creature took shape in her palm. One leg thick and the other thin. One arm long and the other short. It could be considered a monkey for now. Niwa casually tossed the clay monkey, which flew out and grew larger upon hitting the ground, its clay body transforming into flesh. The creature joyfully touched itself, knelt, and bowed before leaping away, only to trip and shatter upon the ground. Niwa exhibited neither surprise nor joy and continued to reach into the Qian Kuan cauldron, crafting a bizarre tiger that, upon landing, let out an excited roar and bounded away, but ultimately returned to its clay form once again down a mountaintop. Baijin queried, "Master Uncle, I have a question. Are you wondering why they revert to clay?" Fushi interjected, "Though my sister now comprehends the path of creation, she is yet to fully walk it. Time is still required for her understanding." "That is not my inquiry," Fushi, puzzled, asked. "Then what do you wish to know?" Baijin observed the peculiar creature Niwa was shaping once more and delicately inquired, "Why are the creations of the goddess so peculiar?" Baijin was deeply concerned for humanity. Would Niwa's aesthetic sense pose a problem? Fushi pondered for a moment before sheepishly admitting, "My sister's craftsmanship does indeed have its quirks, as you can see from that pavilion." Baijin felt a wave of despair. This was not merely a quirk. It was a significant issue. He silently mourned for the first generation of human ancestors. As time flowed on, the valley resonated with the joyous cries of various animals. The creatures fashioned from clay by Niwa no longer vanished but truly possessed life. Emerging from death, through countless iterations, Niwa's clay shaping had become more refined, yielding creatures that were no longer bizarre. Baijin breathed a sigh of relief for humanity. Niwa paused her crafting and exclaimed with delight, "The path of creation is complete." With a wave of her hand, the multitude of lingering animals in the valley soared into the air, leaving the valley once again empty as the essence of creation permeated the entire expanse of the primordial world. Merging into Niwa's being, Niwa called out, "Baijin." Baijin promptly descended into the valley, performing a respectful bow. Disciple pays respects to Master Uncle. Niwa gently raised her hand, compelling Baijin to rise, with a radiant smile illuminating her face. She could hardly contain her joy as she declared, "I have traversed the path of creation, and now I must create an entirely new race to validate my journey." Bai Jin understood that the knowledge he was meant to acquire had been fully grasped. And now it was time to forge the final product for Heavenly Tao's approval. Niuhua inquired, "Bai Jin, what do you believe I should create as a new race?" Bai Jin respectfully replied, "Your path to enlightenment is not for me to dictate. Nevertheless, I do have a notion in mind, and I would like to hear your opinion." After a moment of contemplation, Bai Jin articulated, "Your Majesty, during my travels through the primordial realm, I often felt an overwhelming sense of vastness and solitude." Fushi floated down and remarked, "In this boundless world, teeming with life and flourishing races, how can one speak of loneliness?" Yet he conceded, "However, kindred spirits are indeed scarce. Traversing millions of miles, one seldom encounters a friend." Niuhua chimed in, "Are you suggesting that the Baihe clan is too few in number?" Bai Jin replied earnestly, "No, Your Majesty. While the myriad races of the world are each unique, those of us who have cultivated the innate Tao body are exceedingly rare. The races I have encountered resemble the peculiar flora in Your Majesty's garden, diverse and extraordinary, which inevitably evokes a sense of isolation." Fushi responded, "This is to be expected. Most of the demon races prefer to remain in a semi-demon state to maintain their utmost combat prowess." Niuhua smiled brightly, pleased, and said, "It seems that your thoughts align with my own. Let us create a race in our likeness. This race shall be called humans." Bai Jin felt a flicker of excitement within. The human race was finally to be born. Niuhua extended her hand and struck the Qian Kuan Ding, producing a resounding hum as flames erupted within, causing the clay to swirl amidst the fire. Just as Niuhua was about to fetch water, she hesitated and turned to Bai Jin, saying, "Bring forth your Sanguang divine water." "Yes," Bai Jin responded, waving his hand to reveal a jade vial for which a brilliant river of stars soared into the Qian Kuan Ding. P.S. Some readers may not appreciate this chapter, but this is the primordial realm I wish to depict. Distinct from the commonly told tales, the vastness of the primordial world should not solely exist for humanity. Niuhua attained sanctity to create humans, rather than achieving sanctity solely for their creation. If the roles are reversed, humanity would surpass the saints, which is not the primordial world I envision. Chapter 32. Niuhua becomes a saint. Niuhua extended her finger, and a drop of blood resembling blood jade materialized, exuding an intoxicating fragrance that caused the flora in the valley to grow wildly. With a flick of her finger, the blood drop floated towards the Qian Kuan Ding. Merging with the Shi Rang and the Sanguang divine water, Da Fushi's eyes widened in instinctive surprise as he exclaimed, "Sister, this is your essence," he added anxiously, "by using your essence to enlighten them. They will be akin to your offspring, forever linked to your fate. Should anything arise, fear not." Niuhua interjected, "I shall provide them with a brilliant future." Niuhua's tone was calm as she gazed at the Qian Kuan Ding, which soon radiated a magnificent light. Bursting forth with seven-colored brilliance, but a radiant smile graced Niuhua's face. She had succeeded. As the flames within the Qian Kuan Ding subsided, a mass of yellow clay floated within. Niuhua reached for a handful of the clay, gently molding it until a small figure emerged in her palm. She tossed the figure to the ground, where it instantly grew larger, transforming into a flesh-colored being with bright eyes. A woman who, upon her birth, possessed celestial-level cultivation and awakened intelligence. The woman knelt in excitement, exclaiming, "I bow before the Mother Goddess." Niuhua regarded her with joy, stating, "You're the first human I have created. I shall name you Nu Ling." Nu Ling expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Mother Goddess." Niuhua continued to reach into the Qian Kuan Ding, and moments later, she molded a man, who stood up upon hitting the ground and knelt, exclaiming, "I bow before the Mother Goddess." Watching from aside, Bai Jin felt a sense of relief. After molding so many creatures, Niuhua's skill in shaping clay had indeed improved. Though her creations were not exquisitely beautiful, they were at least no longer grotesque. Niuhua continued to mold figures, and after a considerable time, she had crafted over 100 beings to form an entire race, which surely take an eternity. Growing a bit impatient, Niuhua surveyed the valley and pointed to the ground, causing the stones to silently sink and form a large pit. The Qian Kuan Ding tilted, allowing the clay to flow into the pit, to which she added more Sanguang divine water to dilute it. With a flash of her hand, a vine appeared, which she plunged into the muddy mixture, stirring it vigorously. With a flick of her wrist, the diluted clay splattered and transformed into numerous clay figures. The figures sprang to life, kneeling and bowing, chanting, "We bow before the Mother Goddess." Nuwa's eyes sparkled with delight. It truly worked, and she continued to whip the vine. Meanwhile, Baijin observed with a peculiar expression. Feeling somewhat helpless, the human race, it seemed, could not escape their odd forms. The figures produced by the vine bore little resemblance to the earlier molded humans and were more akin to the hairless Yuanmo people. Fushi, noticing Baijin's strange demeanor, explained, "This vine is the innate spiritual root of the gourd vine, which was claimed by many powerful beings of the primordial realm, but my sister managed to keep the gourd vine." Baijin queried, "Do you not find these figures somewhat unattractive?" Fushi smiled nonchalantly. "Dear Junior, flesh is merely an external fade. There is no need to dwell excessively on appearances. Ultimately, their essence remains the same. Moreover, my sister has just infused her essence into them, granting the human race the capacity for continuous evolution. Their future potential will depend on their own fortunes." More and more humans appeared in the valley, until their numbers reached tens of thousands, bustling and lively. Nuwa gradually lowered the gourd vine in her hand and proclaimed to the heavens, "I, Nuwa, have comprehended the path of creation and am establishing a new race." Known as humanity, a resonant hum echoed through the primordial skies as purple clouds enveloped the realm, and multicolored rays of light ascended from the 4 cardinal points that a cloud of merit encircled Mount Bujo. As the immense authority of the saints swept across the primordial world, causing countless minor demons and creatures to tremble and kneel in fear, the merit cloud descended, 8 layers entering Nuwa's body. Half a layer merging with the vine, transforming it into a whip, another half layer falling into the muddy pit, which shimmered with a mysterious yellow light, and yet another layer entering Baijin's being. As the merit entered his body, Baijin was momentarily engulfed in a trance, and all the profound truths he had previously struggled to comprehend surged into his mind, prompting him to sit cross-legged and enter a state of enlightenment. At Kunlun Mountain, Taishang, Yuanshu, and Tongtian all bowed in reverence, declaring, "We bow before Saint Nuwa." In the west, Jin and Juni also bowed, saying, "We bow before Saint Nuwa." In the demon court, Donghuang Tai, Dijuan, and countless demon races all bowed, proclaiming, "We bow before Saint Nuwa." Among the Wu clan, the 12 ancestor witches and thousands of Wu beings all bent in homage, saying, "We bow before Saint Nuwa." At that moment, all sentient beings in the primordial realm, regardless of their nature, race, or moral standing, bowed reverently towards Mount Bujo, exclaiming in praise, "We bow before Saint Nuwa." Nuwa ascended from the valley, her mighty voice resonating throughout the primordial realm. "I shall establish a sanctuary within the chaos, expounding upon the great path of the saints. All who are fated may come to witness." Countless beings expressed their gratitude, saying, "We thank you, Saint Nuwa." Those lacking strength felt a sense of regret, while the powerful were filled with euphoria. The great path of the saints awaited, and any gains would be their fortune. Nuwa gazed down at the multitude of humans kneeling in the valley and addressed her brother, "I kindly ask that you and Baijin oversee them for a time." Fushi bowed respectfully, replying, "Yes." Now that Nuwa had attained the status of a saint, acting on behalf of heaven, even Fushi, her elder brother, dared not show disrespect. Enveloped in radiant light, Nuwa gracefully ascended towards the heavens. The humans in the valley called out in sorrow, "We bid farewell to the Holy Mother." Their voices echoed through the skies. Nuwa soared into the air, a clear bird call resonated, and a Qingluan alongside a Kai Feng approached. Pulling an ornate chariot from the west, their wings unfurled in splendid display. Nuwa regarded them with a smile, saying, "It appears we share a master-disciple bond. Join me as handmaidens." The Qingluan and Kai Feng nodded excitedly. Nuwa ascended into the chariot, which soared through the 33 heavens, heading into the chaos. Within the valley, the human populace eagerly watched Fushi and the meditating Baijin at the mountainside, with a wave of his hand. Fushi and Bai Jin vanished in an instant, as though they had departed. The humans erupted in commotion. With the Holy Mother gone, how would they fare without their guidance? Nu Ling soared into the air and commanded, "Silence!" Instantly, all the humans quieted, gazing up at her, and Yu Ling proudly declared, "With the Holy Mother's departure, I shall be your leader henceforth." That a man questioned. "On what grounds?" Nu Ling asserted, "Because I am the first human created by the Holy Mother. Furthermore, as the Holy Mother is a woman, our race shall honor the feminine." Chapter 33. The migration of the human race as day transitions into night. Time flows unceasingly. Half a month later, an overwhelming aura surged within Bai Jin, stirring the very elements of heaven and earth. Fushi waved his hand, immediately cloaking this formidable presence. Bai Jin abruptly opened his eyes, their brilliance akin to the scintillating stars, and after a moment, the immense aura receded inward. A voice resonated from beside him. "How does it feel to be a Tai golden immortal?" Bai Jin instinctively replied, "It feels wonderful." Only upon reflection did he realize something was amiss. Was there an outsider present? He swiftly turned his head and noticed a magnificent pavilion atop the mountain, where Fushi was seated, leisurely sipping tea. Bai Jin promptly stood, bowing respectfully from a distance, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Uncle, for safeguarding me." Fushi laughed heartily, saying, "If anyone should be thanking, it ought to be me. That if not for you, who knows when my sister would have attained her enlightenment." He beckoned. "Bai Jin, come over for some tea." "Yes," Bai Jin responded, gliding gracefully towards the pavilion to sit opposite Fushi. Fushi poured a cup of tea and placed it before Bai Jin, raising his own cup, and said, "Nephew, please." Bai Jin mirrored the gesture, saying, "Master Uncle, please." They both lifted their cups, took a sip, and then set them down. Fushi pointed down the mountain, saying, "Look." Bai Jin glanced down to see numerous wooden houses and caves encircling the valley, forming a settlement. "Oh!" Bai Jin gasped softly, his eyes revealing his astonishment. Fushi smiled and asked, "Have you noticed?" Bai Jin, puzzled, inquired, "Why are there only women in the valley?" Fushi replied leisurely, "Because the current leader of the human race is a woman. And since my sister presents herself as female, the human race reveres women, believing that all things are born from them, and all things return to the mother. The valley where they were born is called the Sacred Land, and the creation mud pool is known as the Sacred Pool. Only women of high status may reside in the Sacred Land and guard the Sacred Pool." Bai Jin murmured, "A matriarchal clan society." Fushi chuckled, "You are correct. It is indeed a matriarchal society. Does Nuwa not intervene? My sister has gone to the chaos to establish her own domain. The care of the human race is now entrusted to us." Bai Jin, pointing to himself, exclaimed in surprise, "Us?" Fushi nodded, smiling. "Do you not wish to?" Bai Jin immediately rose. Fushi asked, "Where are you going?" Bai Jin halted and declared, "Naturally, I must correct the mistakes. The solitary yang cannot endure, and the solitary yin cannot birth. The harmony of yin and yang is the correct developmental principle for all things. Their current actions are erroneous, since Nuwa entrusted the human race to me. I cannot disappoint her expectations." Fushi smiled and said, "Sit down. I'm fully aware of what you speak, but there is no need for correction." Bai Jin resumed his seat, perplexed. "Why not?" Fushi stated earnestly, "Nuwa infused her holy blood into the bloodline of the human race, indicating her high hopes for them. They possess great potential. Thus, unless the human race encounters a crisis of existence, we need not intervene, allowing them to develop independently. Even if they make mistakes, it is not a cause for alarm. It is through errors that they will grow stronger." Bai Jin expressed concern. "What if they sink into their mistakes?" Fushi replied nonchalantly, "Then it would signify they are unworthy of my sister's expectations." Bai Jin, anxious, countered, "But the human race is newly born, like a blank slate. They need guidance to tread the correct path." Fushi, intrigued, remarked, "Bai Jin, it seems you care deeply for the human race." Bai Jin paused, then relaxed, saying, "I wish to see a day when everywhere is filled with fellow practitioners like us so that I can ask for directions anywhere without fear of getting lost." Fushi chuckled, "You actually get lost?" Bai Jin scratched his head in embarrassment. Fushi's smile faded, and he said solemnly, "To achieve a proliferation of the human race, they must strive for self-improvement. just as Baijin was about to speak. Fushi raised his hand to interrupt, saying, Baijin, do not think your master uncle cold-hearted. This is the law of the primordial chaos, survival of the fittest, respect for the strong, if they cannot adapt to the chaos themselves. Even with our guidance, the human race will not go far. Baijin nodded, saying, Then I shall defer to you, master uncle. Looking at the tens of thousands of humans below, I also believe in them. Fushi laughed heartily, saying, Hearing you say that, I am somewhat hopeful for the human race's future. He then stood up and declared, It is time to depart. Baijin also rose, asking in confusion, Where to? Fushi replied, Mount Buzhou serves as the pillar of the primordial chaos, destined to be a place of entangled karmic fates. It is not suitable for the human race's development, so we must relocate to a place more suitable for their early growth. Baijin inquired, Master Uncle, where have you chosen? During my travel through the primordial chaos, I discovered a harmonious place near a great river, situated on a plain, which can serve as a home for the human race. Fushi raised his hand to the sky, and with a thunderous sound, pillars of azure light erupted from the mountain peak, the runes swirling upon them. The human race below was astonished, rising up in confusion. Each practitioner soaring into the air. Silence. Fushi's grand voice resonated, his immense form towering atop the peak. The human race below was startled, hastily landing and kneeling, exclaiming in excitement, We pay our respects to the holy envoy. Baijin, bewildered, asked, Master Uncle, when did you become the holy envoy? Fushi, speechless, replied, How would I know? Meanwhile, he continued to move his hands, causing 4 pillars of light to rapidly rotate around a 1,000-mile radius, rumbling as the earth shook. The mountains trembled, and the 1,000-mile expanse of land, including the valley, lifted into the air, heading southward to the base of Mount Buzhou. A 1,000-mile depression was left behind, and the murky waters within began to gather, foreshadowing the formation of a vast lake soon. The human settlement, akin to an island, traversed through the clouds for months until it arrived near a roaring river, the massive island crashing down with a thunderous boom, creating towering waves and stirring up dust, causing the human race to cry out in astonishment. After a moment, tranquility returned to the valley's sacred ground, where a divine spirit respectfully called out, Great Holy Envoy, why have you brought us here? All the humans looked up at the sky. Fushi's grand voice echoed, This place is rich in resources, devoid of great demons and devils, making it more suitable for your development. Grow swiftly. I eagerly anticipate your future. The human race collectively expressed their gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, Holy Envoy. Baijin looked into the distance, his expression peculiar, saying, Master Uncle, you mentioned there were no great demons. What is that? He spoke too confidently, perhaps inviting a slap in the face. From the east, a rolling cloud of demons was sweeping in, filled with a bloody aura. Fushi glanced over and remarked, A mere few Tai-level demons. Do they count as great demons? He waved his hand casually, causing the distant demon cloud to explode with a thunderous bang, vanishing into nothingness. Baijin opened his mouth, finally giving a thumbs up, saying, Master Uncle, you are formidable. By your reasoning, if we avoid the demon court, there would be no great demons in the entire primordial chaos. Chapter 34. Niwa teaches. Fushi laughed heartily, saying to say such a thing is rather arrogant. At the very least, I wouldn't dare provoke the 4 extreme holy beasts, and there are countless strong beings in the primordial chaos. No one knows if they're hidden, unknown powers. Baijin flattered, only those without strength would be arrogant. Master Uncle, your words reflect confidence. Fushi smiled. It has been a long time since I have met such an amusing little fellow. Baijin asked, Master Uncle, what shall we do now? Fushi replied, There is nothing to do. Find a place to meditate and cultivate peacefully, and no need to concern yourselves with minor demons. Let them fend for themselves. Yes, Baijin responded. The two established their own cave abodes, setting up concealed formations, retreating to the mountain to quietly observe the development of the human race. The growth of the human race was rapid. In just 3 years, the population expanded more than tenfold, spreading into various tribes that revered the valley's sacred ground. The long black night came to an end, and dawn broke, The entire river basin was filled with a joyous atmosphere. As the human race gathered, singing and dancing before the mountain valley's temple, their praises and laughter echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Within the temple stood the statue of Nuwa, flanked on either side by statues of Fuxi and Baijin. Resembling guardians, Baijin sighed, "Another annual Christmas day has come. Master Uncle, when will our watch come to an end?" Fuxi, standing with his hands behind his back on the mountain peak, replied, "It is nearly time. The development of the human race has surpassed my expectations greatly." A melodious cry of a phoenix resonated through the sky, casting a spectrum of vibrant hues across the heavens. From within this kaleidoscope of colors emerged a magnificent phoenix. Soaring gracefully above, below, countless members of the human race gazed upward in awe, some in panic, others in reverence. The formidable among them ascended into the air, keeping a vigilant watch on the celestial bird. The phoenix hovered in the sky, its crystalline voice ringing out, "By the decree of Lady Enwa, I have come to escort Lord Fuxi and Brother Baijin to the Enwa Palace to receive teachings." With a smile, Fuxi responded, "It is time to conclude our affairs. Let us depart." The two immediately dispelled their concealment array, revealing themselves atop a mountain, where clouds of auspiciousness billowed beneath them as they ascended into the sky. The throngs of humanity below bowed deeply, exclaiming with excitement, "We greet the holy envoy. We bid farewell to the holy envoy." Amidst the thunderous expressions of gratitude and admiration, Fuxi, Baijin, and the phoenix vanished into the radiant sky. In the midst of the chaotic void, near the outskirts of the primordial world, lay a newly established realm known as the heavenly realm of Enwa. Within this realm, the landscape was breathtaking. Adorned with picturesque mountains and rivers, where divine birds and auspicious beasts frolicked, to the heart of this world stood a grand temple, its plaque inscribed with the three characters, Enwa Palace. Inside the palace, Lady Enwa occupied the main seat, surrounded by many powerful beings from the primordial era and their disciples. Behind the three pure ones sat the treasures of the world, while the disciples of Jin and Junti gathered around the likes of the medicine master, Great Strength, and K. Itagarba. The 10 young golden-haired figures, descendants of the demon clan, sat behind Emperor Jun, while 2 exceptionally handsome disciples were positioned behind Zenyuanzi. Juani smiled and remarked, "Junior sister, all have arrived. Why do we not commence the teachings of the Holy Tao?" Enwa replied with a smile, "Patience, junior brother. 2 individuals are yet to arrive." Yuan Shi, filled with curiosity, inquired, "One must be Brother Fuxi. Who might the other be?" Tai Shang appeared contemplative, a smile flickering across his face. Suddenly, 2 figures entered from outside, prompting everyone to turn their gazes. Baijin halted in his tracks. Feeling a chill run down his spine under the watchful eyes of so many powerful beings. Goodness, so many eminent figures. Is this occasion truly so grand? Dabao's eyes widened in shock. How could this sycophant be here? What right does he have to make Lady Enwa wait? No, he must not be the one she awaits, but rather Fuxi. He shamelessly tagged along with Fuxi. This must be the case. Dabao cast a scornful glance at Baijin. Feeling that he had brought disgrace upon the 3 pure ones, Baijin hurriedly approached, bowing deeply, and said, "I pay my respects to my master and my elder." Tong Tian nodded and replied, "I intended to bring you along, but could not locate you. Your arrival is fortuitous." Baijin expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, master." He then turned to the assembly and bowed, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to all esteemed uncles." The crowd offered friendly nods, their faces adorned with smiles, recognizing the young one's good manners. Zenyuanzi quietly remarked, "Qingfeng, Mingyue, take note of this." Qingfeng muttered, but the other disciples did not pay their respects. Mingyue discreetly glanced at Qingfeng and whispered, "We should heed our master's words." Finally, Baijin bowed deeply to Lady Enwa, solemnly declaring, "I pay my respect to the virtuous and compassionate Lady Enwa." Lady Enwa smiled and said, "I have awaited you for some time. Please take a seat." Yes, Baijin moved to sit beside the Mother of No Limits. The Mother of No Limits, filled with joy, conveyed telepathically, "Junior brother, have you broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal?" Baijin replied in kind, It was merely fortunate. I received a chance to attain enlightenment from Lady Enhua. The mother of no limits nodded, recognizing that the moment was not suitable for extensive inquiries. Lady Enhua began her discourse, her voice resonating with the profound principles of heaven and earth, as celestial flowers rained down and golden lotuses surged from the ground, elucidating the myriad mysteries of the Tao. The others listened with rapt attention, enraptured by her teachings, while Bai Jin felt as though he were lost in a fog, akin to a primary school student in university lecture, impressed by the grandeur but grasping not a single word. He longed for the simplicity of Fushi's melodies instead. After a considerable time, Lady Enhua concluded her teachings, and the various phenomena within the grand hall faded away. The mighty beings of the primordial realm, having gained insights, bowed and expressed their gratitude. "Thank you." Lady Enhua nodded in acknowledgement, then turned her gaze toward Bai Jin, smiling as she asked, "Bai Jin, have you gained any insights, like a student caught daydreaming when called upon?" Bai Jin jolted awake and quickly rose to bow, sheepishly replying, "Reporting to my esteemed uncle, I am but dull-witted and have gleaned nothing." Lady Enhua scrutinized Bai Jin for a moment and remarked, "You have yet to comprehend your own path. Thus, it is understandable." Bai Jin lamented, "I am troubled by many thoughts and unable to discern my true heart." Lady Enhua smiled gently, saying, "No matter, when you come to understand your own path, return to the Enhua Palace, and I shall impart my teachings once more." Bai Jin expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lady Enhua." "Please take a seat," she replied, and Bai Jin promptly complied, but to Bao cast a sidelong glance at Bai Jin, still puzzled by how Lady Enhua could hold him in such esteem. Tong Tian and Yuan Sure exchanged perplexed glances, wondering what Bai Jin had done to earn such favor from Enhua. Nearby, Zhuanti regarded Bai Jin with a friendly smile, saying, "Dear junior nephew, do visit the West when you have the time." Bai Jin felt a wave of discomfort, casting an apologetic glance at Zhuanti, telepathically conveying, "I appreciate your kindness, esteemed uncle, but I am currently overwhelmed with responsibilities and cannot venture to the Western Pure Land." In the following chapter, Enhua's schemes, the ancestral which Zhu Rong quietly inquired, "Who is this young fellow? Why does Lady Enhua hold him in such regard?" Hutu replied telepathically, "His name is Bai Jin, a disciple of Tong Tian from Kunlun Mountain, though we once crossed paths, and I aided him somewhat, but I did not anticipate his close connection with Lady Enhua." Emperor Jiang and the others cast a few more glances at Bai Jin, finding nothing particularly special about him, his talents seemingly lacking. This occasion, due to Lady Enhua's favor, allowed Bai Jin to make a notable impression among the mighty beings of the primordial realm, ensuring that the name Bai Jin would be remembered, a remarkable figure among the younger generation. Favored by Lady Enhua, Tai Yi stood, bowing respectfully, and said, "Congratulations to Sister Enhua on attaining the status of a saint. From henceforth, our demon clan shall have a protector, destined for greatness." Enhua smiled and nodded, showing no intention of refuting his words. The 12 ancestral witches were taken aback. Did Lady Enhua just acknowledge the demon clan? How could this be? Is she uniting with them? The other powerful beings shared similar expressions of bewilderment, questioning whether Lady Enhua intended to intervene in the struggles of heaven and earth so soon after attaining her saintly status. The 3 pure ones wore solemn expressions, unable to decipher Lady Enhua's deeper intentions. Did she genuinely wish to influence the grand scheme of the cosmos? Tai Yi, momentarily stunned, felt exhilarated. Had Lady Enhua implicitly endorsed their cause? If she allied with the demon clan, it would spell doom for the witch clan, allowing the demons to ascend as the true rulers of heaven and earth. Emperor Jun could no longer contain himself. Rising quickly and bowing, "My 10 children have always admired the saint's renown and possess steadfast hearts toward the Tao. We humbly request that you take them as your disciples." The 10 young golden-haired boys prostrated themselves in excitement, declaring, "Disciples, we greet our master." Lady Enhua regarded them with a gentle shake of her head. "You do not share a teacher-disciple bond with me." Disheartened, the 10 golden crows rose, filled with regret. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi exchanged glances filled with confusion. Was not the bond of teacher and disciple determined by a saint's decree? Even without such a bond, one could still be accepted as a registered disciple. Why would Lady Anhua refuse? Lady Anhua smiled and said, "The teachings have concluded. I must consolidate my saintly path. So I will not keep you, esteemed friends." Emperor Jiang coldly declared, "Let us depart." He strode out first, with the other 10 ancestral witches following closely behind. Huta bowed to Lady Anhua before hastily exiting. The remaining powerful beings also rose to bow, departing in succession, their hearts heavy with concern, deciding to close their mountain gates upon returning. Baijin followed the 3 pure ones out, leaving only Lady Anhua and Fuxi remaining in the Grand Hall. Fuxi, puzzled, asked, "Sister, why did you acknowledge our identity as demons? With your current status, intervening with the demon clan seems to diminish your standing, which is highly inappropriate." Lady Anhua replied, "Brother, there is no need for concern. I have my own plans that I would ask you to take up a position in the demon court to gain their trust." Fuxi nodded, saying, "Since you have your strategy, I shall refrain from further words and will proceed to the demon court." "Thank you for your efforts, brother," Fuxi responded cheerfully. "Between siblings, what is there to thank?" With that, he strode out, his figure vanishing into the void. Lady Anhua gazed below, musing, with my elder brother maneuvering among the demons. The witch clan, lacking wisdom and strength, requires no elaborate schemes. We shall simply follow the current. Within the demon court, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi stood in the grand hall. Tai Yi, perplexed, questioned, "Elder brother, what do you think Lady Anhua's intentions are? If she is willing to acknowledge her affiliation with the demon clan, why would she not accept the little golden crows as her disciples?" Emperor Jun replied thoughtfully, "The thoughts of a saint are beyond our comprehension. We must be wary of her true motives." The Eastern Emperor Tai chuckled heartily and remarked, "Brother, you worry too much. In my view, the revered Anhua merely seeks to harness the fortune of our demon clan for her cultivation. It is destined that there shall be more than one sage. By allying with us, she positions herself advantageously in the contest for sainthood." Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, prompting the Tai Emperor to immediately cease his words. A demon deity adorned with golden fur hastened into the room, half kneeling on the ground, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, Fuxi seeks an audience outside and claims he wishes to join our demon clan." The Eastern Emperor Tai quickly expressed his delight, saying, "Invite him in at once." "No, we shall personally go to greet him." Turning to Emperor Jun, he excitedly declared, "Brother, Fuxi's decision to join our demon court has already conveyed Anhua's stance." The hint of joy flickered in Emperor Jun's eyes as he replied, "Let us go and welcome the great Fuxi." The two hurriedly made their way outside. Within the Panga Hall on the primordial earth, the 12 ancestors of sorcery sat solemnly. A burly man bearing a bow and arrows entered with a thud. Respectfully cupping his fists and bowing, "Great ancestor, Fuxi has joined the demon court." This. Zhu Rong's head erupted in flames as he sprang to his feet, shouting furiously, "Damn it! Anhua has clearly resolved to unite with the demon clan." From the main seat, Emperor Jiang spoke gravely, "Hui, convey my orders. Prepare the entire clan for battle." "Yes." Hui responded dutifully before striding out of the ancestor hall. Instantly, the air was filled with a chilling atmosphere of impending conflict across the primordial world. Atop the Taching peak of Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones were seated beneath a tea tree, with Duo Bao and Wu Dang standing behind Tong Tian, while Baijin stood respectfully before the 3. Resembling a court in session, Tong Tian spoke calmly, "Pray tell, how did you establish a connection with Anhua? I wondered why you vanished in the blink of an eye. It turns out you went to Buzhou Mountain. What? Is Kunlun Mountain no longer suitable for you?" Baijin found this increasingly peculiar. Pondering whether his master was envious, he quickly clarified, "I respectfully report to my master that I went to Buzhou Mountain on the orders of my grandmaster to deliver tea leaves to Lady Anhua. My grandmaster is well aware of this." The Supreme One nodded with a smile. "It was I who sent him, but his prolonged absence was not by my design." Tong Tan emitted a sound of contemplation, continuing to scrutinize Baijin. Baijin hastily explained, "Was it not an unexpected event? Lady Anhua's sudden ascendance to sainthood was unforeseen." The Primordial One asked sternly, "Were you present before her during her ascendance?" Baijin affirmed, "Indeed." The Primordial One pressed, "How did she achieve her sainthood?" Elaborate, if you please. Tong Tian expressed skepticism. Does Nua's ascension have anything to do with you? Otherwise, why would she favor you so? Perhaps it is because I possess a certain charm. Bai Jin jested, causing the Supreme One to choke on his tea and hastily place the cup upon the table. The Primordial One admonished, "Focus." Bai Jin promptly replied respectfully. At that time, Fushi and I entered the realm where Lady Nua comprehended the Tao and encountered numerous extraordinary phenomena. The Primordial One inquired swiftly, "What phenomena?" The Supreme One and Tong Tian also looked at Bai Jin expectantly, for though their paths to sainthood diverged, insights could surely be gleaned from her journey. Bai Jin recounted, all were products of Lady Nua's contemplation on the way of creation, such as sheep born with wolf heads, four-legged chickens and ducks, flying dogs, four-cornered snakes, and wild boars the size of small rodents. Among others, there were also bananas growing on apple trees, dogtail grass sprouting in the sky, goldfish emerging from lotus flowers, and piglets hanging from trees, a fusion of flora and fauna that encapsulated the profound mysteries of life. The three pure ones exchanged glances, astonished that their seemingly gentle junior sister harbored such wildness in her pursuits. Was it possible that they had strayed from the path? Enlightenment could not be attained through mere pondering. Action was requisite. Tong Tian pressed. And then, how did Nua proceed to attain the Tao? Then I posed a question to Lady Nua. Bai Jin continued. The three pure ones fixed their fervent gazes upon him. Sensing that this inquiry might hold the key, Tong Tian urged, "Speak swiftly." Bai Jin, no longer able to withhold the information, stated, "On my way to Buzhou Mountain, I encountered a peculiar creature, one I could not identify. Thus, I fashioned a likeness of it from clay and sought Lady Nua's guidance. Lady Nua informed me that it was called a fierce beast, the horned wolf in the tea that moment. I remarked, this diminutive form is rather adorable. If only it were alive." Subsequently, Lady Nua entered a state of enlightenment, leading to her creation of humanity and ascendance to sainthood. Dai Ti was as simple as that. Simple. Tong Tian and the Primordial One were left speechless. The Supreme One chuckled wryly. Sometimes, opportunities arise in the blink of an eye. A moment's guidance can surpass years of arduous cultivation. The Primordial One scrutinized Bai Jin, questioning, "Why do I sense you may have orchestrated this? Did you already foresee Nua's path, waiting merely for the transition from death to life? Thus, you molded clay? Would it not have been more direct to manifest it through celestial power?" Bai Jin laughed awkwardly. "I simply thought that girls tend to favor cute things, so I fashioned a little wolf to present to Lady Nua, hoping to earn her favor. I didn't anticipate that she would enter a state of enlightenment." I was just as bewildered. Wu Dang could no longer contain her laughter, exclaiming, "You truly devised a plan to present a small creature to Lady Nua. How clever of you!" Tong Tan, exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. Return to your cultivation and refrain from dwelling on such trifles. Focus on your enlightenment, lest you embarrass yourself as you did in Lady Nua's palace." Bai Jin obediently responded, "Yes, I shall take my leave." Bowing respectfully, he turned to depart. The Supreme One shook his head in disbelief, muttering, "I never imagined that Bai Jin played a role in Lady Nua's ascendance to sainthood. It is no wonder she takes such special interest in him." Tong Tian scoffed. He flaunts his wits. Had he encountered a ruthless individual, such entanglements would have led to his swift demise. The Primordial One sighed. The karmic ties aiding one's path to sainthood are profound. Lady Nua now owes a significant debt of gratitude. Without our assistance, Bai Jin could navigate the primordial realm with ease. Tong Tian furrowed his brow, declaring, "He dares. Let him attempt to traverse in a white crane's path." The Supreme One disregarded Tong Tian's outburst, revealing his prideful nature as he lamented, "Sister has already attained enlightenment. Where does that leave our own paths?" The Primordial One furrowed his brow in contemplation and then addressed Duo, Bao, and Wu Dang. "You two may take your leave." Yes, Duo, Bao, and Wu Dang performed a respectful bow before soaring toward the upper clear peak. The Primordial One then said, "Elder brother, younger brother, let us discuss the Tao." The Supreme One nodded affirmatively. "Agreed." Tong Tian also concurred. "Very well." All three harbored a sense of urgency. Sister Nua had taken the lead in attaining the Tao, and should the two from the west gain precedence? The three pure ones, as Pangu's direct disciples, would lose face. Bai Jin returned to the upper clear peak, leisurely ascending the stone path, encountering a mix of familiar and new disciples along the way. Most maintained their distance, greeting him as elder brother before attending to their own affairs. Bai Jin felt indifferent and secretly hoped that his master would revoke his title as the first disciple of the "Greetings, elder brother," several voices called out in unison as Shiji and others bowed in salutation. Bai Jin approached, returning the bow with a smile. "I greet all my junior brothers and sisters." They all stood in unison. And Bai Jin cheerfully asked, "Sister Shiji, what brings you here?" Shiji replied with a hint of grievance, "Elder brother, we are waiting for you here, seeking your intervention." The other junior disciples echoed, bowing and pleading. "We implore you to advocate for us." Bai Jin's expression turned serious as he asked, "What is the matter?" Shiji, suppressing her anger, explained, "We have followed your teachings, reciting scriptures at dawn and resting at dusk, diligently cultivating in pursuit of the Tao. However, some outer disciples have allied with Brother Duo Bao, taking advantage of his influence to act recklessly on the mountain. When I admonished them, they brazenly seized our Mirror Lake for their own use. We approached Brother Duo Bao, but he stated that Mirror Lake is a shared space of Upper Clear Peak, accessible to anyone. For days, we have only been able to recite scriptures halfway up the mountain. And now they have taken that as well." The gathered junior disciples looked at Bai Jin with hopeful anticipation. Bai Jin sighed inwardly, lamenting, "Master, why did you take on so many disciples and neglect to discipline them? Isn't this just inviting trouble for me?" He declared, "Tomorrow morning, we shall resume our morning lessons at Mirror Lake." The disciples, including Shiji, were filled with a hint of excitement as they responded, "Yes." Bai Jin led the group of junior disciples up the mountain. Bai Jin remarked, "There seem to be many more disciples on the mountain recently." Shiji replied, "Many scattered immortals have come seeking guidance and have been accepted by Master as outer disciples. Among them, the most outstanding are Qiushou and Lingya. They're the ones who led the takeover of our Mirror Lake." Bai Jin nodded, exclaiming helplessly, "Once again, a bunch of self-important individuals who have no sense of restraint." The young lady, fuming beside him, exclaimed, "Senior brother, you must teach them a lesson. That Qiushou Xian actually grabbed my braid." Bai Jin chuckled and replied, "Very well. If they come tomorrow, I shall avenge you." After parting ways, Bai Jin returned to his chamber and immediately began to document in a small booklet. He had successfully pleased the goddess Niwa and established a preliminary mutual assistance relationship, which needed to be strengthened to prevent estrangement. The next dawn, the resonant recitation of scriptures echoed once more across the peaks of Shangqing, in the rear mountain. The long-eared Dingguang Xian, Qiushou Xian, Lingya Xian, and others who were barbecuing and drinking turned their heads toward the front mountain. Lingya Xian, astonished, remarked, "Do they dare to recite scriptures again?" Qiushou Xian shook his wine flask and said, "You are unaware, I presume. The outer sect's chief disciple Bai Jin has returned. They have found their backing." Lingya Xian scoffed, "The outer sect's chief disciple is merely an outer sect disciple. How can he possibly compare to Senior Brother Duo Bao? I heard that this outer sect chief disciple was once sent flying by a single slap from Senior Brother Duo Bao." Left utterly humiliated. Chapter 37. The authority of the outer sect's chief disciple Long-eared Dingguang Xian advised, "The outer sect's chief disciple may be insignificant before Senior Brother, but for us, it is best not to provoke him." Lingya Xian suddenly stood up and declared loudly, "What is there to fear? We are all golden immortals. Even if it comes to blows, I fear him not in the slightest, and it would be a perfect opportunity to teach him a lesson for Senior Brother." Long-eared Dingguang Xian hastily cautioned, "Lingya, do not act impulsively. What you do not understand is that this outer sect chief disciple possesses a unique skill known as complaining. If we provoke him first, he will promptly report us to the Shangqing Palace." Lingya Xian was taken aback and disdainfully said, "Such shamelessness." Long-eared Dingguang Xian nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is exceedingly shameless." Qiushou Xian, faintly smug, spoke solemnly. "Then let us avoid trouble. The Mirror Lake is a shared resource of Senior Brother Duo Bao. Surely we can find another place to drink." Lingya Xian rose, laughing heartily. Yes, let us go find another place to drink. Enjoying wine amidst flowers is the perfect pairing." The group promptly stood, bringing along their food and drink, chatting and laughing as they flew forward by the mirror lake. Shurji and others were quietly reciting scriptures when a sudden cacophony erupted. A gaggle of outer sect disciples, chattering and laughing, soared in and set up a bonfire by the lake, indulging in hearty feasts and raucous laughter that reverberated around. Some disciples even flew above the tranquil surface of the lake, splashing water with their hands, causing the mirror lake to erupt with a cacophony of sounds. The recitation of scriptures by Shurji and the others came to an abrupt halt as they glared angrily at the raucous outer sect disciples who dared to intrude again. Audacious, a commanding voice thundered above Mirror Lake, and all noise ceased instantly, leaving an eerie silence that a figure emerged from the darkness, his expression stern. Shurji and his companions stood upright, respectfully bowing and saying, "We pay our respects to Senior Brother, Long Ir Dingwang Xian, Chiosho Xian, Lingya Xian, and other outer sect disciples casually bowed, smiling. "We greet you, Senior Brother. Would you care to join us for a drink? Please do not be so fierce. We are all brothers here." Baijin glared at the individuals seated by the mirror lake, bellowing, "Get down here." The faces of those on the lake's surface shifted, astonished that they were being berated in front of so many. A young man stood up, his expression darkened, and said, "I address you as Senior Brother. Yet this is a shared place. I will sit where I please." Baijin dismissed further conversation with a swift motion, causing the air to tremble with a dull thud as several individuals were sent flying, crashing into the ground by the pond's edge, rolling and screaming in pain. The outer sect disciples all rose in unison, anger written across their faces as they glared at Baijin, daring to take action. A tense atmosphere lingered in the air that on Taiching Peak, the venerable figures of Taishang, Yuanshe, and Tongtian also turned their gazes toward the commotion. Yuanshe expressed his discontent, saying, "Tongtian, you must impose some discipline on these disciples of yours. They are unruly and reckless. How can they seek enlightenment in such a manner? With Baijin absent, your Shanqing Peak has descended into chaos." Tongtian, unperturbed, replied, "Rules are freedom. It is their own choice. They must walk their own paths. Is following one's desires not a path in itself?" Yuanshe's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure at the pond's edge. Lingya Xian shouted in anger, "Senior Brother, what do you mean by this? Are you attempting to claim the Mirror Lake for yourself?" Baijin, hands clasped behind his back, coldly regarded them and replied, "The Mirror Lake has never belonged to you." Lingya Xian, suppressing his fury, retorted, "Is it not yours either, Senior Brother? Shanqing Peak is a place we all share. By what right do you expel us?" Baijin gestured respectfully toward the direction of Shanqing Palace, then lowered his hands and shouted, "Outrageous! Every blade of grass and every speck of dust on Shanqing Peak belongs to the Master. When did it become ours collectively? What do you intend to do? Seize the Master's sanctuary?" The outer sect disciples' expressions shifted dramatically. To claim the Master's sanctuary was a charge none could bear. Chiosho Xian, wide-eyed, stammered, "As Senior Brother, do not speak such nonsense. Who wishes to seize the Master's sanctuary?" "It is you who have claimed this place," Baijin replied coldly. Long Ir Dingwang Xian stepped forward. Long Ir Dingwang Xian took a few steps forward, bowing respectfully as he said, "I pay my respects to Senior Brother." Baijin asked sternly, "Did I not establish rules for the outer sect? Were they not known to them?" Long Ir Dingwang Xian sighed inwardly and nodded. "They were known. Did anyone attend the morning classes?" Baijin pressed. Long Ir Dingwang Xian shook his head. "No one did." Baijin inquired coldly, "Why?" Long Ir Dingwang Xian answered tactfully, "We were occupied listening to Senior Brother's teachings and had no time to attend." Baijin scoffed, "Do not use Senior Brother as an excuse. As long as you remain disciples of the outer sect, I am your Senior Brother." His tone shifted abruptly, rising in intensity as he commanded, "Those who defy the rules and show no respect for their elders shall all enter seclusion for 30 years to cultivate themselves, and shall not leave." All outer sect disciples lifted their heads in disbelief at Baijin's decree. 30 years of forced seclusion. If one were to enter seclusion in a state of enlightenment, 30 years would pass in the blink of an eye, but forced seclusion in a state of awareness for 30 years would be a grueling ordeal. Lingya Xian exclaimed in fury, "I refuse to accept this." Baijin replied flatly, If you refuse, go seek the master and see what he says. Lingya Xian hesitated, a determined glint in his eyes as he firmly declared to Bai Jin. Senior brother, I challenge you. The weak have no right to set the rules. I ask that you accept my challenge. Long-eared Wang Xian opened his mouth, then closed it again, thinking it might be good for him to test Bai Jin's depth. Bai Jin chuckled, shaking his head in resignation. Very well. Let me take this opportunity to properly educate you all. Shanqing Peak is a place for cultivation and enlightenment, not a playground for your recklessness. He lamented how exhausting it is to be this disciple. On Taiqing Peak, Tong Tian's lips twitched slightly as he thought, You find it exhausting. You fled for years and still dare to claim exhaustion. Lingya Xian soared into the sky. Shouting, Senior brother, I apologize for my offense. Brandishing a pair of dual swords, he stood upon the clouds and bellowed, Senior brother, please instruct me. Bai Jin flicked his fingers, and a streak of azure light shot forth from his fingertip, transforming into a blue celestial sword that shot straight toward Lingya Xian. Lingya Xian shouted angrily, Senior brother, you underestimate me. With a sweep of his dual swords, he created a vortex of sword energy. Tong Tian had once bestowed upon Bai Jin 4 azure swords, Qing Ming, Qing Yu, Qing Xiao, and Qing Yun. Qing Ming was a soul-slaying sword, capable of annihilating spirits. Qing Yu was an offensive sword, adept at breaking through defenses and shattering physical bodies. Qing Xiao was a force sword, able to harness the power of heaven and earth for use. Qing Yun is a swift sword, as rapid as flowing light, embodying the pinnacle of speed. In Chapter 38, it triumphs over the outer sect. At present, Bai Jin wields the Qing Xiao sword, and it is only upon reaching the Tai Golden Immortal Realm that Bai Jin can truly unleash some of the formidable power of the 4 heavenly swords. As the sword emerges, the heavens are locked in place. The sword arrives as if the heavens themselves unleash a murderous intent, and at this moment, all things in the surrounding world transform into divine swords. Pointing towards Lingya Xian from afar, with a mighty thrust, the Qing Xiao sword strikes against Lingya Xian's dual swords, shattering the entangled vortex of sword energy in an instant. Lingya Xian's dual swords are abruptly deflected, causing him to stagger backward, leaving his defenses wide open. Just as Lingya Xian steadies himself, the Qing Xiao sword halts at his forehead, its sharp energy pulsating, rendering Lingya Xian motionless, drenched in cold sweat. Lingya Xian stammers, Senior brother, spare me. The Qing Xiao sword is then brought down with a resounding thud upon Lingya Xian's shoulder, and a crack of bone resonates. Lingya Xian lets out a wretched cry, plummeting like a meteor into the ground, creating a deep pit by the pond. With a flick of his hand, Bai Jin summons the Qing Xiao sword, which transforms into a streak of azure light and disappears into Bai Jin's sleeve. Lingya, you have brought shame upon our sect. Qiushou Xian and Chang-Er Dingguang Xian rush forward to assist Lingya Xian from the pit, where his shoulder has collapsed and his aura is unstable. Junior brother, we are all fellow disciples. Was your strike perhaps a bit excessive? A languid voice echoes from the sky. Qiushou Xian and Chang-Er Dingguang Xian, along with other outer sect disciples, look up respectfully, bowing in reverence, exclaiming, We pay our respects to the senior brother. Duo Bao strides through the void, step by step, hovering in the air. Bai Jin also bows, smiling, I have the honor to meet you. Senior brother, Duo Bao returns the gesture, saying, Greetings, junior brother. It seems the favor of Nuwa has made you rather tempestuous. Bai Jin straightens, laughing lightly. Senior brother, you know me well. I've always been rather laid back, generally unwilling to involve myself in trivial matters. However, since Master has entrusted me with the role of the outer sect's foremost disciple, I must naturally shoulder the responsibilities that come with it. Duo Bao nods, his expression neutral. Your sense of responsibility will surely please Master. But was your treatment of fellow disciples perhaps too harsh? Bai Jin's expression darkens as he replies, Senior brother, where are we? Jingzi Lake. Who named it? Naturally, it was Master. When Master named this lake Jingzi Lake, it was to hope that we disciples would have hearts as clear as mirrors. Jingzi Lake is, in essence, a tranquil lake, a place left by Master for us to meditate and contemplate the essence of our path, embodying his hopes for our growth. Yet, here they are, making a ruckus at Jingzi Lake. roasting meat and drinking wine, behaving in a manner utterly unbecoming of a cultivator. Such desecration of Master's cherished intentions towards his disciples. Should it not be punished? Should it not be a severe punishment? Duo Bao opens his mouth, filled with speechlessness. Jingzi Lake is Jingzi Lake. When did it become a tranquil lake? He shakes his head and says, Junior brother, you are articulate. But you seem to be misinterpreting Master's intent. On Taiching Peak, Tong Tian wears an odd expression. Did I ever have such thoughts? Did you or did you not? Yuan Shi, satisfied, remarks, Tong Tian, you have aptly named this lake. Tong Tian smiles and reflects. It was indeed a spontaneous thought. Only Bai Jin could truly understand my meaning. Yuan Shi, displeased, states, regrettably, your disciples have squandered your profound intentions. Tong Tian speaks, from this day forth, Jingzi Lake shall revert to its original name. Tranquil Lake, a place for meditation and cultivation. All wayward disciples shall have their cultivation seal for 10 years to reflect and cultivate their minds. A resounding voice reverberates above Taiching Peak. Qiushou Xian, Chang Er, Dingwang Xian, and the other outer sect disciples bow in trepidation, respectfully declaring, we willingly accept the punishment. Streaks of azure light cascade from above like rain, precisely landing within the bodies of each disciple who had indulged in revelry. Locking their cultivation, all disciples feel a heavy weight upon their beings, as if the world has solidified, leaving them in discomfort. Duo Bao opens his mouth, rendered speechless, since Master has spoken, even if Jingzi Lake was not Tranquil Lake before. It shall be henceforth, Duo Bao languidly remarks. Junior brother, you have done well. Bai Jin replies cheerfully, thank you for the compliment, senior brother. Duo Bao turns and flies towards the back mountain. Bai Jin surveys the apprehensive disciples, whose cultivation has been sealed, and commands with authority, if you wish to follow senior brother in cultivation, then I shall not interfere. However, understand that my reluctance to govern does not imply an inability to do so. Should you dare to act recklessly, you shall face the consequences of sect rules. With their cultivation sealed, under Bai Jin's intimidation, the disciples' resolve crumbles, and they all bow in fear, saying, we thank you for your guidance. Senior brother, we shall not err again. Bai Jin solemnly instructs, all of you sit down and quietly recite the Huangting Sutra. Yes, the outer sect disciples obediently sit on the ground. Shi Ji looks at Bai Jin with a smile, sending a telepathic message, senior brother, you were quite imposing just now. Bai Jin calls out loudly, Shi Ji. Shi Ji, taken aback, quickly stands and respectfully replies, senior brother. Bai Jin instructs, you shall lead them in chanting. Yes, Shi Ji reluctantly agrees. Bai Jin gracefully ascends, passing through the mist to alight upon a cliff halfway up the mountain, lying upon a clear stone, as the sound of chanting fills his ears. Moments later, he begins to feel drowsy. A figure approaches, adjusting her skirt, and sits beside Bai Jin, smiling. Junior brother, you certainly managed to vex senior brother this time. Bai Jin opens his eyes, sitting up beside Wu Dang Shengmu, and laments senior sister. I did not desire this. I too wish for brotherly affection and camaraderie, to blend as one family. Yet, within a sect, there must always be one who takes on the role of the villain. If senior brother wishes to be the benevolent one, showing them kindness and compassion, then I must be the villain, constantly admonishing them. Otherwise, Master's esteemed reputation may be tarnished by their actions. Excessive freedom leads to indulgence. And indulgence is the genesis of all vice. Senior sister, have you not seen what kind of behavior has unfolded on Taiching Peak during this time? Wu Dang Shengmu nods, gently saying, Junior brother, you are correct in your actions. Bai Jin turns to Wu Dang Shengmu, hopeful. Senior sister, why not take on the role of the villain? I fear that if I continue in this manner, one day I shall be beaten to death by senior brother. Wu Dang Shengmu chuckles, saying, does senior brother seem as brutal as you claim? Bai Jin nods repeatedly, filled with trepidation. Senior sister, you do not understand. Just now, senior brother's gaze upon me was fierce, as if he wished to devour me whole. Please, save me. Wu Dang Shengmu laughs. Junior brother, do you find me unappealing? Bai Jin immediately responds, not at all. Senior sister is ethereal and transcendent, flawless as a white jade, with beauty that rivals the moon and flowers, graceful and poised, possessing both inner and outer virtue, as perfect as can be. Wu Dang Sheng Mu's face reveals a genuine smile, warmly saying, "Since you find me so perfect, how could I let you down by taking on such an irksome role?" Chapter 39. Duo Bao warns the junior brother Bai Jin is taken aback, quickly stating, "Though it may annoy them, I find it quite to my liking." Wu Dang Sheng Mu rises from the stone, smoothing Bai Jin's disheveled hair, smiling. "Junior brother, you should take on that role yourself." "I cannot." After saying this, she gracefully departs. Bai Jin calls after her, "Senior sister, think it over. I believe you can do it. Have faith in your abilities." Light laughter drifts back. A.S. dawn breaks in a secluded valley on the back mountain. Duo Bao Dao Run sits cross-legged in meditation, flanked by 3 outer sect disciples: Chang Er Dingwang Xian, Qiushou Xian, and Lingya Xian. After a moment, Duo Bao slowly opens his eyes, a radiant light shimmering within. Chang Er Dingwang Xian, Qiushou Xian, and Lingya Xian all bow deeply, respectfully addressing him. "Senior brother." Duo Bao waves a hand, a burst of azure celestial light emanating outward, forming a barrier that encloses the valley. Moments later, the barrier fades away. Duo Bao, with an indifferent demeanor, inquires, "Who sent you to trouble Bai Jin?" Lingya Xian opens his mouth, only to finally admit defeat. "We heard that Bai Jin repeatedly disregarded senior brother, so we wish to vent your frustrations on his behalf." Duo Bao scoffs, "You think you can contend with Bai Jin? I do not underestimate you, but if he wanted to eliminate you, it would be as simple as squashing an ant." Qiushou Xian argues, "Senior brother, this time it was Master who intervened. Had it not been for Master punishing us," Duo Bao interrupts, "what would you do? Challenge him in battle. Do you believe he wouldn't wipe you all out?" Qiushou Xian falters, exclaiming in disbelief, "Kill us! How dare he?" Duo Bao spoke calmly, "How do you perceive your abilities in comparison to the Western guiding masters, Xuanji and Cunny?" The Qiushou immortal quickly replied with humility, "Naturally, we do not dare to compare." Bai Jin openly struck the disciples of the 2 masters in front of them, leaving the masters speechless. Duo Bao continued, "While discussing the Tao, Bai Jin audaciously incited discord among the disciples, even compelling them to kneel in a gesture of half-discipleship. Qiushou Immortal and Lingya Immortal widened their eyes. They were indeed unaware of this matter. In their minds, Bai Jin's serene and ethereal figure gradually took shape, with his sword-like brows raised, surveying all with an air of dominance. During the discussions, he had been suppressed by the Western forces, and how could those outer disciples possibly speak of it? They had all tacitly forgotten, leaving the newly arrived disciples in ignorance. Duo Bao pressed on, "What do you think of your standing compared to Donghuang Tai?" Lingya Immortal, blushing, replied, "Donghuang Tai is the emperor of 10,000 demons. How can we compare?" Duo Bao continued nonchalantly, "Bai Jin wounded the demon god Bai Fong in the East Sea, seizing the treasures sought by Donghuang Tai, thus forging a connection with the demon court." Lingya Immortal, in disbelief, exclaimed he could injure a great Luo demon god and even dared to seize treasures from the demon emperor. Is he courting death in the vast wilderness? One misstep could lead to his demise at the hands of the demon race. Duo Bao snorted coldly. "Do you think he is foolish?" Upon his return, he presented the 9-dragon Agrawud to the second master uncle, thus shifting the blame. This later attracted Donghuang Tai's visit, resulting in a fierce contest. Lingya Immortal nodded repeatedly. "I have heard of this. He employed cunning tactics and won the final round." Duo Bao countered, "In a fair contest. Would he dare employ cunning? Would you?" The 2 pondered, and under the witness of Donghuang Tai and their master, they truly would not dare resort to trickery. Dingwang Immortal lamented, "To achieve dominance requires a resolute heart. In contests, we are far from his level." Duo Bao coldly summarized, "Bai Jin appears simple and tranquil, detached from worldly matters, yet he is truly despicable and ruthless, employing countless underhanded tactics, yet he always manages to please our master. How could you compete with him?" He spoke earnestly. "I warn you, do not provoke him. Otherwise, even I may not be able to save you. I have experienced his methods firsthand on more than one occasion, and they are exceedingly insidious. I have nearly fallen into his traps." Lingya Immortal and Qiushou Immortal broke into a cold sweat. Bai Jin was indeed formidable, practically lawless. They deeply felt that they had narrowly escaped a brush with death and quickly responded with respect. Thank you, senior brother, for your warning. Cheng'er Dingguang Immortal smiled. There is no need for excessive fear. As long as we do not actively provoke him, he would not dare to come after us. He is also quite wary of the eldest senior brother. Lingya Immortal's spirits lifted. Indeed, the eldest senior brother is the direct disciple of our master. And no matter how powerful Baijin may be, he is merely an outer disciple. This time, during Anhua's sermon on sanctification, our master only brought the eldest senior brother and sister Wudong, leaving Baijin to envy from below. Qiushou Immortal nodded repeatedly, feeling a sense of security. After all, there was still the eldest senior brother. Duo Bao said softly, he has gone. Lingya Immortal was taken aback. He could attend Anhua's sermon. Is he still an outer disciple? Cheng'er Wang Immortal questioned. Eldest senior brother, did not the master only take you and sister Wudong? That is because he was not on the mountain. Later, he went with the Fushi deity. Anhua even delayed the sermon to wait for him, and afterwards specifically inquired about Baijin's insights. Showing him great care, Cheng'er Dingguang Immortal exclaimed, how could this be? What virtue or capability does Baijin possess to attract the attention of Saint, just because he pointed out the path to the saint's enlightenment? The three were momentarily dazed, pointing out the path to a saint's enlightenment. Duo Bao reiterated Baijin's earlier words. Cheng'er Dingguang Immortal, Qiushou Immortal, and Lingya Immortal felt their scalps tingle, nearly exploding with disbelief. What sort of outer disciple could guide a saint to enlightenment? Duo Bao remarked flatly, now you understand, right? Though you're all outer disciples, you are not on the same level as Baijin. If he continues on this path, even I will not qualify to be his opponent. Chapter 40. On the path to sanctification. Cheng'er Dingguang Immortal hurriedly asked, eldest senior brother, what should we do now? Duo Bao's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he said, Baijin's actions prove that the path to sanctification is not always an esoteric matter. He indirectly assisted Anhua in attaining enlightenment. Why can't we? We can also devise methods to achieve sanctification. Qiushou Immortal asked, puzzled, eldest senior brother, do you mean? Duo Bao replied confidently, help our master and uncles find the key to sanctification. As long as we assist them in attaining enlightenment, Baijin will be thoroughly suppressed. Cheng'er Dingguang Immortal, Qiushou Immortal, and Lingya Immortal's eyes brightened. What a brilliant idea! The senior brother's reasoning was sound. Duo Bao stated sternly. From now on, we must devise a path for our master and uncles before Baijin does, and not let him bask in the glory of their enlightenment. Cheng'er Dingguang Immortal, Qiushou Immortal, and Lingya Immortal all respectfully responded. Yes. The three immediately closed their eyes, while Duo Bao waited quietly. Since returning yesterday, he had already contemplated how their master and uncles could attain enlightenment. He had a general idea and had summoned them to preliminarily validate his thoughts. After a long while, Cheng'er Dingguang Immortal suddenly opened his eyes, exclaiming with joy, senior brother, I have thought of the path to enlightenment for the second master uncle. Duo Bao quickly urged, speak. Cheng'er Dingguang Immortal promptly stated, the path of the second master uncle is the way of Taiji, where yin and yang unite. Currently, the second master uncle is still alone. Solitary yang cannot endure. I believe if we find him a partner, or rather, many partners, his path will be fulfilled. Duo Bao's expression darkened as he scolded, shut your mouth. Cheng'er Dingguang Immortal immediately fell silent, thinking to himself that he was making sense. Lingya Immortal excitedly interjected, I have thought of something too. Duo Bao nodded, go ahead. Lingya Immortal eagerly proposed. The master and second uncle should jointly conquer the demon court, attack the witch clan, subdue the myriad races of the wilderness, and gather the fortunes of the wilderness to elevate themselves, thus naturally reaching the saintly realm. Duo Bao shook his head. Not feasible. Qiushou Immortal suddenly recalled a chilling thought, swallowing hard, and said with trepidation, I have heard that the second master uncle practices the path of ruthlessness. Does that mean we must slay our master and second uncle to completely sever emotions and desires to attain enlightenment? Duo Bao retorted dismissively, nonsense. The heavenly Tao is impartial and benefits all beings. The second master uncle's path is to be like water, benefiting all without contention. The three shook their heads, their expressions grave. How could they assist their master and second uncle in attaining enlightenment? Chang'e Dingguang Immortal smiled weakly. Eldest senior brother, we are dull-witted and currently lack good ideas. Please guide us, Duo Bao replied. Inhua comprehended the Tao of creation, creating a race known as humanity, gaining the recognition of heaven and earth, thus bestowing her merits and achieving sanctification. Suddenly, Chang'e Dingguang Immortal clapped his hands, excitedly exclaiming, "Exactly! Inhua created a new race and attained sanctification through the recognition of heaven and earth. Why can't our master and second uncle do the same?" Lingya Immortal questioned, "Are you suggesting that our master and second uncle also create a new race?" Chang'e Dingguang Immortal retorted, "Different paths do not lead to the same creation of races. They should create something else." Duo Bao nodded in satisfaction, finally hitting the nail on the head, and said, "Think carefully." The three closed their eyes in contemplation, discussing each idea they came up with. Without a day and a night passed, and by the next dawn, the four remained seated in the valley. Chang'e Dingguang Immortal exclaimed excitedly, "Great Dan! The second master uncle should use the world as a furnace, all spirits as fuel, ignite the true spirit fire, and refine an unparalleled holy pill." Lingya Immortal also exclaimed with enthusiasm, "I have thought of it too. The second master uncle should use the world as a furnace, all spirits as fuel, ignite the true spirit fire, and craft an unparalleled holy artifact." Chang'e Dingguang Immortal glared at Lingya Immortal, displeased. "You are plagiarizing my idea." Lingya Immortal proudly replied, "Not at all. I thought of it myself. You just took a moment longer to express it." Duo Bao laughed heartily. Using the world as a furnace and all spirits as fuel is something no one can achieve for now, but an unparalleled holy pill and holy artifact indeed align with my thoughts. The second master uncle focuses on alchemy, while the second uncle focuses on artifacts. Our master should refine a grand array that envelopes the entirety of the wilderness, with heaven and earth as recognition. He can attain sanctification, the long-eared enlightened one, the dragon-headed immortal, and the spirit-toothed immortal all displayed expressions of fervent excitement. Indeed, it seemed entirely plausible. The more they contemplated, the more sense it made, coinciding with the creation of humanity by the revered Inhua. There was precedent for such an event. In the eyes of Duo Bao, a glimmer of excitement flickered as he rose and declared, "I shall pay my respects to my master and uncle. Once they achieve enlightenment, all of you shall undoubtedly be regarded as great contributors, worthy of being recognized as direct disciples. The dragon-headed immortal, the spirit-toothed immortal, and the long-eared enlightened one all performed a respectful bow, exclaiming, "We dare not claim credit." It was all conceived by our senior brother. With a hearty laugh, Duo Bao floated gracefully away. The dragon-headed immortal, the spirit-toothed immortal, and the long-eared enlightened one exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with hopeful anticipation. Once their master and uncle attained enlightenment and were recognized as direct disciples, they would certainly take the opportunity to deal with Baijin appropriately, their previously frightened hearts now emboldened once more. Duo Bao, stepping upon clouds, descended before the Ta-Ching Palace, where the discussions among the three pure ones had already concluded, each returning to their respective abodes. Standing before the Ta-Ching Palace, Duo Bao suppressed the surge of excitement within him. From this day forth, Baijin would no longer be able to flaunt his prowess in his presence. Today marked the beginning of Duo Bao's own illustrious journey in the vast wilderness. With utmost respect, he performed a bow and called out, "Disciple Duo Bao seeks an audience with my esteemed uncle," within the palace. The Supreme One revealed a look of puzzlement. Having just seen Baijin, why had Duo Bao come again? He was not one to make such visits. The Supreme One spoke, "Come in." The grand doors of the palace slowly opened. Duo Bao stepped inside. Kneeling upon the mat, he bowed his head and proclaimed, "Disciple Duo Bao pays his respects to my esteemed uncle, wishing for your swift ascension to the sacred path." The Supreme One smiled gently, his demeanor warm as he inquired, "Duo Bao, what brings you here?" Duo Bao answered respectfully, "To report to my esteemed uncle. Ever since the revered Inhua achieved enlightenment, I have been restless day and night, eager to assist you and my master in attaining your own enlightenment." The Supreme One chuckled lightly, Your intentions are indeed commendable, but achieving enlightenment is not a matter of haste. Duobao replied with respect. I am well aware of the challenges involved in attaining enlightenment. However, with the revered Nuwa's attainment as a precedent, a path is now discernible. After much contemplation, I have conceived a method for achieving enlightenment, and I have come to present it to my esteemed uncle for your evaluation. Oh, the Supreme One expressed interest. Pray, share your thoughts. Chapter 41. Duobao points the way, straightening his imposing figure. Duobao spoke with a serious expression, brimming with confidence. Esteemed uncle, I have thoroughly examined the process by which the revered Nuwa achieved enlightenment. She comprehended the principles of creation and, through this understanding, gained the recognition of heaven and earth, thus attaining her sacred status, that I propose that if you were to concoct a previously unimaginable elixir, might you not also gain the acknowledgement of heaven and earth and attain enlightenment? This elixir shall be named the Sacred Pill. The smile faded from the Supreme One's face as he murmured, Sacred Pill, Sacred Pill. In the past, the Supreme One, the Primordial One, and the Heavenly Lord had always explored the path of the Great Tao without ever considering a methodological approach. Now, questioning himself, he realized that despite having attained clarity of heart and reached the pinnacle of the Tao, he had yet to achieve enlightenment. Perhaps he merely lacked this one method. If the revered Nuwa could create humanity to demonstrate the Tao and attain enlightenment, why could he not concoct the Sacred Pill? Duobao, with respect, remarked, Esteemed uncle, this is but a humble perspective from your nephew. The Supreme One replied, Though this may be seen as a shortcut, it is indeed a valid path to enlightenment. Duobao, you may return and let your uncle ponder this matter further. Duobao bowed and said, I take my leave. He then rose and walked toward the exit. As he exited the Taching Hall, the grand doors thunderously closed, sealing the palace with a radiant light of Taching. Duobao suppressed the urge to laugh aloud. Yet the excitement in his eyes was undeniable that if Baijin can accomplish this, so can I. If he can assist the revered Nuwa in attaining enlightenment, I shall assist my master and uncle as well. How will he ever compare to me again? With a flourish, Duobao rode the clouds toward Yuqing Peak, arriving before the Yuqing Palace, where he performed a respectful bow and said, Disciple Duobao seeks an audience with my second uncle. The doors of the Yuqing Palace gradually opened, revealing a bright-faced youth within. The white crane youth stepped aside, smiling. Senior brother, please enter. Duobao nodded amicably and made his way into the palace, where the Primordial One sat in a high seat. Eyes slightly closed, exuding an aura of solemn majesty. In the past, Duobao had been reluctant to engage with his second uncle due to his overly serious demeanor. However, now, Duobao found a newfound warmth in his presence. They were now akin to kin, and Baijin was of little consequence. Approaching a mat, Duobao knelt and respectfully declared, I pay my respects to my uncle. The Primordial One nodded, his expression impassive as he asked, Duobao, what brings you here? Duobao replied with utmost respect, I have come regarding the matter of attaining enlightenment. Attaining enlightenment. Since returning from the Nuwa Palace, Duobao had been contemplating deeply. The revered Nuwa achieved enlightenment through comprehending the principles of creation, gaining the acknowledgement of heaven and earth. Why cannot my master and uncle utilize this method as well? A method? The Primordial One shook his head, disappointment rising within him, and replied coolly, The Great Tao is not the same. How can one walk the same path? Duobao, standing tall, asserted, The revered Nuwa has already proven that this path is viable. Why will my uncle not wish to give it a try? Hesitating, he added, The two masters from the West would likely attempt this path as well. What if they succeed first? The Primordial One furrowed his brow. He had been unwilling to emulate the Nuwa sister, fearing that even if he achieved enlightenment, it would unfairly diminish her stature. However, Duobao's words held merit. Should those two from the West succeed on this path first, the three pure ones, the true lineage of Pangu, would be left without any face. An urgent feeling began to stir within him. The Primordial One spoke, Duobao, do you have any insights to share? A glimmer of hope sparked in Duobao's eyes as he replied, Esteemed uncle, your mastery in the art of crafting artifacts is unrivaled in the wilderness. I believe if you could forge the first sacred artifact since the creation of heaven and earth, it would undoubtedly lead to your enlightenment as well. Sacred artifact. The primordial one murmured, thoughts racing through his mind. If he could merge the primordial purple energy with the foundation of his own Tao to forge an artifact. The creation of the artifact would equate to attaining a sacred position that it was worth attempting. Though it bore the semblance of emulating the Nuwa sister, it was a wholly different form of creation. His mind involuntarily conjured images of his own enlightenment, with the realms celebrating in his honor. The primordial one smiled and said, Duobao, you may return. I shall contemplate this matter carefully. Certainly. Duobao rose and stepped toward the exit. The white crane youth stood at the door, watching Duobao depart. A smirk on his lips. Baijin is indeed superior. He just gifted me another delightful trinket. This senior brother is rather stingy. The primordial one spoke. White crane. The youth immediately snapped to attention, responding, What are your instructions, my lord? I intend to enter seclusion. You may leave, but must not allow anyone to disturb me. Yes. The white crane youth bowed his head and exited the Yuqing hall. The doors slamming shut with a resounding thud, sealing the palace in a radiant light. The white crane youth gazed at the tranquil Yuqing peak and, stepping onto the clouds, soared toward the Shangqing peak. It felt rather desolate here. Perhaps he would go play with Baijin. After all, he had said that I could visit Shangqing peak. Duobao journeyed to Shangqing peak, and unlike his two uncles, he harbored immense confidence in his master, believing he could persuade him to consider his method. Before the Shangqing palace, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother sat cross-legged beneath a tree, feeling rather bored. As a cloud descended, revealing Duobao as it dissipated, he approached the Shangqing palace. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother exclaimed in delight. Senior brother, Duobao paused, turning his head to look at her beneath the tree. Surprised, Golden Spirit sister, what brings you here? With a smile, she replied, What are you thinking about, senior brother? You didn't even notice I was here. Duobao chuckled, just a minor perplexity regarding my cultivation. Sister, are you also here to seek an audience with our master? She nodded, indeed. Duobao inquired, Then why are you waiting here instead of going in? The Golden Spirit sighed. Baijin is inside paying his respects, so I must wait outside for now. Duobao's heart skipped a beat. Baijin was inside. Surely he wouldn't be revealing the path to enlightenment to the master. This was precisely the sort of thing he could do. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Noticing his unease, the Golden Spirit asked, Senior brother, what's wrong? You seem rather restless today. Duobao turned to her and asked, Sister, do you know what Baijin is discussing with the master? After a moment's hesitation, she replied, When I went to seek an audience earlier, I overheard something about artifact forging, but I'm not certain of the details. I only caught snippets. Artifact forging? Duobao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, Baijin hadn't yet grasped the key to the master's and the two uncles' enlightenment. Duobao immediately settled down beside the Golden Spirit, smiling as he said, Sister, I have something important I wish to report to the master. Would you allow me to go in first? She nodded with a cheerful smile. Of course. Thank you, dear sister. Chapter 42. The refinement of virtue within the Jade Purity Palace. Tong Tian occupied the master's seat, while Baijin sat cross-legged on a mat below. Tong Tian cast a subtle glance towards the directions of Taiqing Peak and Yuqing Peak, pondering what Duobao might have conveyed to them. Why have both of his elder brothers suddenly entered seclusion? This cannot stand. He must quickly dismiss the individual before him. Tong Tian remarked, The efficacy of virtue is boundless. It can transform into the divine wheel of virtue, safeguarding one's spirit and protecting the divine. It can also be refined into artifacts of virtue that can slay without entangling in karmic retribution. I have already imparted to you the methods for crafting such artifacts. The choice of path lies in your hands. Different choices will lead you down different roads, so proceed with caution. Baijin hesitated, then inquired, Master, may I integrate the virtue into the 4 azure sky swords? Tong Tian shook his head, saying, That is not permissible. The innate spiritual treasures possess an indestructible innate radiance. To infuse them with acquired virtue would obscure their innate power. Understood. I comprehend, Baijin replied respectfully. Tong Tian continued, With Nuwa achieving sainthood, you have garnered considerable virtue. Therefore, tread carefully in your decisions. Yes, I shall weigh my options meticulously. But master, could you offer me a piece of advice? Are you aware of my educational philosophy? It is to teach without discrimination, to nurture freely. Bai Jin responded, I wish I could change my master. Tan Tian chuckled softly and said, Go on, your elder brother and sister await you outside. Bai Jin bowed respectfully and rose, heading towards the exit. As the doors of the Upper Clarity Palace creaked open, Bai Jin emerged and immediately spotted two figures seated beneath a tree in the distance. Bai Jin smiled and apologized. I apologize, elder brother and sister, for my ignorance in keeping you waiting and why foolishness has caused me to delay Master S time a bit. I hope you will not take offense. Jin Ling laughed cheerfully. I have no qualms. After all, I've been idle as well. Dao Bao stood up expressionlessly and said, Junior brother, Master is contemplating the sacred Tao. It would be best for you to refrain from visiting him for now. With that, he strode into the Upper Clarity Palace, the doors thundering shut behind him. Bai Jin looked at Jin Ling in confusion, saying, Sister, what has gotten into elder brother? He seems rather haughty. Jin Ling shook her head. I do not know. ISNT that just how he has always been. Bai Jin nodded in agreement. Indeed, the proud elder brother is quite relentless. He just received Master S teachings and felt enlightened. So he departed promptly. Jin Ling smiled. Farewell to elder brother. Bai Jin soared into the air, drifting gracefully downward. Moments later, Dao Bao emerged from the Upper Clarity Palace, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The doors thundered shut behind him, enveloped by the shimmering light of Upper Clarity, sealing it completely. Dao Bao could not contain his joy, laughing heartily. Master has acknowledged my methods. I am indeed a genius. Elder brother, a soft voice called out. Dao Bao turned, beaming. Sister, what brings you here? Jin Ling rose and calmly said, Elder brother, I arrived first. Dao Bao smiled. Thank you for your courtesy, sister. Jin Ling pointed at the sealed Upper Clarity Palace, saying, Elder brother, could you explain what has transpired? Dao Bao turned to gaze at the radiant Upper Clarity Palace, suddenly realizing that he might have inadvertently obstructed his sister's path to seek guidance. Jin Ling gazed at Dao Bao, revealing her small tiger teeth. Dao Bao hurriedly said, Sister, please allow me to explain. It was not intentional. Jin Ling, twirling her celestial robe, declared, I shan't listen. I shan't listen. You are the elder brother. There is no need for explanations. With that, she stepped onto the clouds and flew away. Sister Dao Bao called after her, watching as she departed, muttering to himself, Fine, if she does not wish to listen, she will understand once Master and Uncle achieve enlightenment. Bai Jin walked along the tranquil mountain path. Ever since the outer disciples had their cultivation sealed, the entire Taiching Peak had fallen into a serene silence. The disciples, now confined within their respective halls, devoted themselves to self-cultivation, refraining from causing disturbances, at least for the time being. Bai Jin returned to his palace and sat cross-legged on his bed, contemplating. Master S words echoed in his mind. Virtue is an extraordinarily unique force in the universe, capable of not only safeguarding one's spirit, but also bestowing fortune in times of peril. Virtue can be refined into the golden pill of virtue, which, when consumed, enhances one's comprehension, allowing one to momentarily merge with the cosmos. IT can also be forged into offensive artifacts that slay without karmic consequences, or defensive artifacts that repel all evils and avoid entanglement with myriad laws. Moreover, there are countless other wondrous applications. It is akin to a miraculous panacea. Most individuals, upon acquiring virtue, tend to forge it into the divine wheel of virtue to protect their souls. However, Bai Jin harbored a different intention in his heart. Extending his hand, he summoned the falling treasure coin, which manifested with a round exterior and square interior, sprouting two adorable little wings, hovering in the air. Bai Jin mused, surely this endeavor will succeed. Closing his eyes in concentration, a mass of golden clouds appeared above his head, swirling with auspicious energy. The falling treasure coin suddenly ignited with an invisible flame of spirit. As a thread of virtue emerged from the golden clouds, soaring towards the coin and passing through its central square hole, materializing into a mysterious yellow square coin that fell on the opposite side. The thread of virtue was abruptly severed, and the falling treasure coin emitted a buzzing sound of discontent, clearly reluctant. Bai Jin paid no heed to its little tantrum, summoning the yellow virtue coin to his palm. On one side, the coin bore an image of a Taoist palace, with a small square hole situated at the entrance, resembling an open portal. The plaque above the Taoist palace faintly displayed the characters Zixiao Palace, while the reverse side was adorned with a circle of intricate Tao patterns, exuding an aura of mystery. Bai Jin himself was unsure of its deeper meaning, but it certainly appeared grand and refined. Bai Jin scrutinized the virtue coin he had crafted, stroking his chin, pondering whether this constituted an infringement upon the authority of Hongjun Daozu. Perhaps he should consult Master about its permissibility. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the yellow virtue coin into the golden clouds above his head, where it melded into the realm of spirit. Bai Jin's expression brightened. Indeed, it could be absorbed into the spirit realm. He sensed that the refined virtue coin was more substantial than ordinary virtue clouds, thus possessing a greater efficacy. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from outside, accompanied by a cheerful voice. Elder brother, Bai Jin, elder brother. Bai Jin quickly concealed the falling treasure coin, waving his hand as the palace doors thundered open. Two figures stood at the entrance. One was the delicate Bai He Tongzi, and the other was Shi Ji. Bai Jin floated down from his bed, astonished. Bai He, what brings you here? Is it second uncle seeking me? Bai shook his head. No. Master has entered seclusion, and I was feeling bored, so I came to find elder brother to play. Chapter 43. The bold ascent. Bai Jin laughed heartily. That is splendid. I too have been rather bored. Let us go fishing. Fishing? Bai He's eyes brightened. Since arriving at Kunlun Mountain, he had been living on wind and dew, finding it quite arduous, and had not tasted his favorite fish for a long time. But he envied how carefree Bai Jin was, able to venture out to fish. Shi Ji inquired, Elder brother, may I join as well? Bai Jin cheerfully replied, Sister, if you do not wish to go, it is of no concern. I lack the skills to prepare fish, so we shall all go together. Shi Ji chuckled lightly, saying, If elder brother does not mind, then I shall embarrass myself. The trio made their way to a small stream at the foot of the mountain, sitting on the grass to fish. Before long, Bai He could no longer contain his restlessness and discreetly employed a spell, summoning a flurry of fish, both large and small, leading to a delightful fishing experience. Shi Ji showcased her culinary skills, the aroma wafting through the air. After a while, the three, having eaten their fill, reclined under the shade of a tree, lazily listening to the melodious chirping of birds in the forest. Bai He let out a satisfied burp, enviously remarking, Indeed, the Upper Clarity Peak is wonderful. The Yuqing Peak is far too dull and desolate. Just the master and I. Bai Jin reassured him, once uncle attains sainthood, he will recruit disciples widely, and then Yuqing Peak will become lively. Bai He's eyes sparkled, exclaiming, Really? The master should be nearing sainthood. Today, Dao Bao, elder brother, visited our Yuqing Peak. Bai Jin replied in surprise. Dao Bao, what business does he have? Normally, he would avoid second uncle like the plague. Why has he suddenly come knocking today? Bai nodded. He came to speak with Master about the path to becoming a sage, asserting that in order for Master to achieve Tao, he must refine the first sacred artifact of the universe, which would then be recognized by heaven and earth, thereby attracting virtue for sainthood. I find his reasoning quite sound. That a sudden pang of realization struck Bai Jin as he recalled that Duo Bao had visited the Shangqing Palace earlier that morning, exhibiting most unusual behavior. Could it be that he was attempting to offer guidance to our master and uncle in their quest for enlightenment? Bai Jin's pupils constricted in alarm. This was dire. If Duo Bao sought to exploit my master's vulnerabilities, who could predict the dreadful consequences should the quest for enlightenment falter? Hastily, Bai Jin rose, transforming into a streak of azure light as he soared towards Shangqing Peak. Beneath the trees, Bai He Tongzi, puzzled, remarked, Why has my senior brother left? Shi Ji gazed toward the direction of Shangqing Palace, musing, Let us follow and see. Very well, Bai He Tongzi replied, and the two ascended upon clouds, making their way to Shangqing Peak. Midway up the mountain, a resounding voice echoed, Junior brother, please hold. A barrier of celestial light emerged, partitioning heaven and earth. Before this barrier, a flash of azure light manifested, revealing Bai Jin, whose gaze was fixated on Duo Bao at the mountainside below. Elder brother, what do you mean by this? With one hand resting behind his back, Duo Bao, clad in a flowing Taoist robe, exuded an air of elegance as he replied, It means nothing. merely that our master is in seclusion. Contemplating the sacred it would be best not to disturb him. Bai Jin, with a grave demeanor, countered, "Elder brother, I've always held you in high regard. Even if we have our disagreements, I can accept a minor loss. However, the sacred Tao is no trivial matter. Should our master encounter any mishaps, can you bear the responsibility? You accept a minor loss. When have you ever lost?" The mere mention of past grievances ignited an uncontrollable fury within Duo Bao, who replied with a somber expression, "Bai Jin, what do you mean by that? Do you suggest I would harm our master? Are you attempting to give him advice, foolishly hoping to guide him in his quest for enlightenment?" "It is merely a suggestion," Bai Jin retorted angrily. "Elder brother, do you truly believe the sacred Tao is something you can devise?" Fuming, Duo Bao shot back, "Bai Jin, why do you presume I cannot? You may guide the mother of creation to attain sanctity, but I cannot offer a bit of counsel to our master." "Me?" Bai Jin felt a tightening in his chest. Had his elder brother truly lost his senses over such a trivial matter? Duo Bao, standing tall with pride, declared, "Bai Jin, do not think you are the only favored child of heaven, capable of comprehending the sacred Tao. We too have that potential." The confrontation drew the attention of numerous disciples at Shangqing Peak, who emerged to observe the unfolding drama. Among them were the likes of Chang Er, Dingguang Xian, Ling Xian, and Xiao Xian, who excitedly shouted, "Excellent! The elder brother speaks wisely. The sacred Tao is within our grasp." The elder brother is indeed the true prodigy. A hint of amusement graced Duo Bao's face as he basked in the adulation of his peers, reveling in the path he pursued, believing himself unmatched in heaven and earth. Bai Jin took a deep breath, solemnly stating, "Elder brother, what if I insist on passing through?" Duo Bao looked up at Bai Jin, his confidence unwavering. "You may certainly attempt it." Bai Jin raised a hand, forming a sword gesture toward the heavens. With a swift motion for celestial swords, Qing Ming, Qing Yu, Qing Xiao, and Qing Yun burst forth from his sleeves, standing erect and swirling around him. With a grave tone, Bai Jin warned, "Be cautious, elder brother. Point 4 swords unite, and the azure sky emerges." Faced with no alternatives against Duo Bao, Bai Jin was left with no choice but to unleash his most formidable powers. The 4 celestial swords soared skyward, colliding above Bai Jin's head. Amidst a cascade of divine light, they merged into a resplendent sword radiating azure brilliance, its hilt inscribed with the characters Qing Tian. The Qing Tian sword manifested. The heavens responded with a thunderous roar, resounding with rolling clouds. Bai Jin's complexion drained of color. He was drenched in sweat and trembling. The Qing Tian sword, a celestial blade, summoned the forces of heaven and earth. The immense pressure felt as if an entire world bore down upon him, allowing his spirit to perceive every entity within 1,000 miles. The flora and fauna, the stones and waters, all coalescing into the sword's intent. Magnificent and domineering, Bai Jin's focus narrowed onto Duo Bao, and in the depths of his being, the cosmic forces converged upon him, locking him in their grasp. Duo Bao's expression shifted, astonished as he gazed at the celestial sword above. It felt akin to divine retribution, inescapable and insurmountable. Bai Jin gritted his teeth and shouted, "Strike!" The Qing Tian sword came crashing down, shattering the azure barrier as if it were mere cloth, unleashing a tempest. "Reverse strike!" Duo Bao roared, summoning a celestial sword that ascended defiantly, transforming into the sword of heaven and the sword of defiance. Their clash echoed like thunder, a brilliant azure light radiating as if a sun had burst forth. The overwhelming sword energy distorting the surrounding space beyond recognition. The outer disciples below gasped in unison, hastily shielding their eyes with their sleeves, seeking refuge from the rampant sword light that left scars upon mountainside. With some unfortunate disciples even bleeding profusely, Bai Jin staggered back several steps, a painful sensation in his chest prompting him to cough up blood, trembling all over. Utilizing the celestial sword had already been a strain, and the force of the blocked attack rebounded upon him, leaving him grievously injured. Amidst the distorted azure light, the 4 celestial swords descended, swirling around Bai Jin. Duo Bao also stumbled back 2 steps, his face flushed before he regained composure. the celestial sword hovering beside him. Chapter 44. The three purities depart the mountain. Duo Bao, with hands clasped behind his back, declared, "Junior brother, you cannot pass. I believe he can." A clear voice chimed in. Duo Bao's pupils constricted in shock. "Junior sister." Bai Jin also looked up in surprise, exclaiming, "Senior sister." Descending gently upon a cloud was the revered Wu Dang Shengmu. Instinctively, Duo Bao inquired, "Junior sister, what brings you here?" He then turned to Bai Jin, stating, "You even managed to summon Wu Dang, junior sister." With an eye roll, Bai Jin replied, "It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Forget it. I can't be bothered to explain." "Conversing with elder brother is exhausting," Wu Dang Shengmu remarked. "Junior brother speaks wisely. The sacred Tao is of utmost gravity. Elder brother, you have acted recklessly." Bai Jin expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Senior sister, Wu Dang Shengmu nodded at Bai Jin and urged, "Go forth." "Understood," Bai Jin affirmed, soaring directly toward Shanqing Peak. Duo Bao's expression shifted, yet he refrained from intervening. With Wu Dang present, he knew he could not stop him. Bai Jin rode the clouds to land before Shanqing Palace. Hastening inside and bowing, disciple pays respects to master. No reply came. From a nearby grove, a hearty voice emerged. "Senior brother, the master has left." Bai Jin turned abruptly, spotting a grayish Kuei Nyo emerging from the thicket. Inquiring hastily, Bai Jin asked, "Kuei Nyo, where has my master gone?" The Kuei Nyo shook its head, lamenting, "I do not know. The master left without writing me." "Senior brother, do you think the master has grown weary of me?" Bai Jin swiftly took to the skies, heading towards Taiching Peak. The Kuei Nyo called out anxiously, "Senior brother, you haven't prepared a new mount for the master, have you? I am the finest steed in the primordial realm." Bai Jin, preoccupied with pressing matters, scarcely considered the steed's concerns as he rushed between Taiching Peak and Shanqing Peak, finding neither of his uncles present. Finally, upon returning to Shanqing Peak, he was greeted by Wu Dang Shengmu. "Shiji, Bai He Tongzi, and others." Wu Dang Shengmu inquired, "How did it go?" Bai Jin shook his head, stating, "Master and both uncles have departed." Unable to contain himself, he added, "Senior sister, what foolish idea do you think elder brother has concocted? If master and uncle's pursuit of the sacred Tao encounters a hitch, and their foundational understanding is compromised, he too will not escape unscathed." Wu Dang Shengmu reassured him, "Do not worry. Master and uncle have their plans." Bai Jin replied, "At other times, I would indeed feel at ease, but given that the mother of creation has just attained sanctity, master and uncle must be in a tumultuous state. Elder brother's reckless proposal could hardly stabilize them." Wu Dang Shengmu pondered, realizing the truth in his words, and asked, "Do you believe that Duo Bao's proposed method for attaining enlightenment will surely fail?" Bai Jin nodded resolutely. "It will undoubtedly fail." The suggestion he offered to uncle was to forge an unprecedented sacred artifact, and to concoct an unparalleled sacred elixir. Surely, master will devise an unprecedented sacred formation. Wu Dang Shengmu, puzzled, remarked, "I find that quite reasonable. If I were unaware of the future, I might also consider it sensible. Yet, the fact remains that master and uncle's paths to enlightenment are not at all this." Bai Jin sighed, "Senior sister, these are but sideline methods. How could master and uncle, as direct disciples of the Tao Lord, possibly resort to such means for enlightenment? Your words seem to carry weight." Wu Dang Shengmu conceded. Bai Jin waved dismissively, "Never mind. We have done our utmost. Let us hope that master and uncle can find some clarity in their hearts." He couldn't help but lament, at this age, they are still so impetuous. When will they allow us, their disciples, to feel assured? The expression on the face of the unfettered Holy Mother was peculiar, while Shiji struggled to suppress a smile. Ahem. Bai Jin raised his hand to cover his mouth and coughed twice. The backlash from the force of heaven and earth was indeed quite uncomfortable. The unfettered Holy Mother advised, "Junior brother, you are gravely injured. You should return and tend to your wounds. That I will speak to senior brother Duo Bao about it." "Thank you, senior sister," Bai Jin replied. Turning to Shiji, "Junior sister, please take White Crane to explore our Shanqing Peak." Shiji nodded, "Of course, senior brother." The White Crane youth quickly chimed in, "Senior brother, you need not worry about me. I can take care of myself." Bai Jin then floated away toward his palace. Soon, the news of Bai Jin's fruitless return spread like wildfire. Duo Bao felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had genuinely worried about Bai Jin encountering their master. Given Bai Jin's capabilities, persuading their master and uncle to abandon this path to enlightenment might not have been entirely implausible, which is why Duo Bao had intercepted him halfway up the mountain. At the mountainside, the long-eared, dinging immortal bowed excitedly, saying, "Thank you, senior brother, for clarifying the path for master and uncle." The Lingya immortal laughed heartily. What is Bai Jin compared to our senior brother? He conceived 3 paths to sanctity in one go. Who in the 3 realms can rival such insight? Duo Bao sported a faint smile, raising a hand to calm them. Let us remain humble. Alleviating the concerns of our master and uncle is merely the duty of a disciple. The long-eared, dinging immortal quipped sarcastically, but senior brother Bai Jin only considered Aunt Nuwa. He seems to have forgotten he is also a master with 2 uncles. The disciple with protruding fangs exclaimed with excitement. Senior brother has illuminated the path for our master and uncle. With the blessings of the 3 saints, we shall roam the wilderness freely. Who would dare to provoke us? Duo Bao retorted. A cultivator should not wield power to bully others. The fanged disciple quickly replied, "Forgive me, senior brother, it was my mistake." The Chosho immortal, struck by inspiration, suggested, "Great beings always possess honorific titles. Senior brother, you should adopt one. How about Lord of the Illuminated Path?" Duo Bao shook his head. "No, that would be too ostentatious. A cultivator should not act in such a flamboyant manner. Furthermore, I am merely making a suggestion. Whether it holds merit remains to be seen." The long-eared, dinging immortal laughed. "Senior brother is too modest. Your proposal has already been accepted by master and uncle. How could it possibly fail?" Indeed, the other disciples echoed in agreement. The following day, as Bai Jin continued to recover, a series of knocks resounded at his door. He opened his eyes, restrained his Shangqing celestial aura, and rose to answer the door, creaking it open to find a sprightly young girl outside. Bai Jin smiled. "Young lady, what brings you here?" The girl entered the palace unceremoniously, pouting, "Senior brother, they are so annoying." Bai Jin followed her inside, chuckling, "Who has upset you this time?" Approaching the table, she sat down, leaning on her arm while pouting. "It's those disciples following senior brother Duo Bao." Bai Jin took a seat opposite her, smiling. "What have they done to vex you? Have they been causing trouble at Jingzi Lake again?" "Of course not." She continued, visibly dissatisfied, "But now there are rumors all over the mountain claiming that senior brother Duo Bao is the strongest prodigy of the wilderness, having conceived 3 paths to sanctity in one go. They say that once master and uncle achieve enlightenment, senior brother Duo Bao will be the foremost beneath the saints, comparable to the primordial sovereigns." Bai Jin nodded. "If master and uncle succeed in their quest, their claims may hold some truth." "What else have they said?" "They've said a great many things, constantly flaunting it before us, claiming that once master and uncle achieve enlightenment, senior brother Duo Bao will be the great benefactor. They even asserted that you, having attempted to thwart master's ascension, will be deemed a great sinner, and that you will kneel before senior brother Duo Bao begging for forgiveness." Bai Jin chuckled. "Me? Kneel before him?" "They also claim that senior brother Duo Bao possesses the demeanor of a saint, and if he were to obtain the primordial purple energy, he too could achieve enlightenment." The girl looked at Bai Jin with concern. "Senior brother, do you think there is any truth to their words? What if master and the 2 uncles truly become saints under senior brother Duo Bao's influence? Will he suppress us?" Bai Jin replied. "What? Are you worried?" Pouting, she said, "Of course, Chosho Immortal and Lingya Immortal are quite troublesome, especially that Lingya Immortal. He is particularly detestable." Bai Jin laughed heartily. "Fear not. Long Yin Xiang does not consume mushrooms." The girl widened her eyes in disbelief. "Senior brother, how did you know my origins?" Bai Jin couldn't help but reach out and gently touch the small mushroom-like tuft on her head, chuckling, "It's quite obvious." The girl also reached to touch her tuft, suddenly enlightened, and declared, "I'll change my hairstyle when I get back, and no need to change. I find it rather adorable." The girl giggled twice, and then propped her chin up, scrutinizing Bai Jin. "Senior brother, you seem utterly unperturbed. What is there to be anxious about? Aren't you afraid that master and uncle might truly achieve enlightenment?" That would be a good thing, the girl, perplexed, responded. Senior brother, I truly cannot understand you. We are all quite worried outside, yet you seem completely unconcerned. Jean laughed heartily. Tell them to stop fretting. They should focus on their cultivation and seek enlightenment in tranquility. That is the rightful path. Once again with this, the girl stood up. Well, I shall take my leave. No need for a send-off. She skipped out, her little tuft bouncing adorably. Jean waved his hand, and the palace door thunderously closed. As he floated up and sat cross-legged on his bed, continuing his meditation to heal. 7 years later, an unprecedented change occurred in the world. All immortals vaguely sensed three immense presences rising simultaneously in three directions of the wilderness. Three paths of the great Tao intertwined with heaven and earth, as if three supreme existences were awakening. Kunlun Mountain, Jean, the unfettered Holy Mother, Duo Bao, and others were all startled, hastily leaving their palaces to soar into the sky, standing on the clouds to observe the direction from which the three paths ascended. Duo Bao's eyes glimmered with excitement. Master and uncle were finally about to achieve enlightenment, marking the commencement of his illustrious celestial journey. The unfettered Holy Mother gazed hopefully in one direction, wondering if Master could truly achieve enlightenment. Jin's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his arrival had incited this anomaly? The situation bore resemblance to that before Nuwa's enlightenment. In the western Pure Land, Jean and Junti stood beneath the Bodhi tree, their expressions grave, contemplating whether the three pure ones had the assurance to become saints in the depths of the 33 heavens. Dong Wang Tai and Dijun stood within the divine hall, solemnly observing the three Tao rhythms rising from the wilderness, with the three pure ones truly on the brink of sanctity. Such rapid progression. The 12 ancestors of sorcery emerged from the Panga Hall, sensing the changes in the universe. The three pure ones were about to become saints, heralding the dawn of the era of saints. Within the chaotic realm of Nuwa, the goddess Nuwa sat upon her celestial bed, looking down upon the vast world of the wilderness, shaking her head slightly. It was insufficient. This attempt at enlightenment was doomed to failure. At the sites where the three paths of the Tao arose, East Sea, Mount Buzhou, and the Mingqiong Snow Mountain, three dark clouds suddenly materialized, within which three bolts of thunder simultaneously struck down, intertwining with heaven and earth. The mighty beings of the wilderness who were observing this were taken aback. The purple cloud, divine thunder. How could the descent of the purple cloud, divine thunder, occur during enlightenment? Boom! Three mushroom clouds erupted from the great expanse of the wilderness. The East Sea was engulfed by towering waves as countless sea demons and scattered immortals fled in terror. The mountains around Mount Buzhou trembled, reducing several surrounding peaks to ruins. The western lands rumbled incessantly. Atop Kunlun Mountain, Duo Bao was left dumbfounded. How could this be? What about the promised enlightenment? Why had it transformed into the purple cloud, divine thunder? Jean covered his face with his sleeve, seemingly unable to bear the sight, wiping away non-existent tears as he mournfully cried out, "My master, my uncle, how could you have failed in your enlightenment? Who is it that has harmed you? My heart aches for you." Duo Bao glanced at Jean, took a deep breath to suppress his fury, and turned to fly downwards, his heart filled with anxiety. How could it have come to this? He wished to slap himself for his previous comments. Regretting his words, having only witnessed Jean assist the goddess Nuwa in her enlightenment so effortlessly, gaining her merits and establishing a profound connection, thus instantly becoming a winner in the realm of immortals. He had harbored a sense of envy and contemplated directing master and uncle, never anticipating the consequences of failure. It all seemed so simple for Jean. Alas, my heart is heavy with despair. In the depths of their minds, Yao Ting, Dong Huang Tai Yi, and Dijun felt a subconscious release, their faces breaking into smiles. Thankfully, the three pure ones had failed in their quest for sanctification, granting us more time. The 12 ancestors of the witch clan also felt a sense of relief. The emergence of a sage like Nuwa was already a significant event, and should the three pure ones achieve sanctification, our struggles would become futile. Ho Tu spoke up, saying, "Brothers, I wish to take a stroll." Di Jiang inquired with curiosity. "Where to?" "To the realm of humanity," Gong Gong exclaimed in surprise. "Humanity? Is it the race created by Nuwa? Ho-Tu nodded. I wish to observe humanity, if possible. I hope for an alliance between the witch clan and the human race in the future. Gong Gong dismissively remarked. What qualifications does that fledgling, feeble race have to ally with us? Ho-Tu replied earnestly. It is true that humanity is weak, yet they have Nuwa as their protector. As the witch and demon clan stand on equal footing, whoever gains Nuwa's assistance will undoubtedly unify the heavens and the earth. Di Jiang questioned, but has Nuwa not already chosen the demon clan? Thus, we should strive to win over humanity, even offering them shelter. If humanity aligns with us, Nuwa may very well reconsider her stance. Chapter 46. By Jean hosts a feast, Zhu Rong laughed heartily, unconcerned, and said, Little sister, do you truly believe that such a diminutive race can alter Nuwa's will? You must think highly of them indeed. It is undeniable that humanity is indeed weak, yet Nuwa places great importance on them. She even left Fushi to watch over them during humanity's nascent days. Zhu Rong shook his head. Regardless, I do not share your optimism. How could a feeble existence influence the will of the powerful? Di Jiang pondered for a moment and said, Then it falls upon you, little sister, to discern whether humanity is worthy of our protection. If they hold such value, a casual offering of shelter would not be amiss. Ho-Tu sighed inwardly. I spoke of an alliance, not mere protection. However, I understood that it was somewhat impractical to expect my brothers to set aside their pride and form an alliance with the trifling, postnatal human race that I promptly acquiesced. Very well, and turned to leave, my form vanishing in an instant as I traversed the earth's veins. Within the western Pure Land, beneath the Bodhi tree, Zhuan-Ti laughed heartily and remarked, How amusing it is that they believe they can achieve the sacred path by arranging the mountains of Mount Buzhou to envelop the primordial chaos, refining energies on the sea with morning mist, and concocting pills in the west with a fire from the earth's veins. It is simply laughable. Jane also wore a faint smile. Suddenly, Zhuan-Ti's laughter halted, his expression shifting to one of shock as he murmured, Wait, refining pills in the west with the fire from the earth's veins. His eyes widened in realization, and in an instant, he vanished from the Pure Land. A booming, furious voice echoed through the west. Senior brother, please wait. The disheveled Taishang turned his head to glance toward the direction of the Pure Land, flicking his sleeve as he gracefully departed. Muttering, This trick will not work on me, that I in the Pure Land. Jie-Yin's expression grew increasingly grim, his skin wrinkled like a bitter melon. Soon after, atop Kunlun Mountain, the gates of the Taiching Palace, Yuqing Palace, and Shangqing Palace thundered open, and 3 beams of azure light shot forth, only for the gates to slam shut once more. The entire Kunlun mountain range was instantly suffused with an oppressive atmosphere. All disciples fell silent, striving to diminish their presence. As the gates of the palace boomed open and shut, the seated Duobao within his own Dao palace felt a jolt of instinctive trepidation, his body involuntarily shifting as he glanced toward the Shangqing peak, sensing his meditation mat prickling as if it bore thorns. Knock, knock, knock. A series of rapid knocks resounded. Duobao's body stiffened, regaining his composure like a still pond. And with a wave of his hand, the palace gates thundered open. Long-eared Ding Guang Xian, Ling Xian, and Xiao Xian rushed in from outside. Long-eared Ding Guang Xian spoke urgently. Senior brother. Master and uncle failed in their path to enlightenment. Duobao replied calmly. I am aware. Achieving enlightenment is no easy task, and failure is but a natural occurrence. The anxious trio, observing Duobao's steadfast demeanor, found themselves steadied, admiration swelling within them. Such composure in the face of significant matters exemplified the true essence of a senior brother. Ling Yuxian quickly asked, Senior brother, what shall we do now? The other two also looked at Duobao with anticipation. Feeling a twinge of unease under their gaze, Duobao thought, What should we do? How would I know? But outwardly, he cleared his throat and said with assurance, Fear not. Master and our 2 uncles are magnanimous and would not hold this against us. Moreover, we acted with good intentions to assist them. The trio nodded in agreement, finding wisdom in his words. Suddenly, a beam of azure light shot forth from the Taiching Palace. entering Duobao's Dao Palace, causing the atmosphere within to freeze. The expressions of the four turned to shock. The azure light above Duobao transformed into a finger, lightly flicking his head. With a thud, Duobao dropped to the ground. A visible bump forming as the azure finger dissipated into a shimmering glow. Long Ear, Ding Guang Xian, and the others watched with eyes wide open, clearly pained by the sight. Duobao gasped in pain, rising from the ground. Shaking his head, how painful! In silence, a purple finger reappeared within the palace, and Duobao stood frozen in place. The purple finger flicked down with a resounding thud, and once again, Duobao found himself sprawled on the ground. Another bump forming on his head. As Duobao stood up, two azure fingers materialized, striking his head simultaneously with a resounding smack, sending him crashing to the ground once more. A mighty voice echoed above Shangqing Peak. Today, I have gained a new understanding of the Tao. I impart it to Duobao. Take heed and contemplate deeply. Until you grasp the great Tao, you shall not emerge from seclusion. An azure light shot forth from the Shangqing Palace, entering Duobao's palace, transforming into a sheet of paper that gently floated down before him. Out on the paper was inscribed a singular character, Dao, with no further embellishments. With a proud demeanor, Duobao grasped the paper and stood. Bowing respectfully, I humbly thank my master and uncle for their guidance. I am grateful for the impartation of the Tao. After a moment, Duobao, now adorned with four prominent bumps on his head, turned to Long-Ear Ding Guang Xian and said nonchalantly, Thanks to the insight from my master and uncle, I have just gained some understanding and shall now enter seclusion. Long-Ear Ding Guang Xian and the others quickly rose, bowing in respect as they said, Congratulations, senior brother, we take our leave. They hurriedly made their exit. Once they had departed, the palace gates slammed shut and Duobao's expression turned somber. He raised a hand to feel the bumps on his head, hissing as he drew in a breath. My master and uncle are truly severe. Yet, a sense of relief washed over him. Such a punishment meant this matter could be put to rest. Duobao gazed at the character Dao on the paper, wondering what it was meant to impart to him. Moreover, the character was poorly written, slightly distorted, as if the hand that penned it had trembled, far inferior to his own writing. After contemplating for a moment, he sighed in resignation. It appears seclusion is inevitable. Though I might not desire it, my master certainly insists upon it. Bai Jin quietly exited the palace, making her way into the mountain forest below. As evening descended and the sun dipped below the horizon, its fading light bathed Kunlun Mountain in a warm glow. On the lawn before the Taiching Palace, a table had been added, accompanied by a rack displaying an array of ingredients. Meatballs, fragrant mushrooms, and the flesh of divine beasts. A dual-flavored hot pot sat upon the table, one side a fiery red and the other a pristine white, with 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks placed nearby. Bai Jin approached the entrance of the Taiching Palace, respectfully performing a bow as she announced, Master, dinner is ready. Today, I invite you to dine. I humbly request your presence. With a thunderous sound, the palace doors swung open, revealing Taishang, clad in a pristine Taoist robe, his appearance immaculate and his hair neatly arranged. Bai Jin gestured invitingly, bowing as she said, Master, please take a seat. Taishang nodded, his mood slightly improved, and replied coolly, You may go. Without hesitation, Bai Jin ascended on a cloud, flying towards Yuqing Peak and landing before the Yuqing Palace. She bowed respectfully. Master, today I treat you to a meal. I kindly request your presence. With a resounding boom, the palace doors opened, and a voice called out, Enter, today I shall enlighten you on the Tao. Bai Jin hurriedly responded, Thank you for your kind offer, Master, but the discussion on the Tao can wait until tomorrow. Please, let us dine together first. Humph, you aren't here to mock me, are you? Bai Jin earnestly replied, I would never. I simply heard that you were in low spirits, and it filled me with concern. Thus, I prepared this evening's meal in hopes of alleviating your troubles. Draped in a purple robe, the primordial figure emerged from the palace, casting a satisfied nod towards Bai Jin, acknowledging a semblance of filial piety. Clouds of auspiciousness rose beneath his feet as he journeyed towards Taiching Peak. Bai Jin straightened, gazing in the direction of Shangqing Peak, pondering the most challenging task ahead, given his master's proud disposition. Persuading him would undoubtedly prove to be a daunting endeavor. Baijin summoned clouds beneath his feet to ascend towards Shangqing Palace. He alighted before its grand entrance, rapping thrice upon the palace doors. Bowing respectfully, he proclaimed, "Master, your disciple humbly invites you to dine." "I shall not go," came the curt reply. "Master, this is a heartfelt gesture from your disciple," he implored. "I am not hungry. I do not wish to eat." "Master, both senior uncle and second uncle have already arrived. Surely, you must show them the courtesy they deserve," Baijin urged, his voice laden with sincerity. "Baijin, you have grown quite bold. How dare you use my esteemed brothers to pressure me?" A voice, laced with sarcasm, echoed from within the palace. Baijin felt a wave of frustration rise within him. His master was indeed a difficult person to deal with. In resignation, he stated, "If you refuse to accompany me, I shall take my leave. Begone," his master retorted. "Should you decline, the outside world will only speculate that under the divine thunder of Zixiao, both the esteemed Taishang and primordial masters remain unscathed, enjoying their meals, while you, master, are grievously injured beneath the same thunder, unable to step outside." The gates of Shangqing Palace swung open with a thunderous boom, revealing the towering figure of Tong Tian, who proclaimed with pride, "Lead the way." "Certainly, after you, master," Baijin replied, his heart lightening as he finally succeeded in his request. He eagerly gestured for Tong Tian to follow as they made their way to Shangqing Peak. Tong Tian seated himself last at the table, and the three gazed at the hot pot set before them, the atmosphere tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Baijin, seemingly oblivious to the tension, cheerfully remarked, "Master, esteemed uncles, this is a new culinary creation I have been researching. Known as Hot Pot. One simply places the desired ingredients within to cook. What would you like to eat, master and uncles?" "Anything will do," Taishang replied nonchalantly. "Very well, I shall prepare a selection to suit your tastes," Baijin announced. With pristine jade chopsticks, he placed various meats and vegetables into the bubbling broth, continuing, "When I am in low spirits, I find solace in hot pot. For me, there is nothing a good meal cannot remedy. If there is, then I shall simply have to indulge in a few more." Taishang smiled faintly, noting that sentiment is indeed amusing. He regarded the hot pot with a nod. "This is quite delightful, spicy and mild. Yin and yang. The method of preparation is intriguing." With a gesture, he directed the flames beneath the pot to suddenly condense into a small but intense blaze, causing the broth to bubble vigorously. Taishang picked up a piece of mushroom with his chopsticks, savoring a bite before nodding in satisfaction. It possesses a unique flavor. Primordial also lifted a piece of meat, tasting it and commenting, "The flavor is peculiar. The dining method amusing. Yet the quality of the ingredients is lacking. That a communal pot does not elevate the dining experience." Baijin chuckled, "Esteemed uncle, it is not grandeur we seek, but rather the warmth of family togetherness." Primordial softened his tone. "Indeed, this way of dining fosters a sense of closeness. Master, esteemed uncles, please indulge. I personally prepared all these dishes for you," Baijin urged. Tong Tian, pleased, remarked, "You are quite thoughtful." After some time, as Taishang, Primordial, and Tong Tian conversed and dined, the atmosphere gradually lightened, dispelling the previous tension. Tong Tian set down his jade chopsticks and inquired, "Baijin, I have heard you knew beforehand that we would undoubtedly fail. Did you even resort to physical confrontation with Dao Bao in an effort to dissuade me from pursuing this path to enlightenment?" Baijin, taken aback, responded, "Master, you are already aware of this." Tong Tian, with an air of arrogance, replied, "If I wish to know, I shall know." Baijin gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Master, you are truly remarkable." Primordial interjected calmly. He left a trace of divine thought in Kunlun. The smug expression on Tong Tian's face vanished as he shot a glare at Primordial. "Why do you believe we are destined to fail?" Both Taishang and Primordial turned their attention to Baijin, who had sensed an ominous premonition prior, understanding that this path may not lead to success. Yet, they were curious how Baijin had come to such a definitive conclusion, especially considering that Nuwa had once traversed this very path to attain enlightenment. Primordial raised an eyebrow. "Could it be that you possess your own insights regarding the sacred path?" Baijin hastily shook his head. "Esteemed uncle, please do not elevate me. The sacred path is far too profound. I would be utterly overwhelmed. Then how can you be so certain of failure? Although I do not know how to achieve the sacred path, I am convinced this path is not viable. Why so? After a moment's contemplation, Baijin replied earnestly, I have heard that master and esteemed uncles are direct disciples of Hongjun Taoist, while Nuwa, Master Jin, and Master Jinyi are named disciples of the Tao ancestor. Taishang, Primordial, and Tongtian all nodded in agreement. This was common knowledge in the Hongwang realm and had once been a source of pride for the trio. Thus, when they learned of Nuwa's attainment of enlightenment, their spirits were profoundly stirred, leading them to heed Dao Bao's words and take the risk that I pondered whether, as direct disciples of the Tao ancestor, you are expected to inherit the Tao of the ancestor. My understanding is rather rudimentary compared to that of the senior brother, and while I cannot fathom what your Tao entails, it likely does not involve alchemy or artifact forging that I feared that should you stray from the path. It might jeopardize your foundational principles, which is why I sought to intervene. Direct disciples, inheriting the will of their master. Taishang, Primordial, and Tongtian were momentarily struck dumb, their minds racing through significant events, all linked to Hongjun Tao ancestor. Most crucial among them were two matters: the preaching at Zixiao Palace and the embodiment of the Tao, thus ensuring that there would always be a way for the beings of Hongwang to seek a glimmer of hope. The embodiment of the Tao was certainly unattainable, leaving the only remaining option of preaching to Hongwang that a singular thought surged through the minds of the three purities: education. In an instant, a wave of excitement washed over them, and the primordial energies within their souls began to tremble. Tongtian erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Our path is laid before us. Primordial echoed, Our path is indeed clear. Taishang quickly stroked his beard, his eyes alight with excitement. Baijin, puzzled, inquired, Master's esteemed uncles, what is amiss? Has some joyful event transpired? Taishang, Primordial, and Tongtian turned to Baijin, their gazes growing warmer. You are indeed a fortunate disciple. Although Baijin had not explicitly outlined how to achieve the sacred path, his simple remark had dispelled the fog, revealing the bright moon above. The gateway to the sacred path was now within reach. Tongtian rose, placing a hand on Baijin's shoulder, and laughed heartily. Baijin, you are absolutely correct. Our path has been illuminated by our master from the very beginning. Being a direct disciple is precisely what it means to be a direct disciple. Baijin cast a bewildered glance at the three, offering an awkward smile. Forgive my ignorance, for I truly do not comprehend the meaning behind your words. Primordial beamed. Baijin, do you not realize that your recent statement directly pointed to our sacred path? Baijin's eyes widened in disbelief as he swallowed hard. Sacred? Sacred path? Surely, that cannot be true. What did I say? Taishang smiled gently. This is the mark of one with great fortune. Baijin, do you have any desires? Whatever you wish for today, we shall grant. Baijin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that true? Taishang, Primordial, and Tongtian all nodded, intrigued by what aspirations this young disciple might harbor. Baijin solemnly performed a bow, stating, What I seek is a promise that should I inadvertently offend in the future, I ask that both esteemed uncles show mercy. Taishang and Primordial nodded in agreement, chuckling, Certainly. In such a scenario, others might have boldly requested divine powers or treasures. Yet should such requests be made, the sentiment would quickly diminish that it would be wiser to first secure a token of protection. And as for the benefits, with such goodwill, master and uncles would hardly let themselves suffer loss. The most fitting rewards would naturally come, and Baijin's mind was abuzz with calculations. Chapter 48. The three purities wander Hongwang, is that all you desire? Tongtian felt a wave of dissatisfaction rise within him. To merely seek mercy seemed lacking in ambition, a source of embarrassment for him. He straightened, exuding an air of authority. Baijin, what is it that you truly wish for? Think carefully, and take this seriously. Baijin gazed up at Tongtian with hopeful eyes and suggested, Master, how about you revoke my title of Outer Sect First Disciple? Tongtian was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in fury, shouting, Get lost, with a grand sweep of his hand. Baijin let out a cry as he transformed into a mere spark of light, vanishing in an instant. Laughter echoed triumphantly from the summit of Taiching Peak. The disciples of Kunlun Mountain could feel the joy permeating the atmosphere. A stark contrast to the previous heavy pressure, and a wave of envy surged within their hearts. Only Baijin could have achieved such a reconciliation with master and uncles. To attain this as an outer sect disciple was truly enviable. On the following dawn, the resonant roar of a cattle echoed through the Kunlun Mountains. All the disciples emerged from the palace, gazing upwards at the sky above Kunlun, where stood an unremarkable old Taoist. To his left, a golden chariot drawn by 9 dragons shimmered with radiant light, within which sat the primordial being. To his right loomed a tempest of thunderclouds, atop which stood the one-legged Kuei bull, with Tong Tian riding upon it. The Supreme One chuckled and said, "My 2 junior brothers, from this parting, we shall meet again when we ascend to the holy path." The primordial being, brimming with joy, suggested, "Elder brother, 3rd brother, let us compete to see who first ascends to the holy path." Tong Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Supreme One smiled. "Very well. Haha, I shall take my leave first." The primordial being let out a hearty laugh. And in an instant, the 9-dragon chariot surged forth, piercing through the void. The Supreme One also stepped forward, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. Tong Tian glanced below and called out, "Baijin, come and lead the bull." Baijin was taken aback, but quickly responded, "Yes," and soared to the Kuei bull's side, taking the reins and riding the clouds away. After the 3 pure ones departed, the crowd on Kunlun Mountain erupted in astonishment. Have the master and the uncle gone to seek enlightenment again? Did they not just fail in their last attempt? They murmured amongst themselves, uncertain if this time they would succeed. Baijin, leading the Kuei bull above the clouds, inquired, "Master, where are we headed?" Tong Tian replied leisurely, "Wherever we please, dictated by our hearts." Such lofty words merely suggested a leisurely wander. Yet Baijin responded cheerfully, guiding the Kuei bull across the vast expanse of wilderness. Traversing mountains, rivers, seas, and even soaring through the skies, observing the myriad tribes of the primordial world and the conflicts between the witch and demon clans. As they journeyed through the untamed forests, Tong Tian's aura deepened, and his gaze sharpened, occasionally emanating a subtle energy that left Baijin both awestruck and apprehensive. After a moment of hesitation, Baijin asked, "Master, should we visit the human clan?" "The human clan?" "The newly birthed race, created by Nuwa." Baijin nodded. "Recently, I have heard the human clan has prayers. They are in distress. Let us go and see. I am quite curious about the race birthed by Nuwa upon her ascension." Baijin directed the Kuei bull southward, toward the territory of the human clan, located just south of Mount Buzhou, the land chosen by Fushi. After a few months of travel, they spotted sporadic human clan tribes in the south, each adorned in animal skins, hunting through the forest. Even more astonishing was a human clan tribe situated near a witch clan tribe, subsisting under their protection. Tong Tian remarked in disbelief, "In just a few years, has the human clan grown so numerous?" Baijin chuckled, "Master, the human clan's capacity for reproduction is among the strongest in the primordial world. Were it not for their individual frailty, survival would be far easier, and their numbers would be even greater." Tong Tian nodded thoughtfully, his eyes glinting with contemplation as he carefully observed the humans. Their formidable reproductive ability suggested a potential for expansion throughout the primordial realm, and in comparison to the already civilized witch and demon clans, the humans seemed the most fitting candidates for education. "Stop right there!" A thunderous voice boomed across the heavens, its weighty presence forming an impassable barrier. A bare-chested giant descended from the distant mountain peak. Wielding a staff, Baijin halted and looked up, asking, "Who are you, friend? Why do you obstruct our path?" The giant proclaimed, "I am Kwafu, stationed here by the ancestor witch of Hudu." "Who are you, and where do you intend to go?" Baijin performed a respectful bow. "Ah, the great Kwafu. I am Baijin, hailing from Kunlun Mountain, here with my master on our way to the ancestral land of the human clan." Kwafu's eyes widened in realization. Was this the Baijin spoken of by the ancestor witch? His master must be the esteemed Shangxing among the 3 pure ones. He promptly bowed in reverence. "I greet the esteemed Shangxing elder," Tong Tian replied coolly. "May we pass?" Kwafu quickly gestured. "Please, go ahead." Baijin, leading the Kuei bull, continued onward, soon vanishing into the mountains. Kwafu straightened. wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and murmured to himself, "I must inform the ancestor witch." With a stomp, the ground rumbled, and he vanished in an instant. Baijin soon arrived at the ancestral land of the human clan by the mighty river. Yet what should have been a thriving settlement was eerily desolate, with only a handful of people scurrying about. Baijin wondered aloud, "Strange, where is everyone?" Tong Tian smiled slightly. "Let us proceed." Baijin continued onward with the Kuei bull, gradually hearing ethereal voices in the distance. "Grasp the great principle, and all under heaven shall follow. Move without harm, and peace shall reign. Joy and sustenance. Let the passerby rest. The path's exit is as subtle as flavorless, seen but not visible, heard but not audible, utilized but not exhausted." Baijin's heart stirred. Was this the voice of the Grand Master? He promptly urged the bull toward the source of the sound. Moments later, he arrived at a low hill, where the Supreme One sat cross-legged atop a massive stone, beneath which lay a large-horned blue bull. At the base of the hill, a throng of humans sat attentively, sincerely listening to the teachings, devoid of any noise. Baijin whispered, "Master, it seems the Grand Master has arrived first." Tong Tian dismounted the bull and said, "Go attend to your matters." He floated gracefully toward the summit. Baijin patted the Kuei bull, instructing, "Go find a place to play." The Kuei bull glanced at the blue bull atop the hill and asked, "May I go speak with it?" "No." Baijin turned and walked toward the temple, having faintly heard the humans' prayers recently, eager to uncover their plight. The Kuei bull wandered off to rest beneath a large tree, gazing at the blue bull atop the hill, proclaiming, "I arrived first, so I shall be the leader henceforth." Baijin reached the valley where the human clan was born, where a majestic temple loomed. Inside, the dignified statue of the goddess Nuwa stood, flanked by two smaller statues, one of Fuxi on the left and one of Baijin on the right. Chapter 49. The Establishment of Humanity. Baijin gazed up at the statue, marveling, "Wow, this statue is crafted with far greater skill than that of the goddess Nuwa. Especially my own statue. Why does it seem so much more handsome than Fuxi's beside it?" Suddenly, several figures burst forth from the side entrance, blocking the path to the statue, and shouted, "Who dares trespass into the sacred temple?" Baijin was astonished to find that the four figures before him were all women. Upon seeing Baijin's countenance, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they hastily knelt, exclaiming, "We greet the holy envoy." Baijin raised a hand, saying, "No need for formalities. Rise." The four women, barely able to contain their excitement, stood up, gazing at Baijin with immense fervor. They were the first generation of the human clan, birthed by the goddess, and had all been graced by the presence of the holy envoy. "Are you the guardians of the temple?" Baijin inquired. The four women nodded vigorously. Baijin questioned, "In recent days, I have often heard the human clan's prayers. What troubles them?" The four exchanged glances, and one woman respectfully replied, "Great One, in the early days of humanity, each was born extraordinary, yet through continuous bloodline succession, their qualities have gradually become ordinary. Now, the infants born possess only the faintest trace of spiritual energy, that is merely the bloodline lying dormant, but with diligent cultivation. Transcending the ordinary is not insurmountable." Another woman lamented, "Holy envoy, but the days and nights have grown exceedingly long. The days are bearable, but many of our weaker kin cannot endure the protracted nights." Suddenly one woman knelt, bowing her head in prayer. "We beseech you, holy envoy, please save us." The other three women also knelt, sorrowfully pleading, "We implore you, holy envoy, rescue our human clan." Baijin was taken aback, his expression turning solemn. In the primordial realm, a single day spanned a staggering 4,380 hours, akin to a year in the mortal realm. The initial extraordinary births of the human clan posed no issue. Yet the current lengthening of day and night was indeed concerning. For ordinary humans, this was an agony not only for them, but for other races as well. The four kneeling women gazed expectantly at the holy envoy. Though the prolonged days and nights had not yet severely impacted the human clan, it was foreseeable that one day, newborns would be devoid of spiritual energy, and the relentless nights could claim the lives of many infants. Some might never see the light of day, while for adults, Hunting during such lengthy nights was an arduous challenge, rendering survival difficult. Bai Jin said, I am aware of this matter, yet I possess no power to alter it. The four women, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, Great One, fear not, I shall convey this matter to the goddess Niwa. The goddess? The four women rejoiced, for in their hearts, the creator of the human clan was an immensely revered being. And they excitedly bowed. Thank you, holy envoy. Bai Jin nodded slightly before turning to walk outside, a hint of perplexity lingering in her heart. The sage's thoughts encompassed the vastness of the primordial world. Surely the affairs of the human race cannot escape the notice of Lady Niwa. Yet, why has Lady Niwa not taken any action? 3 days later, Taishang, Yuan Shi, and Tongtian gathered at Mount Buzhou, nestled between mountains and rivers. This place is a rare treasure of feng shui, ideal for achieving sanctity on the mountainside. Yuan Shi and Tongtian wore expressions of delight, while Taishang appeared somewhat troubled. Yuan Shi said with a smile, Elder brother, our path to sanctity is clear. What troubles you? Taishang gazed at the distant human tribes and replied, My path to sanctity lies with the human race. Yet concerning Sister Niwa, he let out a deep sigh. Yuan Shi and Tongtian ceased their smiles. How could Elder Brother's path be intertwined with the human race? An ethereal figure manifested before the three, exuding beauty and grace. Taishang, Yuan Shi, and Tongtian all performed a respectful bow, saying, We greet Lady Niwa. There was no trace of surprise at her arrival. Niwa returned a half-bow and said, Greetings to my 3 elder brothers. The 3 pure ones have yet to achieve sanctity, so I cannot bestow full courtesy. The 3 straightened, gazing at Lady Niwa, with a gentle smile. She remarked, It brings me great joy that my elder brother can attain the Tao through the human race. How could I not respond appropriately? Taishang shook his head and said, That will not do. If so, I shall forego the great Tao. Yuan Shi and Tongtian understood. After achieving sanctity, the competition for the Tao would ultimately be a contest of fortune. Currently, Lady Niwa held 99% of the human race's fortune. Should Elder Brother attain the Tao through humanity, he would surely be overshadowed by her. Lady Niwa chuckled softly. Elder Brother need not worry. I shall sever my ties with the human race and strive to cut off the connection to their fortune. Taishang furrowed his brow. Sever ties with the human race? Are you truly willing? Niwa nodded, quietly observing Taishang. After a moment's hesitation, he said, Below the 3rd tier. Agreed. Furthermore, I will not partake in the contest for fortune. Taishang smiled and said, Excellent. Lady Niwa countered, What will you offer in return? Taishang solemnly stated, The human race shall flourish. Lady Niwa shook her head. Insufficient. Taishang inquired, What do you propose? I require you to restrain the 2 saints of the West. They must not participate in the battle between the witches and the demons, nor engage in the affairs of the human race for the time being. Yuan Shi quickly asked, The 2 saints of the West. Are they also seeking to attain the Tao? Lady Niwa nodded soon. The 3 pure ones exchanged glances, and Taishang nodded. Very well, we accept. Lady Niwa displayed a radiant smile. Congratulations to my 3 elder brothers on achieving the Tao. The 3 pure ones could not help but laugh heartily in an instant. Lady Niwa's ethereal form vanished, appearing and disappearing in a single thought. Yuan Shi chuckled. Elder brother, please go ahead. Tongtian also looked at Taishang. With a smile, Taishang remarked, When we left Kunlun Mountain, we agreed to have a competition. Why now do you act so modestly? Yuan Shi replied earnestly, There must be order and respect. How could one overstep? 3rd brother, do you not agree? What you say is true. Elder brother, Yuan Shi and Tongtian soared from Mount Buzhou, standing atop the surrounding peaks. Taishang remained on the mountainside, gazing up at the celestial realm, his own Tao intertwining with the heavenly Tao. All the celestial beings in the primordial world felt this, and turned to look towards Mount Buzhou, as if a great existence were slowly awakening in the midst of the mountains. Bai Jin, leading 2 oxen, gazed at the towering pillars of heaven and earth in the distance, a thought rising within her. Master and my 2 uncles are about to attain the Kunlun Mountain. Disciples such as Duobao Wudong ascended on clouds, standing high above, gazing towards Mount Buzhou, sensing the aura of the great Tao emanating from their master in the 33 heavens. figures like Dongwang Tai, Dijuan, Kuanpeng, Fuxi, and Beis gathered in conference. Feeling the surge of the great Tao rising from below, all standing suddenly, their expressions grave, in Panga Hall, as discussions on how to confront the 12 ancestral witches of the demon race unfolded. They too abruptly rose, stepping out of Panga Hall. A resounding voice echoed through the heavens and the earth. I, Taishang, hereby establish a new teaching, known as the human teaching, to enlighten the human race. Using the Taiji diagram to suppress fortune, with the green lotus staff as the treasure of the Tao, as witnessed by the heavenly Tao. The human teaching is established from Taishang's being, the Taiji diagram and a staff soared forth. The Taiji diagram unfurling to envelop Mount Buzhou, while the staff stood atop the diagram. A hum resonated as all humans sensed a stirring deep within their souls, feeling a profound sense of security, and instinctively bowed towards Mount Buzhou. Clouds rolled across the sky of the primordial world. Purple chi traveled 3,000 miles, and a massive cloud of merit descended upon Taishang. He waved his hand, and a portion of the merit cloud flew towards Baijin, merging into her being. Baijin was taken aback, hurriedly bowing, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Master Uncle. The remaining 9/10 of the merit merged into Taishang, connecting him with the merits left by the great Pingyu. In an instant, flowers rained down from the sky, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth, transforming the vicinity of Mount Buzhou into a sacred ground. The overwhelming aura of the sage radiated from Mount Buzhou, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Tongtian and Yuanshi both bowed in respect. They had yet to achieve sanctity and must maintain reverence towards the sage. Nearby, Baijin was the first to be impacted, kneeling and proclaiming, I pay my respects to Sage Taishang. Behind her, the two oxen knelt, one on its front legs, the other on one knee. The celestial beings of the heavenly court, including the demon emperor, demon sovereign, and 12 demon saints, all performed a respectful bow, saying, We pay our respects to Sage Taishang. The 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan also bowed in reverence, saying, We pay our respects to Sage Taishang. All beings below the quasi-saint realm in the boundless primordial world bowed in unison, a mighty voice echoing through the heavens. We pay our respects to Sage Taishang. Taishang retracted his sage aura, wearing a serene smile as he spoke. I shall open the great red heaven within the chaos. Those destined may come to observe. With a wave, he stored the Taiji diagram and the green lotus staff. Nodding to his two younger brothers, his figure gradually becoming ethereal before vanishing. As soon as Taishang disappeared, Yuanshi could no longer contain his excitement, swiftly ascending Mount Buzhou, his own Tao intertwining with the heavenly Tao. Just as the beings of the primordial world took a breath, they suddenly sensed a powerful wave of the great Tao rising from Mount Buzhou once more, their expressions changing dramatically. How could this be? They immediately bowed in reverence. Yuanshi stood proudly on the mountainside, his voice resounding through the primordial realm. I, Yuanshi, shall carry forth the will of the Tao ancestor to enlighten the primordial world. Today I also establish a teaching, named the Chan teaching, using the Panga banner to suppress fortune, with the 3 treasures Jade Rui as the treasure of the Tao. To Chan is to clarify, following the will of heaven, to elucidate the great Tao, as witnessed by the heavenly Tao. The Chan teaching is established. A black and gold banner rose from Yuanshi's being, its surface seemingly swirling with chaos, alongside a Jade Rui, exuding auspiciousness and unparalleled nobility. In an instant, the primordial sky was once more filled with rolling clouds, purple chi traveling 3,000 miles, as a massive cloud of merit descended upon Yuanshi with a casual wave. Yuanshi directed a portion of the merit cloud towards Baijin, merging it into her being. Baijin hurriedly knelt, her voice trembling with excitement. Thank you, second master uncle. Yuanshi smiled and nodded as the remainder of the merit cloud descended, instantly releasing a powerful sage's might from Mount Buzhou, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Countless beings bowed respectfully, proclaiming, We pay our respects to Sage Yuanshi. Sage Yuanshi arose, standing beside the Panga banner and the 3 treasures Jade Rui, declaring, I shall open the pure clarity heaven within the chaos. Those destined may come to observe. Sage Yuan Shi, along with the Panga banner and the three treasures Jade Rui, vanished in an instant. Tong Tian descended to the mountainside of Mount Buzhou, proclaiming loudly, I am Tong Tian. Today I also establish a teaching, called the Jie teaching. I shall be the master of the Jie teaching, enlightening the beings of the primordial world. Using the Qingping sword as the treasure of the Tao, Jie signifies the interception of heavenly mysteries, to intercept the heavenly Tao to attain the great Tao. The Jie teaching is established. A green celestial sword erupted from Tong Tian's being, its sharp blade piercing through to the 33 heavens. Above Mount Buzhou, clouds swirled, and a golden merit cloud descended. The Qingping sword shot upwards, instantly tearing through the merit cloud, a layer of merit flying towards Bai Jin. Merging into her being, Bai Jin knelt and exclaimed, Thank you, Master. The remaining merit cloud flowed into Tong Tian, instantly emanating the might of a sage. This time, the beings of the primordial world no longer panicked. Following the proper protocol to bow in respect, we pay our respects to Sage Tong Tian. Tong Tian soared into the air, grasping the Qingping sword, and looked down at Bai Jin, saying, You may return to Kunlun Mountain. Bai Jin respectfully replied, Yes. Tong Tian's mighty voice echoed throughout the primordial lands. I shall open the Yu heaven within the chaos. Those destined may come to observe. Countless beings bowed in reverent response. We thank Sage Tong Tian. Upon the heights of Kunlun Mountain, the disciples of the Dao Bao Wudong, who had been kneeling in reverence, rose to their feet. After a moment of dazed disbelief, with the exception of Dao Bao, the others wore expressions of uncontainable joy. For both their master and their uncle had attained sanctity. Yet Dao Bao's heart was burdened with unease. Why had his master deliberately brought Bai Jin along this time? He couldn't shake the feeling that the ascension of his master and uncle was somehow linked to that sycophant. Surely it must be but a figment of his imagination. A mere illusion, undoubtedly an illusion. The beings of the primordial wilderness stood upright, some still slightly dazed. In a single day, 3 saints had emerged within the realm of the demon court. Emperor Jun murmured in astonishment, The 3 pure ones have attained enlightenment. Tai, he turned to look at Fu Shi, a note of tension in his voice. Great Saint Fu Shi, what is Lady Nua's stance on the enlightenment of the 3 pure ones? Fu Shi closed his eyes momentarily before reopening them with a smile. The establishment of humanity by Tai Ching has incurred a debt of karma to my sister. She has made an agreement with them. Before the conflict between the Wu and the Yao is resolved, they must not interfere with the affairs of the primordial wilderness. Emperor Jun and Tai exchanged excited glances, their hearts buoyed by the thought that without the interference of saints, the demon race would surely triumph over the witch race. However, a new wave of unease arose within them. Why was Lady Nua offering us such assistance? Given her significant contributions to the demon race, it was natural for them to feel a twinge of anxiety. Fu Shi spoke with gravity, but my sister has one request. Emperor Jun's eyes brightened as he replied eagerly, Please, do tell. Once the demon race becomes the sole protagonist of the heavens and earth, my sister will establish the Yao teaching, becoming its leader, and you shall all respect her decree. Exchanging glances, Emperor Jun and Tai felt an instinctive relief. So this was Lady Nua's desire, although they felt a tinge of reluctance at the thought of having another leader above them. Having a saint as protection during the age of the saints was certainly a fortuitous circumstance. Understanding Lady Nua's intentions, both Emperor Jun and Tai felt their hearts settle. Emperor Jun nodded thoughtfully. Very well. The demon race shall become the singular protagonist of heaven and earth, and we shall honor Lady Nua as the leader of the Yao teaching. Fu Shi smiled. My sister will aid you in achieving eternal sovereignty over the world. Both Emperor Jun and Tai beamed with joy. Could it be that Lady Nua had a strategy to counter the witch race? In the western Pure Land, Jin and Juni stood at the center of the Pure Land world. Juni smiled and said, Brother, let us begin. Jin returned a faint smile. Indeed. Concurrently, 2 waves of the great Tao surged forth from the west, linking to the heavenly Tao, powerful resonances sweeping across the primordial wilderness. Chapter 51. The era of saints arrives within the Hall of Ancestors. Zhurong exclaimed, "Here it comes again." Emperor Jiang and the others also changed their expressions. Could it be that all the saints were to attain enlightenment today? On Kunlun Mountain, the chattering disciples of the Jie sect fell into a sudden silence, all turning in disbelief towards the west. Were their two uncles also to attain enlightenment? In the Western Pure Land, Jane and Junti called out in unison, "We, Jane and Junti, now establish the Western teaching to enlighten the beings of the primordial wilderness, using the 12-petal golden lotus to suppress fate and the Jane treasure banner, 7 treasures wonderful tree, as the proof of our enlightenment. All sentient beings with a heart of Bodhi, who sincerely seek goodness, may be guided by our power to the countless Buddha lands, the pure land of ultimate bliss that a 12-petal golden lotus, a branch of the 7 treasures tree, and a treasure banner soared from the pure land of ultimate bliss, hovering above the two that above the primordial wilderness. Auspicious clouds swirled, and a golden lotus of merit descended, splitting in two to enter the bodies of the two. It is challenging for one to attain sanctity through the merits of establishing a teaching, let alone two. Jane sighed, "Brother, this merit from establishing the teaching is insufficient for us to become saints." Junti replied nonchalantly, "Did we not foresee this earlier? Now, watch me." Jane could not help but urge, "Brother, think it over. Surely there must be other ways to attain enlightenment." Junti shook his head resolutely. "There is no time. The 3 from the East have already become saints. The competition for the path of sanctity is advancing step by step." Jane grimaced, "Then I shall take the lead. You possess great wisdom. We will rely on you to prosper our Western teaching in the future." Junti laughed heartily. "Brother, you are a person of quiet contemplation. How could you undertake such laborious tasks?" Raising his gaze to the heavens, a look of determination crossed his face as he declared, "My first vow, when I become a Buddha, in my realm there shall be no hell, hungry ghosts, or beasts, nor any creatures that crawl or fly. If such is not the case, I shall never attain Buddhahood. My second vow, when I become a Buddha, in my realm there shall be no women, nor celestial beings from countless worlds, nor any creatures that crawl or fly. Those reborn in my realm shall all be born from lotus flowers in the 7 treasures pool. If such is not the case, I shall never attain Buddhahood. My third vow, when I become a Buddha, in my realm, when beings desire food, a myriad of flavors shall manifest in the 7 treasures bowl before them. Once they have eaten, the utensils shall naturally vanish. That if such is not the case, I shall never attain Buddhahood. My fourth vow, when I become a Buddha, in my realm, the clothing desired by beings shall appear instantly, without the need for tailors, dyeing, or laundering. That if such is not the case, I shall never attain Buddhahood. My 47th vow, when I become a Buddha, the bodhisattvas of other worlds shall hear my name, take refuge, and diligently progress, attaining the stage of non-retrogression. If such is not the case, I shall never attain Buddhahood. My 48th vow, when I become a Buddha, the bodhisattvas of other worlds shall hear my name, take refuge, and diligently progress, attaining the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd stages of patience, and shall never retrogress in the teachings of all Buddhas. If such is not the case, I shall never attain Buddhahood." Junti consecutively proclaimed 48 grand vows, and the sky swelled with clouds of merit, showering down immeasurable virtue, which split in two and entered the bodies of the two. Boom! 2 immense and majestic auras of saintly power emanated from the west, enveloping the entire primordial wilderness. Countless beings bowed in reverence. Salutations to Saint Junti. Salutations to Saint Jean. Bai Jean also turned to the west, bowing respectfully. Though their ideologies differed, a saint must be honored in the Western Pure Land. After attaining sanctity, the unique aura surrounding Jean and Junti had intensified. Jane radiated a compassionate essence, while Junti exuded an air of serene detachment. Junti smiled slightly and remarked, "Brother, shall we also venture into the chaos to establish another world?" Jane nodded. "It is only fitting." Junti proclaimed loudly, "We shall establish a pure land of Buddhahood in the chaos, where all sentient beings with affinity may come to witness." With that, Jin and Zhuanti vanished from the western Pure Land. In the hall of Pangu, the 12 ancestral witches stood upright, their expressions dazed. Had it finally come to an end? Surely no one else would attain enlightenment now, unless the deceased Hong Yun were to resurrect, which was a mere sliver of possibility. Zhurong called out loudly, "Elder brother, shall we venture into the chaos to carve out the heavens and the earth?" "Of course we must go. Why would we not?" "Yet, where should we go? It seems there are quite a number opening the heavens today." Emperor Jiang chuckled with pride. "Fear not, we are plenty among the ancestral witches." He commanded, "Zhurong, Zhumeng, come with me to see the Taiching saint. Gong Gong, Xianming, and Ru Shou, go to the Yuqing saint. Ho Tu, Changliang, and Zhu Jiuyin, proceed to the Shanqing saint. Tian Wu, Shi Zi, and Shi Bai Shi shall go to the Western teaching." The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement. Fortunately, there were enough of them to ensure proper distribution. At this critical juncture in the battle between the witches and the demons, it was imperative not to offend any of the celestial saints. In the heavenly court, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi also began to allocate their tasks. Though they were only two, Kuanping and Fu Shi were both fellow disciples from Zixiao Palace, their weight sufficient to warrant respect. Emperor Jun led 2 demon saints to the Taiching saint. Tai Yi led 2 demon saints to the Western teaching. Fu Shi led 2 demon saints to the Yuqing saint. Kuanping led 2 demon saints to the Shanqing saint. Other powerful beings in solitary cultivation found themselves in a dilemma. For instance, Zhen Yuanzi was quite conflicted about where to go. Should he head to the Western teaching or the 3 pure ones? And which of the 3 pure ones should he choose? After much hesitation, he ultimately decided on the Taiching saint, for none other could surpass him in stature. The Lord of the Nether River directly chose the Tongtian saint. For among the many saints, he was the most agreeable. Randang opted for the original heavenly sovereign. Other powerful beings from Zixiao Palace also made their choices. Overall, many chose the 3 pure ones. While only a handful opted for the west, in the distant mountains and forests of Buzhou Mountain, Bai Jin stood beside Kuei Niu and De Jiao Niu, who gazed at him with envious eyes, filled with admiration for his merits. Truly, it was all about the merits. In their eyes, Bai Jin shone like gold. Bai Jin proclaimed, "I am now headed to the heavens beyond to seek an audience with Lady Niuhua. Will you accompany me, or shall you return to Kunlun Mountain first?" Kuei Niu expressed doubt. "Boss, only a great Luo golden immortal may enter the chaos. Are you certain you can reach Niuhua heaven?" De Jiao Niu regarded Bai Jin skeptically, questioning whether this senior brother had indeed become a great Luo golden immortal. He appeared to be merely at the Tai golden immortal level, and not long into it at that. Far from the profound depth of his own journey in the Tai path. Who says I cannot reach Niuhua heaven? Today, I shall show you. Bai Jin soared into the air, heading towards Buzhou Mountain. Kuei Niu and Jiao Niu followed closely, their hooves stirring up clouds beneath them. Moments later, Bai Jin and the 2 bovine companions broke through the cloud cover and arrived at the mountain's midsection. Descending into a serene valley, the valley was a tapestry of blooming flowers, with babbling brooks and rare treasures scattered about, while exotic beasts roamed freely. Nestled within this picturesque setting were 2 grand palaces. Kuei Niu, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Shi Xiang, where is this place?" "This is the abode of Niuan Yang before she attained enlightenment," Bai Jin replied. Approaching one of the palaces, straightening his Taoist robe, he performed a respectful bow and stated solemnly, "Disciple Bai Jin seeks an audience with Shi Shu." Chapter 52. Returning to Kunlun within the ethereal palace of Niuhua in the realm of chaos, Niuan Yang sat cross-legged upon a cloud bed. Attended by the Azure Phoenix and the colorful Phoenix, the Azure Phoenix, with half-closed eyes, appeared to be dozing. Suddenly, a voice echoed within the palace. "Disciple Bai Jin seeks an audience with Shi Shu." The Azure Phoenix jolted in surprise. Standing upright on the cloud bed, Niuan Yang revealed a faint smile, casually waving her hand, causing the space to ripple and form a mirror-like surface, reflecting the scene atop Buzhou Mountain, where Bai Jin was bowing respectfully. Curious, the Azure Phoenix asked, "Yang, who is this Bai Jin? What connection does he have with our palace?" Niuhua chuckled lightly. "He is the outer disciple of your Tongtian Shirbua, and it was his inadvertent guidance that aided me in my path to enlightenment." You must address him as Shi Xiang. The azure phoenix and the colorful phoenix widened their eyes in astonishment, realizing that Nuwa's enlightenment was intertwined with this by Jin. The colorful phoenix chimed in. I have met Shi Xiang before. It was I who brought him in Fuxi to the Nuwa palace to listen to the Tao. Are we to summon him now? Nuwa shook her head. I know why he has come. But the timing is not yet right. There is no need to summon him. Atop Buzhou Mountain before the palace, Bai Jin bowed deeply, standing there feeling quite awkward. What to do? Nuwa had not heard him. How could he rectify this? Behind him, Kuei Nio and De Jiao Nio stared wide-eyed at Bai Jin. De Jiao Nio whispered, What is Shi Xiang doing? He seems frozen. Kuei Nio murmured, Be quiet. You do not understand. This is the way of the sage. De Jiao Nio exclaimed in surprise. The way of the sage. Kuei Nio nodded, a look of admiration on his face. You do not comprehend. Shi Xiang possesses vast knowledge of the sage's way. And now he is communicating with Nuan Yang through it. De Jiao Nio came to a sudden realization. So that's it. Shi Xiang truly surpasses our imagination. After a moment, Bai Jin slowly straightened up, shaking his head in disappointment. Kuei Nio hastily inquired, Shi Xiang, when will Nuan Yang come to receive us? Bai Jin replied with a hint of regret. Nuan Yang is currently in seclusion, solidifying her sagehood, and cannot meet us. However, she has stated that she will come to receive me as soon as she emerges. Kuei Nio looked triumphantly at De Jiao Nio. I told you so. De Jiao Nio nodded repeatedly. Shi Xiang is truly formidable. Let us depart. Bai Jin led the two bovines out, but as they exited the valley, he turned to glance back at the palace, filled with confusion. His intentions were surely not lost on Nuan Yang. She must have heard his request for an audience. Yet, why did she refuse to meet him? Could it be that, as some legend spoke, after attaining her sagehood, Nuan Yang turned a blind eye to humanity? No, that could not be. Nuwa was not the type to be so heartless, or else she would not have sent herself and Fuxi to protect humanity for years. At that moment, Bai Jin felt overwhelmed, his mind a muddle, unable to decipher Nuan Yang's thoughts. Kuei Nio asked curiously, Shi Xiang, what are you looking at? Bai Jin shifted his gaze and replied, Do you see that pavilion over there? He intended to introduce them to the pavilion crafted by Nuan Yang herself. Kuei Nio and De Jiao Nio turned their heads in unison. Kuei Nio blurted out, How ugly! De Jiao Nio echoed. Indeed, it is quite unsightly. Bai Jin's eyes widened in shock. How dare you speak so candidly? He quickly leapt aside. A thunderous clap erupted suddenly. Two bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the two bovines. Crackling with energy, moo, bah, the anguished cries of the cows rang out as they collapsed to the ground amidst the lightning. As the lightning faded, two black forms lay twitching on the ground, emitting wisps of smoke and a delectable aroma. Perfectly cooked to medium rare, ready to be seasoned and served. Bai Jin bowed deeply, stating hurriedly, Nuan Yang, please forgive their transgressions. These two cows simply lack an appreciation for aesthetics. They would chew on peonies as if they were mere fodder. How could they possibly grasp the artistry of what you have created? Such ancient, grand, and sophisticated works can only be understood by those of great virtue, wisdom, and insight. Bai Jin cautiously glanced up, only to find the pavilion at the cliff's edge had vanished. He sighed in relief, then looked down at the two black cows, feeling speechless at their lack of restraint. Summoning a strand of celestial energy, he fashioned it into a rope, encircling the two cows and hastily pulling them away. Soaring through the clouds as the cows flailed behind him. Within the Nuwa palace, Nuan Yang waved her hand, summoning a wooden pavilion to materialize in the great hall. She instructed, Qing Luan, burn this. Qing Luan promptly replied, Yes. Sensing Nuwa's displeasure, they dared not inquire further or speak too much. Bai Jin hurriedly made his way back to Kunlun Mountain, taking 3 years to journey from Buzhou Mountain to Kunlun. Along the way, Qing Nio and Kuei Nio had recovered significantly, able to fly on clouds, though their fur remained bristled, resembling two enormous hedgehogs. Upon returning to Kunlun, Kuei Nio let out an exuberant bellow moo. I am finally back. With that, he tore free from Bai Jin's grasp and raced towards the Shangqing Peak like a wronged child. Tears of joy sparkling in the air. De Jiao Nio obediently trailed behind Bai Jin, now even more cautious not to stray. Kuei Nio's roar echoed throughout Kunlun, startling all the disciples of Jiejiao. One by one, they leapt into the air, gazing at Baijin as he approached on a cloud. Shiji stepped forward, bowing with a smile. "Welcome back, Shixiang." The other disciples followed suit, performing bows and exclaiming, "Welcome back, Shixiang." Baijin returned their bows with a cheerful smile. "Greetings, fellow disciples." Baijin, Taoist Duo Bao, slowly descended from the mountaintop. His gaze fixed upon Baijin. Baijin bowed again, smiling. "Master Shixiang, it's good to see you well." Duo Bao scrutinized Baijin, feeling relieved that his cultivation had not changed. He must not have acquired any merit, indicating that the enlightenment of their master and Sherbua had no connection to him. His heart steadied at this realization. Duo Bao then glanced at the azure cow behind Baijin, frowning. "Baijin, why you brought back such a peculiar beast?" Baijin replied, puzzled. "What beast?" "That one behind you." Did Jiao Nio's eyes widen in disbelief? "Me? A beast?" Baijin turned to look, his expression strange. Indeed, the creature appeared somewhat beastly with its dark coat, erect horns, and bristled fur, exuding a fierce demeanor that could silence a child's cries. Duo Bao frowned. "A beast cannot enter a sage's abode. Quickly dispose of it." Chapter 53. The return of the three pure ones if Master Sherbua were to return and find his steed slaughtered and served as meat. It would cause a great uproar. The very thought made Baijin secretly anticipate the spectacle of Duo Bao slaying the azure cow. He swiftly dismissed this dangerous thought. He was a good person, and such notions were unbecoming. He explained, "Shixiang has misunderstood. This is not a beast, but rather the steed of Master Sherbua." Duo Bao regarded him skeptically. "Master Sherbua's steed? This?" "Baijin," he continued, "are you suggesting you found this steed from Master Sherbua?" "Master Shixiang, are you questioning Sherbua's taste?" "Do you not realize?" Baijin responded earnestly. Duo Bao hesitated. He could tell that this bizarre creature was certainly not to Master Sherbua's liking, yet he dared not act impulsively. What if it were indeed true? Having learned from past experiences, Duo Bao had become slightly more cautious, at least refraining from acting rashly. Baijin handed the reins to Shiji, instructing, "Take it to Taiching Peak and see to its proper accommodation." "Yes, Master Shixiang," Shiji replied, taking the reins with a smile. "Disciple, follow me to Master Sherbua's abode." The azure cow exhaled 2 streams of hot air, glaring at Duo Bao. "Little fat man, I will remember you." The other disciples exchanged strange glances, struggling to suppress their laughter at the term little fat man. Indeed, Master Shixiang's physique was rather ample. Duo Bao's face turned ashen. Shiji stifled a laugh as he led the azure cow towards Taiching Peak. Baijin floated towards Shangqing Peak. Finally noticing that Duo Bao had several large lumps on his head, he cheerfully remarked, "Congratulations, Master Shixiang, on your significant progress in cultivation." That Duo Bao's expression lightened slightly as he spoke. "It seems that after going out with Master, you've indeed learned a thing or two during this period of enforced seclusion under Master's guidance. Diligently practicing the character for Dao, my skills have undoubtedly advanced significantly. I feel as though I am on the verge of reaching the realm of the Luo." Baijin praised, "Such an evident matter. How could I, the junior brother, not notice it? Senior brother, you have already begun to reveal your extraordinary talents. Given time, you will surely soar to great heights and become a formidable force that can sway the very heavens and earth." Duo Bao's smile faded, and the phrase "extraordinary talents" echoed relentlessly in his mind. Just then, the calls of senior brother echoed nearby. Duo Bao abruptly snapped back to reality, only to find that Baijin had vanished without a trace, leaving him standing alongside Cheng'er Dingguang and Ling Yaxian. Furious, Duo Bao bellowed, "Baijin, how dare you insult me? Come forth and face me in battle. Today we shall settle this once and for all." Years of cultivation and refinement crumbled in an instant. Cheng'er Dingguang quickly intervened, exclaiming, "Senior brother, do not act impulsively. He is merely trying to provoke you." "Indeed, senior brother, there is definitely a conspiracy at play." Ling Yaxian also urged, "Do not stop me. Today, it shall be either his demise or mine." Duo Bao's furious voice reverberated across the peak of Shangqing. The tranquil lakeside of Shangqing Peak. Baijin and the Wudong Saintess were making their way up the mountain. The Wudong Saintess remarked, "Oh you, You return and immediately infuriate senior brother to the brink of death. Bai Jin protested. By the heavens, I was only praising senior brother. Who knew he would go mad? Senior sister, do you not think our senior brother has lost his senses? Perhaps we should suggest to master that he be confined. The Wudong saintess rolled her eyes, thinking, you are the reason he is mad. The notion of extraordinary talents conjures an image of a large bump on Duobao's head, and she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Bai Jin looked at the Wudong saintess in disbelief. Did I just see you snicker? Senior brother is about to duel me, and you find amusement in this? The Wudong saintess regained her composure and advised, in the future, refrain from mentioning anything about extraordinary talents in front of senior brother. Why? After a moment of contemplation, the Wudong saintess, suppressing her laughter, explained, well, those extraordinary talents on senior brother's head were actually inflicted by master and our two uncles. Bai Jin's jaw dropped in shock as a vivid image flashed through his mind. Duo Bao cowering on the ground, flanked by master and the two uncles, casting cold glances down at him before delivering a few playful taps to his head, causing Duo Bao to wail in distress. Bai Jin shook his head vigorously to dispel the image, muttering, I cannot think of this. It is too delightful. However, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, tears forming at the corners of his eyes as the scene became clearer in his mind. After a hearty laugh, Bai Jin gradually calmed down, and the two approached the entrance to Bai Jin's palace. The Wudong saintess halted and smiled, saying, Junior brother, you have been out for quite a while. Now it is time for you to rest. I shall not disturb you further. Senior sister, take care. Bai Jin waved goodbye as he entered his palace, collapsing onto his bed, utterly exhausted. Yet sleep eluded him as a flurry of questions swirled in his mind, leaving him utterly perplexed. The following morning, the atmosphere of Kunlun Mountain shifted dramatically, infused with the solemn and dignified aura of a sage, only to retract almost immediately. All disciples of Kunlun turned their gazes toward the mountain peak, each filled with an inexplicable excitement. Master and the uncles had returned. Bai Jin sprang from his bed, eager to seek guidance from those wiser than him, thinking that while he might be confused, Master surely possessed the answers. With a thunderous sound, the palace doors swung open, and Bai Jin dashed out, riding on a cloud towards Shangqing Peak. As the white cloud settled before Shangqing Palace, Bai Jin performed a respectful bow, declaring, Disciple Bai Jin seeks an audience with Master. The palace door creaked open, and a voice called from within, Come in. Bai Jin stepped into the palace. This scene was witnessed by Duo Bao, the Wudong saintess, and Jin Ling, who were all ascending the mountain. Duo Bao's expression darkened. He was once again late. Cursed be the path of flattery that led him here too slowly. Inside Shangqing Palace, Bai Jin knelt on a mat, solemnly bowing and stating, Congratulations, Master, on attaining the Tao fruit of the Hunyuan saint. From this point onward, may you remain untouched by karma and unscathed through the ages. Tongtian laughed heartily, replying, Your Master's achievement is also due, in part, to your efforts. Rise. Bai Jin promptly got up, grinning as he scampered forward, plopping down on the steps beneath Tongtian, as it was the closest spot to him. Tongtian sighed, Why sit here instead of on the mat? You display no decorum befitting a senior disciple. Bai Jin shrugged, unbothered. Who cared for the title of senior disciple? I simply wish to be near Master. Tongtian smiled gently, his gaze softening. He believed Bai Jin's words were sincere. Among the disciples, none were as close or as respectful as Bai Jin, even if he occasionally drove him to the brink of exasperation. Bai Jin looked up at Tongtian and said, Master, I have crafted something using merits and would like to consult you about it. What is it? Show me. Bai Jin extended his hand, revealing a coin of dark yellow hue, which flew towards Tongtian and was grasped in his hand. Chapter 54. The merit coin. Tongtian examined the coin, surprised as he remarked, Luobao gold coin. Bai Jin nodded vigorously, praising, Master's discerning eye sees all. Nothing escapes your notice. This coin is indeed crafted from Luobao gold coin. I have named it the merit coin. Once forged, it can be used to protect and uphold one's primordial spirit. It can also be utilized in various ways. How so? It can be used to forge merit treasures, absorb for enlightenment, expel karma, and even directly enhance one's cultivation. Tongtian chuckled. Isn't that simply the essence of merit? Bai Jin quickly added, but it quantifies merit. Quantifying merit. Previously, when discussing an individual's merit, one might say they possess little, much, or even immeasurable merit, yet the specifics remain unmeasurable. However, with a merit coin, the merit of each individual can be quantified and even used for trading. How does the trading work? Master, think about it. Without the merit coin, if I possess a postnatal spiritual treasure that is of no use to me, it would be a waste to discard it. What should I do? I could bestow it upon a disciple. But I have no disciples. You will have them in the future. What if the disciple does not want it? Tong Tian raised an eyebrow and declared, they dare not. Bai Jin sighed, Master, you are merely arguing for the sake of it. Why so silent? Taking a deep breath, Bai Jin replied, Master, you are indeed correct. I have no retort. Very well, Tong Tian nodded in satisfaction. Continue. Just suppose, that my disciple also does not want this spiritual treasure, and if I no longer wish to keep this postnatal spiritual treasure, but someone else desires it, they could use the merit coin to trade with me, obtaining the treasure while I receive the merit coin. After acquiring these merit coins, I can use them for myself or trade them for things I need. Tong Tian pondered, the value of merit is undeniable. No one would disdain it. Thus it holds universal trading value. Bai Jin exclaimed, Master, you are truly brilliant. Tong Tian chuckled softly before stating seriously, Bai Jin, if you truly manage to promote the merit coin throughout the vast wilderness, your path will be solidified. Bai Jin murmured, my path? Tong Tian nodded, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Bai Jin would surpass Duo Bao and begin to walk his own path. Bai Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Master, I shall promote the merit coin right away. Tong Tian shook his head. Not so fast. Bai Jin, puzzled, asked, why not? Tong Tian replied thoughtfully, wait until the tumultuous world has reached a conclusion. Then will be the right time for you to promote the merit coin. A conclusion to the tumultuous world brought to mind the war of the witches and the demons for Bai Jin. Tong Tian inquired, is there anything else? Yes. Master, please take a closer look at the design on the coin, Bai Jin urged. Previously, Tong Tian had immediately discerned the essence of the merit coin, but had not paid attention to the design. Now, upon Bai Jin's reminder, he examined it closely and exclaimed in surprise, the Purple Cloud Palace. Bai Jin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, nodded and then eagerly asked, Master, can this be used? Tong Tian regarded Bai Jin with admiration, saying, Bai Jin, you have done well. Bai Jin beamed with joy, responding, thank you for your praise, Master, to think you are still alive. Your luck is indeed remarkable. Bai Jin's smile froze on her face, and she wondered if she was truly fortunate to be alive. Swallowing hard, she stammered, Master, please don't frighten me. I have a timid disposition that a timid person dares to use the Zixiao Palace. Tong Tian retorted with a peculiar tone. Bai Jin leaped up and knelt on the steps, wailing, Master, save me. I do not wish to perish. The Zixiao Palace holds a sacred place in my heart. It was for this reason that I utilized it, with no intention of infringing upon your authority. Besides, I only crafted one coin, which I present to you, Master, as a token of my filial piety. Tong Tian gazed at Bai Jin in silence, incredulous that she so brazenly shifted the blame onto him. Annoyed, he exclaimed, Get up! What do you look like, crying and wailing? Do not emulate your female disciple, Niwa. Bai Jin immediately rose from the ground, looking pitifully at Tong Tian, and said, Master, you also have female disciples, and why female disciples are all exceptional individuals. Very well, they are all exceptional. Yet I am but a worthless one, Tong Tian replied, his tone softening. Since you are still alive, it indicates that Dao Ancestor has tacitly approved of your actions from now on. Your coins may only be used in the Zixiao Palace. Should you attempt to alter their form, prepare for death. Bai Jin felt a wave of relief wash over her, and she quickly performed a deep bow towards the heavens. Respectfully declaring, Disciple Bai Jin expresses gratitude for Master's leniency. Rest assured, I shall strive to promote your Zixiao Palace throughout the Honghuang. Her demeanor was excessively earnest. Is there anything else? Bai Jin prostrated 3 times to the heavens, then straightened up and said, Master, I wish to inquire about matters concerning the goddess Niwa. Go seek your grandmaster. Bai Jin was taken aback. What? Seek my grandmaster? Tong Tian, seemingly displeased, urged, Do not delay. All right, I shall depart at once. Master, I take my leave. Bai Jin immediately turned and hurried outside. Tongtian pondered, You ask me? How would I know whom to ask? Who knows what Niu Hua is thinking now? Women can be quite enigmatic. This is truly no concern of men. Upon exiting the palace, Bai Jin encountered Duo Bao, Wudong Xingmu, and Jinling Shengmu waiting outside. Bai Jin waved and cheerfully greeted them. Good morning, brothers and sisters. Wudong Shengmu nodded and smiled. Junior brother, have you come to pay your respects? Pay my respects? Oh yes, I must not forget about second granduncle. Bai Jin affirmed, It has been quite a while since I last saw Master. I miss him dearly. Duo Bao shot a glance at Bai Jin. Feeling embarrassed by his sycophancy and disdainful of the association, he flicked his sleeve and strode towards the upper pure palace. Wudong Shengmu smiled and followed suit. Jinling Shengmu approached Bai Jin and whispered, Brother, does Master's sanctification have anything to do with you? Bai Jin shook his head immediately, expressing admiration. Not at all. It was entirely conceived by Master and Granduncle, which leaves me in awe. A displeased voice rang out ahead. Jinling playfully stuck out her tongue and hurried to catch up. Bai Jin ascended on clouds towards the Jade Pure Palace and landed before it. Bowing, disciple seeks an audience with Granduncle. The palace door creaked open, revealing the white crane boy, who winked at Bai Jin and chuckled. Brother, the Master is inviting you in. Chapter 55, Primordial Discussions on Apprenticeship. Bai Jin entered the palace, knelt on the mat, and bowed. Disciple pays respects to Granduncle. May Granduncle's path to sanctification be unobstructed. Primordial was in high spirits, laughing heartily. Rise. Thank you, Granduncle. Bai Jin stood up, sitting cross-legged on the mat, his demeanor serious and upright, displaying a posture of solemnity and respect. Primordial nodded in satisfaction, smiling. I wonder if my future disciples will be as considerate as you. Bai Jin's eyes widened in surprise. Was Granduncle already considering taking on disciples? A sense of urgency rose within him. Following the legends of his past life, once Granduncle began accepting disciples, the separation of the three pure ones would not be far off. However, with himself added into the mix after all this time and effort, his relationship with Master and the two Granduncles had remained strong. Would a separation still occur? Bai Jin quickly inquired, Is Granduncle planning to take on disciples? Primordial smiled. Now that a great teaching has been established, it is only natural to take on disciples to pass on the Tao lineage. Not just me, but elder brother will also be taking on disciples. You all must get along well and not tarnish the bond of the three pure ones. Bai Jin respectfully replied, Understood. Internally, he resolved to manage the outer disciples well. Following Bai Jin's display of power and Tongtian punishment, the outer disciples had become much more restrained. Therefore, Bai Jin felt he could still maintain control over the situation. Perhaps that was the case. Bai Jin steadied his mind and curiously asked, Granduncle, what do you plan to take on disciples? Very soon that I will set up a grand formation atop Kunlun Mountain's Jade Pure Peak. Anyone who can breach the formation and reach me will become my disciple. Congratulations, Granduncle. Primordial laughed heartily, saying with interest, Bai Jin, you could also attempt to breach the formation. Bai Jin shook his head repeatedly, a fearful expression on his face. Granduncle, please do not put me in such a predicament. If I attempt to breach the formation, Master will surely wield the four swords of extermination against me. Primordial considered this, realizing that given Tongtian's nature, it was indeed possible, but he laughed heartily, saying, Tongtian is too petty. Bai Jin chuckled awkwardly, feeling uneasy, and quickly bowed. Granduncle, I take my leave. Go on, go on. Bai Jin hurriedly rose and dashed outside, as if fearing being forced to breach the formation. Primordial watched, amused, thinking, what an interesting little fellow. I wonder if my disciples will be as well-mannered, perceptive, and considerate as he envisioned a delightful future. Bai Jin exited the Jade Pure Palace, breathing a sigh of relief. If he had truly attempted to breach the formation, judging by Master's temperament, he would likely be irked for several days without wanting to see him. Bai Jin soared on clouds towards the Supreme Pure Palace. The doors of the Supreme Pure Palace stood wide open, and the once unruly Azure Bull lay contentedly before it, munching on celestial herbs. Such a blissful existence for a bull. Bai Jin landed before the Supreme Pure Palace. Bowing, Disciple seeks an audience with granduncle. Come in. A warm voice beckoned. Baijin entered the palace, approached, knelt on the mat, and bowed. Disciple pays respects to granduncle. May granduncle's path to sanctification be unobstructed. Rise and speak, came the gentle voice. Baijin stood and sat cross-legged on the mat. Looking up at the amiable elder seated in the main position, Taishang smiled. Why did you arrive so late today? Baijin replied seriously, I have an important matter to consult granduncle about. What is it? Baijin hesitated, saying, It pertains to the saints. I kindly ask granduncle to seal the heavens and lock the earth. Concerning the saints, Taishang's interest was piqued. With a wave of his hand, the palace doors thunderously shut. And he said, At this moment, only you and I are here. Our word shall not reach 6 ears. Baijin stated earnestly, Disciple wishes to inquire if the saints are devoid of emotions and desires. Taishang, speechless, chuckled, Where did you hear such absurd rumors? It is certainly not the case. Baijin felt relief wash over him, exclaiming, That is good to hear. It is just that recently, the goddess Nuwa's behavior has left me quite perplexed. Hence my inquiry. What do you find perplexing? Nuwa entered the Tao through creation, bringing forth humanity and illuminating the heavens and earth. The heavens recognized her efforts, granting her merits and enabling her to attain sanctification. When she created humanity, she even infused their bloodlines with the essence of a saint. Moreover, she arranged for the great deity Fuxi to guard us for several years. Even during the cosmic opening, Fuxi was unable to observe the event, which demonstrates Nuwa's regard for humanity. Taishang nodded slowly, acknowledging the opening of the heavens is indeed a significant opportunity for great beings, and Fuxi's absence is indeed a lamentable matter. Baijin frowned, saying, However, now the goddess has changed. The prayers of humanity go unanswered. When I sought an audience, Nuwa did not receive me. When humanity faces troubles, she appears indifferent, as if she no longer cares for us. Taishang understood and said cautiously, I can only tell you that Nuwa is engaged in a significant undertaking, one that concerns the demon race, the shaman race, and humanity as well. Baijin quickly inquired, What is this great undertaking? Taishang shook his head, saying, Nuwa's plans have yet to unfold, and I do not know. Rest assured, it poses no harm to humanity. Otherwise, I would intervene. Baijin felt a wave of relief, yet frowned. But how shall we resolve the issues currently faced by humanity? What issues? Baijin promptly responded, The days are too long, and humanity is enduring great hardship. He gazed at Taishang with hope. Granduncle, as the leader of humanity's teachings, why not assist in resolving this issue? Taishang pondered briefly before shaking his head. I have promised Nuwa that I shall not interfere in humanity's affairs for the time being. Baijin, anxious, exclaimed, Granduncle, this is a matter concerning the survival of humanity. Baijin, the survival of humanity is not your concern. Return now, and do not venture back to humanity. Master, with a gentle wave of his hand. The Supreme Being caused Baijin to vanish instantaneously within the Taiching Palace. Furrowing his brows, the Supreme Being murmured, Sister Nuwa, what is it that you truly desire? Despite the near omniscience of the saints, they remain unable to perceive the intricacies of one another's affairs. Moments later, the Supreme Being rose from his seat and glided gracefully towards the outer gate, prompting the great horned azure ox to rise hastily. Mounting the azure ox, the Supreme Being declared, Let us depart to the realm of humanity. With a low moo, the great horned azure ox took to the clouds beneath its feet, heading towards the realm of humankind. Chapter 56. Baijin's Speculation. A potentially contentious chapter. Meanwhile, Baijin's figure materialized within her palace, letting out a resigned sigh. Fine, since you esteemed individuals prefer to keep your secrets, I shall deduce the answers myself. She immediately settled cross-legged upon her bed, her mind weaving together the tales and legends from her past life. The matters spoken of by Master Uncle regarding Nuwa were intertwined with the human, demon, and shaman tribes. Three forces emerged in her mind. The human tribes clad in animal skins, the shamanic giants bearing bare torsos, and the demon race with their beast-headed, human-bodied forms, all overshadowed by the divine presence of Nuwa herself. In the tales of her past life, the conflict between the shamans and demons against humanity had rendered the latter the focal point of the heavens. Wait a moment. An inquiry surged within Bai Jin's mind. By what right did humanity become the focal point of the heavens? The legends of her former life offered no explanation for humanity's sudden rise to prominence, merely attributing it to a notion of destiny. Enwa's ascension to sainthood necessitated the creation of humankind. And thus humanity was destined to be the central force in the cosmos, with all of the primordial world revolving around them. What a ludicrous notion, having been reborn into the primordial realm. Bai Jin participated in Enwa's creation of humanity and understood that humanity's existence was but a facet of Enwa's path to enlightenment, rather than an obligatory act for her to attain sainthood. Even without the creation of humanity, other forms of life could equally facilitate such ascension. Therefore, the idea of a destined protagonist in the primordial realm was fundamentally flawed. The survival of humanity amidst such adversity was a testament to their own struggle. Yet, the impending massacre of humanity by the shamans and demons loomed, and in the aftermath of such slaughter, the survival of humanity would be nothing short of miraculous. Why then should they be deemed the central figures of the heavens? Moreover, myriad races populated the primordial realm: dragons, aquatic beings, spirits, avian tribes, and to say nothing of the countless lesser branches, such as the fox race, which could obliterate humanity entirely. Yet these races had no claim to the title of celestial protagonist. While the withered remnants of humanity after the shaman-demon war suddenly ascended to that very status. How abrupt! How unjust! Who was orchestrating this grand design behind the scenes? The name that instinctively surfaced in Bai Jin's mind was none other than Enwa. Indeed, it must be her. With the war between the shamans and demons imminent, how could they dare to annihilate humanity and incur the wrath of a saint? This was surely the time for them to vie for the saint's favor. Unless they had received Enwa's blessing. Bai Jin's eyes widened in shock. Enwa was scheming concerning the two races. By distancing herself from humanity, she was laying the groundwork for her subsequent actions, convincing both the shamans and demons that she had no concern for humanity anymore. However, having grasped this entire situation, Bai Jin still felt as if a thorn was lodged in her throat. Unable to comprehend the means by which Enwa elevated humanity to the status of the celestial protagonist. Furthermore, such matters could not be inquired about. This truth was merely a conjecture based on the myths of her past life. Utterly unexplainable to others, Bai Jin exhaled deeply, reflecting on the formidable nature of the saints. Had it not been for the amalgamation of her past life as myths, she would never have unraveled the truth. While the two celestial protagonists, the shamans and demons, were deftly maneuvered into their roles by Enwa, establishing the cosmic order. Resolutely, she made up her mind to cling tightly to Enwa's side. Otherwise, should the saints' schemes target her, she would undoubtedly be oblivious to her own demise. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of 3 bell chimes reverberated through the peaks of Shangqing. Bai Jin jolted awake from her shock. Hastily rising from her bed, was this the summoning bell of her master? Without delay, she made her way outside. Numerous outer disciples of Jiejiao soared through the skies on various clouds, some pure white, others gray, red, or black, each more diverse than the last. Bai Jin rode upon a white cloud towards the mountain summit. All the disciples parted to create a path, respectfully calling out, Senior brother, we pay our respects." After being thoroughly chastised by Bai Jin, they now exhibited a newfound humility. Bai Jin smiled and nodded, advancing towards the Shangqing Palace amidst the throng of disciples, who lowered their clouds to allow her precedence in entering. Inside the Shangqing Palace, a myriad of meditation cushions were arranged out on the front row. Sat Duo Bao, the mother of No Worry, and Jin Ling upon 3 cushions. The second row featured a solitary cushion, with a line of 9 cushions beneath it. Bai Jin, wearing a smile, approached the lone cushion in the second row and sat cross-legged. The remaining outer disciples then swarmed in, finding cushions to settle upon. Without any disputes arising, Bai Jin transmitted a query. "Sister, what is the current situation?" The mother of No Worry replied, "Master intends to impart a teaching." Impart a teaching? Bai Jin recalled that her second master, uncle, still owed her a session, as did Enwa. She must find time to attend. A wave of sentiment washed over her. How busy she truly was. The figure of Tong Tian appeared silently in the main seat. All the disciples of Jiao bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Master." Tong Tian nodded slowly, saying, "Since your initiation as my disciples, I have been preoccupied with my path to enlightenment and have seldom imparted teachings. Today, I shall share insights on the path. And any gains you achieve will depend on your own fortuity." All the Jiao disciples expressed their gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master." Tong Tian nodded and with a solemn expression declared, "To cultivate the Tao, one must first cultivate the heart. Without mastery over the heart, all methods are but illusions. Today, I shall teach you the method of heart cultivation." Many disciples displayed expressions of disappointment. It was merely heart cultivation rather than powerful supernatural abilities. Heart cultivation yields no external force. What use could it possibly have? Tong Tian observed the reactions of his disciples, and upon seeing Duo Bao, the mother of No Worry, Jin Ling, Bai Jin, and Shiji listening intently with serious expressions. A slight smile graced his lips. He closed his eyes, no longer gazing at those below, affirming that the extent of their gains would depend on the individual. He began, "To cultivate the Tao, one must first relinquish worldly affairs. Cut off all external distractions and do not oppose the heart. Then, sit in tranquility and observe the arising of thoughts. Should a single thought arise, it must be extinguished, ensuring stillness." The entire process of the teaching was devoid of divine radiance or miraculous phenomena. Each word and sentence was plain and unremarkable, even somewhat tedious. Some disciples found themselves teetering on the brink of slumber. Time flowed without the marking of days or months until the teaching abruptly ceased. The disciples, who had been entranced, suddenly awakened, some with glimmers of joy in their eyes, while others, still dazed, wiped drool from their mouths. All disciples performed a deep bow, simultaneously exclaiming, "We thank Master." Tong Tian nodded, smiling, "You may all depart." The disciples rose and, after another respectful bow, made their way outside. Once outside the palace, many disciples displayed expressions of disappointment. This was nothing like their imagined teachings, devoid of spells or supernatural abilities, instead focusing on tranquil heart cultivation. What use was that? In the primordial realm, enemies would not concern themselves with one's tranquility. Bai Jin, a voice echoed from within the Shanqing Palace. Bai Jin halted, turning to perform a bow, saying, "Master." The other disciples also turned, gazing curiously into the palace. Chapter 57. The recruitment of disciples. Tong Tian's voice resounded from within the Shanqing Palace. "There are some wandering immortals at the foot of the mountain seeking the path. You shall welcome them all into the outer sect." Recruit disciples. Bai Jin's heart raced, promptly inquiring, "Master, how many are there?" "I fear I may mistake them," Tong Tian's calm voice replied. "You will see upon your descent. There are not many." Bai Jin felt a wave of relief. If there were not many, then it was manageable. She feared an unruly crowd would thrust her into the limelight. "Shall I accept them all?" Bai Jin asked. "Those with a desire for the path may all enter." "Yes," Bai Jin respectfully acknowledged, not taking the matter too seriously, as it was merely a handful of individuals. A trivial matter. Bai Jin straightened, saying, "Shiji, come with me." "Yes." Shiji followed Bai Jin as they gracefully descended the mountain. Duo Bao suddenly spoke. "Lingya, immortal. Qiushou, immortal, please assist Bai Jin." Lingya, immortal, and Qiushou, immortal exchanged glances, momentarily puzzled. Would a mere few disciples require assistance? Yet they still replied, "Understood." Immediately following the descent, Zhaoyang and Bai Jin soared down to the foot of the mountain. Below, amidst the dense forest, an ethereal miasma intertwined with demonic and celestial energies enveloped the area. Shadows began to rise from the thicket, clustering densely in the air, all eyes fixated on the four figures descending from the mountain. Shiji whispered, "Brother, there seem to be quite a few people here." Bai Jin stood frozen in mid-air, utterly dumbfounded, as if a legion of malevolent deities had rampaged through his mind, filled with despair. "Master, are you leading your disciple into a pitfall? Is this truly what you meant by a handful? Are there any who gather disciples like you in the entirety of the primordial world? Others select their disciples with meticulous care, yet you seem to be amassing a horde indiscriminately. This is not the gathering of disciples. It resembles the opening of a zoo, or perhaps a free-range farm. Lingya and Xiaoshuo also twitched at the corners of their mouths, for the crowd below surpassed even the number atop the mountain. Shurji whispered again, "Brother, what are you thinking? What should we do now?" Baijin was abruptly roused, a sense of urgency swelling within him. He could assure the inclusion of these thousands of demons and spirits under his tutelage. And it would be extraordinary if Kunlun Mountain did not descend into chaos. The three pure ones might even split apart, leading to his three pillars of support drifting apart. This cannot happen. He must not accept them, at least not all of them, that a figure with twin wings burst forth, its body adorned with golden fur and protruding fangs, revealing itself to be a mutated golden-haired zombie. The creature rasped, "Immortal, we have come to pay our respects to the Master. We implore you to inform the sage of our earnest desire to seek the Tao and accept us into your fold. Have compassion for you. Who will show compassion for me?" Baijin felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. His mindset, having been led astray by his master, shattered. He barked, "Why are you here?" The golden-haired zombie faltered, hesitating before replying. "It is said that the primordial sage will gather disciples on Kunlun Mountain, that we have come seeking him. Yet we were unable to pass through the sage's great array and have been barred from entry. Some fellow seekers have left in disappointment, yet we cannot bear to part ways from the path of the Tao, which is why we linger here, hoping for the benevolence of the heavenly sage to accept us and impart the supreme teachings. Yes, yes, we beseech the sage to show mercy and accept us." The throng cried out, "We are truly devoted to the Tao and do not seek to rely on the sage. O sage, I am willing to serve as your steed." The tumultuous clouds of demons and spirits erupted into a cacophony. Baijin furrowed his brow and commanded, "Silence." The might of the Tai, golden immortal, descended like a mountain, causing the throng to freeze, their demeanor sobering as they gazed at Baijin with reverence. While the Tai, golden immortal, may not be overwhelmingly powerful in the primordial realm, among the crowd of aspiring disciples, none could claim to possess such strength. After a moment of silence, Baijin steadied his thoughts and articulated, "In my sect, we embrace all who seek knowledge, guiding all sentient beings. All who wish to join my sect must abide by our rules. The first decree is that fellow disciples must not harm one another, nor must they defy their elders. Any violations will be met with severe punishment. Those who consume flesh and drink blood, utter foul words, or indulge in senseless violence shall face strict retribution. That if you can comply, you may remain. If not, disperse immediately." The throng of over 1,000 cultivators erupted in joy, exclaiming their willingness to comply. Baijin's eyes revealed disappointment. Not a single one chose to depart, and they accepted his terms without hesitation, which struck him as exceedingly perfunctory. Shurji quietly inquired, "Brother, will you truly accept them all?" She too sensed something amiss. "If the master wishes to accept them, what can I do? It is beyond my control, after all. No, I cannot simply wait idly. I must think. There must be a way if my master is destined for greatness. Then I shall defy the heavens." Baijin remained motionless in the air, various thoughts racing through his mind. Each one dismissed in turn. He needed to weed out disciples without making his master suspicious, while also ensuring his master was satisfied that it was a true headache indeed. After a brief moment, the multitude of demons and spirits below began to waver, their thoughts intertwining, communicating telepathically. Eventually, Baijin let out a long sigh, resigned, and said, "Shurji, let us first accept them into the sect, register their details, and present them to the master." "Understood," Shurji responded. "Wait, register their details?" A flash of inspiration struck Baijin, and he smiled, saying, "When registering, let us create an identification card for each person." Including the former disciples of the sect, Shurji, puzzled, asked, "Identification card? I will craft a template, and you shall handle the creation of these identification card from now on." "Very well, brother." Baijin gazed at the excited crowd below and warmly addressed them. "Follow me. For now, establish your own Tao palaces without dispute." The crowd responded eagerly. Yes, they rode the swirling clouds of demons, magic, and celestial energies, trailing after Baijin as they ascended. Once atop the mountain, Baijin instructed them to remain at the Silent Lake, forbidding them from wandering, and led Shurji to his own Tao palace, stating, enter with me. Shurji followed Baijin into the palace, where he gracefully settled onto the bed. Before him, a flame suddenly ignited. This was the Samadhi true fire, a gift from the supreme Lao Jun. Shurji instinctively took a step back, her eyes flashing with fear at the sight of the blazing fire. Baijin produced a piece of jade, casting it into the flames. The jade melted and transformed within the fire, shimmering with runes, until a translucent jade tablet emerged, simple yet exquisite. Baijin picked up the jade tablet and inscribed characters in the AI or dot name. Shurji, Master, second-generation outer disciple of the Jiejiao. Race, Spirit Stone. Shurji, where was your original Dao Palace? Skeleton Mountain. Place of origin, Skeleton Mountain. Current residence, Qingfeng on Kunlun Mountain. With a swift motion, Baijin pressed the characters into the jade tablet, then handed it to Shurji, saying, "Input a strand of your spiritual essence." All right. Shurji took the jade tablet, infused it with a thread of her essence, and a three-dimensional image of herself materialized on the blank left side of the tablet. Shurji presented the jade tablet, saying, "Brother, it is complete." Baijin accepted the tablet, examining it. The functionality was sufficient for now, but lacked the grandeur befitting a sage-s sect. A smile crept onto Baijin's face. It was time to add some embellishments. He extended his finger. A beam of golden light infused with merit shot into the tablet, and golden patterns emerged along its edges, exuding solemnity and splendor. "Much better," Baijin remarked contentedly. "Now, it is worthy of the identity of a sage-s sect." He handed the newly crafted jade tablet to Shurji, declaring, "This is your identification card." "Thank you, brother." Shurji gratefully accepted the card, growing increasingly fond of it. This was her proof as a disciple of the Jiejiao. Though she had been acknowledged as a disciple before, it had only been in words, unlike this tangible identification card, which bestowed upon her a profound sense of belonging and honor. "Did you observe the crafting process clearly?" Shurji nodded repeatedly, saying, "I did." But after a moment's hesitation, she continued, "Brother, did you just incorporate merit into the crafting?" "Indeed. Is there a problem?" Chapter 58. The transformation of merit into wealth. Shurji regarded Baijin as one might look upon a prodigal son, her heart aching. "Brother, that is merit. It is precious. Perhaps we can incorporate gold into the identification card for those outer disciples as well, achieving a gilded effect while minimizing costs." Baijin responded flamboyantly, "Do not be so miserly. Can gold and merit be compared? We are a sect of the sage, and we must showcase the nobility of the sage-s teachings. What is a little merit to us? I feel we are still lacking." While nobility is indeed paramount, Shurji pursed her lips and said softly, "Brother, I do not possess any merit." Baijin, incredulous, exclaimed, "Surely you jest. In this day and age, merit should be relatively easy to acquire." "No?" Shurji felt a pang in her chest, deeply wounded. Baijin, unfazed, replied, "No matter. I have merit." Shurji immediately urged, "Brother, even if you possess merit, it should not be squandered on trivial matters. Merit is of great importance to us cultivators. Crafting an identification card should not require much merit, right? One card is merely a wisp of merit. 1,000 cards amount to 1,000 wisps. Isn't that considerable?" Baijin reasoned. "And if the master takes on more disciples in the future, what if there are 10,000 or even hundreds of thousands? What then?" Shurji persisted. 10,000 wisps is indeed a lot." Baijin mused, "Is it really that much? I just used a single merit coin, which suggests that even if the master were to attract myriad immortals, it would only amount to a few tens of thousands of coins. That does not seem excessive, does it?" "It is a considerable amount, enough to forge a merit artifact." Shurji nodded resolutely, hoping to dissuade her senior brother from a shameful waste of merit. "Merit is a precious resource. How could it be squandered in such a manner? While you deem merit important, I believe that an identification card serves as the face of the disciples of the when engaging with the outside world, which is equally vital. There is no need for you to say more, as my mind is already made up. You should wait outside." Shurji responded helplessly, "Yes." Internally, she resolved to seek out her senior sister soon to persuade her brother on her behalf. "Alas, it is quite difficult for me, as his junior sister, when he refuses to listen." Shurji turned and walked toward the entrance, where the doors opened automatically. Upon her exit, the doors thunderously closed behind her. Bai Jin sat cross-legged on his bed, a dense cloud of merit hovering above him, bathing the entire palace in a golden glow, transforming it into a sea of brilliance within the cloud of merit. Four celestial swords floated gracefully, while it was kept separately by Bai Jin. Though upon sensing merit, reacted like a wolf catching sight of meat, its small wings tinged with envy, keeping it within the cloud of merit. One could only wonder what would transpire. With a mere gesture, Bai Jin summoned the, which instantly expanded and floated at the center of the hall, its tiny wings buzzing in excitement. Bai Jin concentrated. An endless stream of merit flowed toward the, passing through its square opening, while countless merit coins cascaded out from the back, like an unstoppable tide. Meanwhile, as Bai Jin was refining the merit coins, new outer disciples gathered at Jingxi Lake, each standing tall and excitedly greeting one another. Ling Yuxian approached the golden-haired zombie and smiled. "Greetings, junior brother." The golden-haired zombie looked at Ling Yuxian and quickly returned the greeting, saying, "I have met you, senior brother." Ling Yuxian replied with a smile. "It is rare to see a zombie attain enlightenment. May I know how to address you?" "My name is Jin Guang," the golden-haired disciple replied. "Jin Guang is quite fitting. You may call me Lingya, senior brother," came the response. "That I have met you, Lingya, senior brother." Jin Guang bowed respectfully. Ling Yuxian surveyed the many newly initiated outer disciples and pondered aloud. "Junior brother, what do you think is the purpose of our apprenticeship?" "Naturally, it is for cultivation. And what is the purpose of cultivation? To wander freely in this world, transcending time." Ling Yuxian clapped his hands excitedly and exclaimed, "Well said, junior brother. We cultivators pursue freedom and liberation. However, with the constraints of the sex rules, how can we truly be free? Do you not agree?" Jin Guang felt a stirring in his heart and probed. "Senior brother, what do you mean? Do you not realize that you have already been accepted under the master's wing? Even if you do not comply with the sex rules, you may still ascend the mountain." Jin Guang gasped. "What? Then why did that senior brother just now obstruct our ascent? Does he not fear the master's wrath?" "He truly does not fear. That person is Bai Jin, the leader of our outer disciples. And theoretically, all outer disciples must heed his commands." Jin Guang's expression shifted as he asked, "Senior brother, are you saying theoretically?" Ling Yuxian laughed heartily. "With a leader of the outer disciples, there must also be a leader among the inner disciples. Our inner brother is Duobao Dao Jun, a prodigy of unparalleled talent and demeanor, a rare celestial genius in the primordial world, possessing the bearing of a sage. Many of us have pledged ourselves to Duobao. And naturally, Bai Jin does not dare to seek unnecessary trouble." Jin Guang's eyes lit up. An inner brother was undoubtedly a significant ally. He quickly bowed deeply, saying, "I have long admired the inner brother. I humbly request your assistance in introducing me." Ling Yuxian replied with a hearty laugh, "Certainly. The inner brother is always fond of looking after his fellow disciples." Ling Yuxian led Jin Guang through the throng of outer disciples, eliciting expressions of surprise and gratitude from the newly initiated juniors. Atop the mountain, within the palace, Bai Jin found himself surrounded by a veritable ocean of merit coins, a dazzling sight that was utterly intoxicating. If the merit for achieving sainthood could be quantified in trillions, then Bai Jin possessed at least 300 billion or more, making him the wealthiest being in the primordial realm, second only to saints. At the center of this ocean of merit coins, a black hole-like vortex emerged, drawing in all the merit coins as if they were tides. Moments later, the merit coins vanished, revealing Bai Jin seated calmly on his bed. A golden auspicious cloud swirling above him, while merit coins cascaded down like a rain of fortune. Just as the auspicious cloud concealed Bai Jin's form, he opened his eyes and called out, "Junior sister, come in." With a resounding boom, the palace doors swung open, and Shurji entered, bowing and calling out, "Senior brother." Bai Jin gestured, and instantly a small pile of merit coins appeared on the ground, their brilliance blinding. "Ah!" Shurji gasped instinctively, glancing between Bai Jin and the pile of merit coins. "What are these? They seem like merit, but can merit take this form?" she inquired tentatively. Bai Jin replied with a proud smile. "These merit coins are crafted from the power of merit, a unique treasure in the entire world." Here are 100,000 merit coins, prepared for you as capital to manage the outer disciples. You may take a look. Chapter 59. The completion of the identification card. Shurji bent down to pick up one merit coin, examining it closely, and a wave of joy surged within her. How beautiful! Baijin remarked, there are 100,000 merit coins here, and they shall be entrusted to you for the time being. Each merit coin represents a thread of merit and can be used to create an identification card. From now on, any disciple entering our will require you to issue their identification. Shurji quickly shook her head, flustered. Senior brother. No, this is far too much. 100,000 merit coins left her astonished, especially since she had none her name. Junior sister, please accept them. They're not yours to keep, but merely entrusted to you temporarily. All expenditures of the will go through you. After a moment of hesitation, Shurji deeply bowed and promised gratefully. Thank you, senior brother. Though it was not truly hers, the benefits of possessing merit were substantial. Baijin nodded with a smile, saying, you shall be responsible for the outer disciples. Rest assured, senior brother, I will ensure that all their identification cards are processed. Shurji replied, rising to gather the merit coins and walking confidently toward the exit, feeling a newfound sense of grandeur with coins in her possession. Once Shurji departed, Baijin slumped back, lying on his bed with a sigh. If all went well, he should be able to eliminate some disciples, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. While others traversed realms claiming dominion, here he was, burdened with concerns for both his master and his uncle. Each a source of worry. Why must it be so difficult for me? Fortunately, I have a capable and understanding junior sister. Without her, I would surely be overwhelmed. At this moment, Baijin finally comprehended the sentiments of those great masters from his past life, experiencing a moment of spiritual resonance with them. Meanwhile, on the mountainside, the newly initiated outer disciples engaged in a cacophony of discussions, their voices blending into a lively chatter, primarily revolving around the outer and inner brothers. Suddenly, a cloud floated down, revealing an adorable girl with two little pigtails atop her head. The girl called out in a crisp voice, silence. Instantly, the noise subsided, and all eyes turned toward the girl in the sky. Under the watchful gazes of numerous onlookers, the girl felt a surge of anxiety and instinctively took a step back. Ling Yixian and Xiao Xian exchanged glances, frowning slightly. Little sister, gathering her composure. The girl thought, I have nothing to fear. I am here on behalf of my senior brother and sister. Remembering their encouragement, she puffed out her chest and called out, everyone listen closely. One by one. Proceed up the mountain to the first Dao Palace to receive your identification card from my senior sister. Ling Yixian muttered, identification card? What is that? Xiao Xian shook his head, responding, I have no idea. The girl pointed at Ling Yixian, declaring, you go first. Ling Yixian was taken aback, a smile playing on his lips as he replied, little sister, you have grown bold. How dare you give orders to your senior brother? The girl instinctively withdrew her hand before regaining her confidence. With hands on her hips, she boldly exclaimed, will you go or not? And if I don't, if you refuse, I will report back to senior brother. Senior brother? Is it Baijin's arrangement? Ling Yixian's expression shifted, and he swiftly soared upward. The girl triumphantly snickered and then pointed at Xiao Xian, saying, you go and summon all the outer disciples from the mountain. Xiao Xian frowned, asking, little sister, can you tell me what this is about? To receive identification cards from now on, all disciples of the outer sect must possess an identification card, arranged in a designated order. Furthermore, refrain from addressing me as Shimi. It is possible that after the rankings, I may still be your Shiji. The dragon-headed immortal widened his eyes in disbelief. You call me Shiji? A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within him, and with a cold huff, he flicked his sleeves and soared up the mountain. The other outer sect disciples exchanged odd glances, as it appeared that the situation within them was not as they had been led to believe. At the very least, the outer sect's eldest senior brother instilled in them a profound sense of trepidation. As evening fell, all outer sect disciples received their identification cards, which they held in their hands with a mix of joy and pride. The cards were not only splendid and luxurious, but they also contained merits, truly befitting of a grand and esteemed sect. Within the Qingqing Palace, the Tongtian sat in the main seat, while the Wudong stood below. In his hand, the Tong Tian held an identification card, which contained a three-dimensional image of Shurji. With a chuckle, he remarked, "An identification card? Who would have thought of such a thing?" The Wudong responded with a hint of exasperation. "Master, while this initiative for my junior brother is well-intentioned, the inclusion of merit power within the identification card seems somewhat extravagant. If he depletes too much of his merit, it may hinder his future cultivation." Tong Tian remained unfazed, saying, "What does that little merit matter to him? His merits are beyond your imagination." However, I must admit that I did not expect him to be so generous as to voluntarily share his merits. That is quite unlike him. It is rather peculiar. Wudong's eyes widened in astonishment. Where did my junior brother acquire such an abundance of merit? Has he accomplished something beneficial to the world? Tong Tian looked down at the identification card in his hand and mused. A jade piece infused with a bit of merit to create an identification card is rather simplistic. With a thought, all the disciples' identification cards transformed into a brilliant green jade, radiating celestial light, a means of counterfeiting protection. Outside, numerous outer sect disciples gasped in astonishment as they beheld the transformation of their identification cards. With a flick of his finger, Tong Tian sent Shurji's identification card soaring, where it hovered before Wudong. She collected the card and hesitated, saying, "Master, is it appropriate for my junior brother to reassign the ranking of outer sect disciples while issuing these identification cards?" Tong Tian dismissed her concern, stating, "Since I have appointed him as the foremost disciple of the outer sect, he shall manage all matters concerning the outer sect as he sees fit. There is nothing amiss." Wudong performed a respectful bow and said, "Since Master has given his consent, I shall take my leave." Tong Tian nodded in acknowledgement. As Wudong turned to exit, disappearing into the night, Tong Tian pondered aloud, "Should I create identification card for Taobao and the others as well? It does seem rather amusing." Ultimately, he dismissed the thought. The necessity for identification cards among outer sect disciples arose from the potential multitude of members, serving as a means of identification amongst them, while the inner sect had only a handful of disciples, and thus required none. Beneath the night sky, within a hastily constructed modest Taoist palace, several gathered, their eyes gleaming intensely as they scrutinized their respective identification cards. A wolf-headed man swallowed hard and remarked, "Indeed, the teachings of the saints are unparalleled. Even an identification card contains latent merits." The others nodded in agreement, their eyes glinting with avarice. A venerable elder with grass sprouting from his head stroked his beard, straining to widen his small eyes, and said, "This is my first encounter with merit. I've heard that absorbing merit offers incomparable benefits for cultivation." Suddenly, a woman interjected, "Why not absorb the merits ourselves?" The others' eyes lit up, though they hesitated momentarily. The elder pondered, "But this is the identification card of our disciples." The woman, brimming with confidence, replied, "I shan't hide it from you. I excel in the art of refining tools. After we absorb the merits, I can utilize my refining skills to coat the identification card with golden threads. From an outward appearance, there will be no discernible change. One would need to examine it closely to notice anything amiss. Furthermore, since this identification card is now in our possession, it rightfully belongs to us. We are merely absorbing the merits within it without causing any damage. Wouldn't you agree?" The others nodded in unison, finding her reasoning sound and quite persuasive. Amidst the wild desolation, where fierce beings roamed and countless strong men existed, they had previously confined themselves to secluded cultivation to evade karmic retribution and avoid calamity. Hence, while they had heard of the benefits of merit, they had never possessed any themselves. Now, with merit before them, their greed was difficult to contain. The wolf-headed youth suddenly grinned and said, "Moreover, I've already allied myself with an inner sect senior brother. Even if I absorb this merit, he cannot hold me accountable." The other's eyes brightened. An inner sect senior brother? Indeed, they had their own connections, and their hearts steadied as they nodded in agreement. "Precisely. What you say makes perfect sense." The woman smiled mischievously and declared, "Even if he discovers it, what of it? We are personally favored by the master and accepted into the inner sect. Can he truly oppose the master?" The elder, with grass sprouting from his head, eagerly exclaimed, "Then we shall rely on you, junior sister." The woman replied triumphantly, "Rest assured, leave it to me. I guarantee it will be indistinguishable. After exchanging encouraging words, they felt a sense of resolution. Promptly taking their identification cards and sitting down in meditation, a trickle of merit power flowed from the cards into their bodies, and expressions of enjoyment graced their faces. After a moment, the woman stood and made her way outside. The wolf demon suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "Junior sister, where are you going?" The woman replied, nonchalantly, "Of course. I am going to assist the other junior brothers and sisters in absorbing the merits. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous for just the four of us." The wolf demon nodded in realization. "Indeed, you are quite thoughtful, junior sister." The elder, glowing with the absorption of merit, rose with a cheerful demeanor and said, "Junior sister, please wait. Let us first restore our identification cards to their original state." The others turned their gazes toward the woman. She smiled brightly and replied, "Very well." Such occurrences were not rare atop Chingchong Peak, where thousands of disciples were gathered, many of whom were uncertain in their hearts. Especially when people congregated to console one another, they would inevitably become emboldened and unable to restrain themselves. The next morning, before dawn, a voice of imposing authority echoed across Chingchong Peak. "All outer sect disciples, assemble. Those who fail to appear shall be expelled from the sect." In the rear mountain valley, Taobao was sitting in meditation with his three trusted confidants, Chang Erdingwang, Lingya Xian, and Qiushou Xian. Suddenly, the three of them opened their eyes and instinctively looked towards Taobao. Chang Erdingwang hesitated and inquired, "Eldest senior brother, shall we go?" Taobao remained unmoving, eyes closed like a mountain, and slowly replied, "Did you not hear what he said? All outer sect disciples. Naturally includes you." The three of them stood and performed a respectful bow before promptly turning to leave by the tranquil GZ lake. Bai Jin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, secretly praying that many outer sect disciples would absorb the merits. "You are all formidable figures in your own right, destined to be proud eagles soaring high and exceptional dragons in the world. How could you possibly submit to the constraints of a humble Taoist like myself?" Figures cloaked in darkness emerged from the night, landing silently before GZ Lake. In the stillness, an undercurrent of unease began to stir in some hearts. Bai Jin turned to face them and announced, "Shurji has begun roll call. Any who fail to appear shall be expelled from the sect." Shurji floated forward, extending a hand to point, and two bright beams of light shone down from the heavens, illuminating two massive patches of brightness. Shurji called out, "Outer sect third disciple, Chang Dingwang." Chang Dingwang soared forth from the crowd, performed a respectful bow, and quietly regarded Shurji. For a moment, he could not fathom Bai Jin's intentions and could only remain vigilant in his heart. Shurji instructed, "Present your identification card for verification." Chang Dingwang was taken aback. "Am I not able to prove my identity? Must I present an identification card?" Silently grumbling, he refrained from arguing, extending his hand to reveal a splendid and luxurious azure identification card. Shurji nodded approvingly and said with a smile, "Please stand beneath the left light source." Chang Dingwang turned and flew towards the left, positioning himself beneath the light in the shadowy crowd. Many were struck with a profound sense of dread at the thought of identification checks. Shurji continued, "Outer sect fourth disciple, Lingya Xian." Lingya Xian stepped forward to perform a bow and produced his identification card. After a glance, Shurji nodded and instructed, "Stand in the same position." Lingya Xian, still perplexed, flew to the left and stood beneath the light. Outer sect fifth disciple, Qiushou Xian. Outer sect sixth disciple, Guiyang Xianzi. Qiushou Xian and Guiyang followed suit, passing verification and taking their places beneath the light source. Shurji then announced, "Outer sect seventh disciple, Hong Feng." A handsome young man clad in orange attire flew out, nervously bowing at a 90-degree angle as he called out, "Greetings, Shiji." Shurji raised an eyebrow, noting his nervousness, and commanded, "Present your identification card." Hong Feng hesitated for a moment before slowly retrieving his identification card. A pale blue jade piece adorned with golden threads, upon which his three-dimensional image was etched alongside a brief introduction. Name: Hong Feng. Master, seventh disciple of the outer sect of the Jiejiao. Race: Maple Tree. Place of origin: Yunhai Jian. Current residence: Qingfeng on Kunlun Mountain. The identification card was similarly bordered with gold threads, yet lacked an air of grandeur and nobility. Shurji nodded slightly and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "Please stand to the right." Hong Feng promptly bowed, his voice trembling with anxiety as he replied, "Senior sister, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. I will henceforth obey the orders of my senior brothers and sisters. I implore you to be lenient this time." Shurji offered a faint smile and said, "Junior brother, there is no need for concern. Just step aside for a moment. We are merely conducting a count." Hong Feng felt a slight relief as he deeply bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior sister." He flew towards the right, standing nervously beneath the light source. The disciples on the left, including Chang Er, Ding Guangxian, Ling Yixian, and Qiushou Xian, all changed expressions in disbelief, realizing that Bai Jin was indeed investigating this matter. They were further astonished to discover that someone had audaciously absorbed the merit power contained within the identification cards. Were they all fools? The outer sect's 8th disciple, Huang Deshun, and 9th disciple, Qian Mu Xian, lined up as Shurji called out names, one by one, as outer sect disciples emerged to be identified and then arranged under the light source. As more and more outer sect disciples were selected, the number on the right grew increasingly reassuring, with some even breaking into smiles. Although the notion of collective punishment had not yet been established, everyone secretly felt that way. Just before dawn, the last outer sect disciple was identified, revealing that the numbers on both sides were surprisingly similar. Over 800 on the left and more than 600 on the right. A sense of regret welled up within Bai Jin, who lamented, "It is still insufficient. You have truly disappointed me." Shurji turned to Bai Jin and reported, "Senior brother, all have been accounted for. No one is absent." Bai Jin expressed his disappointment. They have all shown up. A chill swept over all the outer sect disciples who were paying attention to Bai Jin. This fearsome senior brother seemed to wish for someone to be absent. Was he planning to set an example? Bai Jin surveyed the crowd, his demeanor calm and contemplative. At the pinnacle of immortality lies sanctity. The most arrogant among the saints pierces the heavens. Who can compare? Chapter 61. Expulsion from the sect. Tai Ching Feng was leisurely sipping tea when Tai Shang cast a glance over. Chuckling softly and continued to watch with great interest, Tu Ching Feng, the meditative Yuan Shi, slowly opened his eyes and disdainfully curled his lip. The most arrogant among the saints? He is the most foolish of them all. Does he truly take in disciples like this? At the Shangqing Palace, Tong Tian wore a radiant smile, standing tall with laughter. Bai Jin understands me best. He is indeed my beloved disciple, by the tranquil lake. Bai Jin stood tall, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and declared with pride, "As disciples of Jiejiao, we must not harbor arrogance, yet we cannot lack the spirit of pride. We shall look up to the heavens and aspire towards the 9 skies." His voice resonated powerfully, momentarily silencing the entire Shangqing Feng. The disciples on the left stood in solemnity. Even Chang Er, Ding Guangxian, Ling Yixian, and Qiushou Xian felt the formidable aura radiating from Bai Jin. Their hearts moved, and oh wonder, he was chosen as the foremost disciple of the outer sect. With such conviction, we indeed pale in comparison. On the right, a sense of panic surged among the many disciples as the situation seemed to worsen. Inside the Shangqing Palace, Tong Tian praised, "Well said. This is the demeanor that a disciple of Jie Jiao should possess." His heart swelled with conviction that appointing Bai Jin as the foremost disciple of the outer sect was a wise decision. He had a keen eye for talent. By the tranquil lake, Bai Jin raised his voice, proclaiming, "To covet small gains while sacrificing great righteousness, to prioritize oneself while forgetting the greater teachings. Do you even deserve to be called disciples of Jiejiao?" The disciples on the right trembled, their hearts filled with immense dread. A disciple cried out in panic, "Senior brother, we were wrong. Please grant us another chance. We are willing to return the merit." "Indeed, senior brother, we were mistaken. We shall never dare again. I will return it now." "Can you truly return it?" Bai Jin feigned deep disappointment, shaking his head and lamenting, "You do not even realize where you went wrong. I do not care for these merits. However, the moment you stole them, you abandoned your pride and forsook your principles. Thus, I say you covet small gains while forgetting great righteousness. This identification card represents our Jiejiao's face to the outside world. Yet you only cared for yourselves, disregarding our sect's reputation. Hence, I say you prioritize yourselves while forgetting the greater teachings. He raised his voice, calling out, Chang Er Ding Guang Xian, Ling Yi Xian, Qiu Shou Xian. Instinctively, Chang Er Ding Guang Xian, Ling Yi Xian, and Qiu Shou Xian stepped forward, respectfully bowing in unison. Senior brother, Bai Jin commanded, retrieve their identification cards and expel them from the sect. His resounding voice echoed across the tranquil lake. Chang Er Ding Guang Xian, Ling Yi Xian, and Qiu Shou Xian looked at Bai Jin in disbelief, unable to comprehend that disciples they had just accepted would be expelled so soon. The rest of the crowd was equally astounded. Their senior brother was evidently serious. Bai Jin frowned and urged, Why are you not hastening? Hong Feng's eyes widened in shock as he shouted in panic, We do not accept this. We are disciples accepted by the Master. On what grounds do you expel us? Indeed. Bai Jin, do not think that just because you're the foremost disciple of the outer sect, you can act with impunity that we are all disciples of the Master. And you have no right to expel us. Help me. Senior brother Duo Bao, save me. Senior brother, spare me this time. I shall never dare again. A cacophony of desperate cries erupted. Chang Er Ding Guang Xian hesitated and said, Senior brother, we are all fellow disciples. Why sever our paths? Let us give them another chance. Bai Jin turned and bowed towards the mountain's peak, solemnly stating, The Master has said, to cultivate the Tao, one must first cultivate the heart. Without understanding the heart, all laws are but illusions. In my humble opinion, to become an immortal, one must first establish the Tao. If one lacks virtue, one cannot enter the gates of Jiejiao. I request the Master's judgment. The hundreds of outer sect disciples on the right glared at Bai Jin with fury, their hearts ablaze with indignation. In the Shangqing Palace, Tong Tian was torn between his emotions. Feeling reluctant to part with disciples he had painstakingly gathered, only to have Bai Jin's action send 600 of them away. These were all fated disciples. Yet Bai Jin's words held merit. How could one who walks the path of arrogance uphold the teachings of Jiejiao? But what about the achievement of having 1,000 disciples? At that moment, silence enveloped Shangqing Feng, the hundreds of disciples on the right engulfed in trepidation. Please, Master, render your judgment, Bai Jin called out once more. A booming voice resonated from above Shangqing Feng. As Bai Jin has said, the hundreds of outer sect disciples on the right were struck dumb, some even collapsing to the ground in despair. The remaining disciples cast anxious glances at Bai Jin, overwhelmed with dread. He had truly expelled so many brothers and sisters from the sect. Their master had shown him such favor. Thank you, Master, Bai Jin straightened and commanded. Chang Er Ding Guang Xian, Ling Yi Xian, Qiu Shou Xian, why do you hesitate? The three looked at each other, then soared towards the right. The disciples on the right erupted in chaos, fear and panic flooding their hearts. I will kill you! Hong Feng roared. In an instant, dozens of figures surged forward, dark clouds swirling, demonic energy billowing, charging furiously at Bai Jin. What audacity! Bai Jin bellowed, a flick of his sleeve unleashing the power of the Tai, golden immortal, sending the charging figures crashing backward with a thunderous sound, tumbling to the ground. Bai Jin turned and ascended the mountain, with Shiji and Gu Liang hurriedly following, especially Gu Liang, fearful of being left behind. Shiji whispered, Senior brother, how did you command Chang Er Ding Guang Xian and the others to retrieve the identification cards? I could do it too, Gu Liang chimed in, bouncing alongside, and I too. Bai Jin looked at Gu Liang in surprise. Oh, feeling bold, are we? Under Bai Jin's gaze, Gu Liang's confidence waned, and she sheepishly replied, Well, I can cheer you on from the sidelines. Bai Jin chuckled, I fear for your safety. Safety? Shiji and Gu Liang both shared a moment of confusion. Did they truly dare to engage in combat within the sanctum of the sage? Observing Bai Jin's retreating figure, the hundreds of expelled disciples stirred with renewed ambition. Chang Er Ding Guang Xian, Ling Yi Xian, and Qiu Shou Xian swiftly positioned themselves before them, their immense golden immortal presence akin to three ancient divine mountains, blocking their path. The first time, they could argue ignorance. But after being thwarted once more, they could not hold back. Chong Er Ding Guang Xian sighed, "Brothers, please hand over your identification cards that do not make this difficult for us. Fight! Let's battle them. You seek to sever my path to the Tao? Do not expect to live. It is all your fault. Just yesterday, you claimed that the senior brother could protect us." Amidst the fervent cries of anger, hundreds of disciples were stirred to action against them. The long-eared Dingguang immortal, the Lingya immortal, and the Qiushou immortal suddenly found their expressions drastically altered. Qiushou immortal bellowed furiously, "How dare you!" The thunderous clash of battle erupted at the midsection of the Qingfeng Peak. Above, on the precipice, Bai Jin and the others gazed down below. Shiji and Gu Liang widened their eyes in disbelief. Did they truly dare? Bai Jin exclaimed, "These are lawless rascals." In Chapter 62, the celestial beings of the Chan sect. Gu Liang lifted her head, her little ponytail bobbing as she asked in admiration, "Senior brother, how did you know they would strike? If they dared to act against even the identification issued by our esteemed sect, and sought to deceive the master, what wouldn't they attempt? I would not be surprised if they committed even more outrageous deeds." Ji Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she declared, "Senior brother, you are truly remarkable." Bai Jin, filled with pride, replied, "Just average, merely third in the GS sect." Shiji, filled with unease, remarked, "Senior brother, should we not intervene? What if we anger the master?" Bai Jin chuckled silently, pondering to himself, "It is precisely my intention to provoke the master's ire. Otherwise, they shall continue to seek his guidance tomorrow, and if the master, being soft-hearted, allows them to stay, what are my plans? I cannot underestimate the master's desire to take in disciples." This farce swiftly reached its conclusion. With over 600 disciples, some perishing, others grievously injured and expelled from the sect, simultaneously instilling a chilling image of Bai Jin's authority and ruthlessness in the minds of the remaining outer disciples. As noon approached, Bai Jin pondered strategies concerning his fellow disciples within his palace, but a wisp of auspicious cloud floated from Yuqing Peak, upon which stood a delicate Taoist boy adorned in pink. He descended from the cloud and approached Bai Jin's palace, knocking on the door with a series of taps, calling out, "Senior brother, are you there?" The door creaked open, revealing Bai Jin seated cross-legged on his bed. He sprang up with a smile, saying, "Are you here to play at Qingfeng Peak, junior brother?" The white crane boy grinned. "Not at all. The master is lecturing several senior brothers at Yuqing Palace and requests your presence." A lecture, Bai Jin hurriedly stepped outside, exclaiming, "Let us not keep second uncle waiting." He quickly exited the palace and ascended a cloud with the white crane boy, heading toward Yuqing Peak, within the upper Qing Palace. Tong Tian was seated in the main position, while Wudong Xingmu sat cross-legged below. Suddenly, Tong Tian lifted his gaze toward the direction of Yuqing Peak. Wudong Xingmu, curious, inquired, "Master, something amiss?" Tong Tian, irritated, replied, "Your junior brother has gone to Yuqing Peak to eavesdrop on the lecture." Wudong Xingmu smiled. "Junior brother Bai Jin is quite courteous and well-mannered. Both of our uncles hold him in high regard. I find myself quite envious." "Envious of what?" "That rascal is full of mischief. Duo Bao is so incensed he has hidden away in the back mountains." Wudong Xingmu couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Master, perhaps you should remedy the swelling on senior brother's head." Tong Tian replied sternly, "If he cannot confront this, then his future achievements will be limited." Wudong Xingmu nodded, acknowledging that senior brother had indeed been somewhat arrogant in the past, and if this could temper his spirit, it might not be entirely unbeneficial. Tong Tian suddenly asked, "Wudong, what are your thoughts on this morning's events?" "I believe junior brother's handling of the situation was quite appropriate," Wudong Xingmu replied tactfully. Tong Tian expressed a suspicion. "It seems I've been outwitted by that Bai Jin. In a single night, my outer disciples have diminished by nearly half." Wudong Xingmu gasped in astonishment. "Outwitted you? Surely, junior brother lacks the audacity for such a scheme. That Bai Jin is indeed audacious." Atop Yuqing Peak, as the clouds descended, Bai Jin sneezed repeatedly, rubbing his nose. The white crane boy laughed. "Senior brother, do not be anxious. Our fellow disciples of the Chan sect are quite amiable." "Let's hope so." Bai Jin adjusted his attire, grasped the white crane boy's hand, patted it with his other hand, and then released it. The white crane boy looked at his palm, glimmering with a handful of meritorious coins, his eyes brightening as he exclaimed, "Is this merit?" Bai Jin chuckled. "These are merely some merit coins I casually forged. They are not particularly valuable. Take them and enjoy." The white crane boy clenched his fist, gratefully declaring, "Thank you, senior brother. You are truly kind. Since you call me senior brother, it is only right that I look after you, junior brother." Bai Jin and the white crane boy entered Yuqing Palace, where the primordial supreme one sat at the head of the hall, with 3 rows of disciples seated below. The first row featured a gaunt elder. The second row included a bald middle-aged man exuding calmness, a refined middle-aged man radiating vitality, a jovial, slightly plump middle-aged man, a serene elder with white whiskers, a vigorous middle-aged man with a striking presence, and a middle-aged man adorned with a taiji. In the third row, from left to right, there was a robust middle-aged man with horns, a peaceful-looking young man, a handsome young man, a short young man, a detached elder, and a solemn young man. The fourth row consisted of a large-headed elder and a small-headed youth. Bai Jin surveyed the hall before advancing to kneel on an empty mat in the second row. Solemnly bowing, disciple Bai Jin pays respects to Uncle Master. The primordial supreme one smiled. Bai Jin, the esteemed figure at the forefront, is the Ran Dang Dao Run, a former guest at the Zixiao Palace. You should address him as Uncle. Bai Jin respectfully bowed again, saying, "I have seen Uncle." Ran Dang turned with a smile, saying, "Nephew need not be overly courteous." The primordial supreme one continued, "This is your senior brother Bai Jin, the foremost disciple of the GS sect's outer disciples, holding a status equivalent to that of an inner disciple. Do not be disrespectful." A bald middle-aged man on the left side of the second row stood, bowing earnestly. "Guang Chengzi of the Chan sect greets senior brother." Bai Jin rose to return the greeting, saying, "I have seen Guang Chengzi, junior brother." Guang Chengzi sat down, and beside him, a refined middle-aged man stood, turning to bow at Bai Jin, saying, "Qi Jingzi of the Chan sect greets senior brother." Bai Jin returned the bow, saying, "I have seen Qi Jingzi, junior brother." The jovial, slightly plump middle-aged man then stood, smiling, "Qing Su greets senior brother." The elder with white whiskers stood to bow, "Tai Yi greets senior brother." The vigorous middle-aged man stood to bow, "Yu Ding greets senior brother." The middle-aged man wearing a taiji cap stood and bowed. Ling Baoda Fa Shi greets senior brother. In the third row, the robust young man with horns stood to bow, "Huang Long greets senior brother." The peaceful young man stood, smiling, "Pu Xian greets senior brother." The handsome young man stood and bowed gently, "Ci Hang greets senior brother." The short young man stood, bowing, "Zhu Lu Sun greets senior brother." The detached elder stood to bow, "Dao Xing greets senior brother." The solemn young man bowed, "When Shu greets senior brother." In the fourth row, the large-headed elder stood, bowing with a smile, "Nanjisian Wang greets senior brother." The last lazy young man stood, bowing, "Yinzhong Zi greets senior brother." Bai Jin reciprocated each greeting, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. These junior brothers might one day become his adversaries. In Chapter 63, the continuous lectures, the primordial supreme one observed the harmonious scene below and smiled. "Please take your seats. We shall commence the lecture." Everyone sat upright, attentively listening. The ultimate truth is beyond words. The true void is not color. Those who ponder it cannot know. Those who observe it cannot see. It is elusive and unattainable, and cannot be reached through action. It shapes the heavens and the earth, follows the course of creation, remains silent and unmoving, fills the 6 voids, and allows all beings to return to their essence. How majestic is this ultimate truth! Who but a sage could comprehend it? As the primordial supreme one lectured, various wondrous phenomena emerged in the void. Purple chi suffused the air, and the majestic sound of the Tao resonated with solemnity. The lecture continued for 3 days, and upon its conclusion, Bai Jin bid farewell to his uncle master and returned to Qingfeng Peak. Just as he touched down before the palace entrance, a voice suddenly rang out from the sky. "Senior brother Bai Jin? Is senior brother Bai Jin there? Oh dear, there are truly many people at Qingfeng Peak." Bai Jin abruptly looked up, his expression one of exasperation, wondering which fool was shouting so loudly. He called out, "Which junior brother seeks me?" The resounding voice echoed outward, reverberating throughout the entire Shangqing Peak. A solitary white cloud swiftly traversed the sky, descending gracefully to hover before Bai Jin, upon which stood a young Taoist with a silver horn. The silver-horned Taoist scrutinized Bai Jin curiously and inquired, "Are you the esteemed Bai Jin Xixiao?" Bai Jin nodded with a smile and replied, "Indeed, I am. From where do you hail, Shitty?" The silver-horned Taoist performed a respectful bow and stated earnestly, "Xixiao, I am Yin Jiao, the Taoist disciple of the supreme sage of Taiching Peak, sent by the master to invite you to listen to the teachings." Bai Jin's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, "Attend a lecture." Just after my master spoke, I barely absorbed it, and now the second Shirbua is already lecturing, and the great Shirbua has teachings as well. Have you all conspired together? Yin Jiao, puzzled, called out, "Xixiao, Xixiao." Bai Jin snapped back to attention, extending his hand to produce a handful of merit coins, slapping them into Yin Jiao's palm with a smile, saying, "I appreciate your efforts in making this journey. Shitty that I have just refined a trinket. Please take it and enjoy." Yin Jiao chuckled inwardly, wondering if Xixiang truly regarded him as a mere child of 3 to 5 years, attempting to win him over with a trinket. He knew well that their master was the true master of crafting. Glancing down casually, he beheld the coins glimmering enticingly in his palm, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Merit? Before being accepted as a disciple by the master, he and his brother had diligently cultivated, and merit was an unattainable treasure. He instinctively clenched his fist and swallowed hard, saying, "Xixiang, this may not be appropriate." Bai Jin chuckled heartily. "There is nothing inappropriate about it, since you claim to be the disciple of the supreme Shirbua. We are akin to family. It is only right for an elder brother to present a token of goodwill." Yin Jiao nodded repeatedly, realizing Xixiang indeed possessed profound reasoning. With a flash of light, the merit coins vanished, and he extended his hand with a beaming smile, saying, "Xixiang, please ascend the cloud." Bai Jin stepped forward, walking upon the clouds, and remarked, "I appreciate your kindness, Shitty." "Not at all, not at all," Yin Jiao replied, guiding the white cloud to soar towards Taiching Peak. Amidst the clouds, Bai Jin curiously asked, what prompted the great Shirbua to suddenly deliver teachings? Yin Jiao promptly responded, "Our master has recently taken on 2 new disciples, and this lecture is intended for them, specifically for me to invite Xixiang." Bai Jin, intrigued, inquired, "Do you have a close relationship with our master?" Bai Jin smiled and said, "Have you ever heard the saying?" "What saying?" "Red flowers, white lotus, and green leaves. They say the 3 teachings are fundamentally one family." Yin Jiao shook his head in confusion. Whether it be the teachings of Ren Jiao, Chan Jiao, or Jie Jiao, they all stem from the same origins. Although their doctrines differ, they share a common source, and despite taking different paths, they ultimately converge. Thus, despite the distinctions among Ren Jiao, Chan Jiao, and Jie Jiao, we are, in essence, one family. That it is not surprising for Shirbua to summon me. Yin Jiao rolled his eyes, thinking, does Xixiang believe me to be foolish? If that were the case, our master should invite all disciples from Jie Jiao and Chan Jiao within the Shanqing Palace. Tong Tian gazed outward, observing Bai Jin, that mischievous lad, once again seeking to attend a lecture. He mused, perhaps I should find a disciple for myself, or perhaps enlighten one within the palace. His gaze lingered within the palace. Moments later, the cloud descended upon Taiching Peak, and Bai Jin and Yin Jiao entered the Taiching Palace. Within the palace, seated in the main position, was the affable Taishang Tianren. Before him sat 2 figures, one older and one younger, cross-legged upon the meditation cushions. The elder was a middle-aged man, and the younger was a youth, both of whom belonged to the human race. Bai Jin approached the middle-aged man, knelt upon the cushion, and bowed, saying, "Disciple Bai Jin pays respects to Shirbua, wishing you prosperity in your sacred path." The Taishang smiled warmly, saying, "This is Bai Jin, the foremost disciple of Jie Jiao's outer sect. Holding a status equivalent to that of an inner disciple, he is also your elder brother. Do not forget your manners." The middle-aged man hurriedly rose, excitedly bowing, "I pay my respects to the Shengxi Xixiang." The youth also sprang to his feet, eagerly bowing, "I pay my respect to the Shengxi Xixiang." Bai Jin rose and returned their greetings with a smile, said, "You may simply call me Xixiang. There is no need for the title of Shengxi. May I inquire how you both are addressed?" The middle-aged man quickly replied, "My master has bestowed upon me the Tao named Xuandu." The youth chimed in, My master has given me the Tao named Jinwu. The future renowned Xuandu the great master, and Jinwu the demon-suppressing emperor. The Taishan chuckled, having exchanged pleasantries. Let us sit and listen to the teachings. Yes, Bai Jin, Xuandu, and Jinwu responded in unison, settling upon the cushions. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of myriad things. Therefore, always be desireless to observe the marvels. Always have desires to observe the boundaries. These two emerge from the same source but bear different names. Both are referred to as the profound. The profound beyond the profound is the gateway to all wonders. The profound sound of the great Tao resonated within the palace, and Bai Jin, Xuandu, and Jinwu all entered a state of enlightenment. 2 days later, a streak of dark light streaked across the sky. Crashing thunderously upon a peak in the Kunlun Mountains at It was a golden-haired zombie, its ghostly gaze surveying the surroundings as it muttered, "Gathering of the Dark Een, just perfect for my Tao field." With a wave of its hand, for pitch-black array flags materialized in its palm, and the figure transformed into a wisp of black mist, burrowing into the earth to set up the mountain's grand formation. Moments later, another auspicious cloud descended from the heavens, hovering above the peak, upon which stood a graceful figure. The Zihong Taoist. Zihong gazed down at the peak, emanating a chilling aura, calculating the mountain's flow. His eyes sparkled with delight as he murmured, "This is indeed a gathering place for Een. Perfectly in tune with my Een-rooted body, suitable for my Tao field." He immediately flew downward. As Zihong landed upon the peak, a sudden surge of black mist erupted from the mountain, transforming into the golden-haired zombie. The two locked eyes, momentarily stunned. How could there be another? Chapter 64. The conflict of Chanjiao and Jiejiao. Zihong, momentarily dazed, exclaimed, "It's you." The zombie was one Zihong recognized. He had previously foolishly attempted to breach the saint's grand formation. Though powerful, his mindset faltered, and he was swiftly expelled by the second formation. Being among the same group that entered the formation, and with his golden hair, making him the most striking among zombies. Zihong had a vivid memory of him. The golden light immortal grinned widely, casually saying, "Zihong, what brings you here? This is my Tao field. Naturally, I must be here." The golden light immortal's eyes widened in disbelief. Indignant thoughts surging within him. How dare this Zihong claim it as his own? In a flash of insight, the golden light immortal saw an opportunity. With a sudden, swift motion, he lunged forward, claws outstretched, 5 dark red claw shadows, slicing through the air toward Zihong's chest. Zihong, taken aback, never anticipated that this zombie would dare to launch a surprise attack within the Saint's Tao field. He hastily thrust his palm forward, resulting in a resounding thud as Zihong was sent flying back, hurled far beyond the mountain's range. The golden light immortal quickly formed hand seals, declaring, "Let the 4 symbols formation rise." In an instant, surging black mist erupted from within the mountain, enveloping the entire peak. And 4 roars echoed from the depths of the mist. In the east, a pitch-black divine dragon emerged, its blood-red eyes fixated on Qianjin. In the west, a dark demon tiger rose, its emerald flames flickering within its gaze. In the south, a black phoenix materialized, its dark flames dancing across its body, resembling a bird made entirely of fire. In the north, a massive black tortoise appeared, serpentine shadows rising from its back, hissing at Zihong with its gaping maw. Zihong, suspended in mid-air, indignantly shouted, "You audacious yellow-haired zombie! How dare you ambush me?" A jade bottle appeared in his hand, containing a willow branch. Zihong withdrew the branch and swung it fiercely toward the peak, causing a 10,000-meter-long emerald-green willow branch to manifest in the sky. Striking down like a whip, the eastern black dragon surged upward, and a tremendous collision resonated atop the peak, a wave of azure light rippling throughout the Kunlun range. Disciples of Jiejiao and Chanjiao turned their heads in unison, curiosity evident in their eyes. Who dared to disturb the Kunlun Mountains with violence? Was this a spar? Within the black mist, the golden light immortal's laughter echoed. "Zihong, this peak is now my Tao field, to be renamed Golden Light Summit. You shall retreat, Sihong, fuming, retorted. The Saint's Tao field cannot be desecrated by your malevolence. You seek your own demise. He struck down another willow branch, which was intercepted by the black tortoise, producing a resounding crash and scattering divine light. The golden light immortal laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Useless. My four symbol's great formation is connected to this land's essence. You cannot break it." With a casual wave, the mountain trembled, and a palace materialized, the plaque displaying the character's Golden Light Palace. The mountain itself bore the grand inscription Golden Light Summit. With another lash of his willow branch, the black mist roiled and howled. The Golden Light Immortal, within the chaos, laughed triumphantly, declaring, "Sihong, take your time to strike. I shall return for a nap." Turning away, she stepped into the palace. Above the peaks, dark clouds swirled incessantly. Sihong stood atop the auspicious clouds, her delicate face flushed with indignation. To be a disciple of a sage, yet have a mere zombie seize her sacred ground, was indeed a profound humiliation. In her fury, Sihong sent a message to the Chan sect, imploring, "Esteemed brothers, I beseech your assistance." Thunderous sound erupted, the earth trembled, and the enveloping dark mist dissipated in an instant, causing the four symbols to collapse. On Qingping Peak, Duobao and others sprang into action, and numerous disciples of the Jie sect soared towards the source of the disturbance. Initially, they believed it to be a mere sparring match, but as the commotion escalated, they sensed something amiss. The Golden Light Hall crumbled, and the Golden Light Immortal sat amidst the ruins, gazing skyward as 14 figures surrounded the peak, their glances menacing. The overwhelming might of the Golden Immortals suppressed the Golden Light Immortal, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Were they truly abandoning all decorum to gang up on him? The bald, middle-aged Guang Chengzi spoke coldly. What sort of evil being dares to claim dominion over Kunlun Mountain? Beside him, the elegant middle-aged Qi Jingzi rebuked. A mere mutated yellow-haired zombie has the audacity to occupy the sage's domain. Do you think I lack the means to vanquish such monsters? The white-bearded elder, Tai Junren, stroked his beard and said, "Let us eliminate him." The Golden Light Immortal's eyes brimmed with shock and fury. Was this to be his end? Such audacity! A clear, ringing voice resonated from the heavens. Two figures clad in Taoist robes flew forth first, followed by hundreds of outer disciples from the Jie sect, exuding a sinister aura, their demonic energy swirling. The Golden Light Immortal exclaimed in delight. Second sister, the disciples of the Chan sect turned their heads, their previously serious expressions morphing into disdainful sneers, a rabble of misfits, leading the charge were the second and sixth outer disciples of the Jie sect. Shi Ji and Gu Liang. Shi Ji coldly stated, "Junior brother, show that old man your identification. How dare you harm a disciple of the Jie sect?" The Golden Light Immortal's eyes lit up. Identification. Indeed, he possessed an identification. A green identification card materialized in his hand, which he flung towards Tai. The card floated before Tai, revealing a green card adorned with golden edges, exuding a sacred and imposing presence. Within it was a three-dimensional image of the Golden Light Immortal, accompanied by several lines of text. Name, Golden Light Immortal. Master, Outer Sect 2nd Generation, 330 disciples. Race, Zombie. Place of origin, Black Cloud Mountain. Current residence, Qingping Peak, Kunlun Mountain. The disciples of the Chan sect focused intently on the master section. How could he have been accepted as a disciple of their uncle? All disciples of the Jie sect gathered around, and the Golden Light Immortal, emboldened, crossed his arms, speaking in a peculiarly sarcastic tone. "Dear brothers, is it permissible for your Chan sect to occupy this Kunlun mountain range, while my Jie sect cannot? I shall not leave today. What can you do to me?" Tai Junren grasped the identification card firmly, coldly declaring, "An evil being is still an evil being. How dare you presume to call me brother?" Gradually exerting pressure, the card began to crack ominously. The Golden Light Immortal's pupils constricted, and he shouted in rage, "Stop this at once!" In an instant, he soared into the sky, delivering a punch that manifested a pillar of dark corpse energy. In a cacophony of noise, 14 attacks descended simultaneously, instantly suppressing the Golden Light Immortal, leveling the mountaintop with a resounding crash. The golden light, immortal, knelt upon the compressed peak, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Tai Jinren exerted a slight force, and with a resounding crack, the identification card shattered. Shiji cried out in anger. "Brothers, do you seek to instigate a conflict?" Tai Jinren surveyed the gathered disciples of the Jie sect, coldly stating, "A bunch of hairy, horned, spawn of the damp earth. How dare you presume to call us brothers? Look at yourselves. How dare you claim to be disciples of a sage?" Chapter 65. Duobao defeats the Chan sect's golden immortals. Shiji glared fiercely at Tai Jinren, gritting her teeth. "Very well, I shall remember you." Within the Qingping Palace, Tong Tian Jiao Master wore a grim expression, addressing his disciples. "Well done, brothers. Do I not qualify to call you brothers?" A booming voice suddenly echoed. Everyone looked up, and a solemn, stout figure descended slowly, his sharp features surveying all, an aura of authority enveloping the space. The golden light immortal, kneeling atop the peak, suddenly looked up, exclaiming in joy, "Eldest brother!" Other outer disciples echoed in delight. "Eldest brother is here. We pay our respects." The disciples of the Chan sect also quickly turned their heads. Guang Chengzi, with a grave demeanor, remarked, "Duobao, brother, I cannot accept such praise." Duobao's figure flickered, drawing a streak of azure light as he appeared before Guang Chengzi, delivering a mighty palm strike that manifested a colossal imprint. Guang Chengzi's pupils contracted, hastily countering with his own palm, unleashing a wave of azure ripples that sent the assembled disciples of the Chan sect flying. He too coughed up blood, crashing against a distant peak with a thunderous thud. Duobao hovered in the air, radiating formidable energy, his Taoist robe billowing, his gaze sharp as he coldly stated, "Even if they are lacking, they are still my Jie sect disciples. Who gives you the audacity to insult them?" A celestial sword manifested in his hand, and in a flash he appeared before Qi Jingzi, swinging the sword to carve a silver arc through the air. Qi Jingzi's pupils constricted. He could not withstand it. Entirely unable to defend himself, the purple Taoist robe enveloped him in an 8 trigrams formation, but the sword struck against it, sending Qi Jingzi plummeting like a meteor, crashing into the forest below and stirring up clouds of dust. Duobao proudly declared, "The 8 trigrams purple robe. Were it not for this protective garment, that sword would have beheaded you. How infuriating." Qi Jingzi soared back up, his face ashen, eye in the sky. A small, pristine jade bottle, resembling a miniature mountain, appeared, hurtling down towards Duobao. The Yangji jade bottle, containing sweet dew, possessed the power of resurrection and bore the weight of the 4 seas. Duobao extended a hand to catch it, and the jade bottle crashed into his palm, causing him to sink 100 meters down. Yet he still held it aloft, as if single-handedly propping up the heavens. In the distance, Cihong exclaimed in astonishment, "How is this possible?" With his other hand clenched into a fist, Duobao suddenly unleashed a powerful strike, sending the jade bottle soaring into the air. The disciples of the Jie sect erupted in cheers, their eyes gleaming with admiration as they gazed up at the formidable Duobao. Brimming with reverence, though still somewhat immature, he already exhibited an unmatched prowess among his peers, easily overpowering the newly initiated disciples of the Chan sect. On the clouds, Shiji's expression turned anxious. Although eldest brother Duobao had showcased the might of the Jie sect, she felt a deep concern brewing in her heart. Brother Baijin's reputation among the Jie sect disciples would surely plummet. "Baijin, where are you?" 2 figures appeared beside Shiji, Wudong Saint Mother and Jinling Saint Mother. Shiji and Guyang promptly bowed. "We pay our respects to the 2 sisters." Wudong Saint Mother raised her hand with a smile. "No need for such formalities." Shiji and Guyang rose, and the 4 continued to observe the battlefield. Wudong Saint Mother remarked, "Duobao's talents are not inferior to those of the innate deities. He is not far from reaching the Deluo realm." Jinling Saint Mother added enviously, "The Deluo realm. Brother is truly remarkable." With a resounding crash, Duobao sent a massive yellow dragon flying, marking the defeat of all 14 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Duobao stood in the air, his Taoist robe billowing, exuding an overwhelming pressure over the heavens and earth. Suddenly, a flicker of flame appeared in the sky, revealing a gaunt figure before Duobao's pupils narrowed. And he swung his sword, a streak of light flashing forth. The gaunt figure smiled calmly and effortlessly delivered a single palm strike, soundly blocking Duobao's celestial sword, rendering it utterly ineffective, with a flick of his hand. The gaunt figure sent Duobao's sword flying, the force of which sent Duobao staggering back, his form unsteady and quite disheveled. Regaining his balance, Duobao shouted, "A Deluo, golden immortal. Who are you?" The figure amidst the candlelight smiled. "I'm the Taoist of the burning lamp." Within the Taiching Palace, the Supreme Celestial Master suddenly ceased his teachings. Baijin, Xuandu, and Jinwu opened their eyes simultaneously. The Supreme Celestial Master smiled and said, "That's all for today's teachings. Baijin, you may return now." "Yes." Baijin rose and bowed solemnly. "Thank you, Master Uncle." The Supreme One smiled and nodded, while Baijin turned and walked towards the outside. As she stepped out of the Grand Hall, her figure suddenly halted, and she swiftly turned her head to gaze solemnly at the distant mountains, where she sensed a violent surge of magical power. Among them, two familiar presences belonged to her senior brother Duobao and senior sister Wudong, alongside a strange force that completely suppressed both Duobao and Wudong. Without further thought, Baijin transformed into a streak of azure light and soared into the sky in the high heavens. Duobao and Wudong were jointly attacking Ruandeng, employing all their might yet unable to harm him, instead being continuously suppressed by the calm and composed Ruandeng. In the distance, numerous disciples of the Jiao watched in silence, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping them, and an ominous feeling arose within each heart. With a resounding crash, a dark ancient coffin descended from the sky, pressing down upon Duobao and Wudong. The two, unleashing their full magical powers, struggled to withstand the weight of the coffin, yet could not prevent its fall, which formed a sphere of radiant light enveloped in various celestial glows, plummeting towards the earth. "Senior brother, senior sister," cries echoed through the heavens and earth as Shiji, Chang'er, Dingguang, Lingya, and Xiuxiu rushed towards the falling ancient coffin, closely followed by the other Jiao disciples, their eyes filled with a fervent murderous intent, demonic energy surging in the sky. Ruandeng appeared calm and unruffled, but within he was filled with trepidation. These two Jiao disciples were exceedingly formidable. If they did not perish today, they would undoubtedly become unparalleled figures capable of shaking the very foundations of the primordial world, perhaps even surpassing him soon. That a wave of murderous intent surged within him, flickering in his eyes, conflicted and restless. Boom! 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 Multiple attacks struck the ancient black coffin in quick succession, causing it to shudder slightly. A ripple swept through, sending hundreds of approaching Jiao disciples flying as they screamed in alarm. Suddenly, Duobao and Wudong exerted tremendous force, causing the descending coffin to momentarily halt. A myriad of golden coins manifested in the air, cascading like a golden stream towards the ancient coffin. Ruandeng's expression changed. This was merit. The golden stream, composed of countless merit coins, surrounded the black coffin, igniting in golden flames, with the merit disappearing within the blaze. A massive illusory merit coin appeared in the air as the black coffin descended into its square hole. Chapter 66. Baijin punishes the golden light fairy. The illusory merit coin shimmered with delicate white wings, lifting the coffin that Duobao and Wudong could hardly resist, soaring into the sky before dissipating into a ghostly green flame. Ruandeng was taken aback, furrowing his brow. What kind of trick was this that could break his magical powers? Duobao and Wudong gasped for breath in the air, turning their gaze eastward. Their junior brother had arrived. The many Jiao disciples steadied themselves, their eyes filled with confusion. Who had intervened? Shiji exclaimed joyfully. "It's senior brother." The girl with the small pigtails excitedly chimed in. "Senior brother is the strongest." A streak of azure light burst forth in the sky, and Baijin emerged, surveying the battlefield. She performed a respectful bow to Wudong and Duobao, saying, "I greet my senior brother and sister. May I inquire about the situation here?" Duobao snorted coldly. "I don't know. He felt discomfort at being saved by Bai Jin, his heart brimming with irritation. Wudong inquired. Golden Light, what exactly is going on? Bai Jin was momentarily at a loss for words. So you two are unaware of the situation, yet are engaging in a life-and-death struggle with others? It's no wonder the Jie Jiao is in such disarray. The celestial beings of the Chan Jiao gathered around Ruan Deng, observing the Jie Jiao disciples with cold indifference. Moments later, through the accounts of the Golden Light Fairy and Shurji, Bai Jin comprehended the entire situation and immediately turned to leave, unwilling to deal with this mess that if things went awry, she would offend both her master and her uncle, leaving her trapped between two factions. Wasn't that putting me, Bai Jin, in a difficult position? However, to maintain harmony among her three esteemed mentors, Bai Jin had no choice but to steel herself and confront the situation. Otherwise, she would end up being punished by both sides. Bai Jin raised her head to Ruan Deng, performed a bow, and said, I greet my esteemed uncle. Duo Bao and Wudong both furrowed their brows. Esteemed uncle. From where does this uncle come? Ruan Deng stroked his beard with a smile. Little junior nephew, you possess quite the skill. You have managed to dispel my magical powers. Pray tell, what is the nature of your technique? Bai Jin humbly replied, It is but a trivial skill. I beg your pardon. Esteemed uncle, Ruan Deng did not pursue the matter further, instead asking solemnly, Junior nephew, a disciple of your sect has acted against their superior and ambushed senior brother. How should this be dealt with? Bai Jin waved her hand and said, Golden Light Fairy, come here. The Golden Light Fairy approached silently, her heart racing, uncertain how this stern senior brother would handle her. Would she be expelled from the sect? Bai Jin placed a comforting hand on the Golden Light Fairy's shoulder and gently said, If you have erred, you must face the consequences. Do you accept this? The Golden Light Fairy nodded, her voice subdued. I accept. Bai Jin smiled. That is good to hear. The Golden Light Fairy quickly added, I implore senior brother for another chance. Please do not expel me from the sect. Follow me. Bai Jin flew down, landing atop the Golden Light Fairy, who followed suit. The rest of the onlookers shifted their gazes towards Bai Jin, curiosity glimmering in their eyes, wondering how he would handle the situation. Bai Jin pointed toward the towering mountain in the east and asked, Do you know what that place is? The Golden Light Fairy hesitated before answering, Yuqing Peak. Bai Jin commanded, Kneel. The Golden Light Fairy looked at Bai Jin in disbelief. The Jie Jiao disciples in midair gasped in astonishment. Duo Bao, taken aback, shouted angrily, Bai Jin, do you know what you were saying? Bai Jin looked up solemnly and replied, I certainly know what I am saying. I kindly ask senior brother not to interfere. Just as Duo Bao was about to move, Wudong placed her hand on his shoulder, shaking her head. Bai Jin reiterated, Kneel. The Golden Light Fairy clenched her fists, biting her lip, humiliation flooding her eyes. Her senior brother was making her bow to the Chan Jiao. After much hesitation, she finally knelt down with a thud, facing Yuqing Peak with determination. The Jie Jiao disciples in midair were utterly astonished. Even Shurji and the others struggled to believe that their senior brother was bowing to the Chan Jiao. The Chan Jiao disciples wore expressions of triumph, satisfied with Bai Jin's actions, realizing why their master had sent him to listen to the teachings. He was one of their own, within the Taiqing Palace. The Supreme One smiled, nodding in the Yuqing Palace. The original one's somber expression softened slightly. In the Shanqing Palace, Tong Tian felt somewhat relieved. The little fellow had a point. Indeed, following my path is just so. Humanity traverses the heavens. And the heart of the Tao is clear. Atop the mountain, Bai Jin commanded, Bow. The Golden Light Fairy knelt with a resounding thud. Bai Jin followed suit, performing a respectful bow, stating, This bow is in reverence to my esteemed uncle. Again, the Golden Light Fairy knelt once more with a thud. This bow is for the offense committed against my senior brother, seeking the esteemed uncle's forgiveness. 3 bows. The Golden Light Fairy knelt again. This bow is due to your disregard for the camaraderie of the 3 purities. Bai Jin straightened up, solemnly asking, Golden Light Fairy, do you accept? The Golden Light Fairy declared loudly, I accept. Then remain kneeling here. Until the day my esteemed uncle forgives you, you may rise. The Golden Light Fairy responded, understood, and knelt deeply once more. Bai Jin gazed at Ruan Deng and the other Chan Jiao disciples, proclaiming, Esteemed uncle. Junior brother, are you satisfied? Ruan Deng smiled. Little junior nephew, your discernment of right and wrong is commendable. We are all greatly impressed. Guang Chengzi and the others also smiled, nodding slightly. Ruan Deng and his group turned and flew towards Yuqing Peak. Esteemed uncle, junior brother, please hold. A voice echoed softly. Ruan Deng and the others halted, turning with confusion towards Baijin, wondering what more there was to address. Ruan Deng asked with a smile, is junior nephew wishing to return to Yuqing Peak with us? Baijin soared into the air and inquired. Previously, my junior brother remarked that my sect is merely a gathering of those who are unworthy, mere beasts with fur and horns, not deserving to be disciples of a sage. Is that true? Tai Yijinren nodded and replied, indeed, that was my statement, but of course, you are not included in this categorization. Baijin chuckled and responded, from where did you derive such a notion? Naturally, it was from my comprehension of the teachings of my sect, came the reply that as Baijin addressed the other disciples of the Chan sect. He asked, do you share the sentiment? All of them, including Guang Qingzi, nodded in agreement. They had endured countless hardships and traversed through 12 formidable formations to become disciples of the sage, believing themselves to be the pride of the entire primordial realm. Thus looking down upon the group of demons and monsters who effortlessly became external disciples of the GS sect. Suddenly, Baijin's expression darkened, and he exclaimed, absurd! The disciples of the Chan sect were taken aback. His voice was exceedingly loud. Guang Chengzi, displeased, interjected, brother, what do you mean by this? Baijin gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle, proudly declaring, at the end of the great Tao, who stands as the peak. Upon encountering the primordial, the Tao becomes void. You have only been disciples for a few days, and you dare to speak recklessly about the great Tao of our primordial elder, within Taiching Peak. Taishang spat out his tea, choking and coughing repeatedly. Xiandu, seated below, hurriedly asked, Master, what is the matter? Taishang waved his hand and replied with a smile, it's nothing, nothing at all. His expression, however, was quite peculiar. In Yuqing Palace. Yuan Shi's eyes widened in surprise, his body trembling instinctively to the end of the great Tao, who stands as the peak. Upon encountering the primordial, the Tao becomes void. Even as a sage, he would not dare to utter such words. Yet, listening to it was truly exhilarating, and an involuntary smile crept upon his face as he muttered disdainfully, this rascal Baijin truly dares to say anything. In Shanqing Palace, Tong Tian snorted coldly, a look of disdain upon his face. It was evident that such claims were false. How could his own peak of immortals be compared to the truth of the sage, the most arrogant of them all, Tong Tian himself? Ran Deng, Guang Chengzi, and the other disciples of the Chan sect were all wide-eyed, incredulous at how Baijin could utter such blatantly false words. Did he not care about the dignity of a cultivator? This was a blatant act of flattery towards the sage. Duobao covered his face with his sleeve, gritting his teeth in anger. This sycophant had brought shame upon the disciples of the Jie sect. He felt humiliated to be associated with him, and vanished in an instant. Baijin fixed his gaze upon the gathered immortals of the Chan sect, yelling, if my elder does not look favorably upon those born from wet eggs, how could there be the white crane boy? If he despises those adorned with fur and horns, how could there be brother Huang Long? He continued, you have distorted my elder's teachings. What is your intention? Do you think your Tao surpasses that of my elder? Or do you wish to become my elder's teacher? The faces of the Chan sect disciples all changed dramatically, and they hurriedly bowed towards the direction of Yuqing Peak. Trembling as they said, we do not dare. Baijin ascended step by step, proclaiming, or do you wish to sow discord among the three pure ones, causing their names to shatter? The disciples of the Chan sect immediately knelt. Their faces pale. The accusation of sowing discord among the three pure ones was one they could never acknowledge. Guang Qingzi looked up, enraged, and exclaimed, Brother Baijin, do not speak such baseless accusations. When have we ever sought to sow discord among the three pure ones? Baijin approached them closely and sternly remarked, though you may not have spoken it, your actions betray you. Cease your excuses. Tai Yi, you have spoken unfounded words. What punishment do you deserve? Tai Yi raised his head, anger flaring. his long beard billowing as he sought to argue, but found himself at a loss for words. The accusation Bai Jin had laid upon him was indeed too grave. Ran Deng, standing by, casually interjected, "Nephew, even if Tai E is at fault, it is for me to punish him. You have overstepped. What punishment do you deem appropriate?" Bai Jin asked. "This is a matter of our Chan sect, so there is no need for you to concern yourself. You may rise." The 10 or so disciples of the Chan sect stood, a sense of regret swelling within them. After becoming disciples of the sage, they had somewhat let themselves go. They should never have spoken such ill words. Bai Jin frowned and insisted, "It would be better for my uncle to administer the punishment here. It would serve as a warning to my junior brothers and sisters." Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. "Bai Jin shall administer the punishment on my behalf." "What?" The disciples of the Chan sect instantly looked up at the sky, disbelief etched upon their faces. Their master had actually permitted an outsider to punish them. A feeling of indignation arose within them. "Who exactly is your disciple?" The disciples of the GS sect also erupted in astonishment. Could it be that Brother Bai Jin could actually punish the Chan sect disciples? A surge of excitement filled their hearts. They must not let them off lightly. Bai Jin too was taken aback. He had initially thought to merely reprimand them, but he never expected his elder to make such a decision. Contemplating how to deliver the punishment, he gazed at the Chan sect disciples, who suppressed their humiliation and fury. Bai Jin's expression turned serious as he commanded, "Tai E, come with me." He then turned and flew downward. Tai E clenched his fists, silently following behind, gazing at the back of Bai Jin's head, wishing to deliver a fierce punch, yet he did not dare. Truly, he was afraid. Upon landing atop the mountain, the two faced the direction of the eastern Shanqing Peak. Bai Jin commanded, "Kneel." Without hesitation, Tai Yizhenren knelt straight before Shanqing Peak. Bow, thud. Tai Yizhenren's heavy bow resounded with a dull thud. "This bow is for your oppression of the weak, destroying my GS sect's identity." Bow again, thud. Tai Yizhenren's heavy bow echoed once more. "This bow is for your unfounded words, showing disdain for your fellow practitioners. 3 bows. Thud. Tai Yizhenren bowed heavily again. "This bow is for your disregard of the bonds among the 3 pure ones." After the 3 bows, Bai Jin solemnly asked, "Tai E, do you accept this punishment?" Tai nodded coldly and replied, "Brother, your discernment of right and wrong is clear. I accept it wholeheartedly. Then you shall remain here kneeling. You may rise only when my master forgives you." "Yes," Tai E replied loudly. Bai Jin then turned to survey the crowd, coldly declaring, "You are all the same. Should I discover anyone deliberately causing trouble, I shall not be lenient." The disciples of the GS sect all changed color, hastily bowing in deference. "We heed our elder brother's teachings." The disciples of the Chan sect also wore ashen faces, each feeling a pang of bitterness, as if they were the adopted ones, when in truth, they were the true disciples. Why did Bai Jin possess such merit? By what right did he earn such favoritism from their master? Bai Jin frowned and commanded, "Why do you not disperse?" The disciples of both the Chan and GS sects quickly broke apart into small groups. Bai Jin then flew towards Shanqing Peak, amidst the towering mountains. 2 upright figures knelt, exchanging glances before simultaneously snorting and turning their heads away. Bai Jin rode on a cloud towards Shanqing Palace, having temporarily diffused the potential conflict among the disciples, yet he knew he must personally mediate the sentiments between his master and elder. His duties as a disciple truly felt exhausting and perilous. He could only hope that neither his master nor elder bore any anger. Upon landing at Shanqing Peak, Bai Jin was surprised to find the palace doors ajar. Approaching, he bowed and cheerfully inquired, "Master, are you present?" "Come in," came a voice, laden with foreboding. Bai Jin promptly entered, and as he stepped inside, the palace doors thunderously shut behind him. Chapter 68. A lament in Shanqing Palace. Bai Jin respectfully approached the futon. Kneeling down and bowing, disciple Bai Jin pays respects to master. Tong Tian retorted sarcastically, "Bai Jin, do you even remember me as your master? First, you expelled over 600 fellow disciples, and then you spouted, at the end of the great Tao, who stands as the peak. Upon encountering the primordial, the Tao becomes void. I am already empty. What master do you claim to have?" Bai Jin quickly raised his head to explain, "Master, you are my true master." If I were to say, at the end of the great Tao, who stands as the peak? Upon encountering Tongtian, the Tao becomes void. Would that not be self-praise? Outsiders might think we of the GS sect are remarkably thick-skinned. We must be humble. We must remain low-key. That I see no humility in you at all. First punishing the GS sect disciples, then reprimanding the esteemed disciples of the Chan sect. You are quite the imposing figure. Tongtian scoffed. Bai Jin replied with a pained expression, Master, do you think I wish for this? With you all neglecting your responsibilities, what could I do? Should I merely watch as matters escalated, allowing both you and my elder to become the subjects of ridicule? In the end, I had no choice but to step in, which resulted in offending my fellow disciples. I can only imagine how they must be cursing me now. He rose and dashed towards the main seat, plopping down on the steps, throwing a fit as he declared, I refuse to bear this. Master, you must remove my identity as the outer disciple. There is no benefit to it, only the trouble of offending others. I quit. I quit. Whoever wishes to take my place may do so. I think Brother Duobao will be quite suitable. Tongtian felt a sudden swell of frustration, watching Bai Jin's petulant antics, and could not help but find it amusing. With an exasperated tone, he replied, What sort of lazy behavior is this? Sit properly. Bai Jin suddenly sprang up, landing solemnly on the mat below, assuming a serious posture, regarding the matter of handling the disputes. You may claim a modicum of credit. However, let us now deliberate on your deliberate expulsion of my disciples. Tongtian emphasized the word deliberate with particular weight. Bai Jin, bewildered, replied, Deliberate? Not at all, with a heart full of sorrow. I assert that it was they who absorbed the merits contained within their identities, losing their pride and integrity. It was with great reluctance and tears in my eyes that I had to expel them from the sect. Master, you cannot fathom the pain I felt while casting them out. They have betrayed your earnest expectations and your heartfelt affection for them. Tongtian let out a cold laugh, observing Bai Jin's performance below. Stealing a glance at Tongtian, Bai Jin concealed his sorrowful expression and awkwardly chuckled. Very well. I admit it was intentional. Your discerning gaze, Master, sees through all that I do. He continued, Pray tell, why did I expel your disciples? Bai Jin's demeanor turned grave as he spoke earnestly. Master, from the moment I laid eyes on them, I knew they were unworthy of your tutelage. They were indeed unfit to be your disciples. Thus, I employed a small ruse to reveal their true nature, and under your wise judgment, they were expelled from the sect. The facts affirm that your decision, Master, was exceedingly sagacious. Subsequently, they had the audacity to resort to violence within the sacred grounds. Is there any more brazen disregard than theirs? Tongtian, momentarily amused by his ire, replied, So, you deliberately expel my disciples, and now I should thank you for it. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bai Jin wilted, immediately bowing deeply and stating earnestly, I was in the wrong, Master. Whether you choose to punish or chastise, I accept all consequences. Observing Bai Jin's submissive demeanor, Tongtian felt a mix of amusement and resignation and huffed. Consider your deeds balanced. Should there be a next time, I shall not be lenient. Thank you, Master, Bai Jin exclaimed with a smile. Straightening up, Tongtian gazed contemplatively towards the west and asked, How should we handle these two? Bai Jin replied with a grin. It is simple that if Master deems their contrition sincere, let them go free. If not, let them remain kneeling. Tongtian muttered to himself, If I release that old man, my second brother will not spare my disciples. Leaving them kneeling on the peak, would that not be a great embarrassment for me? Understanding, Bai Jin rose, offering a formal bow. Master, I must take my leave to bid good night to my second uncle. Very well, Tongtian nodded in satisfaction. Go, lest those of the Chan sect claim we of the GS sect lack decorum. Indeed, Bai Jin turned to exit, but upon reaching the door he paused, glancing back at Tongtian with hopeful anticipation. Master, might it be possible for you to reimburse the merit fund for my identity card? Begone. Tongtian waved his hand dismissively. In an instant, Bai Jin's figure vanished, followed by distant cries of terror, as a shooting star spiraled into the heavens. After a considerable time, a cloud descended from the sky, landing before the jade, clear peak. Bai Jin stepped down from the cloud and peered quietly into the open hall of the Jade Clear Palace, where he beheld Guang Chengzi and a number of golden immortals kneeling on the mats, with Ran Deng standing solemnly beside them, a heavy atmosphere permeating the Dao Palace. Bai Jin bowed and called out loudly, "Disciple Bai Jin seeks an audience with second uncle." The assembled golden immortals of the Chan sect stirred, their minds racing with the thought, why is he here again? Anger began to rise within them. Was he not willing to relent? The figure seated in the main position, Yuan Shi, opened his eyes and instructed, "You may leave. Admit Bai Jin." Understood. The Chan sect disciples rose and exited, while Bai Jin stood outside. Respectfully bowing as Ran Deng passed by Bai Jin, he remarked lightly, "The master bids you enter." "Thank you, uncle, for the message," Bai Jin replied, straightening his attire before stepping inside, the palace doors closing with a resounding thud. The Chan sect disciples turned to gaze at the shut gates. "See," I Hang spoke softly, "why does the master regard him with such importance?" Guang Chengzi replied gravely, "This Bai Jin is indeed no ordinary individual. We must swiftly investigate his affairs." The other disciples of the Chan sect nodded in agreement. Inside the upper clear palace, Bai Jin knelt on the mat, respectfully paying 3 bows as he stated, "Today, I have offended the disciples of the Chan sect. I humbly request second uncle's forgiveness." The voice of Yuan Shi resonated from the main seat. "Heaven and earth abide by order. Autumn harvests and winter stores. Only by adhering to the rules can one follow the path of longevity. What fault do you possess?" Bai Jin replied respectfully, "Thank you for your teachings, second uncle. I shall remember them well." "Rise." Bai Jin stood up and sat cross-legged on the mat, his back straight, assuming a dignified posture. Yuan Shi nodded in satisfaction, asking, "What brings you here?" Bai Jin hesitated before inquiring, "Second uncle, do you truly disapprove of our damp-birth demon clans?" Yuan Shi smiled faintly, responding, "As you say, if I were to disdain the demon clans, would I have taken Bai He as my disciple? Would I have accepted Huang Long as my apprentice? However, those outer disciples chosen by your master do indeed leave much to be desired. Do you comprehend the distinction within the demon clans?" Bai Jin shook his head in confusion, stating, "I do not know. The demon clans refer to those beings of flora and fauna that absorb the essence of heaven and earth, gaining sentience, newly awakened. Their nature is difficult to tame. While enlightened plants may be manageable, ferocious beasts, once they attain enlightenment, their primal instincts remain. They feast on flesh and blood, indulging their baser selves, filled with slaughter and brutality. Over time, as their powers deepen without proper cultivation, they inevitably tread the path of demons. Thus, the demon clans are divided into 2 categories, fairies and monsters, with the latter also known as demons. Fairies embody the elegance of heaven and earth, while monsters embody the brutality of nature. What I dislike are the wanton monsters, not the demon clans as a whole. The deal you understand now." Bai Jin nodded vigorously. I understand. Smiling, he added, "Then I must be a fairy." Yuan Shi chuckled. "You are different. You have already entered the Tao, with merits to your name, and may be called a demon immortal." Bai Jin beamed with pride. "In that case, I am a sage among the demon clans." Yuan Shi smiled silently. Chapter 69. The first dispute between Chan and Jie comes to an end. Bai Jin immediately inquired, "Second uncle, how should we deal with the 2 disciples kneeling outside?" Yuan Shi's smile faded as he replied flatly, "Let them kneel for a day." Bai Jin understood, saying, "I will send disciples to retrieve Jin Guang Xian by noon tomorrow." Yuan Shi nodded, "Good. Then I shall take my leave. Upon returning, ensure you discipline your fellow disciples. Chaos cannot endure. Tong Tian has been exceedingly unreasonable." "Yes," Bai Jin replied respectfully, rising to exit. "Also, do not utter that saying again." Bai Jin halted, turning in confusion to ask, "Which saying do you refer to, second uncle?" Yuan Shi's features twitched slightly as he solemnly said, "That phrase about who stands at the peak of the great Tao. Upon encountering the primordial, the Tao becomes void. I still wish to retain some dignity. But in my heart, second uncle, you embody that image." Bai Jin earnestly stated, "Be honest, but with moderation. The primordial chaos is fraught with peril, lest you find yourself unaware of how you perished. Go." "Thank you, second uncle, for your guidance. I shall remember it well. Baijin turned and exited the grand hall. A day and night passed, and on the following day, two clouds simultaneously descended from the upper clear peak and the jade clear peak, landing upon a mountain peak where two figures knelt straight, one a golden-haired zombie, the other Tai Ijan. As the clouds dissipated, they stepped down. Shurji and I Hang coldly addressed Jin Guangxian. My master, the sage, has already forgiven you. Rise. Jin Guangxian respectfully bowed 3 times, proclaiming loudly, Thank you, Master Yuan Shi. Shurji added, Tai Yi, considering your first offense, my master shows great magnanimity. Should you err again, you shall not be spared. Tai Yi Zhanren bowed deeply. Thank you, uncle. The two stood and exchanged glances, both letting out a cold snort. I Hang looked at Jin Guangxian, saying, Junior brother, we have ample time ahead of us. Jin Guangxian revealed his sharp zombie fangs, coldly stating, I have witnessed your prowess, elder brother. I humbly concede. I Hang's expression darkened, a flicker of anger in his eyes, vowing, should I ever have you in my grasp, you shall find no escape. Tai Yi Zhanren turned to Shurji with indifference. Sister, until we meet again. Shurji replied coolly, I cannot aspire to the heights of my elder brother. Jin Guang, you shall return with me. My brother wishes to see you. Jin Guangxian quickly responded, Yes. Realizing that Shurji's elder brother referred to Baijin, he felt unease at the thought of his shattered identity card. Would Baijin seize the opportunity to expel him? He is indeed merciless and cold-hearted, having previously expelled hundreds of fellow disciples, in a state of anxious uncertainty. Jin Guangxian followed Shurji as they soared towards the Shangqing Peak. I Hang, accompanied by Tai Yi, proceeded towards the Yuqing Peak. Jin Guangxian trailed Shurji until they arrived before the grand entrance of Baijin's Dao Palace, where the gates stood wide open. Shurji alighted from the clouds, calling out, Senior brother, we have returned. Please come in. Baijin's voice echoed from within the palace. Upon entering, they found Baijin seated cross-legged on his bed, a cerulean identification card floating before him. Jin Guangxian hurriedly approached, bowing in respect, and greeted, I pay my respects to senior brother. With a casual wave of his hand, Baijin sent the identification card soaring towards Jin Guangxian, smiling as he said, Here is your new identification card. Keep it safe and do not let it be damaged by others. A wave of relief washed over Jin Guangxian as he exclaimed with delight, Thank you, senior brother. He promptly reached out to take the card, infusing it with a trace of divine thought, causing a 3-dimensional image of Jin Guangxian to emerge, accompanied by several lines of text. Name, Jin Guang. Mastery, 2nd generation, 20th disciple of the Jiejiao outer sect. Race, zombie. Place of origin, Heiyun Mountain. Current residence, Jingguang Peak, Kunlun Mountain. Jin Guangxian's pupils widened in astonishment. 20th disciple. Had he not ranked over 300? Looking up at Baijin, he inquired in confusion. Senior brother, what is the meaning of this? Baijin smiled and replied, There are punishments for mistakes, but reward for merit as well. Despite being besieged by the golden immortals of the Chan sect, you remained unyielding and bravely resisted, showcasing the spirit of a disciple of Jiejiao. Thus, this status is rightfully yours. Clenching his fists in gratitude, Jin Guangxian expressed, Thank you, senior brother. Do not rejoice too soon. Baijin admonished sternly, If you act recklessly and violate the sect's rules, you can easily be cast down. Jin Guangxian quickly replied, I would never dare. I will devote myself to cultivation, following your every command, and will not act impulsively. Baijin shook his head, sighing, I do not require your blind obedience. Simply spare me some concern. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them, saying, You may go now. Jin Guangxian and Shurji bowed before turning to exit the Dao Palace. In the days that followed, the tension between Yuqing Peak and Shangqing Peak showed no signs of easing. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, as if an invisible barrier separated the two peaks, creating two distinct realms. As Baijin traversed the space between the two mountains, he could distinctly feel the disparity, and a bizarre thought crossed his mind. It seemed as though his master and master-uncle were in a cold war over nothing more than a minor conflict among juniors. One proud, the other haughty. Both were difficult to deal with, leaving him with a sense of helplessness that he would need to exert effort to resolve. Bai Jin first visited the Taiching Palace to pay his respects and discuss matters with Master Uncle Taishan. Before heading to Yuqing Peak, in the bamboo grove beside Yuqing Peak, Sihong's subordinates halted their weaving of bamboo baskets, glancing up at the descending auspicious clouds. One of them grumbled, "He has come again." Not far away, Tai Yizhenren opened his eyes, suppressing his anger. "Qing Su Jinju inside. He visits Yuqing Palace more often than we do. Are we the disciples of the master? Or is he?" Guang Chengzi added in frustration. "The master dotes on him. Yet what can we do?" A collective thought arose among the disciples. Should they also go to pay their respects? No. They quickly dismissed that notion, for such sycophantic behavior was unbecoming of true cultivators. A withered figure materialized, Ran Deng chuckling as he said, "Bai Jin is shameless and obsequious. We, as cultivators, cannot compare. However, we can still diminish his standing in the master's eyes." Guang Chengzi eagerly asked, "Please, enlighten us, master." Ran Deng offered. The reason he enjoys the master's favor is largely due to a vehicle he once gifted to the master. The disciple's expression shifted. A vehicle? Guang Chengzi queried. "Master, are you referring to the Nine Dragons' Agarwood chariot?" Ran Deng affirmed with a smile. "Indeed, that very chariot. While it is grand, it is also overly ostentatious. The Master of Saints rides a green bull, while the Master of Heaven rides a Kuei bull. Thus, it is evident that saints prefer mounts that are understated and composed." Chapter 70. Bai Jin's endeavors with a smile. Guang Chengzi remarked, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. How could the matter of the Master's mount be left to outsiders? I shall depart Kunlun Mountain at once to seek a suitable steed." A small figure leaped from the ground. Ji Lu's son laughing heartily. "Leave this to me. I understand the art of traversing the earth and can go anywhere above or below. I guarantee I will find a fitting mount for the master." Sihong, brushing back a strand of hair, gently suggested, "With the struggle between witches and demons and the perils of the wilderness, I should be the one to go." Qi Jingzi interjected sternly, "Such dangerous matters cannot be entrusted to juniors. The responsibility falls to us senior brothers." The golden immortals of the Chan sect exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of embarrassment. With Bai Jin leading the way, they had all witnessed the benefits of pleasing the master, and none were willing to forfeit this opportunity. Ran Deng chuckled. "It warms my heart to see such filial piety among my junior disciples. The master will surely be pleased. However, there is no need to search far and wide. I know of a place where a divine beast resides, possessing the steadiness of a cow, the alertness of a deer, the loyalty of a horse, and the majesty of a dragon, perfect for the master's mount." The disciples were taken aback, visibly astonished at the mention of such a divine beast in the wilderness, soon revealing expressions of regret. Within the Yuqing Palace, Bai Jin knelt on a mat, proclaiming, "Disciple pays respects to Master Uncle." The primordial figure, impassive, nodded slightly. "Rise." Bai Jin stood and seated himself on the mat, inquiring, "Master Uncle, you seem somewhat displeased of late. May I ask the cause?" The primordial figure gazed outside, lamenting, "The chaos wrought by the conflict between witches and demons in the wilderness is truly concerning." Bai Jin released a breath of relief. Responding lightly, "Ah, Master Uncle, so your worries lie with the world. I feared it was due to a rift between you and my master over the disputes among disciples." The primordial figure's expression twitched with displeasure. "Disputes among disciples are trivial matters. Your master indiscriminately accepts disciples, teaching them poorly, allowing a mere zombie to launch a surprise attack on a senior brother. This clearly indicates a failure in his guidance. At this juncture, as his younger brother, he has not even offered a single explanation to me. It is utterly infuriating." The last remark seemed to hold particular weight. Bai Jin thought to himself, nodding vigorously in agreement. "Indeed, Master Uncle speaks the truth. I have long opposed my master's indiscriminate acceptance of disciples. Recently, he took in 1,000 new disciples, and I promptly expelled 600 of them. Being the eldest disciple is no easy task." The primordial figure's expression softened. "You have indeed worked hard. Fortunately, Jie Jiao has you, or it would be in disarray." Bai Jin quickly replied, "In truth, my master has done his utmost. It is simply that these newcomers are too inexperienced, which has hindered his ability to instruct them properly. After this incident, my master has felt quite remorseful. However, as you know, he is a particularly proud individual and thus finds it difficult to lower himself to apologize. The primordial figure paused, skepticism crossing his face. Is that really true? Bai Jin patted his chest, solemnly assuring, of course it is. He specifically sent me to convey this. The primordial figure's expression shifted slightly. What did he ask you to do? My master feels deeply guilty about the previous events and intends to host a banquet on Taiching Peak to apologize to you, Master Uncle, in the presence of Master Taishang, for his inadequate teachings that led to the fierce conflict between the disciples of our two sects, and to conduct a thorough self-reflection. The primordial figure smiled. Bai Jin, this does not sound like something Tong Tian would say. Bai Jin chuckled awkwardly. I may have embellished it a little, but the essence remains true. It is indeed a banquet of apologies set by my master. The primordial figure laughed heartily. You sly little rascal. This matter cannot be entirely blamed on him. My own disciples have their shortcomings as well. So I shall accept this banquet. Bai Jin expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master Uncle. Now I shall take my leave to report back. Go on, go on. The primordial figure waved his hand, still chuckling. Bai Jin rose, respectfully bowed, and then turned to depart, soaring towards Shangqing Peak. Upon reaching the entrance of Shangqing Palace, Bai Jin performed a bow, saying, Disciple seeks an audience with the master. The palace doors thunderously swung open, and as Bai Jin entered, they closed with a resounding boom. The hall was illuminated as brightly as day, with Tong Tian seated in the main position. Bai Jin stepped forward, kneeling before the mat, and bowed. Disciple pays respects to the master and wishes for your path to flourish. Rise, commanded Tong Tian. Bai Jin stood and seated himself on the mat, tentatively probing, Master, are you still angry with Master Uncle Yuan? Sure. No yet, Master. You have not ventured out for several days. I am in the midst of comprehending the Tao. Master, you have yet to meet the new disciples who have recently joined our ranks. I am deeply engrossed in my pursuit of enlightenment. Master, it has also been quite some time since you last engaged in discourse with our esteemed senior brothers. I am still in the throes of my contemplation. Master, Bai Jin, you seem rather talkative today. Tong Tian remarked with a hint of amusement. Just one last thing. Bai Jin said earnestly, Master, our second senior brother has invited you to a meal. Tong Tian was taken aback, expressing his skepticism. He invited me to dine. Bai Jin nodded vigorously, saying, I have just returned from Yuqing Palace, where the original senior brother and I discussed many matters, primarily concerning the recent conflict. During our conversation, he conveyed a profound sense of regret. Does he truly exhibit remorse? Bai Jin, even when fabricating tales, you ought to weave them more convincingly. Tong Tian scoffed. Bai Jin chuckled sheepishly. Very well. I may have embellished a bit. It appears I'm not adept at lying, as you see right through me, Master. Tong Tian let out a light laugh and inquired, what else did he say? The original senior brother expressed considerable dissatisfaction regarding the misinterpretation of his teachings by our disciples and the slander directed at my fellow disciples of the Jiejiao sect. Furthermore, he harbors immense regret towards you, Master, and thus intends to host a gathering at Taiching Peak to publicly apologize before the esteemed Taishang senior brother. You must have altered that part as well, just a tad, but the essence remains unchanged. Master, you know well that our senior brother is particularly proud, hence he articulated his sentiments rather delicately, yet that is precisely the crux of the matter. Tong Tian laughed heartily. At least he possesses some self-awareness. What accomplishments can one expect from disciples who are all so arrogant? Do inform your senior brother that I shall accept this invitation. Bai Jin promptly replied, Yes. He rose and swiftly made his way outside. Bai Jin hurried back to his palace and called out, Shiji, please come here for a moment. His voice echoed downwards. Moments later, Shiji entered Bai Jin's Taoist palace, asking, Senior brother, did you summon me? Bai Jin rose from his seat, smiling as he said, Junior sister, I kindly request you to procure some rare ingredients. Shiji inquired, puzzled. Rare ingredients, such as mountain delicacies and the flesh of divine beasts. Shiji appeared somewhat troubled. The mountain delicacies are relatively easy to find, but the flesh of divine beasts is indeed a challenge, as they are formidable opponents and difficult to subdue. Bai Jin immediately replied, If they are hard to find, then simply purchase them. Shiji looked bewildered. Purchase, Chapter 71. The Feast. Send a disciple to the heavenly court to trade merit and gold with the celestial beings. After all, a mere piece of meat is easily obtainable. Remember to seek out the sage Fushi first, as his involvement is crucial. Otherwise, you risk losing both wealth and resources. Shurji's eyes widened. Is that truly permissible? Would they be willing to sell? Would you be willing to exchange merit for a piece of meat? Shurji hesitated before nodding. I would be willing. After all, a mere piece of meat can be harvested again. Precisely. There are indeed items in this world that cannot be traded, but a few pieces of meat are certainly not among them. Now, go forth. Yes. Shurji turned and exited. With her command, the disciples of Jie Jiao immediately sprang into action. Some gathering mountain delicacies while others ventured forth to purchase various meats from divine beasts and celestial creatures. 2 days later, atop Taiching Peak, a grand food display was set up, showcasing an array of meats and divine ingredients. Each radiating a celestial glow and exuding enticing aromas. A resplendent purple table was situated nearby, with Taishang seated at its head. Bai Jin stood beside him, whispering, "Senior brother, you must save me. Otherwise, I am doomed." Taishang smiled and nodded before stating, "They have arrived." Bai Jin promptly straightened his posture, adopting a solemn demeanor. The original and Tong Tian appeared silently before the table, both calling out, "Elder brother." Taishang smiled, inviting them to sit. The atmosphere was cordial, as both parties contemplated that since the other was willing to acknowledge their faults, there was no need to adopt a vindictive stance. Once seated, they even exchanged subtle nods and smiles. The original observed the hot pot on the table, nodding in satisfaction. The ingredients this time appear commendable. Bai Jin bowed respectfully. "Master, esteemed senior brothers, this is a family gathering. So I prepared a simple hot pot. After all, a family should not dine on separate dishes. That I invite you to partake in this meal." The original and Tong Tian exchanged glances, recognizing Bai Jin's words as layered with meaning. Was this a deliberate gesture to facilitate an apology? They both smiled and nodded in unison. Taishang cheerfully remarked, "Bai Jin, please add the ingredients." "Very well," Bai Jin responded, placing the ingredients into the pot. Taishang chuckled. "The last time we had hot pot was before we attained our sainthood, when Bai Jin awakened us to the truth of the Tao." The original reflected, "Indeed, were it not for Bai Jin, we might have traversed countless detours before achieving our ultimate destinies." Tong Tian interjected, "That was your own doing, not ours. In truth, I had already contemplated the path of teaching at that time." The original scoffed, "Pray tell, who was it that sought to forge a sacred array to encompass the primordial chaos?" Tong Tian retorted immediately, "And who among us sought to craft sacred artifacts?" The two exchanged knowing glances, both striking the table in unison. Their spirits lifted. Bai Jin silently mourned for his elder brother, hastily adding more ingredients, while also worrying for himself, as he was a celestial crane and wished not to become a red-crowned crane adorned with a red envelope. Tong Tian and the original continued their playful banter as they dined, the atmosphere growing increasingly harmonious, reminiscent of the days before their ascension. Once they had feasted sufficiently, Tong Tian placed his jade chopsticks down and turned to the original, "Second brother, let us commence." The original also set aside his chopsticks, smiling as he regarded Tong Tian. "Very well." Bai Jin's heart raced, and a chill ran down his spine as he suddenly realized that the atmosphere had become rather precarious. He quickly exclaimed, "Master, there is still one dish yet to be served. I shall prepare it immediately." Tong Tian, anticipating the original's apology, had no patience for further dining. "Enough." Bai Jin then clutched his stomach, feigning discomfort. "Master, I suddenly feel a sharp pain in my abdomen." "You, a Tai golden immortal, are suffering from stomach pains?" "Master, I may have consumed something off. Perhaps it was tainted meat from the Deluo realm." Tong Tian cast a skeptical glance at him, clearly unconvinced, but recognizing that Bai Jin's predicament would reflect poorly on him during his elder brother's forthcoming apology. He nodded. "You may return for now. Take care to rest," Bai Jin gratefully exclaimed. "Thank you, master." He swiftly summoned his cloud and soared towards Taiching Peak, resembling someone fleeing in haste. Only Taishang, the original, and Tong Tian remained atop Taiching Peak. The original chuckled. "Third brother, is it now time for you to speak? Do you have something to say to me?" Tong Tian furrowed his brow. Was it not you who wished to address me? The original smile faded as he questioned. Was it not you who intended to apologize? Tong Tian retorted grumpily. I had thought you were the one to apologize. The two exchanged glances, simultaneously calling out, Bai Jin. Just as Bai Jin returned to Taiching Peak, he sneezed twice in rapid succession, tightening his robe as he hurried towards the back mountain. Elder brother, I've come to find you. Atop Taiching Peak, Tong Tian laughed in exasperation. That rascal Bai Jin dares to deceive master. Just wait until I return and pluck his feathers, the original scoffed. Even if Bai Jin is mischievous, he is still far superior to your haughty disciples. Tong Tian shot back. He is thousands of times better than your self-important disciples. How dare you claim that my disciples are merely a bunch of beastly, feathered miscreants unworthy of association? Is that not true? Have you taken a good look at what your Taiching Peak has become? Were it not for Bai Jin's presence, your Taiching Peak would have long since descended into chaos. Bai Jin may have his flaws, but he is still my disciple. The original opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, as there was some truth to what Tong Tian said. Tong Tian beamed triumphantly at the original, reveling in the fact that his disciple had momentarily outshone the originals. The original remarked quietly, You have just been deceived by Bai Jin. Tong Tian's expression transformed from pride to indignation. How infuriating. Tai Shang rapped the table, displeased. Enough. Have you both had your fill of this bickering? Two esteemed sages of the heavens, quarreling over trivial matters and causing a junior to scurry about in between. Tai Shang softened his tone, reflecting on your disciples, from Ran Deng to Yun Zhongzi under the original's care, and from Duo Bao to the recorded disciples under Tong Tian. It is evident that the only one truly concerned for your well-being is Bai Jin. Original, have you felt discontent in recent days? Have your disciples shown any initiative? Tong Tian, have you felt discontent in recent days? Have Duo Bao and the others accomplished anything? After a brief silence, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian exchanged slow shakes of their heads, their minds involuntarily conjuring images of the recent actions of Bai Jin. First, he had dared to deceive himself into attending the banquet, risking the wrath of the sage. Then he had devoted considerable time to preparing a lavish feast, all in hopes of reconciling the two of them. The scene of Bai Jin, leaving with a forced smile, lingered in his mind, warming his heart and stirring a surge of emotion within him. Chapter 72. Bai Jin complains Yuan Shi lifted his cup and took a deep drink before placing it heavily on the table, exhaling slowly as he remarked, among Tong Tian's disciples, only Bai Jin captures my attention. Tong Tian scoffed, pride evident in his tone as he retorted, Your disciples combined cannot compare to Bai Jin. A wave of fury surged within Yuan Shi, who longed to retaliate. Tai Shang, feeling helpless, interjected, ever since becoming a sage. Your tempers have grown. Can't we sit down and discuss philosophy peacefully? Discuss philosophy. Yuan Shi suppressed his anger, nodding in agreement. Very well. Let us engage in discourse and see whose path is more righteous. Tong Tian, brimming with arrogance, declared, The pinnacle of immortality stands the sage. Who can rival Tong Tian? Who intercepts the path of heaven? Yuan Shi responded coldly, At the end of the great path, who truly stands at the peak? Encountering Yuan Shi, the path becomes void. The two locked eyes, the atmosphere crackling with tension and hostility. Tai Shang opened his mouth, feeling despondent as he sat to the side, pondering what he might say amidst their lofty exchanges. While the three purities debated at Taiching Peak, Bai Jin stealthily appeared at the entrance of the valley where Duo Bao was in seclusion. Cautiously, he peered inside, noting that Duo Bao was sprawled on the ground, his figure more imposing than before, with no one else present. Bai Jin sighed in relief, setting up a defensive barrier around the valley before boldly stepping inside. Duo Bao, sensing his presence, immediately sprang up, staggering slightly. Shaking his head, his eyes were clouded with confusion. Feeling a buzzing in his head, Bai Jin stood there, a radiant smile gracing his face as he looked at Duo Bao. Duo Bao, regaining his composure, asked Bai Jin, What brings you here? Bai Jin performed a respectful bow, chuckling as he replied, Senior brother, I have come to challenge you. I seek your guidance. Duo Bao's heart skipped a beat, a surge of vigilance rising within him. Why challenge me without cause? There must be a scheme at play, he thought, Maintaining an air of superiority, he scoffed. You think you can challenge me? Bai Jin, go train for another 20,000 years. With that, he leaped away, settling on a cold pool beneath a waterfall. Closing his eyes in meditation, Bai Jin stepped forward, a playful tone in his voice. Senior brother, are you afraid? Come back when you've broken through to the great Luo. Taken aback, Bai Jin halted in his tracks, feeling a pang of frustration. His senior brother had learned to retaliate with words, leaving him momentarily speechless. Taking a deep breath, Bai Jin reminded himself not to succumb to anger, continuing forward. Then might I request your guidance? Senior brother, Duo Bao shook his head dismissively. You would be better off seeking Wudong. I have no time for you. Approaching the pond, Bai Jin solemnly bowed once more. Senior brother, I implore you. Duo Bao let out a cold laugh. Suspecting ulterior motives behind Bai Jin's persistence, do you think I would fall for your tricks? You underestimate me, Duo Bao. Bai Jin straightened up, saying with a hint of admiration, Senior brother, you seem even more formidable. Suddenly, the lake erupted into a towering column of water, and Duo Bao shot upward, roaring, Bai Jin, do not flee. Today our moon is incomplete. A massive green handprint descended from the sky, enveloping the area with immense pressure, causing the valley to tremble and reveal a colossal handprint spanning 1,000 meters. The lake boiled violently, sending forth jets of water that resembled dragons in their fury. Bai Jin stood in the center of the handprint, gazing up at the enormous green hand with a beaming smile, his hair dancing wildly in the wind. With a thunderous clap, the giant hand struck Bai Jin into the ground, sending plumes of earth and stones soaring into the air. Above Ta Ching Peak, as the debate progressed, bizarre phenomena emerged. Heavy rain, fierce winds, purple mists, golden light, and the very fabric of reality twisted into a kaleidoscope of shadows. A heavy, oppressive aura rose from Kunlun Mountain, stirring a sense of dread among all beings. By evening, this strange occurrence abruptly vanished, with both Tong Tian and Yuanshi having disappeared from Ta Ching Peak. Taishan sat alone, pouring himself a drink, laughing heartily. The clash of great paths. The clash of great paths. His laughter gradually faded into a melancholic silence, leaving the atmosphere of Ta Ching Peak heavy with sorrow and indifference. Tong Tian sat alone within the Shanqing Palace, a deep frown etched on his face. Lost in thought, suddenly, a frantic knocking echoed through the hall, accompanied by a piercing scream from outside. Master, help me! Tong Tian snapped to attention, waving his hand to fling open the palace doors, and a figure dashed inside, collapsing onto a mat and crying, Master, save me! Senior brother wants to kill me. Looking up, a booming voice filled the air. Bai Jin raised his head, his face bruised and battered, his robes tattered, and his breathing shaky. Appearing utterly pitiful, a smirk tugged at the corners of Tong Tian's mouth, the weight of his earlier worries lifting significantly as he could not help but chuckle. What on earth happened to you? Bai Jin lamented, Master, you must stand up for me. Senior brother struck me mercilessly. I nearly lost my life. A voice echoed from a distance as a beam of blue light shot forth, transforming into the rotund figure of Duo Bao Daojun as he entered the palace. Upon seeing Bai Jin kneeling, Duo Bao felt an unsettling sensation wash over him and quickly knelt beside him, saying, Disciple pays respects to master. Tong Tian, with a stern face, inquired, Did you do this to Bai Jin? Duo Bao hesitated before replying, I did engage in some sparring, but he is not as severely injured as he claims. Bai Jin turned to Duo Bao, indignantly exclaiming, Senior brother, are you implying that I inflicted this injury upon myself to frame you? Duo Bao replied with indifference, You are certainly capable of such antics. Bai Jin, in a fit of despair, cried out, My dear, revered, beloved master, you must deliver justice. Senior brother has been brutal towards me, and now he denies it, even accusing me of self-infliction. Such actions are a complete inversion of truth and a mockery of justice. Duo Bao felt a sense of foreboding rising within him and shouted in anger, You speak nonsense. Master, Bai Jin insisted on sparring with me, and he intentionally lowered his guard to frame me. Bai Jin retorted, Senior brother, by the heaven's conscience, I genuinely sought your guidance. I had no idea you would strike so fiercely. Duo Bao, infuriated, shot back, You were the one insulting me. What did I say? Duo Bao opened his mouth, realizing that his earlier compliments could be construed as insults. Yet he felt unjustly accused. Tong Tian, with a grave expression, declared, Duo Bao, your treatment of your junior brother was ruthless. I hereby sentence you to 3 months of seclusion. Duo Bao was taken aback, feeling frustrated as he replied, Yes, I accept my punishment. Go. Yes, Duo Bao arose and made his exit. Chapter 73. Ran Deng encounters Jin. Tong Tian gazed down at the battered Bai Jin below him, a smile lingering in his eyes as he asked, Was it truly Duo Bao who did this to you? Bai Jin nodded vigorously, affirming, Indeed, it was my senior brother who struck me without mercy. I have suffered greatly. Bai Jin understood that such tricks would not fool his master, yet he felt the need to portray his plight. Otherwise, how could his master be appeased? Even if it meant having his senior brother beaten to near death. He would do anything to prevent his master from taking action. For once his master intervened, he might go from a noble celestial crane to a mere red-crowned crane, never to regain his former status. The burden now fell on his senior brother, who would have to endure the consequences. Tong Tian waved his hand dismissively, saying, Go tend to your wounds, as the esteemed first disciple of a great sage. You shouldn't appear in such a disheveled state. Bai Jin, surprised, exclaimed, Thank you, master, and promptly dashed for the exit. Wait! Bai Jin halted, feeling a twinge of guilt as he turned back to his master, fearing further punishment. Tong Tian remained seated, his expression neutral as he instructed, Tell Duo Bao to reflect on the actions of both of you these past few days. Bai Jin's mind raced with confusion. What actions? They had done nothing at all. Responding obediently, he said, Yes, go. After Bai Jin dashed out of the grand hall, a flash of light enveloped him, restoring his pristine appearance as he soared downward. Within the Upper Qing Palace, Tong Tian sat majestically in the main seat, his expression solemn as he recalled his elder brother's words. Among the hundreds of disciples, only Bai Jin truly cared for him, prompting a quiet sigh of disappointment within. Duo Bao, you have let me down. Your lack of accomplishments weighs heavily on my heart. Meanwhile, Ran Deng, riding on clouds, arrived at a mountain range, his expression suddenly shifting as he sensed a powerful fluctuation of energy emanating from one direction. With a change in countenance, he rushed forth in a secluded valley. A peculiar divine beast knelt, its body that of an ox, its head resembling that of a deer, a horse's tail, and adorned with dragon scales. Emanating a wave of powerful energy, yet it struggled in vain. Utterly immobilized before this extraordinary creature stood a handsome young man clad in a white robe, exuding an elegant and approachable aura that invited closeness. The young man smiled and spoke, Strange beast, you share a connection with the West. Would you be willing to accompany me to the West? I shall impart the Western great Tao to you. The divine beast, in a fit of indignation, bellowed, Who are you? The young man replied gently, I am the Western Jin Ti. The divine beast widened its deer-like eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, Jun Ti Saint? You are a saint. The young man nodded with a smile. Instantly, the beast ceased its struggles, displaying a look of delight, for to be favored by a saint was an immense blessing. How could it not desire to follow him, even beyond the world itself? Jun Ti spoke softly, Are you willing to journey with me to the west to partake in the great Tao? The beast eagerly nodded, exclaiming, Yes, I certainly wish to. I beseech the saint to take me in. Friend, please hold that a voice, aged yet resonant, drifted from the east. A cloud swiftly approached, descending to reveal the gaunt figure of Ran Deng, standing beside the divine beast. Ran Deng bowed respectfully, saying, I pay my respects to the Jun Ti saint. Jun Ti nodded slightly, expressing joy. Ah, it is my good friend Ran Deng who has come. There is no need for such formalities. Ran Deng straightened, glancing at the divine beast with a quiet sigh. This was indeed a troublesome matter. Jun Ti inquired, What brings you here, Ran Deng? Ran Deng, with utmost respect, bowed again, stating, My master, the primordial saint, is in need of a steed that I sensed a connection between this beast and my master, and thus sought your esteemed permission. Jun Ti shook his head gently. I have already promised to take it to the west. To retract my word now would be to break my promise, which would be quite improper. Ran Deng furrowed his brow. This was indeed a difficult situation. Zhuan Ti observed the divine beast, then suddenly smiled, saying, "However, since it is a request from a friend, to refuse outright would be unkind. Let us allow this divine beast to make a choice. To whom will it choose to follow?" Randang's expression brightened immediately, and he bowed gratefully, saying, "Thank you, Zhuan Ti Saint." Zhuan Ti turned to the divine beast, stating, "It is now your time to choose. Will you follow me to the west for arduous cultivation? Or will you serve as a steed for the primordial saint?" The divine beast looked back and forth between Zhuan Ti and Randang, utterly bewildered, two saints vying for its allegiance. It felt as if the entire world was spinning around it, colors swirling as it reached a euphoric peak. Randang urged, "Choose wisely." The divine beast snapped back to reality, its mind racing. There were two saints in the west, yet the primordial was one of the three pure ones. Comprising three saints, three outweighing two. Moreover, Zhuan Ti had mentioned that the journey to the west was one of hardship. It was not inclined to go. With a mighty roar, the beast proclaimed, "I choose the primordial saint." Randang's eyes sparkled with joy as he quickly said, "I kindly request the Zhuan Ti saint to allow it to remain." Zhuan Ti nodded, smiling nonchalantly. "As I have said, I shall keep my word. The divine beast belongs to you." Randang bowed deeply, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Zhuan Ti Saint." Zhuan Ti raised a hand, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. Please arise." Randang stood up. Zhuan Ti remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "Fewer and fewer friends visit the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the teachings. Today, it is rare to encounter a friend. May I invite you to converse further? How could one dare to decline an invitation from Saint?" Zhuan Ti gestured invitingly. Smiling, "Please." Randang patted the divine beast, instructing, "Wait here and do not wander." "Yes." The beast grunted, still brimming with excitement. Randang followed Zhuan Ti as they stepped through the void, ascending toward a distant mountain peak. Zhuan Ti pointed, and the earth and stones on the peak surged upward, shimmering with light as they solidified into a splendid pavilion. The two entered and took their seats. Zhuan Ti glanced toward the east. Smiling, "I have heard that you have apprenticed under the primordial saint. Were you coerced into this decision?" Randang shook his head, saying, "Not at all. That I am in search of my path, and after fruitless cultivation, I sought the guidance of the saint in hopes of enlightenment." Zhuan Ti nodded in understanding. "Ah, I see. There are myriad paths to the great Tao, yet only the one most suited to oneself can lead to greater distance. This may also be the reason you have yet to break through to the quasi-saint level." Randang agreed, stating earnestly, "What I pursue is not the quasi-saint realm, but my own path to the great Tao." Zhuan Ti clasped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Excellent! This is the very essence of a seeker of the Tao." Randang shook his head in regret, "Yet the path is indeed difficult to find. Do you not believe that the primordial saint could assist you in solidifying your path?" Randang replied, "I do not know." Zhuan Ti pondered for a moment before sincerely suggesting, "If you cannot find your path within the teachings of the Chan school, perhaps you might consider joining our Western teachings." Randang chuckled, shaking his head. "The three pure ones transmit the Hongjun Great Tao. All 3,000 paths reside within." Zhuan Ti, serious in demeanor, stated, "Yet I have opened 800 peripheral paths in the West. Although they stem from the 3,000 paths, they are indeed distinct. You may wish to give them a try." Randang felt a stir of intrigue. Murmuring, 800 peripheral paths, Zhuan Ti smiled. "Why not allow me to share my insights with you? Perhaps you may find something of value." Randang rose, bowing with solemnity, saying, "I appreciate your kindness, Zhuan Ti Saint." Zhuan Ti chuckled. "If I can assist you in embarking upon your path, it would be a fortunate occurrence." As warmth blossomed within Randang, he thought, "Zhuan Ti Saint is indeed a good person." In the pavilion, Zhuan Ti expounded the teachings while Randang listened intently, at times furrowing his brow, lost in thought, at others rejoicing or lamenting as the sun set and rose once more. A day passed, the great sun rising anew, heralding vitality. Within the mountain pavilion, Zhuan Ti paused his teachings, smiling as he gazed at Randang. After a moment, Ran Dang abruptly awakened from his reverie, shaking off the daze as he stood and bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your enlightening teachings, Saint. Zhuan Ti raised a hand, smiling. We are friends on the path. There is no need for such formalities. Ran Dang stood tall. Zhuan Ti eagerly inquired, have you gained any insights? Ran Dang sighed. Truly, the teachings of the saint are profound, and I am in awe, yet I have gained nothing substantial. Zhuan Ti sighed regretfully, extending his hand to reveal a yellow scripture, stating, This is the great Dream Sutra authored by my elder brother. Take it and contemplate. Gaining insight is not an overnight endeavor. It requires your own effort. Ran Dang hastily waved his hand, saying, I appreciate the saint's generosity, but such a scripture is too precious. I cannot accept it. Zhuan Ti chuckled. There is nothing particularly precious about IT. IT is merely a method to attain enlightenment through dreams. You may explore different paths within your dreams and ultimately realize your own. Ran Dang felt a stirring desire within him. Dreaming to attain the Tao was indeed enticing. Zhuan Ti encouraged, though we may be from different corners of the world. We both inherit the great teachings from Hong Jun Daozai. I regard the primordial as a brother, and you as a fellow seeker of the Tao. We are all of the same kin. Helping you is no transgression. Take it. After a moment's hesitation, Ran Dang could no longer resist the allure of the scripture and accepted the great Dream Sutra with gratitude, saying, Thank you, dear friend. Zhuan Ti laughed heartily. I hope you find your path soon so that we may walk together. Ran Dang grasped the great Dream Sutra, nodding resolutely. I will. He turned and walked out of the pavilion, riding on clouds towards the distant valley. Zhuan Ti stood with his hands clasped behind him, watching Ran Dang's retreating figure with a smile. Pondering the order of the primordial world, spring sowing and autumn harvesting. What kind of fruit shall emerge from the seed sown? Dear primordial brother, please do not blame your younger disciple for his greed. The West is indeed too impoverished. What was unexpected for Zhuan Ti was that today, with a casual move in the game of chess, he bestowed the great Dream Sutra upon Ran Dang, thereby forging a karmic bond with him. The eventual rewards far exceeded his expectations. Not only did he acquire a formidable being, but he also gained the capable Ran Dang as a mentor, laying the foundation for the flourishing of the West. Riding upon the mythical beast known as the Four Unlikes, Ran Dang made his way back to Kunlun Mountain. Upon entering Kunlun, he was immediately struck by a powerful sense of dissonance, as if he had stepped into two distinct realms, with the differences between Yuqing Peak and Shangqing Peak starkly pronounced and at odds with one another. Ran Dang dismounted on Yuqing Peak with the Four Unlikes. He was promptly greeted by Guang Qingzi, Si Heng, and others. With a grave expression, Ran Dang inquired, What has transpired? Guang Qingzi replied in a hushed tone, Master, it seems that our teacher and Uncle Tontian previously convened at Taiqing Peak, likely to discuss the recent conflicts among the disciples of the two sects, but they parted ways unhappily. That explains much, Ran Dang remarked, then asked, Has Bai Jin been coming by during this time? Si Heng coldly responded, He visits daily, disturbing our master's cultivation as if we, the disciples, are ignorant of filial piety. Ran Dang chuckled, patting the Four Unlikes beside him. Come, let us meet with our teacher. Guang Qingzi and the others turned their gazes towards the Four Unlikes, observing its bovine body, deer head, horsetail, and dragon scales, all shimmering with luster and muscular strength. Yun Zhongzi's eyes brightened, licking his lips in admiration, exclaiming, with the body of an ox and the majesty of a dragon, This creature is the king of beasts. If one were to roast a piece. Pah! Nanji Xianweng smacked Yun Zhongzi on the shoulder. Frowning in displeasure, Disciple, what nonsense are you speaking? Yun Zhongzi quickly corrected himself. I meant to say that ordinary flames cannot possibly harm it. Come, let's meet the master. Ran Dang led the Four Unlikes towards Yuqing Palace, with Guang Qingzi and the others following closely behind, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. Surely the master would be touched. They hoped that whatever Bai Jin had sent would be cast aside without a second thought. Upon arriving at Yuqing Palace, Ran Dang performed a respectful bow, stating, Disciple seeks an audience with the teacher. Guang Qingzi and the others followed suit, bowing deeply and announcing, "Disciples seek an audience with the revered master." Inside Yuqing Palace, the primordial heavenly sovereign wore an expression of resignation. They had truly found him. However, these mounts of cattle and horses did not align with his aesthetic sensibilities. How could they compare to the noble and imposing nine-dragon Agarwood chariot? He would have to find an opportunity to send it away later. The authoritative voice of the primordial heavenly sovereign resonated. "Come in." Ran Deng entered with his fellow disciples, the four unlikes trailing behind. Ran Deng bowed again, saying, "I pay my respects to the teacher." Guang Chengzi and the other disciples of the Chan Jiao prostrated on the mats, reverently declaring, "We bow before the master." The four unlikes also promptly lay flat on the ground. Casting a furtive glance, its heart raced, recognizing the true majesty of sage, far surpassing that of the previous Junti. The primordial heavenly sovereign nodded slightly, his powerful voice echoing, "Rise." The disciples stood and settled cross-legged on the mats. While the four unlikes nervously stood up, its small eyes furtively scanning the surroundings, realizing that this would be its new home. The primordial heavenly sovereign inquired, "What brings you here as a group?" Ran Deng responded respectfully, "We, the disciples, learned that the teacher still lacks a mount, which has caused us great concern. After our discussions, we resolved that I would traverse the wilderness to seek a mount for the master, to express our humble filial intentions." Guang Chengzi and the others nodded in agreement, affirming that this was indeed their collective decision. The primordial heavenly sovereign smiled slightly, saying, "Your intentions are commendable, but I already possess a means of transport." Ran Deng replied respectfully, "We understand that the nine-dragon Agarwood chariot was a gift from Baijin, sourced from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. However, we are also aware that the teacher has little fondness for such a mount. A sage of your stature, returning to simplicity, would surely not desire such ostentation. Thus, I sought out the four unlikes, whose humble appearance belies its noble dragon might, making it the most suitable mount for you." Master, the primordial heavenly sovereign looked down at them, speechless, pondering how they could presume to know his preferences. How could the grand nine-dragon Agarwood chariot be inferior to a mere cow? No, this was not even a cow. Gazing at the four unlikes, he became increasingly discontented. It resembled neither a deer, nor a horse, nor an ox, nor a dragon, and was utterly unbecoming. Guang Chengzi knelt with a loud thud, sincerely stating, "This is the heartfelt offering of us disciples. We implore the master to accept it." Disciples such as Yuding Zhenren and Tai Zhenren also bowed deeply, earnestly proclaiming, "This is our sincere offering as disciples. We ask the master to graciously receive it." The primordial heavenly sovereign replied nonchalantly, "Very well. Since it is your heartfelt intention, I shall accept it. Yun Zhongzi, you shall be responsible for its care." Yun Zhongzi was taken aback, then quickly responded with delight, "Thank you for your trust, master. Rest assured, I shall ensure that this divine beast thrives." The primordial heavenly sovereign waved his hand, saying, "Go now." Chapter 75. The invitation from the sovereign of Enhua Ran Deng. Guang Qingzi and the other disciples rose, bowing once more before turning to leave. Their master indeed favored such low-key divine beasts. In light of this, their steps became more buoyant. After all, who wouldn't he want to please the master? "Baijin, you may as well vacate our Yuqing Peak." As they spoke of Baijin, he arrived on cue. A cheerful voice called from outside, "Uncle." Ran Deng and the others paused, looking up at the sky. A cloud descended, and from it, Baijin stepped down with a bright smile, swiftly making his way toward Yuqing Palace, cradling a brown stone bowl from which steam wafted. Baijin greeted Ran Deng and the others amiably before entering the palace. "Disciples pay respects to Uncle." "Rise," Baijin continued. "This is a stone pot chicken, specially prepared for you, Uncle, that I hope you enjoy it." "Ha ha! You rascal. Instead of focusing on cultivation, you indulge in such pleasures, which is hardly the right path." "Hey, Uncle, my talents are limited. No matter how much I practice, it would be futile. That it is better to serve the master and you well." "Indeed, the flavor is delightful, though it cannot compare to the treasures of heaven and earth. It possesses a certain homely warmth. Master says the same. You and Master are truly brothers of countless years, sharing an unspoken connection. Do not mention him before me. It vexes me. Understood. Uncle, what would you like to eat? I will prepare it for you next time. White Crane wishes for candied hawthorn. Bring some next time. Certainly. Your desires are the will of heaven, Uncle. Your thoughts are the heart of the heavens. You are everything. Ha ha! In the woods of Yuqing Palace, the followers of the Chanjiao listened to the sounds of hearty laughter emanating from within, their hearts filled with a sour sensation, feeling quite unsettled. The joy of presenting the four unlikes faded in an instant. Ran Dang suddenly asked, "Who among you can cook?" Guang Qingzi, Yuding Jinren, Tai Jinren, and Yin Zhongzi instinctively turned their gazes toward C.I. Hang. C.I. Hang was startled, quickly stating, "I dabble in weaving bamboo baskets, painting, embroidery, playing the zither, and dancing. But cooking is something I truly cannot do." Ran Dang inquired further, "Who among you can utter the shameless words by Jin speaks?" Guang Qingzi, Yuding Jinren, Yin Zhongzi, and C.I. Hang exchanged glances, then shook their heads helplessly. They all cared for their own dignity. Ran Dang, in a fit of anger, swept his sleeve, exclaiming, "By Jin, that despicable flatterer! I am ashamed to be associated with him." With a flicker, he vanished. The remaining disciples sighed. "Oh, our respected master! How can I save you from the clutches of sycophancy?" They dispersed, each lost in thought, since the last incident where Tai Jinren and Jin Guangxian were severely punished by Bai Jin. Both the Chanjiao and the Jiejiao enjoyed a brief period of stability. However, tensions soon escalated again. Although there were no grand confrontations like before, minor frictions continued to arise. Neither Tontian nor the primordial sovereign showed any intention to intervene. Shiji was preoccupied with managing these small skirmishes, but to no avail. Even with increased penalties, the disputes only intensified, and Shiji herself began to find the disciples of the Chanjiao increasingly unsatisfactory. The once timid girl even dared to point at Nanji, Xianweng, and scold him, filling Kunlun Mountain with an unusual atmosphere, while Bai Jin found himself overwhelmed with troubles. During this time, the wilderness was also rife with unrest. As conflicts flared between the Wu and the Lich, casual cultivators were retreating into seclusion to avoid the chaos. The human tribes allied with the Wu, expanding rapidly, and even intermarriages between the Wu and humanity began to emerge, giving rise to beings of mixed heritage. Half a year later, on a crisp morning, a colorful cloud descended from the heavens, upon which stood a fairy clad in azure. By the tranquil lakeside, Bai Jin suddenly opened his eyes wide. Looking up at the sky in astonishment, "It's the Qingwan fairy! What brings her here?" Duo Bao and Wudong Shengmu emerged from the Dao Palace, gazing skyward. "It's someone for the Anhua Palace." The Qingwan fairy, standing atop the colorful cloud, solemnly bowed, saying, "Our Lady requests the 3 pure ones to attend a banquet at the Anhua Palace." The figure of the Qingwan abruptly twisted and vanished from sight. Within the realms of Ta Qing Palace, Yuqing Palace, and Shangqing Palace, each manifested a Qingwan fairy, all of which were the true form, yet existing in different temporal and spatial dimensions, an enigma of profound complexity. Moments later, the grand doors of Ta Qing Palace, Yuqing Palace, and Shangqing Palace thunderously opened, and the 3 Qingwan stepped forth from the Dao Palaces, their forms twisting and instantly disappearing in midair. Amidst auspicious clouds, the silhouette of the Qingwan fairy re-emerged, offering a respectful bow before gracefully departing. Tai Shang, holding a whisk, emerged from Ta Qing Palace, his aged voice resonating. "Jin Ling, Yin Ling, Qian Niu, Xian Du, Zhen Wu, accompany me to the realm of Niuhua." Yes, a chorus of voices replied in unison. From within Yuqing Palace, the primordial figure stepped forth, and all the golden immortals of the Chan teaching gazed at him with anticipation. "Master, it is time for you to summon your steed." With a wave of his hand, a magnificent and luxurious 9-dragon Agarwood palanquin materialized in mid-air, the bronze dragons instantly coming to life, soaring through the clouds. Exuding an aura of auspiciousness, accompanied by the resonant sounds of dragon roars, the Chan teaching immortals widened their eyes in astonishment. How could it be the 9-dragon Agarwood palanquin? "Master, did you not acquire a new mount?" The figure of the primordial supreme appeared within the 9-dragon Agarwood palanquin, speaking calmly, Follow me to the Nuwa Palace. All the golden immortals of the Chan teaching respectfully responded, yes, in Shangqing Palace. The leader of Tong Tian stepped out, proclaiming, Bai Jin, Qianyou Duo Bao, Wu Deng, select some outer disciples to accompany me to the realm of Nuwa. Bai Jin's expression soured, lamenting, goodness, I have barely escaped the identity of a mount. And now I've become a cowherd. Why must my fate be so cruel? Duo Bao, Wu Dang, Bai Jin, and Jin Ling all respectfully replied, yes, Tai Shang rode the Azure Bull, accompanied by all the personnel of the human teaching. The Primordial Supreme, aboard the Nine-Dragon Agrawud Palanquin, led all the personnel of the Chan teaching. Tong Tian rode on the Kuei Bull, bringing along a portion of the personnel from the three teachings journeyed towards the heavens. In the realm of Nuwa, a celestial garden floated in mid-air, adorned with blooming flowers, babbling brooks, and auspicious beasts. The east of the garden stood a palace, inscribed with the characters Nuwa Palace, its doors wide open at this moment. At the center of the garden lay a spiritual pond, with fountains gushing and dragon fish weaving through the waters. This moment, disciples of the Western teachings sat cross-legged in the central square of the garden, whispering amongst themselves. Suddenly, the sky shimmered with purple auspicious light, and a cloud descended from above, upon which a golden-horned Taoist boy led an azure bull. Seated upon the bull was Tai Shang, accompanied by the silver-horned Taoist boy, Xian Du, Zhen Wu, and other disciples. The disciples of the Western teachings immediately fell silent, bowing their heads in respect. The Nuwa Palace illuminated brightly, a colorful ribbon extending from the palace gates, landing before the Azure Bull. Before the gates of the Nuwa Palace, the resplendent figure of the goddess Nuwa appeared, smiling as she said, Eldest senior brother, please enter for a discussion. Tai Shang gracefully dismounted from the bull, replying cheerfully, very well, as he tread the colorful path towards the Nuwa Palace. Xian Du gazed at the garden square below, stating, let us descend. Jin Ling, Yin Ling, take good care of the Azure Bull. Jin Ling and Yin Ling responded in unison, yes. The auspicious clouds floated towards the square below. Chapter 76. Kunping and Fushi. As Tai Shang stepped into the Nuwa Palace, the sky erupted with a cascade of colorful ripples. Amidst the resounding roars of dragons, 9 majestic divine dragons traversed through the vibrant waves, drawing a sacred and majestic palanquin, accompanied by clouds that blanketed the entirety of Nuwa's realm. Eldest senior brother, please enter for a discussion, Nuwa's voice echoed. The Primordial Supreme disembarked from the palanquin, walking along the radiant path towards the Nuwa Palace. Randeng instructed by he take the Nine-Dragon Agrawud Palanquin down, find a suitable place to park it, and guard the palanquin. Bai nodded in response. Yes, the immortals of the Chan teaching descended onto the garden square, taking their seats in the eastern section. Soon after, Tong Tian arrived riding the Kuei Bull, accompanied by dozens of disciples. Judging by the sheer number and imposing presence, they overshadowed the personnel from the human teaching and Chan teaching, for numbers alone convey might. Tong Tian too entered the Nuwa Palace, while the disciples of the landed in the square below, seating themselves upon various chairs, the 4 great teachings, each occupying their own domain, distinctly separated, plunging into a moment of silence within the Nuwa Palace. The 6 revered saints of the primordial wilderness gathered, each ascending onto their respective cloud beds. Laozi, with a benevolent demeanor, inquired, Sister Nuwa, what is the purpose of summoning us? Nuwa chuckled softly, replying, since attaining sainthood, it is only we few who can engage in discourse. And having not seen each other for long, I deeply miss you all. Hence, I have specially invited my brothers and sisters to gather. Receiving shook his head in lamentation. Sister, you have changed. You have learned to deceive. Nuwa laughed. Brothers and sisters, would you care to indulge me in a discussion of the Tao? Tai Shang nodded. Very well. Since you invite us, let us engage in a discussion of the Tao today. The Primordial Supreme agreed. I concur. Zhuan Ti, grinning, added, to meet friends through the Tao is indeed a fortunate event. Instantly, the Nuwa Palace resonated with the sounds of the great Tao, as various principles intertwined and clashed. In the square, Bai Jin sat in the front row of with Wu Dang to his left and Jin Ling to his right, while Shiji and Gu Liang sat behind him. Ji Liang whispered to Bai Jin, Senior brother, What is the current situation? Bai Jin remained motionless, softly replying, They're likely testing patience. Gu Liang, puzzled, asked, Testing patience. Bai Jin earnestly explained, 1, 2, 3, wooden man. One must not speak or move. Whoever stirs shall lose. Ji Liang looked at Bai Jin in disbelief. Senior brother, I feel you are deceiving me. Though my cultivation is not high, I am not foolish. 2 rows of maidens flew in from the distance, carrying trays of exquisite delicacies, placing them before each individual. And then respectfully retreating, a colorful cloud descended, and the Phoenix Fairy alighted upon the main seat, smiling as she addressed the assembly. All of you, as disciples of the saints, shall one day lead the primordial wilderness. Today's banquet is also to allow you to meet one another, engage in discussions, and establish connections, so that you may support each other in your future journeys through the primordial wilderness. The atmosphere instantly came alive, as if returning from a state of stasis to normalcy. Duo Bao observed the disciples of the Western teachings and suggested, Sister, you speak wisely, since some new friends have arrived from the West. Why not introduce them? Several figures stood up. A jovial, rotund man stepped forward, bowing with a smile. I'm the Taoist Mithra, disciple of Zhuan Ti, pleased to meet all of you. Next to him, a slender youth also bowed, stating indifferently, I am Jino, servant of Zhuan Ti, honored to meet you all. Bai Jin's pupils constricted, and he suddenly looked up at the skinny youth, Jino Wutian. Has he already appeared? He could not help but glance at senior brother Duo Bao. A fateful encounter indeed. Senior brother, your good friend has made his entrance. After the Western teachings introduced themselves, Xiandu rose and bowed, declaring, I am Xiandu, a disciple of the human teaching, pleased to meet all of you. I am Jinwu, a disciple of the human teaching, pleased to meet all of you, the disciples of the Chan teaching, and also introduced themselves in turn. After the introductions, the atmosphere lightened somewhat, and the gathering began to share jovial banter. In the Nuwa Palace, disciples from the 4 teachings exhibited restraint, and the atmosphere appeared particularly harmonious, at least for now, resembling a gathering of close brothers. The demon court occupied the 33 heavens, among which one realm was the boundless sea, where the dark waters surged tumultuously, crashing against the cliffs and splashing white foam. Upon a towering cliff, a refined middle-aged man played the guqin, the clear sound echoing through the heavens and earth, undrowned even by the roaring sea. Suddenly, the sea exploded, and immeasurable waters surged upward, forming a pair of gigantic water wings that obscured the sky. A breathtaking spectacle that a cerulean bird's head emerged from the waters, gazing at the elegant youth on the cliff, its eyes sparkling with a vibrant spirit. With a resounding pluck, the guqin reverberated, rising to the heavens before gradually settling. The music finally coming to an end. The sea bird's head spoke, Great Saint Fuxi, you frequently come to play the guqin for me. I am at a loss on how to repay you. Fuxi, sitting atop the mountain peak, looked at the bird's head and smiled. To have a friend like Kunping in this life is a stroke of fortune. What talk of repayment is necessary? The enormous bird's head extended, looking down upon Fuxi, sighing softly. In the primordial wilderness, there exists no true confidant. Fuxi placed his hands upon the strings of the guqin, lifting his gaze with a smile. Kunpeng, do you truly look down upon me? Haha, I certainly do. The bird responded, Since you, Fuxi, regard me as a confidant, might I beg for my life? Fuxi furrowed his brow, perplexed. Kunpeng, what do you mean by that? I am a demon master. Yesterday I visited Tang Valley to instruct the Prince of the Golden Crow. Yet, on the road to Tang Valley, I sensed a fluctuation in the fabric of time and space, and a trace of your aura lingered. Might you explain? Fuxi's expression remained unchanged as he smiled. And what of it? It does not necessarily imply that I have been to Tang Valley. The colossal waterbird erupted with a thunderous crash, dispersing into an immeasurable deluge that plummeted into the depths of the ocean, stirring up tumultuous waves, as if the very heavens and earth were in upheaval. That a figure clad in black silently materialized beside Fuxi, who, with a gentle flick of his hand, produced a resonant sound from his zither. The black-clad figure instantly trembled violently, as though on the verge of disintegrating, yet remained steadfast in place. Fuxi marveled. Kunpeng, my esteemed friend, your cultivation is remarkable. I cannot compare. With a resounding thud, Kunpeng half kneeled on the ground. Clasping his fists and bowing his head, "I implore you, grant me my life." Fushi hastily rose, bending down to assist Kunpeng. "Please rise." "What is the necessity of this?" Kunpeng, rising with a bitter expression, replied, "I was once a great fish of the North Sea, yearning to ascend to the skies and transform into a rock. Yet I was ensnared by the demon court, forced to become a demon master. With the imminent downfall of the demon court, I beseech you to spare me and restore my freedom." Fushi pondered for a moment before gravely asking, "How do you know the demon court is on the brink of destruction, under the scheming of the sages? How could the demon court possibly endure?" Kunpeng gazed at Fushi with anticipation. "I can remain tight-lipped about everything and even assist you. I only seek your word to allow me to return." "When did you become aware of this?" "I never believed you would join the demon court. The Emperor Taichi holds the demon court in high regard, considering himself superior, believing the sages would require the demon court. However, I do not think a venerable sage would lower himself to associate with the demon race." Chapter 77. Lingzuzi Fushi sighed. "It seems I cannot conceal this from you. Who else has perceived it? I cannot speak for others, but that old fellow Bays must have sensed something, yet he would not dare to voice it. Self-preservation is his forte." Fushi chuckled. "I thought I had been sufficiently discreet. Yet it appears you all have guessed it. Very well. Since you're already aware, let me offer you a piece of advice. Keep your distance from the battle between the witches and the demons." Joy radiated from Kunpeng's eyes as he deeply bowed. "Thank you, my friend." Suddenly, a divine light erupted from beyond the world. With a wave of his hand, Kunpeng lifted the world S blockade, and a figure descended, transforming into a robust man clad in black. The demon Saint Philion from the 12 Demon Saints. Philion laughed heartily. "Ah, Fushi the Great Sage is also here. This is splendid, sparing me an extra trip. His Majesty the Demon Emperor and Her Majesty the Demon Empress have prepared a feast, inviting Great Sage Fushi and Demon Master Kunpeng to join." Kunpeng chuckled. "When the two majesties host a banquet, we must attend. Come, Great Sage Fushi, let us be on our way." Fushi nodded. "Very well. Let us proceed together." In an instant, 3 figures twisted and vanished. Within the celestial garden of Enhua, after the meal, the disciples of the 4 teachings began to engage in spirited debate, the atmosphere lively and animated. Baijin quietly rose, stealthily departing from the bustling square towards the outer garden. "Engaging in verbal disputes is not my forte. I am still too naive, much like a pure snow lotus." Avoiding worldly conflicts, Baijin sighed inwardly, pouring himself a drink as he strolled along the shaded path, marveling at the beauty of the aerial garden, a true testament to the sage's creation, with every few steps revealing breathtaking scenery, showcasing the essence of heaven and earth. Moo moo, the urgent calls echoed. Baijin's expression shifted. "Is that a Koenyo?" He hurriedly approached. Turning a corner, the scene before him suddenly opened up. Not far away, beneath a tree's shade, the Koenyo lay helplessly bound with a red silk ribbon, its mouth also secured, fear and humiliation evident in its eyes. Nearby, a small child clad in a belly band was applying makeup to the Koenyo's face with a brush, crafting alluring willow leaf eyebrows and fiery red lips, the blush accentuating its charm, as if the brush could summon all the colors of the world. Baijin immediately shouted, "Stop! Come here at once." He strode over. The Koenyo's eyes brightened, issuing excited, muffled moos, struggling desperately yet unable to move. The small child paused, swiftly turning around, hiding the brush behind his back, and retorted, "Who are you?" Baijin scrutinized the child and inquired, "Who are you?" The child puffed out his chest proudly. "I am Lingzuzi from Enhua Palace." "Who are you to shout at me? Looking for a fight, are you?" Baijin glanced at the Koenyo, then at Lingzi, an idea forming in his mind. This mischievous child needs some discipline. Meanwhile, in Enhua Palace, the sages all turned their attention to the unfolding scene. Tong Tian, displeased, remarked, "Enhua, do you not owe me an explanation?" Enhua smiled. Did not Baijin already depart? Let them handle their own affairs. Kunti, intrigued, said, "I am quite curious to see how Baijin will address this." The sages continued to observe the situation with keen interest. Baijin took a deep breath, raised his thumb in praise. Your artistry is truly remarkable. Ling Zuzi's eyes sparkled with delight. Really? I think I've done splendidly, but Sister Kai Feng and Sister Qing Wan simply do not appreciate it. Bai Jin approached the Kuei Nyo, examining it closely, and continued to praise. The skill in this makeup is simply exquisite. One more stroke would be too much. One less would be too little. Every stroke is as if it were divinely inspired. I can see the artist's meticulous attitude and sincere heart. Ling Zuzi exclaimed in surprise. Is that true? I learned this from Sister Qing Wan, but I believe my work surpasses hers. She just won tea admitted. You truly have an eye for talent. Bai Jin waved his hand, and a dazzling array of hundreds of merit coins appeared, sincerely stating, Thank you, Ling Zuzi, for adorning my master's steed. This small token of merit is my gratitude. Please do not refuse it. The Kuei Nyo looked up in disbelief at Bai Jin, its heart sinking. Brother, you have changed. You no longer love me. Ling Zuzi's eyes sparkled at the sight of the merit. Merit, such a splendid thing. He eagerly grasped the coins with both hands, laughing heartily. Thank you, my friend. You are a good person. I find myself liking you. Bai Jin smiled kindly. Ling Zuzi, could you kindly untie this ribbon? Ling Zuzi nodded repeatedly. Of course. This is called the Huan Tian Ling, bestowed upon me by the goddess. Extending his hand, he beckoned, and the ribbon binding the Kuei Nyo transformed into a burst of red light. Dissipating, then coalescing in his palm. Roar the Kuei Nyo leapt up, filled with shame and anger, riding the thunder into the sky. Bai Jin anxiously exclaimed, Oh no, my master's steed has escaped. You carry on. I will retrieve it. Before Ling Zizi could respond, Bai Jin had transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring into the heavens. Ling Zuzi pondered, stroking his chin. Can one earn merit for applying makeup to a steed? Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and a grand plan to earn merit formed in his mind. It seems I can accumulate a great deal of merit through my exceptional makeup skills in Enwa Palace. Cunny laughed heartily. Enwa. Ling Zuzi is in for it now. Enwa remained unfazed. What one sows, so shall one reap. Is this not a saying from your Western teachings? Cunny glanced at Tong Tian, chuckling. Brother, Bai Jin even dares to trick both of our esteemed elders. With such actions, will you not expel him from the sect? Tong Tian frowned. And then you would take him in? Cunny shook his head vigorously. I would not dare, such a disciple. I would not dare to accept. Yuan sure snorted, a smile hidden in his voice. Just wait and see where he is gone. Cunny turned to look outside, but a streak of azure light dashed across the sky, landing beside the nine-dragon incense palanquin, transforming into Bai Jin's figure. The white crane boy guarding the palanquin immediately stood up, exclaiming in delight, Brother. Bai Jin replied instantly, You go find a place to play. I will take the nine-dragon incense palanquin for now. The white crane boy asked in confusion, Why? You will understand shortly. Bai Jin collected the nine-dragon incense palanquin, transforming into a streak of azure light and flying away. The white crane boy, perplexed, muttered, What is brother up to now? Then, a look of delight appeared on his face as he went off to play. Afterward, Bai Jin instructed Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao to escort Qing Nyo away before leisurely strolling toward the square beside the fountain. Chapter 78. The Contest of Celebration Clouds at this moment. In the center of the square, celebration clouds rose in clusters, their dense and profound aura clashing against one another. Above the myriad of celebration clouds, a phantom of a 33-layered pagoda floated. Within the celebration clouds of the Mother of No Obligation, a bracelet spun and radiated a soft light. The other celebration clouds of the each exhibited their uniqueness, with celestial artifacts and spiritual treasures vying for brilliance. The celebration clouds of Duo Bao and the Mother of No Obligation exerted pressure on the deities of the Western sect, the teaching of revelation, and the human sect, hovering above the assembly of celebration clouds. Bai Jin arrived at a distant corner, paused, and gazed at the rising celebration clouds in the square, and he then took a cautious detour, crouching low to stealthily return to his original position. Once seated, Bai Jin transmitted a message, asking, What is happening? Beside him, Shiji whispered, After you left, they engaged in a debate that ignited true flames. Now they are competing with celebration clouds. What about the Phoenix Fairy? Bai Jin inquired. She has left. Bai Jin was speechless, knowing well that the four sects were at odds, yet she chose to depart. Was it intentional? He muttered a few complaints, and then, feeling justified, settled comfortably in his seat, sipping wine and watching the contest with keen interest. His surprise, that was overpowering the other three sects. Impressive. Although his senior brother lacked intelligence, his strength was commendable. Ran Deng smiled, flicking his hairpin, causing a celebration cloud to materialize. Within it, 3 lotus flowers were tightly closed, and atop the central lotus, a small black-green lamp emerged, while a ruler appeared above the left lotus. As soon as Ran Deng's celebration cloud manifested, the elemental energies of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth converged from the heavens, forming 5 colorful ribbons that danced around his celebration cloud, rendering it resplendent and magnificent, an embodiment of the great Luo realm. With 3 flowers gathering at the apex and 5 breaths returning to the origin, the crowd felt their primordial spirits tremble as an overwhelming pressure descended like a celestial weight. The deities shivered, their faces flushing. Duo Bao and Wu Dang felt the brunt of the pressure, their bodies sinking, cracking sounds erupting from their frames, and beads of cold sweat appearing on their foreheads as they gritted their teeth to endure. In contrast, the Western sect, human sect, and teaching of revelation experienced mild discomfort, seemingly unaffected thereafter. Shiji trembled, transmitting, "Senior brother, I cannot hold on any longer." The girl beside him cried out, "Senior brother, help!" Bai Jin's figure flickered and vanished in an instant, leaving Shiji and the girl with stiff expressions. Had their senior brother actually fled? As the disciples of the 4 sects contended with their celebration clouds, a boisterous voice echoed. Bai Jin, holding a wine jug in his eyes, slightly glazed, approached. Shiji and the girl were filled with astonishment. Senior brother had returned. Bai Jin was met with a multitude of celebration clouds and halted, perplexed. "Oh, fellow brothers, what is this about? We haven't seen each other for merely half a day." Duo Bao, Ran Deng, and Wu Dang thought simultaneously, "What do you mean half a day? Hadn't you just returned? Did you leave again as if you never came back? Do you think we're blind?" Bai Jin's eyes gleamed as he remarked, "Ah, dear brothers, is this a competition of celebration clouds? How intriguing. I shall join in." He flicked his hairpin, and a celebration cloud ascended from his head, showering down golden coins like rain, illuminating the entire aerial garden in a resplendent glow. Everyone's expressions shifted as they instinctively shielded their faces. How dazzling! It was blinding. Ran Deng exclaimed, "The celebration cloud of merit." Others swiftly moved their sleeves aside and turned to gaze at Bai Jin's celebration cloud. Eyes wide with astonishment, it was indeed a celebration cloud of merit. Where did he acquire such vast merit? Once the celebration cloud of merit appeared, the heavy pressure in the square dissipated, leaving a serene atmosphere and a sense of peace. The girl tugged at Shiji's sleeve, exclaiming joyfully, "Sister, look! Senior brother has so much money, truly in abundance." Shiji stiffly nodded, realizing that senior brother genuinely regarded that 100,000 merit coins with indifference. She had thought he trusted her. How foolish she felt for being moved for several months. Bai Jin placed his hands on his hips, laughing heartily. "Isn't my celebration cloud the most beautiful?" Ran Deng glanced at Bai Jin's dazzling celebration cloud of merit, and then at his own multicolored celebration cloud, which usually appeared imposing and magnificent but now seemed rather shabby, akin to a maid adorned in makeup, standing before a distinguished young lady. Ran Deng silently retracted his celebration cloud, and the other deities hurriedly followed suit. In the wake of the merit celebration cloud, all other clouds paled in comparison. They had released their cloud to showcase their Taoist rhythm, only for Bai Jin to produce a merit cloud, merit bestowed by the heavenly path. How could it be compared? Their mental states crumbled. Bai Jin, hands on hips, laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Indeed, my celebration cloud is the most beautiful." The onlookers, watching Bai Jin's triumphant demeanor, inwardly cursed. What a petty person reveling in his success. It is merely a bit of merit. If you have the ability, let us compete in cultivation. Why did they feel so bitter? Duo Bao, incredulous, transmitted, "Where did Bai Jin acquire so much merit?" Wu Dang, puzzled, inquired, "Do you not know?" Bai Jin possesses immense merit, and has even refined merit coins, often distributing them to his junior brothers and sisters for amusement. Duo Bao fell silent, inwardly cursing. A spendthrift. How could heaven bestow merit upon such a person? The girl, observing Bai Jin's proud stance with hands on hips, whispered, "Sister, do you think senior brother is truly drunk?" Shiji quietly replied, "Perhaps not." Ran Deng rose, forcing a smile. "Your celebration cloud is indeed astonishing." "Nephew," Bai Jin chuckled, feigning modesty. "Not at all. Uncle, your celebration cloud is quite beautiful as well. So many vibrant colors, truly magnificent, like flowers, like flowers." Ran Deng felt a heaviness in his chest, as if struck in the heart. "And forced to smile, nephew, since the competition has concluded, should we not retract our celebration clouds? This brilliance is rather blinding." Bai Jin nodded in agreement. "While it is beautiful, it is indeed too bright, not befitting my understated elegance. Yours is much better, low-key, luxurious, and profound." The merit celebration cloud descended, merging into Bai Jin's being that a wave of sour emotion surged within the hearts of the assembled deities. What a farce of understated luxury and profundity. Was it merely the absence of merit? Bai Jin, carrying his wine jug, stepped into the center of the square, raised it, and surveyed the crowd, expressing, "Today, being here, we are all disciples of the sages, prodigies of the primordial chaos, and brothers stemming from the same origin, future pillars of the Xianmen. Seeing all of you fills me with emotion. I hereby toast to you all." At their seats, the deities promptly lifted their wine cups with both hands. Smiles on their faces as they chorused, "Senior brother, let us drink together," Bai Jin cheerfully replied, lifting his wine jug and drinking deeply. The deities followed suit, raising their cups in respect for the affluent elder. Setting down the wine jug, Bai Jin mused, "In such a moment, my heart cannot remain still. I must compose a poem to soothe my spirit." I could see their seats. Duo Bao set down his cup, frowning. What has happened to Bai Jin? Is he truly intoxicated? The mother of no obligation smiled knowingly. "My junior brother is not one to act recklessly. He surely has his own intentions." Chapter 79. The spirit pearl Bai Jin took a few steps in the square, then halted, clapping his hands in delight. "Eureka!" He swayed and recited passionately. "With jade nectar entering my throat, I ride the winds of immortality. Everywhere is a beautiful sight. A child is stealing a cow." "Scold him! Stop him!" The mischievous lad takes flight with a knife. Bai Jin looked around at the crowd, smiling. "What do you all think of my poem?" At the mention of a child stealing a cow, the faces of those from the human sect changed dramatically, while Xian Du and Zhen Wu hastily rose, shooting into the sky to as for the mischievous lad taking flight. Members of the teaching of Revelation and Western sect also turned pale, swiftly soaring into the air, their figures streaking across the sky. Bai Jin raised his wine jug, calling out urgently, "Uncle, junior brothers, do not leave. Stay and drink a few more cups with me." The sky offered no response. And in the blink of an eye, the areas occupied by the human sect, teaching of Revelation, and Western sect were deserted. Even many from the faction had fled. Although senior brother had returned, the Kuei Neo should be fine. But that did not hinder their desire to witness the spectacle. How entertaining! Duo Bao rose, puzzled. Is there really a thief in this realm of Huahuang? Bai Jin shook his wine jug. Not a thief, but a charming child with an excess of curiosity. Indeed, quite adorable. I take a liking to him. The mother of no obligation gazed at Bai Jin, smiling helplessly. "You truly are incorrigible. Let us go take a look." Bai Jin hastily replied, "Seniors, you go ahead. I think I've had a bit too much to drink. I shall rest here for a while." The Holy Mother of Wudong cast a scrutinizing glance at Bai Jin and chuckled. "It's just as well that you are not going." The remaining disciples of the followed the Holy Mother of Wudong and Duo Bao as they gracefully floated away. Bai Jin lazily returned to his seat, tapping the table lightly, causing a longan fruit to leap up, which he promptly devoured with a satisfying "awu." And no wonder later, Nuwa would cast the spirit pearls down to the mortal realm. Such unruly mischief could only belong to a mischievous child. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Had he informed Randing and Xuandu about collecting the 9-dragon Agarwood cart and arranging for Qingyo's departure? It seemed not, but then again, it hardly mattered. On a small bridge in the eastern sky garden, a child clad in a belly band strolled, one hand clutching a red silk ribbon while the other held a gleaming hoop. A beautiful brush was tucked at his waist, and he ambled about with an air of indifference, glancing around with a sense of entitlement. Lingzhu's eyes were filled with confusion. I remember there should be a Qingyo here. Where has it gone? The cart had vanished as well. Could it have been stolen? Suddenly, two figures descended from the sky, landing beside the bridge. Zhenwu exclaimed anxiously, "Oh no, the master's cow has been stolen, and Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao are also missing." Xuandu's face darkened. He could not fathom how such a theft could occur in the realm of Niuhua. The two immediately turned to gaze at Lingzhu on the bridge, who stood proudly with his head held high. "Challenging, do you want to fight?" The child who stole the cow fit the description. A mischievous lad wielding a knife, plump and rosy, appeared to be the obedient type, not fitting the profile of a troublemaker. Nor was he armed. It likely wasn't him. Xuandu turned back, gravely declaring, "Let us search elsewhere." The two soared into the sky down on a level patch of grass. Randang led the golden immortals of the Chan sect, each bearing a peculiar expression as they pondered. Has the nine-dragon Agarwood cart truly been stolen? Should we lament or rejoice? Without the cart, the master's mount would be a creature of no distinct form. Stable, noble, and understated, far more befitting the master's identity than the ostentatious nine-dragon Agarwood cart. Without the cart, the master would forget Bai Jin's merits. This thought sparked a sense of gratitude towards the little thief. A violent aura surged from afar, prompting Randang and the others to turn their attention. Zihong hesitated, saying, "It seems something has gone awry in the Western sect. Has the little thief been captured? Should we investigate?" Guang Chengzi pondered, "What if the nine-dragon Agarwood cart is recovered?" Randang frowned. "Let us go. If the cart is truly fated to be with the master, it cannot be avoided." The group flew towards the source of the tumultuous energy. Above a lake, numerous disciples from the Western sect stood, all with ashen faces consumed by rage. Disciple from the Chan sect, human sect, and also gathered, observing the peculiar sight in the center of the lake. Desperately suppressing their laughter, in the center floated a 12-petal lotus of merit, originally a divine artifact for the Western sect, serving as the vehicle for the saint of guidance. However, it was now adorned with an array of colors. The eastern side depicted a red turtle, the western side a white piglet, the southern side a hunched black cat, and the northern side a blue bull-faced figure, creating an unexpectedly charming tableau. Beside the 12-petal lotus was a golden cloud. The mount of the saint of purity, now twisted into an indescribable form. Among the disciples, a girl's eyes sparkled with delight, whispering, "Sister, look how adorable it is." Shurji rolled her eyes. "Adorable. It's clearly a mockery of the saint's dignity." Mithriya wore a strained smile, slowly saying, "Which fellow Taoist is playing tricks? Please reveal yourself." He squinted at the gathered disciples of the human sect, Chan sect, and each celestial being averted their gaze, proclaiming, "Don't look at me. I had nothing to do with this." Within Niuhua Palace, Zhuan Ti remarked softly, "Sister, is this your disciple?" "He was born from my path of creation, indeed tied to me," was the reply. Jean grimaced, "Brother, is this truly appropriate for your disciple?" Tong Tian retorted, "What has Bai Jin done? He is merely enjoying a drink alone. He is the most well-behaved among us." Zhuan Ti rolled her eyes. "You call this cunning and treachery well-behaved?" She then stated solemnly, "Sister, if my disciple loses his composure, please do not hold it against him." Niuhua nodded. "That is only natural." The saints turned their attention back outside, with Taishang, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian wearing amused expressions. "Wasn't this rather entertaining?" Above the lake, Mithriya inquired once more, "Which Taoist is behind this jest? Please step forth." Suddenly, a small red figure burst forth, Lingzhu hovering above the lake, proudly declaring, "Of course, I painted it. I sent it beautiful. The previous lotus was far too dull. It lacked such charm." Waving dismissively, he added, "By the way, I'm not entirely satisfied with this piece. It doesn't sit comfortably on the COW, and no need for thanks. Consider it a gift from me." "Thanks." Mithriya's expression darkened, his smile vanishing as he furiously shouted, "Seize him." Dozens of golden western spells shot towards Lingzhu. His expression shifted, and the mixed heavenly silk wrapped around his arms instantaneously flew out, forming a fiery vortex to shield him. Chapter 80. Chaos Boom. Dozens of Western spells crashed against the swirling silk, blossoming into a multitude of lotuses amidst golden light as the roars of dragons and tigers erupted, instantly engulfing the protective barrier. The silk was shattered, and a small figure was sent flying into the lake with a resounding splash, sending a massive column of water soaring into the air. Moments later, the lake began to boil, billowing with steam. "Who dares strike at me? You seek death!" A furious voice echoed as a fiery red figure surged from the depths of the lake, sporting 3 heads and 6 arms. Standing atop a wheel of wind and fire point, one hand brandished a fiery spear. Another gripped the Qian Kuan ring, and yet another held the mixed heavenly silk as 3 hands formed seals. Ling Zhu shouted in unison. "All of you, perish!" His voice resonated through the heavens, filled with murderous intent, resembling a little demon lord. "Kill!" Ling Zhu charged boldly towards the western sect, the mixed heavenly silk swirling around him like a blazing flame. The sunlight and moonlight exchanged glances before simultaneously leaping forth, each creating a ray of light to strike at Ling Zhu. Ling Zhu's left head grinned widely, hurling the Qian Kuan ring, which soared through the air like a silver moon. At the same time, Ling Zhu pivoted to confront the moonlight. The Qian Kuan ring sliced through the sky, prompting sunlight to quickly pull with both hands, conjuring a pagoda that manifested before him, atop which a great sun pearl spun. Boom! The Qian Kuan ring crashed against the pagoda, which instantly cracked and shattered with a resounding pop, causing sunlight to spurt blood, sent flying by the force. With 3 heads and 6 arms, Ling Zhu lunged at the moonlight with a fiery spear. Flames erupting from its tip, dispersing all moonlight. Moonlight gasped, hurriedly retreating. Ling Zhu waved the fiery spear, igniting a fire ring around him, and with hands on his hips, laughed heartily. The Qian Kuan ring returned with a whoosh, landing back in his hand, as the central head triumphantly declared, "You think you can capture me? You are far from it." In the distance, a Naga clasped his hands together, a massive golden lotus appearing beneath Ling Zhu. The petals glimmered with golden light. Closing in, Ling Zhu shot upwards, crashing into the golden light above, sending ripples through the shimmering surface. "You think you can trap me? Dream on. Open for me." He hurled the Qian Kuan ring at the golden lotus below, causing a dazzling light to erupt as the lotus shattered. Just as Ling Zhu broke free, a bowl descended from the sky, landing with a thud in the void, trapping Ling Zhu within, the sounds of clashing emanating from inside. The medicine master emerged, sternly proclaiming, "Little thief, you have sullied our Western sect's holy artifact. Today, you shall not escape retribution." Within the Chan sect's camp, Guang Chengzi murmured, "This little thief must be from Nuwa Palace, right?" Randang nodded. "Indeed, but why has Nuwa not yet made her stance known?" Randang chuckled softly. "Such is the matter of the younger generation. Saints should not intervene, lest they lose their dignity." Si Hong suddenly transmitted, "What if this little thief has indeed stolen the 9-dragon Agarwood cart?" Randang replied, "The master would naturally not personally seek it back, let alone a mere 9-dragon Agarwood cart. Even if we stole Tong Tian's 4 swords of extermination, he would not personally come for us." The group exchanged glances, a shared thought surfacing in their minds. The medicine master extended his hand, and the immense bowl floating in the void soared up amidst golden light, shrinking as it flew towards him. "Bold little thief, how dare you steal my master's mount? You shall pay dearly." A crisp reprimand resonated through the air, as immense green willow branches formed overhead and suddenly swung downwards. The diminutive bowl was instantly sent flying, a crack materializing upon its surface. "My bowl!" the apothecary exclaimed in shock. With a clang, the sword sang, and the bowl was shattered with a resounding crash as a fiery red figure surged forth from the remnants. "You little thief, don't run!" Zhenwu bellowed in fury, brandishing a celestial sword as he charged forward. Ling Zuzi hurled a spear, the weapon crashing against Zhenwu's divine sword, causing him to grunt and be propelled backward. A massive golden handprint manifested in the air, slapping down upon Ling Zuzi and sending him crashing into the pond like a meteor, erupting a towering column of water. Jin Aluo clasped his hands together, causing the pond to bubble violently, forming a water lotus that slowly closed. "Return my master's mount, An enraged shout pierced the air as the jade bottle was hurled into the pond. The water lotus shattered in an instant. Dizong cried out in fury, "Brothers of the Chan sect, what are you doing? Are you declaring hostility against us of the Western sect?" Sihong scoffed coldly, stating, "This little thief has pilfered our master's mount. We are bound to capture him and surrender him to our master for justice." In a flash, Ling Zuzi's fiery form burst from the lake, hastily fleeing while exclaiming, "Don't get too smug. I'll fetch my mistress and make you pay." The members of the Western sect, seemingly deaf to his cries, surged forward to pursue Ling Zuzi, joined by the immortals of the Chan sect, the Renjiao Xuandu and Jinwu, all intent on the hunt. A thunderous battle unfolded in the realm of Niuhua. Where the Western sect pursued, the Chan sect obstructed, and the Renjiao seized every opportunity to strike. Ling Zuzi cried out in panic, fleeing in every direction. The disciples of the Jie sect watched the spectacle from above, with Jinling expressing her confusion. Is this little brat truly a person of Niuhua? Are they not afraid of her wrath? The Holy Mother of Wudong replied slowly, "The grace of a master is as vast as the heavens. Even if one offends the mistress, one must still act." Duobao scrutinized the battlefield, casting a skeptical glance. "Why do I feel the Chan sect is aiding that brat?" The Holy Mother of Wudong examined the scene closely, her expression becoming peculiar. The Chan sect was not capturing him, but rather rescuing him. What were their true intentions? In the mountains beneath the aerial garden, the azure ox ambled leisurely through the stream, the water rising above its head, resembling a water buffalo. By the stream, Jin Jiao, Yin Jiao, and Bai He were engaged in a barbecue. Bai He lifted his gaze towards the aerial garden, whispering, "Do you hear that? It sounds like a fight is breaking out above. In Owei." Jinling leaped up, peering into the sky with trepidation. "It seems they really are fighting. What if the young master from Xuandu gets hurt?" Yinling dismissed his concerns, saying, "Fear not. Although the young master Xuandu is inexperienced, he possesses many magical treasures. His divine sword is the 7 stars divine sword. His crown is the sun and moon radiant crown. And his robe is the Taiji Dharma robe, adorned with 3,000 strands of golden silk. He wields a purple gold red gourd and wears gray cloth shoes made from the very mountains and rivers. Even if everyone up there perished, the young master would remain unscathed." Bai He's eyes sparkled with envy. "Your Renjiao has so many treasures." Yinling nodded, stating matter-of-factly, "Of course, we are fewer in number." Bai He fell silent, realizing the truth in his words. Jinling sat down, chuckling. "Let us continue our feast." The trio resumed their grilling, believing that as mere disciples, their role was to be endearing, leaving the brawling to their seniors. A demon-suppressing staff plummeted from the sky, striking Ling Zuzi with a resounding crash. Before Ling Zuzi could regain his senses, Tai Junren suddenly appeared beside him, seizing him and flinging him away. Chapter 81. The reign of Niuhua concludes in the distance. Disciples of the Jie sect were observing the unfolding drama. Shiji and Gu Liang stood together, critiquing the battlefield and quietly debating who was more formidable. Suddenly, a flash of fiery red streaked towards them. Shiji's expression shifted, and she pushed Gu Liang aside, conjuring a handkerchief that expanded into a cloud-like bagua, which firmly intercepted Ling Zuzi's trajectory. Following this, a barrage of attacks ensued. "Wind, fire, wheel, flee!" Ling Zuzi cried out in alarm. With a resounding boom, the wind fire surged, propelling Ling Zuzi through the air. Trailing a comet-like blaze, the cacophony erupted as dozens of attacks struck the bagua cloth, tearing it to shreds. Shiji coughed up blood, hurtling backward as numerous magical strikes bore down upon her, destined to inflict grave harm. Gu Liang gasped, rushing towards Shiji in panic. "Boldness!" A thunderous voice reverberated through the sky. Duobao appeared before Shiji in a flash, drawing forth a brilliant sword that cleaved the air, instantly obliterating the incoming attacks. Duobao sheathed his sword, standing tall with an air of poise. Shiji pressed her hand to her chest, coughing softly, and murmured, "Thank you, senior brother." Duobao nodded, his expression steely as he declared, "This little thief dares to steal Master S. steed. The Kuan Yo, we must capture him and bring him to Master for judgment." The disciples of the Jie sect chorused their agreement. "Yes." The golden light immortal, surged forward into the fray. Roaring, "You little thief! How dare you steal my master's mount? Prepare to die." A sword swept through the air, its gleaming edge aimed at Tai Jinren. Long-eared Dingguang Immortal, Qiushou Immortal, Lingya Immortal, and others from the Jie sect joined the fray. Despite their usual rivalries, they were all Jie sect disciples, unworthy of being trifled with. With the Jie sect's involvement, the battlefield transformed into chaos as the Chan sect hurled Ling Zuzi towards Jie sect, while Jie sect retaliated with kicks. Wherever Ling Zuzi fled, a flurry of attacks followed, a tempest of magical artifacts and furious shouts filling the air. Ling Zuzi found himself in dire straits, his 3 heads and 6 arms dwindling. Desperately holding the Qian Kuan's circle above his head as he fled in panic, in the open plaza beside the fountain of the aerial garden, Bai Jin wandered from seat to seat, a jug of wine in hand. Spotting delectable morsels, he deftly summoned them to his mouth, reveling in the exquisite flavors. Bai Jin smacked his lips, glancing at the distant flashes of divine light. Puzzled, is Ling Zuzi truly that powerful? The fight seemed so intense. The waves of spiritual energy intensified and drew nearer. "Big brother, save me!" A shrill cry echoed through the sky. Following the cry, a disheveled Ling Zuzi plummeted from the heavens as a throng of combatants pursued him, dozens of attacks trailing in his wake. The spectacle was daunting, yet the force behind the attacks was not overwhelmingly potent, allowing a modicum of mercy from the pursuers. Bai Jin's expression shifted. "Big brother? Who is your big brother?" He promptly turned to flee. With a roar, over 100 attacks descended, obliterating the plaza and engulfing Ling Zuzi within the wreckage. As the magical light dissipated, the injured Ling Zuzi lay amidst the ruins. Reaching out toward the fleeing Bai Jin, wailing, "Big brother, save me! They've wronged me and wish to kill me." Bai Jin glanced back at Ling Zuzi's pitiful state, pondering, this has gone far enough. If they truly kill him, how can I explain to Lady Niuhua? Once more, dozens of magical spells coalesced, lotus flowers blooming, golden light radiating, and sword energy piercing the skies, descending toward the ground. "Cease this at once." In the realm of Niuhua, "You dare to unleash chaos." Bai Jin's furious shout rang out as he materialized before Ling Zuzi, casually waving his hand to conjure a wealth of merit that suspended in midair. The magical attacks passed through the central opening of the merit money, igniting it in flames, rendering the spells null and void. Ling Zuzi turned to gaze at Bai Jin's imposing figure, tears welling in his eyes. "Big brother, you are truly my dear brother. Woe is me. You risked conflict with them to save me. I am so deeply moved." A chime reverberated from afar, echoing as if it were near at hand, causing all present to shudder, the battlefield falling silent. Within the Niuhua Palace, the expressions of the saints, Taishang, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, and Junti, shifted as they sensed the ominous tone of the chaos bell, signaling a great upheaval in the wilderness. Taishang looked toward Niuhua, resignedly stating, "I have promised my junior sister not to meddle in the grand affairs of the wilderness. Why must she go to such lengths to gather us here?" Niuhua smiled brightly. "The troubles of the wilderness concern me not. I have merely been engaged in discourse with my esteemed brothers and sisters. Do not wrongfully accuse me, a mere woman." Jenny shook his head. How could a discourse warrant the shielding of Niuhwa's realm, leaving us unaware of the events unfolding in the wilderness? Indeed, when have I ever shielded Niuhwa's realm? If I had, how could the toll of the chaos bell resonate here? Yuan Shi stood, addressing his sister. "Now that the discourse is concluded, shall we take our leave?" Enhua reclined majestically upon her cloud bed and spoke. "I have never hindered the departure of my fellow disciples. If they find my hospitality lacking, they are free to leave." Taishang, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, Jijin, and Junyi all rose, their forms fading into the ethereal confines of Enhua's palace. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield outside, the visages of several saints emerged, and the disciples were instantaneously awakened, hastily bowing and exclaiming, "We pay our respects to our revered master. We pay our respects to the saints." 2 beams of golden light descended, landing at the feet of Jijin and Junyi, transforming into a lotus platform and a golden cloud respectively. The painting upon the lotus platform had vanished, and the golden cloud had reverted to its original form. With a resounding moo, the Coelong strode forth upon thunderclouds, while the golden-horned and silver-horned beasts led the azure bull through the skies. Xuandu and Jinwu gazed at the azure bull in bewilderment. Had it not been stolen? Did that mean their recent confrontation was for naught? Taishang gracefully mounted the azure bull and declared, "Let us depart." Xuandu and Jinwu hurriedly flew alongside. As the azure bull soared on the auspicious clouds, the disciples of the Chan sect felt an ominous sensation arise within. If both bulls had not been stolen, then what of the 9 dragons' incense chariot? What was the purpose of rescuing that little thief? Baihe Tongzi rushed from afar and bowed before Yuan Shi, respectfully proclaiming, "I pay my respects to the esteemed one." Ran Deng and the others expressed their joy. The 9 dragons' incense chariot was indeed missing. "Rise," commanded Yuan Shi. Bai Jin stepped forward, bowing deeply, hands cradling a delicate 9 dragons' incense chariot, respectfully stating, "Master Uncle, this is your chariot." With a wave of his hand, Yuan Shi sent the petite chariot soaring into the air. Chapter 82. Fushi's visit to the Enhua Palace. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens of Enhua. As 9 divine dragons wove through the clouds and mist, exuding a majestic aura, Fushi descended into the 9 dragons' incense chariot, his voice booming, "Return." The disciples of the Chan sect bowed in unison. Responding, "Yes," one by one, they leapt into the air, settling beside the chariot as it transcended the boundaries of the realm. Subsequently, the Jie sect and the Western sect followed suit, leaving the Enhua Palace eerily empty. Lying amidst the ruins, Ling Zhuzi looked up and cried out, "Your Highness, save me!" In an instant he vanished, only to reappear within the Enhua Palace. Enhua sat regally upon her cloud bed, adorned in opulence, flanked by the azure phoenix and colorful phoenix. Ling Zhuzi struggled to rise from the ground, kneeling as he sobbed, "I pay my respects, Your Highness. They bully me and even wish to kill me. You must avenge me. Aside from my elder brother, who vanquished them all, there is not a single good soul among them. They falsely accused me of stealing the cattle and the chariot, when it was they who hid the cattle." "Who is your elder brother?" Ling Zhuzi's eyes brightened as he eagerly replied, "My elder brother is a good person. He not only appreciates my makeup skills, but also rewarded me with merit. In the end, he risked defending countless disciples of the saints to rescue me. He has shown me great benevolence, and from now on, he is my true elder brother." And Hua's expression turned peculiar. This foolish child, still believed by Jin to be a good person, alas, he has become too foolish to save. A time will come for his reformation. Fushi seeks an audience with Enhua. The Holy One, at a distant voice reverberated. Enhua smiled and said, "Kai Feng, take Ling Zhuzi down and tend to his injuries." Ling Zhuzi's eyes glistened with gratitude. Indeed, the Holy One cared for him the most. "After he recovers, administer 100 lashes." Ling Zhuzi's expression froze. 100 lashes? Kai Feng and Qing Wan replied in unison, "Yes." Ling Zhuzi's eyes widened in horror. "Your Highness, no, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Please do not strike me." Qing Wan gracefully descended, lifting Ling Zhuzi by the nape of his neck, cheerfully saying, "Little brother, do not worry, sister will take good care of you. I do not want to live." Ling Zhuzi wailed in despair. Qing Wan carried him away as she and Kai Feng floated out of the Enhua Palace, the echoes of his cries fading in the distance. That a figure stepped into the Enhua Palace. It was the refined Fushi. With a thunderous sound, the palace doors closed, isolating the outside wails. Fushi bowed and said, "I greet the Holy One." Enhua sighed. "Brother, I have long said such formalities are unnecessary." Fushi straightened, chuckling lightly. Before the Holy One, etiquette must not be forsaken, even if I am your brother. Enhua returned the bow, bending slightly. "I greet my brother." Fushi moved aside, receiving only half a bow. Enhua then inquired, "Brother, do you return now with urgent matters?" 9 of the 10 little golden crows have fallen, with only one saved by the Demon Emperor, failing to achieve complete success. Enhua nodded. "I am already aware. Since the Tao ancestor merged with the Tao, there is no absolute despair in heaven. Everything possesses a glimmer of hope. The golden crows were always meant to be thus." Fushi hesitated. What I have done has been discovered by Kunping. He provided cover for me, and in return, I promised to spare his life, and, while pondered momentarily, then smiled. Kunping bears great fortune. Brother, please inform him that the war between the witches and the demons has begun. Let him seize the opportunity to slay a primary formation demon god. The primary formation demon god? Fushi's pupils constricted. If one primary formation demon god is lost, will not the grand constellation formation be broken? Without the grand constellation formation, how can the demon race contend with the witch race's grand heavenly divine killing formation? Enwa gazed through the endless expanse of time and space, reflecting on the vast wilderness, and remarked, I have a feeling that the grand heavenly divine killing formation shall not have the opportunity to manifest in this world again. Fushi's complexion shifted. If the grand heavenly divine killing formation would not appear, what calamities would befall the wilderness? Would there be ancestral witches falling? Was this also part of Sister's scheme? Unable to contain himself, Fushi asked, Sister, now that 9 golden crows have fallen, and the war between the witches and demons is imminent, can you not reveal what you are truly planning? Enwa shook her head. Brother, please forgive me. I cannot speak of it for now. Very well, as long as you have your own considerations. What more can I assist you with? The enmity between the witches and demons had already been established, but it was not sufficient. Without absolute certainty of victory, they would not easily commence the decisive battle. They required one final push. Elder brother, after the next conflict between the witches and demons, inform Emperor Jun and Tai that within the human race lies sacred blood, by slaughtering the human race and refining their bloodlines. They can extract sacred blood to forge weapons capable of breaking the ancestral witches' corporeal forms. What? Fushi exclaimed in shock, hastily responding. Sister, no, absolutely not. The human race is intertwined with your fortune. If you reveal this to the demon race, they will massacre the humans, which would be of no benefit to you. I have my own plans. You need only convey this message to them, and also inform them that the human race was created by me as sustenance for the demon race. Fushi's eyes widened as he gazed at Enwa, his heart profoundly shaken. Before her ascension to sainthood, his sister was virtuous and kind. He could never have imagined that she would now utter such heartless words. Intent on annihilating the human race. In disbelief, Fushi exclaimed, Sister, the human race reveres you as their holy mother. They respect and worship you, regarding you as their mother and their heaven. Do you not realize that with this one statement, the human race could be exterminated by the demon race? Enwa replied flatly, I have my own arrangements. Fushi shook his head, stepping back 2 paces, filled with disappointment. Has ascension to sainthood truly rendered one heartless and devoid of desires? Do you regard billions of lives as inconsequential? Even your own creations can be sacrificed at will. Elder brother, do not call me that. You are the supremely exalted saint, and I cannot bear the title of elder brother. I am but a mere piece on your chessboard. Fushi shook his head in despair. Beneath the saint, all are but ants. Am I not an exception? Ha! Even one's own children can be sacrificed without a second thought. Oh, what a saint! Enwa sighed softly, speaking earnestly. Elder brother, I implore you to assist me once more. Some matters can be acted upon, but not spoken of. By the saint's command, I naturally dare not disobey. But you must consider the consequences. When your children wail across the land, will your saintly heart remain untouched? Fushi, with a flick of his sleeve, strode resolutely toward the exit, vanishing as he left the Enwa palace. Qing Wan and Kai Feng cautiously entered from outside. Qing Wan whispered, Your Highness, Fushi has already departed and seems quite upset. After the deed is done, he shall understand. Enwa sighed, then solemnly commanded, Qing Wan, Kai Feng, go and construct an altar. Exchanging glances filled with confusion, the two replied in unison, An altar? But your Highness is a saint. Who would you need to sacrifice to? Enwa extended her hand, and an image appeared in their minds. A grand altar standing in the void, towering 3,000 levels, each level adorned with glistening runes, magnificent and unparalleled. In unison, they replied, Yes, turning away from the palace of Niwa. Chapter 83. The Great Cataclysm of the Primordial World. Within the serene halls of Kunlun Mountain in the lower realm, Tongtian occupied the central seat, surrounded by his 4 disciples. Duo Bao, Wu Dong, Bai Jin, and Jin Ling. Duo Bao cautiously inquired. Master, has something significant occurred in the primordial world? Tong Tian replied with a deep sigh. The 10 golden crows of the demon clan have emerged from Tang Valley, establishing a great sun purgatory formation that led to the demise of the mighty Wu Kuafu. Subsequently, the great archer Ho Yi shot down 9 golden crows. That a war between the witches and demons is now unavoidable. The fate of the primordial world is about to be sealed, ushering in yet another calamity. Bai Jin, restrain your disciples from venturing outside. Bai Jin nodded in compliance. Understood. Tong Tian waved his hand. You may leave for now. The disciples rose and respectfully answered, yes. Meanwhile, in the celestial court of the demon clan, a breathtakingly beautiful woman wept inconsolably, cradling a small golden crow in her arms, its eyes filled with terror and trembling. Beside her stood a composed, middle-aged man clad in resplendent robes of the golden crow, exuding an air of solitude and silence, enveloping the entire court in a somber atmosphere. The stunning woman lifted her gaze, her voice a piercing scream. Dijun, what kind of celestial emperor are you, unable to protect your own child? Why must it be my child who perishes and not you? Dijun clenched his fists, his head bowed, tears brimming in his fierce eyes. The beautiful woman, filled with hatred, cried out, I demand vengeance. I want Hoi dead, and I want the entire Wu clan to pay for my child's demise. Mobilize the forces immediately and eradicate the Wu clan. Dijun shook his head slowly. No. The woman abruptly stood, a tempestuous aura radiating from her, the chilling moonlight engulfing the demon court, causing countless demon beings to shiver in fear. She coldly declared, You say no? My child is dead, and you tell me that vengeance is not an option? Dijun stepped forward, embracing her tightly, his voice grave. Shihi, please calm down. I share your sorrow over our child's death. But we demons cannot contend with the Wu clan on the vast lands of the primordial world. We must not act impulsively for the sake of our clan's future. She forcefully pushed him away, sending Dijun crashing against the palace wall. With a hint of madness in her eyes, she declared, If you will not seek vengeance, I shall do it myself. Her figure transformed into a beam of moonlight and vanished in an instant. Dijun's expression shifted alarmingly. The palace doors thundered open as Dong Huang Tai strode in, glancing around the divine hall. Elder brother, he exclaimed, she has gone to seek vengeance against the Wu clan. You must stop her. She cannot descend to the lower realms. He hesitated. Elder brother, what she needs most right now is your comfort. Dijun shook his head, sorrowfully replying, she demands I wage war against the Wu clan, which I have refused. She does not wish to see me now. He pressed, but why refuse? Your child has fallen. 9 of them. Dijun insisted, for the greater good of the demon clan, we cannot act recklessly. You understand my stance. Please help me stop Shihi. Dong Huang Tai, he took a deep breath, nodding somberly. Very well. Rest assured, elder brother, I will keep a close watch on my sister-in-law and will not allow her to descend. He turned and exited. The palace doors slammed shut, and Dijun turned to the sole surviving small golden crow, coldly demanding, Tell me, why did you leave Tang Valley? Who led you away? The small golden crow, trembling in fear, stammered, It was my elder brother. He said Tang Valley was too dull and wanted to go out to play, so we sneaked out. And then Dijun pressed. Then we frolicked in the sky of the primordial world, and upon reaching the southern part of Buzhou Mountain, we saw many intriguing little creatures, resembling our father and mother. So we approached them. Suddenly, a great witch appeared and chased us. In our anger, we set up the great sun purgatory formation to kill him. Just as we were about to leave, a terrifying great witch emerged and shot down my 9 brothers with 9 arrows. Had it not been for my uncle's timely arrival, I too would have been slain. The small golden crow cried, Father, you must avenge my brothers. Dijun furrowed his brow, pondering the implication. Were those little creatures humans? An unsettling thought gripped him. Was there a connection to Lady Nuwa? Or had someone orchestrated events to provoke her ire against them? Dijun quickly inquired, Have you encountered anyone during this time? Has anyone visited Tang Valley? The small golden crow shook its head. No strangers have come to Tang Valley. Di Jun's eyes gleamed with a golden fire, akin to a flickering flame, as he scrutinized the small golden crow. Moments later, his golden gaze returned to normal. Yet confusion lingered in his eyes. There were indeed no traces of magical fluctuations. Could it be that he was overthinking? On the frigid moonlight star, towering laurel trees stood like crystalline sculptures, emitting a gentle glow. Tai walked through the grove, halting before a palace bearing an ancient inscription. Guanghan Palace. A beautiful silhouette was cast against the palace's window. Tai, he stood silently beneath the laurel trees, gazing at the figure within, pondering, why had only one goddess emerged from the moonlight star? Why had she chosen my elder brother? Inside Guanghan Palace, she sat upon a cold jade bed, glancing at the figure outside before turning away, her expression transforming into one of terrifying fury, losing all semblance of her previous grace and beauty. She closed her eyes, summoning her Een spirit, which emerged from her body, a divine wheel hovering behind her head. She commanded, "Sever." A moon will sliced through the air, cleaving her spirit in two, the larger portion sinking back in her body. A pained scream escaped Shihi, collapsing onto the jade bed. Outside, Tai's expression changed dramatically, and he vanished, reappearing within Guanghan Palace to find Shihi lying pale and drenched in sweat. Instinctively, he rushed forward, then abruptly halted, concern etched on his face. "Sister-in-law." She lifted her gaze to Tai, forcing a weak smile, her voice frail. "Tai, I need you to do me a favor." Tai quickly responded. "Sister-in-law, please speak." She extended her hand, revealing a distorted sphere of colorful light, at its center a sealed rune containing a fragment of her spirit. The fragment floated toward Tai. Tai hastily caught the spirit. Horrified, "Sister-in-law, you've severed your own spirit. Your completeness is shattered, and your path to the great Tao is forever lost." Shihi's eyes gleamed with madness as she declared, "What do I care for the great Tao or the title of Empress? All I desire is vengeance." Dear, cherished, and esteemed readers, today, a gentle breeze has brought a chill upon me, my heart ablaze with an inner fire, while I find myself in the throes of discomfort, restless and bewildered. In my daze, I glimpsed the exquisite editor gliding towards me, urging for submissions. Amidst the haze, I also heard the concerned voices of readers urging for rest. Caught between the two, I chose to uphold the reader's interests, admonishing the editor momentarily before settling down to take a break. Thank you for your concern, dear friends. With utmost respect, Chapter 84, The Girl's Ultimate Move. Tai spoke solemnly, "Sister-in-law, if you wish for vengeance, a mere word from you is enough for me to personally confront the Wu clan and slay Ho-E. Why must you sever your spirit and forsake your path? Ho-E must die, and the entire Wu clan must perish." Tai fell silent. While slaying a great, which might be straightforward, annihilating the entire Wu clan was beyond his capability. She softened her tone. "Tai, I beg you to place this sealed spirit power within the tribe where Ho-E resides. The Wu clan cannot harbor it. Instead, place it among the nearby humans. I want Ho-E to experience the anguish of losing kin. Since the demon clan cannot contend with the Wu clan in the lower realms, I shall bring them to me," she declared coldly. Tai understood her intentions, a pang of pain coursing through him. Shaking his head, "No, elder brother would never agree. For the sake of the demon clan's victory, he will acquiesce," she replied, after a moment of hesitation. She added, "Tai, do not tell him just yet." "Sister-in-law," Tai, he said, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, "I only wish to avenge my child. Please, you must assist me. I have no other recourse." Tai gazed at the tearful Shihi, slowly extending his hand to accept the fragment of her spirit. Turning to leave, a gentle voice resonated from behind. "Tai, do you have any further instructions?" Tai paused, softly replying, "Sister-in-law, if given another choice, I might choose you." Tai's eyes sparkled with a dazzling light, before he somberly remarked, "Some things, once missed, are lost forever. If I should perish, please take care of Xiao Shi. You are the only one I can trust now." With resolute determination, Tai declared, "I shall protect both you and Xiao Shi with all my might." He strode out of the Guanghan Palace, transforming into a streak of fire that shot into the heavens. Inside the Guanghan Palace, she collapsed onto the cold jade bed, her previously gentle demeanor fading away, leaving only an abyss of indifference and hatred. Within the ancestral hall of the 12 ancestors, they had gathered together. Zhu Rong, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "I have long warned against entanglements with the human race. And now, look what has happened. To protect the frail humans, the mighty Kwa Fu was ambushed and slain by the demon clan." Xianming added in a somber tone, "The demon prince has been slain by Ho Yi as well, 9 times over." Zhu Rong, with excitement, responded, "Ho Yi, that lad, I admire him. He embodies our witch clan's indomitable spirit." Di Jiang inquired, "Tuhu, Kwa Fu was the great shaman of your tribe. What is your perspective?" Tuhu replied with sorrow, "I mourn the fall of Kwa Fu, but I still believe in the necessity of fostering goodwill with the human race." Zhu Rong retorted angrily, "Sister, are you out of your mind? What merit is there in befriending such a feeble, ant-like existence? In my view, Mother Niwa has long since forgotten them." Gong Gong interjected, "This time, I stand with Zhu Rong. Even as a servant race, humans are too weak." Zhu Mang cleared his throat and said, "Humans still possess some utility. At the very least, they can intermarry with our witch clan, giving rise to witchmen. Although lacking in physical prowess, they can cultivate their primordial spirits, which serves as a form of supplementation." Gong Gong scoffed, "I know of witchmen. Their primordial spirit power is inherently deficient, a typical physical flaw. Their spirits are too weak to be of any use." Di Jiang turned to Zhu Jiuyin and asked, "As the time ancestor, can you glimpse the future achievements of the human race within the river of time and space?" Zhu Jiuyin closed his eyes, and after a moment, opened them with a regretful expression. "The war of the witches and demons is about to commence. The calamity hangs heavy over the world, rendering the future unseen." Di Jiang pondered for a moment. "Let us maintain the status quo for now. It would be unwise to offend Mother Niwa before the outcome of the witch-demon conflict is determined." The other ancestors nodded in agreement. "We shall heed the elder brother's counsel." Tidon, atop Kunlun Mountain, Bai Jin reclined at the edge of a cliff, her legs swinging back and forth behind her as she gazed towards the eastern sunrise. Alas, the relationship between master and uncle is becoming increasingly strained. Isn't there a saying that, if there are issues, they should be resolved instead of fighting? Why must they be so stubborn? Suddenly, a panicked voice echoed, "Brother, trouble is brewing." Bai Jin quickly lowered her legs, sat cross-legged, and closed her eyes. Adopting a solemn expression, a cloud floated down from the sky, landing above Bai Jin, and a figure leaped down. It was Shiji. Her face etched with anxiety. Bai Jin calmly inquired, "Why are you so nervous, junior sister? Are master and uncle fighting?" "Even if they were, it would be of no consequence to me," Shiji hurriedly replied. "Master and uncle have not fought, but our Jie Jiao and Chan Jiao are on the brink of conflict again." Bai Jin's eyes widened in alarm as she sprang to her feet, asking, "What has happened?" "Sihong has captured one of our outer disciples from Jiejiao. Jiu Liang and Jing Guangxin have already rushed over. They are likely in the thick of battle now. I hurried here to inform you." Bai Jin exclaimed, "What is Gu Liang doing stirring up trouble? That little mushroom thinks she can act recklessly." With that, Bai Jin dashed off in a valley beside a river in the Kunlun Mountains. Sihong held a white cat in one hand while deftly deflecting flying sword attacks with a willow branch in the other. Jiu Liang was hopping about in front of her, squealing playfully. Sihong said calmly, "Gu Liang, for the sake of Bai Jin, I will not make things difficult for you." "Retreat at once," Jiu Liang retorted. "Release my junior sister." Sihong snorted coldly. "If you do not retreat, do not blame me for capturing you as well and handing you over to senior brother Bai Jin." Gu Liang leaped onto a large rock, hands on her hips, and declared, "Do not think I cannot defeat you. I merely wish to avoid harming you. Senior brother has said that harmony is paramount. However, you have now provoked me, and I shall unleash my ultimate move." Sihong smiled slightly. "Ultimate move? Let me see your golden needle mushroom." A massive golden mushroom appeared behind Gu Liang, and with a whoosh, countless tiny golden mushrooms shot forth like golden rays, resembling a torrential rain of needles. Sihong swiftly retreated, as the ground shook with the onslaught of golden mushrooms, sending debris flying. Jiu Liang laughed heartily. "Now do you see my prowess? As the golden projectiles rained down, Sihong furrowed her brow and conjured a bamboo basket, tossing it into the air while commanding, "Gather!" The basket released a green glow, causing the flying golden mushrooms to redirect towards it, landing neatly within, yet failing to fill it. Jiu Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you trying to collect my golden mushrooms for your cooking?" She cried out, "Watch me unleash my king oyster mushrooms." The golden mushrooms vanished, replaced by a multitude of king oyster mushrooms that hovered behind her, emanating a fierce aura. With a flurry, the mushrooms shot forth, trailing divine flames through the air. The valley erupted in massive mushroom clouds. Scorching waves infused with the scent of mushrooms surged forth, sending many Jie Jiao disciples tumbling backwards. An enraged voice erupted from the center of the explosion. "Damn it!" A fierce wind swept through, dispersing the smoke and debris. Sihong emerged, disheveled and covered in dust, her eyes ablaze with fury as she swung her willow branch like a green whip towards Gu Liang. In a flash, Jin Guangxian interposed himself before Gu Liang, his sword clashing against the willow branch with a resounding impact, both forces locked in a fierce struggle. Kill! Over 100 Jie Jiao disciples surged forward, their spirits high as they charged at Sihong. From afar, streaks of azure light shot towards Sihong, transforming into figures such as Guang Qingzi, Yu Ding Jinren, and Tai Yi Zhenren, who exuded an overwhelming aura, instantly suppressing the charging Jie Jiao disciples, leaving them momentarily stunned and flushed. "Cease this at once." A commanding voice resounded through the sky. Guang Qingzi and the others shifted their expressions as the immense pressure dissipated. Their apprehension towards Bai Jin surpassed even their concern for the treasure. Sihong and Jin Guangxian quickly withdrew, sheathing their weapons and disappearing from sight. A cloud descended, revealing Bai Jin and Shi Ji standing atop it. Gu Liang immediately flew up, tugging at Shi Ji's sleeve, and pleaded, "Senior sister, they are bullying me." Shi Ji comforted her with a gentle pat on the hand, transmitting a reassuring thought, "Do not worry. Senior brother will uphold justice for you." Guang Qingzi coldly addressed Bai Jin, "Senior brother, what is the meaning of your disciples besieging my disciple Sihong? Are you seeking to instigate a conflict between our two sects?" Bai Jin contemplated the accusation, then turned her gaze to the disheveled Sihong, her expression shifting. "Who has done this to you?" Sihong glowered at Gu Liang and retorted, "Your disciple killed my pet." "Pet?" Bai Jin looked at the despondent white cat in Sihong's grasp and chastised. "How could you strike down a fellow sect member? Release her at once." After a moment of hesitation, Sihong acquiesced. "Very well." With a flick of her wrist, the white cat soared into the air, meowing as it transformed into a woman clad in white robes. Her long nails resembling claws, her face twisted in fury as she glared at Sihong. Bai Jin frowned. "Junior sister, Sihong claims you killed her pet. What is the truth?" The cat Demonis knelt in midair, humiliated, and replied, "Senior brother, I merely caught a koi in this stream to roast and eat, when she suddenly appeared and ambushed me. I implore you to seek justice for me." Sihong suppressed her anger and stated, "This is my domain. That koi was my pet. You trespassed, killed my pet, and I have shown restraint by not slaying you outright, considering our sex friendship. How can you still claim righteousness?" The cat Demonis retorted angrily, "Nonsense! There is no protective formation here. It is a land without master." Sihong remained unperturbed, stating, "Whoever said that a Taoist temple must establish a protective array?" She gestured towards the valley, saying, "My residence lies within that valley. If you, senior brother, do not believe me, you may go and take a look." Bai Jin raised his hand and said, "Junior sister, please rise." The cat demon stood up, positioning herself nearby, casting a resentful glance at Sihong. Guang Qingzi remarked, "Senior brother, this indeed is junior brother Sihong's Taoist temple. You instructed your disciples to forcibly intrude upon the temple, slay pets, and cause a ruckus. What reasoning is behind this?" Yuding Jinren coldly replied, "As expected of a disciple of a sage, viewing others' temples as inconsequential. What great arrogance!" Tai Yi Jinren stroked his beard and slowly said, "I kindly request an explanation from you, senior brother." Bai Jin pondered for a moment, then stated, "Indeed, my junior sister has committed an error. How about this? We can offer compensation." The cat demon exclaimed in disbelief, "Senior brother." Bai Jin stepped forward, patting the cat demon's shoulder, saying one must acknowledge their mistakes. To cultivate oneself, one must first cultivate the heart. I will leave the rest to you, senior brother, the cat demon reluctantly replied. Yes, Sihong coldly interjected. The koi can be compensated, but it is no longer the same. How can feelings be mended? Bai Jin waved his hand, and a line of merit coins flew towards Sihong. Swirling around her, Sihong's eyes widened in astonishment. Her words caught in her throat. Bai Jin smiled and said, "Would 1,000 merit coins suffice to purchase you a common koi?" Sihong's heart raced as she gritted her teeth and shook her head, saying, "Senior brother, this goldfish is one I have raised since childhood. We are bound by life and death." Yin Zhongzi nodded repeatedly, stating earnestly, "Indeed, senior brother Bai Jin, we understand you possess merit coins, but some things are far more precious than gold and cannot be measured by value. They exist solely within our hearts, and this is what feelings are. The bond between senior brother Sihong and this koi is such they depended on each other for millennia. How can it be measured in gold?" "More money is needed," Sihong murmured. Suddenly, Yin Zhongzi turned at Sihong, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. "Senior brother, you did not say this just now." Bai Jin waved his hand again, and another string of merit coins flew towards Sihong. Circling her as he laughed, "This is 10,000 merit coins. Will that suffice?" Sihong brushed back her hair, smiling brightly as she replied, "Senior brother once said, red flowers, white lotus, and green lotus leaves. The three teachings are originally one family. I find great wisdom in this. A mere koi cannot compare to the bond we share between the Chan and GS sections." With a wave of her hand, the multitude of merit coins was instantly collected. Bai Jin turned to the disciples of the GS sect, commanding, "Return at once." All the GS sect disciples, albeit reluctantly, complied, casting fierce glares at the Chan sect members before flying back towards Qingping Peak. Bai Jin bowed respectfully to the Chan sect members before also departing on his cloud. Accompanied by Shiji and Guliang down on the cloud, Bai Jin inquired with confusion, who was it that so ruthlessly attacked Sihong? Guliang, glancing around nervously, replied, "Oh no, senior brother, please do not make me pay. I'm broke," Bai Jin muttered to himself. "You need not speak. I already know it must be Jingguang Xian." Among the younger disciples, only Jingguang Xian could be Sihong's match at this moment. Guliang nodded vigorously, declaring, "Indeed, it was he. I can attest to it. I am but a fragile little mushroom fairy who despises violence. Certainly not me." Bai Jin grumbled, "If you hadn't mentioned mushrooms, I would have forgotten. I think I just caught a whiff of stir-fried mushrooms." Shiji turned to Guliang, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Guliang's demeanor immediately drooped, looking pitifully at Shiji. "Senior sister, I have no money." Outside the Shattered Valley, only a handful of Chan sect disciples remained. Yin Zhongzi coughed, saying, "Senior brother, I must take my leave. Otherwise, my pet rabbit, which I have raised since childhood, will become anxious." Nanji Xinling slapped his thigh in frustration, lamenting, "I almost forgot to feed my big yellow dog." The two hurriedly flew towards Yuqing Peak. The remaining Chan sect disciples exchanged glances, their expressions filled with intrigue. This seemed like a lucrative opportunity. They shared knowing smiles before vanishing one by one. The following morning, Bai Jin stepped out of his palace, only to be met with alarming news. "Not good, senior brother. Something terrible has happened." A voice cried from afar. Bai Jin's heart jolted, sensing an ominous premonition. What now? Can't there be a moment of peace? A cloud swiftly approached, revealing Shiji standing upon it, her expression frantic. "Senior brother, Yin Zhongzi claims that Chang Erdingwang Xian has stolen his rabbit." Bai Jin retorted angrily. "Chang Erdingwang Xian is a rabbit demon. Why would he steal rabbits? Does Yin Zhongzi think we're fools?" A powerful aura surged from the foot of the mountain. An angry shout echoed. "Yin Zhongzi, don't run. It's a misunderstanding. Fellow Taoist, it's all a misunderstanding." A figure dashed through the sky, fleeing towards Yujing Peak. Shiji hesitated and asked, "Senior brother, it seems Yin Zhongzi cannot contend with Chang Erdingwang Xian. What shall we do now?" Bai Jin, feeling exasperated, replied, "Whatever. I'm going back to sleep." He turned and entered his palace, slamming the door shut. "Senior brother, it's terrible. Sihong was ambushed and beaten." "Senior brother, it's awful. Ling Yaxian was attacked, and his fangs were pulled." "Senior brother, it's dreadful. The senior brother has toppled all 14 disciples of the Chan sect. Senior brother, it's bad. The senior brother was ambushed and knocked down by Randan. In the ensuing days, Shurji tirelessly relayed bad news between Baijin and the outside world. Friction between the two sects intensified to the point of open hostility. Despite Baijin's best efforts, he could not suppress the turmoil, especially with unruly figures like Duo Bao and Randan involved. The two leaders appeared oblivious to the chaos, showing no signs of intervention. At noon, Baijin sat on the back mountain, sighing despondently. It's hopeless. Perhaps we should disband. Senior brother, it's urgent. A frantic voice called out once more. Baijin trembled, instinctively leaping to his feet that a green light shot down. Transforming into Shurji's figure, who turned to Baijin, urgency etched on her face. Senior brother, Baijin raised a hand to interrupt, saying, "Wait a moment, let me prepare myself," that he took several deep breaths before nodding. "Speak, what has happened now?" Disciples from the Chan and GSX are engaged in a chaotic battle below. Senior brother Duo Bao, sister Wudong, and Uncle Randan have all joined the fray. Baijin instinctively clutched his chest. Staggering back 2 steps, murmuring in despair, a chaotic battle has begun. Before soaring into the air towards the commotion, Shurji called out anxiously, "Senior brother, you're flying in the wrong direction. It's this way." Baijin navigated the clouds to Taiching Peak, descending respectfully before the hall, saying, "Disciple seeks an audience with the Grand Master." A golden-horned young acolyte emerged from Taiching Palace, stating solemnly, "Senior brother, the Master bids you enter." "Thank you." Baijin entered the Taoist palace, kneeling before a mat, and bowed, saying, "I pay my respect to the Grand Master." "Rise," a gentle voice responded. Baijin stood, seated himself on the mat, and lamented, "Grand Master, conflicts abound between the disciples of the Chan and GS sections. I have done my utmost to quell the discord, yet the results are minimal. Please guide me on what I should do. What are my master and second uncle contemplating? Why do they remain silent?" Taishang shook his head slowly, saying, "We have observed your efforts, but some matters cannot merely be resolved through diligence. I do not understand. Why must the Chan and GS sects remain in perpetual conflict? Please enlighten me. Those who follow different paths do not conspire together. The way of your master in the GS sect contradicts that of your second uncle in the Chan sect. The two cannot coexist. And the conflicts among the disciples are influenced by their respective doctrines." Baijin, bewildered, replied, "If it is influenced by my master and uncle, why do I feel nothing of the sort?" Taishang scrutinized Baijin, responding with a hint of exasperation, "Because you simultaneously embrace both doctrines. I cannot tell if you are eclectic or simply lack conviction." Baijin awkwardly said, "I believe my master's doctrine is correct. I also find my uncle's teachings reasonable." Taishang chuckled softly, shaking his head slightly. "Grand Master, water and fire can coexist, and yin and yang can harmonize. Why can't the Chan and GS sects progress together? Look at me. I have learned well. You will not go far down this path." Taishang shifted the topic, asking, "Do you know what it means to be an invincible sage? Sages are formidable and do not fail. It should be as simple as that, right? It is not so. Even a sage may encounter defeat when faced with another sage. The notion that sages are invincible pertains solely to their own paths. Within their chosen ways, sages remain unconquered. Each sage firmly believes in their own path, having pursued it to its utmost limits, thus subduing all other paths with their own. This is the essence of the sage's invincibility, an unwavering commitment to one's own way. The harmonious interplay of water and fire occurs due to the intervention of forces mightier than themselves, while the blending of yin and yang is facilitated by powers that transcend their duality. However, the sacred path cannot coexist with others, for there exists no force more potent than the holy way itself. With a sigh of melancholy, Baijin remarked, "Is there truly no solution?" Taishang gently shook his head, responding with a hint of sorrow, "Have you not already exerted your utmost effort? That alone is sufficient." The disciple understood. Baijin rose, bowed once more in reverence to Taishang, and turned to leave. As Baijin stepped out of the grand gates of the Taiching Palace, he gazed upon the majestic Kunlun Mountains, his heart tumultuous. After all his endeavors, it seemed he had achieved naught. Some matters, indeed, could not be resolved through mere effort. Recognizing the inevitability of parting ways in the future, he resolved it would be better to separate amicably while harmony still prevailed, thus rendering it a peaceful farewell. Ascending on clouds, he flew towards the Shanqing Peak, his mind now at ease with his decision. Upon landing at Shanqing Peak, he bowed to the Shanqing Palace, declaring, "Disciple seeks an audience with Master." A sprightly young attendant emerged from a side door. Bowing as he said, "Senior brother, the Master has entered seclusion, and he has instructed that all matters pertaining to the Jie sect be handled solely by you and Senior brother Duobao." Bai Jin adjusted his robe. Solemnly kneeling in supplication, "Disciple seeks an audience with Master." The young attendant found himself at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed, for the Master had not provided further instruction. Should he also kneel and pay respects to Senior brother? After a moment, the gates of the Shanqing Palace creaked open, and a commanding voice resonated from within. "Enter." Bai Jin rose, dusted off his robes, and stepped into the palace, which then closed behind him. The attendant felt a wave of relief wash over him. Inside the Shanqing Palace, Bai Jin knelt upon the mat, reverently proclaiming, "Disciple pays respects to Master. Rise and speak." Chapter 87. The proposal to relocate. Bai Jin sprang to his feet and trotted forward, plopping down upon the steps with a groan. "Master, while you enjoy your seclusion, the disciples below are in an uproar. I am nearly exhausted from trying to quell their chaos, yet you do not emerge to utter a word." Tian replied, nonchalantly, "My absence is more beneficial than my presence." Bai Jin climbed a couple of steps, looking up with anticipation. "Master, why not rescind my status as the outer sect's foremost disciple? I could accompany you in seclusion, serving you tea and providing massages." Tian lightly nudged Bai Jin with his foot, retorting, "You lazy rascal, and you find it unbearable after just a few days? I have tended to you for countless eons." Bai Jin swayed slightly, responding with mock indignation, "But Master, you yourself said you practice a hands-off approach." Tian chuckled softly, gazing outside with a sigh. Suddenly, Bai Jin exclaimed, "Master, what if we were to leave?" Tian paused, frowning. "Leave? I have been alongside my two esteemed brothers since my inception. How could I abandon them?" Bai Jin lifted his head, brimming with confidence. "Master, you must understand. Distance breeds beauty. Consider this. After countless years together, you have grown all too familiar with one another, and thus see only each other's flaws." Gesturing with his hands, he elaborated, "However, once distance is introduced and time apart ensues, one begins to reminisce fondly about the other's virtues. This is the essence of distance breeding beauty." Tian pondered this. There is some truth in that. With Bai Jin's prompting, Tian felt a stirring within. The thought of separating from his brothers to establish his own sacred domain, free from incessant chatter, and to gather as many disciples as he desired, ignited a flicker of excitement in his heart. Looking out, he mused, "Very well. Bai Jin, you are to inform the Jie sect disciples to remain steadfast in their duties. We shall depart Kunlun on an appointed day." Bai Jin's expression turned sour. "Master, while the other disciples may heed my word, but the eldest brother and sister do not listen to me. I implore you, Master, it would be best if you personally intervened. Take this." Tian waved his hand, causing the Qingping sword hanging on the wall to soar forth and hover before Bai Jin. His eyes lit up, and he quickly rose to bow, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master, for bestowing this treasure upon me. I shall strive diligently in my training and shall never tarnish the name of the Qingping sword." Tian glared, half amused and half annoyed. "You wish to claim my Qingping sword?" Bai Jin nodded fervently, sincerity etched on his face. "Master, I merely feel a connection to the Qingping sword. Begone." Tian waved his sleeve, causing Bai Jin to vanish in an instant. "Help! Save me!" A piercing scream echoed from outside, growing fainter as it retreated, leaving behind an eerie aftersound. As a star spun rapidly into the heavens above Kunlun Mountain. Inside the Shanqing Palace, Tian chuckled to himself. "Qingping, go find him." The Qingping sword trembled slightly before shooting away. Not long after, the gates of the Shanqing Palace creaked open a crack, and a disheveled head poked in. "Master, should we not inform the two esteemed brothers in advance?" Tian cleared his throat, suppressing a laugh. "You may inform them. I cannot bear such scenes of parting, as you command. The palace door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Within the main hall, Tom Tian chuckled to himself. Engaging in a few exchanges with Baijin lifts my spirits considerably. That rascal is always so unruly. Distance does breed beauty. There is some merit to that notion. With a casual flick of his wrist, a miniature continent materialized before him, its center dominated by a towering peak, reminiscent of the primeval world. Tom Tian regarded the shadowy outline of the continent with interest, pondering where to establish his sanctuary. His gaze fell upon the Buzhou mountain, but he shook his head slightly. It was a place entangled in causality and thus unsuitable. Next, his eyes traveled to the northern marshes, rich in flora and fauna, yet devoid of any celestial ambience. Unfavorable. Shifting his focus southward, he noted the fertile plains, a haven for life, but deemed it unfit for suppressing the GS sect's fortunes. Finally, his gaze drifted to the sea, where an island emerged, perfect for setting up a grand formation. Outside, Baijin utilized his powers to tidy himself before soaring towards the Yuqing Peak, landing atop it. An unfriendly voice suddenly rang out. "Senior brother, have you come to lodge a complaint?" Baijin turned to see the bruised and battered Sihong emerging from the nearby bamboo grove, his once handsome visage now twisted in agony. A visible fist mark lingering. Baijin stifled a laugh, asking, "Junior brother, what happened to you? Did you trip while walking?" Sihong's voice rose in indignation. "How could I possibly be in this state without reason? A night ambush, lacking any sense of honor, such as the way of your GS sect." Baijin sighed. "Junior brother, is there perhaps a misunderstanding? I assure you, by my eldest brother's name, none of our GS sect disciples would resort to such underhanded tactics. Did you perhaps have enemies before joining us? It might be they have come to seek you out." Sihong, in a fit of rage, shouted, "All of you GS sect disciples are nothing but curs, engaging in the most despicable of deeds." Baijin's tone turned icy. Master, who do you think you are cursing?" Sihong's expression shifted, his fury succumbing to a chill, as he turned to face the Shangqing Peak. Kneeling with a thud, trembling with fear, Baijin brushed past Sihong, who dared not raise his head, paralyzed by fear. Approaching the Yuqing Palace, Baijin bowed, stating, "Disciple seeks an audience with the esteemed uncle. I humbly request to be granted entry." The gates of the Yuqing Palace creaked open, and the Baihei youth emerged, bowing and saying, "The master requests your presence." "Senior brother." Baijin stood, nodded amicably at the Baihei youth, adjusted his attire, and entered the grand hall. Kneeling upon a mat, he prostrated himself, declaring, "Disciple pays respects to the esteemed uncle." The figure seated in the main position, Yuan Shi, nodded slightly. "Rise." "Thank you, esteemed uncle." Baijin sat cross-legged on the mat, his posture straight. Yuan Shi chuckled. "It has been some time since your last visit." Baijin replied respectfully, "Indeed, the mountain has been quite eventful of late. The friction between the two sects has necessitated my mediation as the elder disciple." Yuan Shi shook his head. "Your intentions are commendable, yet some matters cannot be forced. Let them unfold naturally." Baijin nodded earnestly and said, "I have previously visited my esteemed master, who has clearly elucidated the gravity of the situation to me. I fully comprehend the underlying reasons. In the pursuit of the grand Tao, there can be no semblance of concession.